time. Y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit a cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape tick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you not.
Yeah,
and bitch you not.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
And Maybe this decision was a mistake. You probably don't care what I have to say, but it's been heavy on my mind for months now. Guess I'm trying to clear some mental space. I would love to talk to you in person, but I understand why that can't be. I'll leave you alone for good, I promise. You answer this one question for me. I just wonder, do you ever think of me anymore? Do you? First off, let me say congratulations. Heard that you just had a baby girl. If she looks anything like her mother, she's the prettiest thing in the world. Swear that I'm not trying to start no trouble. Tell your fiancé he can relax. I'll leave you alone for good, I promise. There's a question I've just got to ask. I just wonder, do you ever think of me anymore? Do I know what we had is dead and gone. Too many times I made you cry, and I don't mean to interrupt your life. I just wonder, do I ever cross your mind? Oh, do you ever think of me anymore? Hey, anymore. Do you, yeah. I just do you ever, think of me? Hey, anymore.
We should control the politics and the politician in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When you speak, it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch Black Power unload. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming Black Power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Great city born, but conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been on. In the summit keeps it 100, just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised, but written in rhymes. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming Black Power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming Black Power, ready to change the status quo.
Alright. Whoa, let me turn that down. Alright, that's better. Alright. Peace and Black Power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black at you. Now I mean, with another midweek madness. What's really hood out there, family? Now I mean, let me get some ones out there. Make sure everybody can hear me clear before I get into all this. Now I mean, let's see. Get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Got a couple things I want to run through before I drop the link. Let's see. New Kim was going on. Let's see. Cynical One was good, sis. Q Hefner was hood with you. Sweet D was good, sis. Jug, what's going on? Regular Joe, you already know. J Cal was good. Young Deity was hood with you. Lou, what it do? Lady Sparkle was good, sis. Let me see. Tommy was going on. Stephanie was good, sis. Who else? Aisha Bass was good with you. Ryan was going on with you, sis. See, Sunset on the Ocean was going on. Elaine is early. Shout out to Elaine. What's going on with you? Old Student was good. Who else? Kurt is in the building. What's going on? Daryl was good with you. Buddha was good. I already said J Cal. Who else? Sirius B was going on. Taz was hood. Nook was going on with you. Who else? Did I get everybody? Chaz was good. Shout out to everybody else out there. Might be listening, slide through. If I missed you, my bad. Dee Dee was going on. Lena. Solomon was good. Shout out to everybody else out there. What's going on, family? I got a couple of things I want to talk about real quick. And then we can get into a little bit of, I know a debate just happened. With Brother Rob and T-Duck. Oh, my goodness. I got an opinion about this. I'll give it later. I want to cover the stories real quick. But, yeah. So let me get ready to get into this real quick. We got a situation that happened, family. One of these situations has been going viral. There's some weird shit going on. Like, we can get into that. And then there's another very strange thing that popped up. Pause. Big pause. Something very strange happened. Let's just say that and shit. You know what I mean? I gotta be careful around these parts. Pause. Something came up. Pause. That I kind of need to get into. Pause again. God damn, this is gonna be a weird fucking segment. But yeah. Your favorite coon, y'all favorite coons, not mine. I got other coons I prefer. But y'all favorite coon, right? Y'all favorite coon, motherfuckers be swinging for left and right. Pause again. This is gonna be you know what I mean? Like, but y'all do be swinging for this motherfucker. So, you know, but this motherfucking son of a bitch got into some shit. Oh, goddamn.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. So I think some of y'all may know what's going on. Some of y'all may not. If you don't, be prepared, because this is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. So let's get into this real quick. Pause again. Real quick. Before I get too far into this. Pause. Gotta keep saying this. Gotta keep reminding people. Let me give Kurt a shout out. Shout out to Kurt. I appreciate the cash app. Shout out to you.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Kurt. I appreciate that. So, yeah, family. Let's get into this strange motherfucking story that popped off. Pause. God damn, it's gonna be weird. But let's just listen to this, man. I gotta be very careful what I'm saying. But let's get into this. All right, let go.
Kanye West just made a very startling revelation. So he posted a song to his X account and he captioned it with this. He said, "This song, Cousins, is about my cousin that's locked up in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6 and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had a Playboy magazine, but the magazines I found at the top of my mom's closet were way different. My name is XyayX, and I sucked my cousin's dingling till I was 14. Now let's take a listen to.
Hey, yo.
What the fuck?
Pause.
When he was 6 and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had a Playboy magazine, but the magazines I found at the top of my mom's closet were way different. My name is XyayX, and I sucked my cousin's dingling till I was 14. Now let's take a listen to the song.
What?
You are gay.
Oh shit. Oh wait, pause. This is crazy work. Yo, Kanye done took his ass again on motherfucking his X account, not his actual X, but the website. Yo, took his ass, pause, god damn it.
Pause.
Took himself onto his Twitter app. I'm trying to say this so it, don't get confusing. And went on a whole fruitcake confessional up on that motherfucker. I swear I warned all you motherfuckers years ago. And this only validates what I have been saying. You motherfuckers out here, like, wait, listen, I don't even want to get into this. Like, yo, this y'all boy. This y'all boy. This motherfucker said he has been sucking dick until he was fucking 14. And he's a goddamn PDF file. Cause he was sucking off his younger cousin, and if he was 14, how old was his motherfucking cousin? So not only is you a fruitcake, you a whole PDF file and you into incest. So you into incest, you are a PDF file, and a goddamn coon ass fruitcake. Whose boy is this? Whose man is this? Where are you Kanye defenders at now? Y'all gonna defend this goddamn, y'all gonna defend this shit? I want to hear y'all defend this. This is what I want to hear y'all defend. Is this genius? Is this a part of his secret plan to take down the small hats? Is this a part of the plan? What part of the plan is this? Huh? Is it the small hat's fault that this motherfucker been sucking dick till he was 14? I don't think he stopped when he was 14 either. I don't believe that shit. I saw this fruitcake wearing a dress about 10 years ago. Wearing a whole fucking dress on stage. With his hair dyed blonde and shit. Yo, I don't believe nothing. Pause. I'll pause. God damn, this shit is weird. But I don't believe none of this shit. This son of a bitch said he copped out the sucking dick till he was 14. This is crazy work. Crazy. Whose man is this? Chicago, y'all gotta hold another L. Yo, Kanye been making you motherfuckers hold L's for over a decade. Y'all motherfuckers need to clean that shit up. Literally. Clean that shit the fuck up.
Pause.
This shit is weird. But let's get back into it. Pause. What the fuck?
Or perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had a Playboy magazine, but the magazines I found at the top of my mom's closet were way different. My name is XyayX, and I sucked my cousin's dingling till I was 14. Now let's take a listen to the song that he revealed this in.
Did y'all hear that shit? This motherfucker is singing in auto-tune about sucking dick. His mama said he sucked dick about 14 times in a row in auto-tune. Like he harmonizing this shit. Pause.
Hey, yo.
He harmonizing dick sucking. What are we talking about right now? Whose man is this? Whose man is this? This is all I want to know. I'm just trying to figure this out. Somebody tell me. I don't know. Who man is this? This is crazy work. Crazy. The fuck?
So he just decided to just.
Crazy. Yeah. Yo, it's crazy work, son. The fuck is going on in this world? Yo, son. Real quick. Shout out to Young Diddy. And shout out to Ron. I appreciate the Cash App. Shout out to y'all.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Ron, shout out to Deity. Appreciate that. Family, this shit is crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. A whole fruitcake Republican. Shocker, right? Shocker. I told y'all about them log cabin Republicans. I told y'all motherfuckers. Stop acting like all the fruitcakes are on the left. Because the right got a whole lot of nasty ass shit going on, dog. Literally. They call log cabin Republicans. You know what I mean? That's what they call. I ain't name them that. That's them named themselves. I wouldn't even name you that. But that's what they call themselves. Do with it as you will, but there's a whole motherfucking sector of fucking Republicans that have been sucking dick since the age of 14. Oh, my bad. He was doing it before the age of 14, and he's claiming when he got to 14, he stopped. Lying ass nigga. Lying ass fruit booty ass nigga.
So he just decided to just sing in his soprano, like he just gave his cousin head.
Jesus Christ. The tweet was way better than the song.
Yeah.
And when I first saw that story yesterday, I thought to myself, what am I supposed to do with this information? Like, I don't want Kanye to tweet. I want Kanye to go get help. If he needs help, he needs to go get help. He's got all the resources. He's had all of the money. He's got all of the access to the best help. Go get help. Until he does that, everything I see him do and say just seems like a publicity stunt to me.
Well, I mean, it seems like he's trying to release and let things off his chest.
No, we can't keep blaming everything on a fucking publicity stunt. We can't keep doing this. What are we doing? Nah, dog, he just admitted to graping his little motherfucking cousin and sucking him off until he was 14. He just admitted to being a fruitcake, PDF file, incest loving, coon ass nigga. And motherfuckers are still just making excuses for this behavior. What is going on around here? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So we gonna get this a pass too. The Nazi shit. Oh no, Psycho, you just offended the small hats. This is all about the small hats and slavery, and he's psychologically breaking down the construct of the small hats and people not being able to say Jew online without being fucked with, and he know what he's doing because this is some diabolical scheme from evil genius. You just don't get it, Psycho, because you ain't that deep. You gotta get deeper. Pause. Right? All right, what about the Klan outfit? Oh, Psycho, you worried about the Klan outfit? That was just a way to make money off of white people. Because he was going to sell those Klan hoods at a package deal in his website in bulk, and he was going to make money off of white people. That's what you said we need to do, right, Psycho? So why are you mad that he's making money off white people? You should be embracing this. This is evil genius shit. He knows what he's doing, Psycho. He knows. Why you keep fucking with Kanye? Leave him alone. Now what you motherfucking fruitcake loving ass motherfuckers gonna say about this? What's gonna be your excuse about this one, motherfuckers, huh? Tell me the evil genius behind this fuck shit. Please, I'm waiting. Put me on, let me know. I'm dying to know what the excuse is for this one. Seriously.
Well, let me ask you. He said he showed his cousin the book, and then he did it to his cousin. So he is, taking advantage of his cousin. That's what pretty much he said.
Yeah, until he was 14 years old. And I mean,
what do you mean taking advantage of them?
Because if he gave his cousin the book and he did it to his cousin, he actually did it to his cousin.
Yeah. I thought he said they were doing it together. I thought
he said they were reenacting what we saw in the magazines,
yeah.
but he said he took the blame of showing the
his
cousin
right.
this. Like, yo, this is what I want to do to you.
He said, we acted out what we saw, and then he said, my name is Jay, and I sucked my cousin's dingling until I was 14.
I want the record to show.
Them motherfuckers sitting up here doing Brokeback Mountain reenactments and shit, like what the fuck is going on, son? Let's talk about this is what I want to. Ew, what are we talking about? What are we talking? What? Your cousin? What the? Son, this is so weird on so many different levels, bruh. So many levels. This is crazy work. Crazy. Till he was 14. What the fuck? This is crazy. And again, I don't think it stopped at 14. If y'all believe that shit, y'all motherfuckers nutty. Pause.
I thought
He said they were reenacting what we saw in the magazines,
yeah.
but he said he took the blame of showing the
his
cousin
right.
this. Like, yo, this is what I want to do to you.
He said, we acted out what we saw, and then he said, my name is Jay, and I sucked my cousin's dingling until I was 14.
I want the record to show I was on this radio one time, and I said that, so many of Kanye's publicity stunts are falling short that eventually he's going to do his own sex tape. And I said that he was going to be on video trying to suck his own. Remember
I
said
say that, yes.
So I'm close.
Oh my goodness.
No.
The source close to.
That man need help.
And until he gets it, everything he does seems like a publicity stunt.
Yeah. And I just wonder
why do we need this information?
If the people closest to him, if they still care about the money, or if they really care about getting this man help.
Because
y'all don't think he's trying to.
I don't know.
To Justin's point, you don't think he's just trying to promote a record?
Charlemagne's an idiot. Charlemagne's an idiot. Do you really think a motherfucker would get in the booth, in the studio, in front of a microphone, pause, with a track playing, and lay down some vocals about him sucking his cousin's dick until he's 14 years old? If you think a motherfucker would do this to sell records, just to sell records, then you, my friend, is delusional. It's fuck. It's fuck. Do you understand what he just said? What he said? Like, you really think he would do this just to sell a record, huh? That's the only reason why. It has nothing to do with his mental condition, huh? It has nothing to do with this motherfucker being sick in the head since he was a motherfucking child. Because that's what this shit is telling me. This is telling me he was fucked up in the head before his motherfucking mother died. Let's talk that motherfucking real shit. His mother was alive when he was 14. So that means he was sucking dick when his mother was alive. Right? So all this excuses about he lost his mind after his mother died, y'all can throw that dumbass motherfucking excuse the fuck out the window with this story. That's for goddamn sure. Because his mother was alive and breathing when he was doing that incest. His mother was alive and breathing when he was sucking dick. His mother was alive and breathing when he was being a whole PDF file. All this shit, his mother was breathing. So stop using the mother as an excuse. Stop using the small hats as an excuse. Stop using Kim Kardashian as an excuse. You know what I mean? Stop using fucking Kendrick Lamar as a fucking excuse. Stop using Polo and Louis Vuitton as a fucking excuse. Stop using Sway as a goddamn excuse. Stop using George Bush as a fucking excuse. Don't you dare try to make Taylor Swift the motherfucking excuse. At some point, you motherfuckers is going to have to hold this nutty motherfucker accountable. That's what the fuck you motherfuckers are eventually going to have to fucking do. Because I'm sick of the motherfucking capes for Kanye. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. He been nutty. He been nutty. This is proof of it. Only a nutty motherfucker would do some shit like that. I don't give a fuck who you are. The fuck are we talking about right now? This is sick. This is sick. They should be locked up to this shit. Real talk.
If the people closest to him, if they still care about the money or if they really care about getting this man help. Because
y'all don't think he's trying to,
I don't know. I don't know.
To Justin's point, you don't think he's just trying to promote a record?
Do we have to all stream the song? Because I swear, my video got lost before we just went up. He was like, yo, we got to listen to Family Business. And then he dropped another song. We got to listen to it, like, to really get to the bottom of what he's talking about. See? That's what people are doing. They're going to stream the song. At the end of the day, it's a win-win for him.
And this is a new angle. He's never tried the gay angle before.
Family Business.
He's tried everything.
Well, he was saying he was gay when he was younger, but he grew out of it.
Did he
say that?
Or he...
Well, no. If you sucking peen until you're 14, it's like, come on.
I don't know what the point of the tweet was, y'all, but the people are coming...
He's gay and he grew out of it. He grew out of it? What? Fuck you mean he grew out of it? He ain't grow out of shit. He's still a goddamn fruitcake. He's still a goddamn fruitcake. I mean, a whole lot of shit makes sense to me now, knowing he was a dick sucker and shit like that. Now shit makes a whole lot more sense. Y'all remember that gold digger video? Remember the gold digger video? You know, the gold digger? She ain't messing with no broke nigga. Go watch that dumbass, fruity ass dance he was doing in that motherfucking video. That shit was zesty as hell. I always thought he was looking extra zesty in that goddamn video. Like, why is he moving like that? Who does that? You a grown ass man, dog. Shit starting to make sense to me now. Like I said, he was always a goddamn fruitcake. Kim Kardashian was a whole beard. She was a whole beard. That motherfucker was fucking Caitlyn the whole goddamn time. Let's keep it a fucking stack. I bet you he was busting Bruce down. All on the creeping shit. What the hell going on? I bet you that's why Bruce didn't want him to break up. He lost access. What the hell going on around here? This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Fruit booty ass motherfucker.
But he grew out of it.
Did he say that?
Or he...
Well, no. If you sucking peen until you're 14, it's like, come on.
I don't know what the point of the tweet was, y'all, but the people are coming... Gather thyself. Come back to the altar, okay?
Listen, and then you seen Tokyo Tony. She came out and she did say
what she got to do with this?
It's a lot of people that came out in support.
Yes,
Go
Tokyo
ahead,
Tony said that she supports Kim. Now, you know, she is directly, into the family or whatever. And she said that Kim's mom and Kim got him the best doctors that they were getting him help. Like, he was going to therapy and everything. But then he was like, nah, I'm not doing it.
He won't do it anymore.
Actually, she saw them helping him. They had the best doctors. Chris and Kim was trying to help him.
I can say I was at TMZ when Kanye came when all that stuff happened. And I will say that people give them a lot of flack, but they were trying to stop that in that moment as well too, actively. But
question, didn't he say he wanted to do a porn tape with Kim again and Ray J, and he wanted Caitlyn there too?
Yes.
He said a lot of...
Look! do a tape with him, Kim Kardashian, Ray J, and Caitlyn Jenner? Yeah, I totally believe he stopped sucking dick at 14. I totally believe it. I believe he was delivered. I believe when he was at 14, he became delivered, and he didn't want to suck dicks no more. He didn't want to suck dick no more. I totally believe he was delivered at 14. Yeah, right. The fuck out of here, son. You want to sit up here and get cupped? You talking about you want to make a tape when you get cupped with Caitlyn Jenner in the fucking room? What are we talking about right now, dog? This is disturbing. This is disturbing. Yeah, we need to get past this. Let's keep it going.
The things, Envy. The point is that the man needs help. That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all. It's Lauren LaRosa from The Breakfast Club. Sorry to interrupt, but y'all know how I do. So I'm here to talk about Top Dog Law. Y'all hear Top Dog Law all over your radio, and I know by now that if you want top dollar, you should also know this. You gotta call Top Dog Law if it's about your car accident. Don't let these little family lawyers finesse you into a little check. Shouldn't nothing belittle this law to see if Top Dog and some stuff. Feels bad for Kanye. Yeah. He's been through some stuff as a child. That's why his mind is so messed up. ASAP Ferg came out and said, good for Kanye West. Now you can be whole. When people start to act out, you never know the root of the issue. Sending love to brother. You're a GOAT.
Until that brother goes out there and really goes to get some help, it just seems like everything he does is a publicity stunt. Like, to me, this is just his latest cry for attention.
This don't sound like publicity stunt. This sounds like he's crying for attention. Like
he always sounds like he's crying for attention.
This right here, this ain't. He wanted to release this. This is something that's been on his heart and his soul. It seems like for a long time, and he wanted to let it go.
Envy the only one making fucking sense. Yeah, this is. He wanted to get this out there. Like, he been sitting on this shit for decades. Pause. Right? Like I don't know what the fuck motherfucking Charlemagne talking about. So this is just a publicity stunt. No, motherfucking no. You don't say no shit like that unless that shit is true, motherfucker. Unless that shit is true. Let's keep it a buck. You couldn't pay me to say no shit like that. And it's a fucking shit. Please. Like, yo, Psycho, I need you just to say this wild ass line right here for a publicity stunt so we can sell your album. You need me to say what? The what? The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. No, that's the nigga. What? Nigga, who? You got lost your fucking mind. Hell, ain't no straight, self-respecting motherfucking dude will ever get up there and say no shit like that just for a fucking publicity stunt and sell a fucking record. But motherfuckers say some shit like that shit true, and he wanted to get that shit the fuck out there. Pause again. Let's keep it a buck. I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Envy the only one making sense.
This sounds like he's crying for attention. Like,
he always sounds like he's crying for attention.
This right here, this ain't. He wanted to release this. This is something that's been on his heart and his soul. It seems like for a long time, and he wanted to let it go.
I don't know if release was the right.
Yeah.
I don't know. God bless him.
I think in a series of tweets that what he be on, it's hard to feel that way, but I feel both sides of it.
Because today or tomorrow, he gonna say something to have y'all not liking him again.
I didn't say I liked him because of this.
Like I can't take Kanye serious.
Nobody said they liked him because of this. They just feel you feel sorry for him.
Lauren, you should reach out to the cousin in jail.
You know what? I can't with you.
You know what? My phone line only goes but so many different places, and I think I am okay to stay out of that one.
Okay.
All right. Well, Charlemagne, who you giving your donkey to?
But they are talking. This situation is interesting though, because people they're talking like he was abused or something.
Right. When he was the one.
Because when you're a kid, you don't. I don't think as a kid.
But he said I don't know how old he was, but he said that they looked at magazines together and then they reenacted.
Correct. So he
what they saw in the magazine.
He's the one that
he was the one doing it to him.
That's what I was saying. That's what I said earlier.
But then and still, that doesn't mean that there's something wrong that he can't go get help for.
Yeah, of course.
So what do you?
You gotta get help for being gay.
Yes, at a very young age.
No. You can't fix gay. The best way to fix gay is to not fucking become gay. You can't fix gay. Either you're gay or you're not, motherfucker. Yeah, the only way to fix gay is never to become it. You can't. I don't believe you can be delivered, motherfuckers. I don't believe you can be delivered. I believe you motherfuckers think y'all can be delivered, and then you motherfuckers relapse. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not believing none of that shit. I don't believe that. That's just, I don't think that's accurate.
That's what I said earlier.
But then and still, that doesn't mean that there's something wrong that he can't go get help for?
Yeah, of course.
So, what do you...
You gotta get help for being gay?
Yes, at a very young age.
Yeah, but all I was saying is he wasn't being abused. Because he said he's the one that was the initiator.
Yeah.
Man, I think y'all... I'm not saying that this didn't happen. It just seems like everything he does is a publicity.
I know Kelly like, oh, y'all gonna feel sorry for him because he was sucking pain at 14. I told y'all my sister made me, you know what I'm saying?
That's a fair
And y'all
point.
was like, throw him under the jail.
Child, he
Crazy.
started tweeting about Hitler not too long after that, all right? So I think he might be doing all right.
All
Wrapping
right.
up.
That was the latest with Lauren.
So yeah, that's your little fruitcake news right there, right? So that happened with that fruitcake, which is disgusting, and yeah. But that's y'all boy. That's y'all boy. Yo, that's the one y'all be swinging for. Pause. Right. So let's get into this Shannon Sharpe story, which is a whole lot less gay, but not less weird. Well, maybe a little bit less weird, not too much less though. It ain't gay, but it is weird. So let's get to the Shannon Sharpe situation. All right, real quick, and then I'll drop the link and y'all can come up.
Welcome to TMZ Sports. I'm Mike Babcock with my guys, Mojo Mutati, Lucas Widman, Edward Lewis. Fellas, we're going to start with the biggest story in the sports world right now. One of the greatest football players of all time turned one of the most influential people in sports broadcasting, Shannon Sharpe, who has been sued for $50 million by a former girlfriend who claims that Shannon, on multiple occasions, raped her. Now, this is a story that we covered yesterday on the website. We did not talk about it on the TMZ Sports Show. Between yesterday's initial story and today, guys, as we sit here Tuesday afternoon and we filmed the show, a lot has happened. There have been a lot of developments, namely an audio tape that TMZ Sports broke this morning on our website that seems to show, and now this is coming from the accuser's attorney, who happens to be Tony Busby, the famed attorney from Houston. He has released an audio tape, a phone conversation, guys, that seems to show Shannon Sharpe allegedly threatening to choke the woman who has accused him of rape. Without further ado, here is that phone conversation.
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at, and you're just gonna hang up on me. So I feel like
I'm not gonna hang up on you. Here's what it is.
what does that even mean?
Nothing, Gabby. You want to be a to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
I don't know that mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm gonna choke out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Wow. So there it is. Obviously, it sounds like Shannon, and this is coming from, again, Busby, who represents the woman who has sued Shannon Sharpe here. I mean, clearly seems that Shannon says, hey, I am going to choke you now. Could there be another interpretation of what was said, of the nature of their relationship? Sure, I suppose so. But again, on that tape, you seem to hear Shannon Sharpe allegedly threatening to choke her next time he sees her. And this is really, there are explosive claims here. I mean, we're talking about something incredibly serious. It's not a criminal charge. It's a civil lawsuit. Still, an incredibly serious allegation with a lot of money on the line, guys.
And shortly after this audio was released, Shannon Sharpe's legal team said, we are going to address this on Shannon Sharpe's social media. And, you know, everyone was waiting for that. And when it came out, it was Shannon Sharpe actually going back to the original allegations that were filed in this lawsuit. He did not touch up on the audio that we released about an hour prior. And what he did say is that this whole situation is a shakedown. And he actually pointed the finger at Tony Busby.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
Wow. So Shannon clearly, again, like Lucas said, he does not address the phone call, does address this alleged sex tape, and actually asks Busby to release the entire tape. 10 minutes long, he says it is. Now, obviously, Shannon has made this very clear. He believes that he is being targeted by Busby because he is a successful black man. Like we said, he brought up the Jay-Z allegations where Tony Busby was representing a woman who claimed that she had been sexually assaulted by both Jay-Z and Diddy many, many years ago. And Shannon pointing to that case and saying, hey, look, I'm just the latest successful black guy that Busby has chosen to go after here. He also says, Ed, that he is going with his attorney, and Lanny Davis, and Ed will talk about that in just a second here, but that they are actually going to file a defamation lawsuit against the woman. Now, there is a lot of stuff going on here with Shannon Sharpe. He's got, we said, an incredibly successful broadcasting career, and just a couple of days before this lawsuit came to light, we actually read stories that Shannon Sharpe was in the middle of a negotiation that could be worth upwards of $100 million for his incredibly successful podcast here. And I think Ed in a second might tell us that Lanny Davis and Shannon Sharpe's team actually believe that that's no coincidence. He was talking about a big money deal, and then this woman comes out with this lawsuit. So this is a really complicated case, Edward, and I think it's very clear from what Shannon said there that they are not going to take this lying down and that they are in fact fighting back.
Yeah, Lanny spoke with media for roughly half an hour on a news conference or a teleconference just minutes after Sharpe released his statement. And he shed light on basically everything Shannon didn't, and the stuff that he did address from Sharpe's perspective, he shed even more light on. So for starters, the $100 million podcast deal or whatever you want to call it, show deal, he did, as you said, intimate that he does not believe that that was a coincidence, that she filed this lawsuit around the same time that those talks were swirling. As for the audio, he did acknowledge that it appeared to be Sharpe, but he said, quote unquote, he believes his client spoke in the heat of the moment and did not literally mean the words. I guess his sentiment was when you tell your buddy you're mad at him, I'm going to kill you. That was more of what he said. That was the sentiment behind his talk there. As for the video, he is adamant that this video is going to come out. He says it's a when and not an if. It appears to be some sort of sexual encounter between Sharpe and his accuser that they are adamant is completely edited and appears to show Sharpe in some sort of negative light. Again, we haven't seen it, and as far as I know, nobody outside of Sharpe's legal team and obviously the accuser's legal team has seen it. But again, Lanny was adamant that that is going to come out. Now, perhaps what dwarfs all of that is what we're about to play here. Lanny said he made a significant offer to Sharpe's accuser to settle this case before it went public. And I think the number might surprise you. Take a listen.
Yes, there was a settlement offer made by Mr. Sharpe. I will only generally say to you that it was in the tens of millions of dollars demanded by the plaintiff in return for her silence. That's under any definition commonly understood. That is blackmail. And Mr. Sharpe was willing to pay an amount in the tens of millions of dollars, but no final agreement could be reached. And we thought we...
Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem for me. If y'all know anything about me and how I handle these type of situations when these stories break, I usually don't jump out the window right away. I wait till the information starts to come out, starts to pile up before I even really start swaying one way or the other. But I'm going to tell you, I remember when Jay-Z went through his situation with this same lawyer. Jay-Z told this motherfucker when he tried to shake him down to go fuck himself, lawyer up, I'm with the shit, go fuck yourself, prove whatever the fuck it is you say you got on me, I'm with, it's whatever. I ain't do shit, fuck you, I ain't paying nothing. I'm not trying to pay no settlements, none of that. And once Jay-Z took that position, I didn't need to hear too much else for. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I'm riding, dog. Like, you ain't trying to, like, he told the motherfucker to go fuck himself, lawyer up. Yeah, that's how you supposed to handle it. That's how you supposed to handle that type of situation. Motherfuckers come at you with a quote-unquote fake accusation. You do not cower and then pay it off and then convince me that nothing fucking happened. But you paid the shit off, right? So at the end of the motherfucking day, this is a red flag. He offered her $10 million before all this fuck shit, so all this shit can disappear. And now he want to play big bad and shit and say, yeah, this motherfucker's trying to shake me down. Well, why did you say that before you offered the $10 million? That's a little bit strange, right? But anyways, I digress.
Mr. Sharpe was willing to pay an amount in the tens of millions of dollars, but no final agreement could be reached. And we thought we were still in the middle of discussions when, without warning, the mediator, who's a retired judge, ourselves as lawyers, without any prior warning, still thinking that we were close to a final agreement, the plaintiff and her lawyer from Houston filed a case in Texas publicly accusing my client of lies and willful, harmful lies by using the rape word when it was she knows, 100% knows, and the evidence will show that she knew that this was entirely consensual.
So he said tens of millions of dollars, and that number struck so many of us on the call. Yeah. Myself and actually I think two other journalists asked, "Did you say tens of millions of dollars?" He repeated over and over again, and eventually he said, "Well, it might only be 10 million." And he said, "We can positively write that it was at least a $10 million offer to his accuser." So that's kind of where things stand right now. That is a lot of money. I don't think we've ever heard that kind of number being thrown around in a case like this, or really a case like any of these.
You know, I agree, Ed. And to hear, and you know how it goes, Mojo, when people hear that someone's willing to settle, I think they wrongly a lot of times assume that means that somebody is admitting to having done something wrong. Sometimes there's just a payout made where a client and an attorney will get together and say, hey, it's probably better that we just avoid all of the bad press and going through court, and we just settle this thing away from everybody's eyes. But a $10 million payout, Mojo, that is a massive amount of money for Shannon Sharpe to offer. And I am shocked, and who am I to question Lenny Davis, who has represented some of the most famous and successful people in the world. But Mojo, it seems shocking to me that they actually admitted that they made a $10 million, at least a $10 million offer here.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, there's obviously a lot to unpack here, and what we have on the table now seems like we got a lot more that's going to be coming out in the days or maybe even the hours to come. Again, they're talking about little clips, and there's 10-minute clips that might be coming. That could entirely change the game here. Without standing on either side of this fence here, just kind of looking at the evidence on hand, you do start to draw some assumptions here. I mean, at least for Shannon Sharpe, offering 10, potentially maybe up to $20 million, just hearing how that conversation went. You obviously had something that you didn't want out there. I would say that that isn't necessarily an admission of guilt at all. I mean, we're talking about a guy that makes a lot of money. Even if this was consensual, but maybe inappropriate in a lot of circles, I mean, this guy stands to lose a lot more than $10 million in sponsorships and job opportunities and all of these things. So paying that money, of course, you don't want to if you feel that you're innocent. It is the lesser of two evils to avoid all the public embarrassment, humiliation, and loss of employment coming up. So there's that side of it. Who knows if a settlement's even on the table? If all this is going to come out anyways, maybe he's going to withdraw that offer. It's not on the table anymore. It's an all or nothing thing because he's too far in at this point. He's too deep, and this is already going to affect his future. So, I mean, this thing could get uglier before it gets cleaner and turn into an all or nothing kind of situation.
Yep. And there you go, family. And let's not forget, or maybe you didn't know, but this little Becky that he got his ass in trouble with, and he loved the Beckys. He loved them Beckys. And this is what he get for fucking with these Beckys. Not only has he got himself in trouble fucking with one of these goddamn Beckys, the motherfucker got himself in trouble fucking with one of these Beckys that is only 19 years old. A 19-year-old OnlyFans motherfucking chick. Shannon Sharpe is in his, what, late 50s? Messing with somebody 19? I'm sorry, man. That is yo, bruh. On so many levels, this shit is like weird to me. Like me, I could never deal with anybody my daughter's age, right? I could never deal with anybody my daughter's age, huh? This motherfucker is dealing with somebody his grandkids motherfucking age, motherfucker. Fuck his kids' age. He's fucking around with somebody his grandkids motherfucking age. A Becky at that. What do a black man who's approaching 60 years old that was raised in the deep south could possibly have in common with a 19-year-old OnlyFans model? What do they possibly have in fucking common? A Becky, a 19-year-old Becky OnlyFans model. What do they possibly have in common? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing in common. What are y'all talking about? Oh, that's right. Y'all talking about choking each other and shit. That's the fuck you weirdos over there talking about. What else are you going to talk to a 19-year-old about besides choking her up? Hey, what you going to talk to her about? The market? Fuck you going to talk to her about politics and shit? What the fuck you talking to a 19-year-old Becky about? You know? What you talking to her about the NBA playoffs and shit? The fuck you what? The fuck y'all playing spades and shit? What the fuck? Wake me up. What y'all doing? Playing dominoes? The fuck y'all motherfuckers doing together? Are you shitting me? The fuck? course, you ain't got nothing else better to do but to talk about choking the motherfucker. You don't have nothing else in common. Y'all have nothing else in common besides rough sex. That's it. That's it. That's all y'all have in common. But your fascination with rough sex and Becky's done got you all fucked up right now. Now you screwed. Now you fucked. Now you don't know what to fucking do. I don't know what to tell you, though. I don't know what to tell you, dog. Motherfuckers tried to tell you a long time ago, leave them fucking Becky's alone. We shouldn't even have to tell you not to fuck with no more motherfucking teenagers. Your years of fucking with teenagers have been gone. Been gone. Let that shit go, dog. Let the high schoolers have the high school pussy to themselves, please. Why your old ass up there contaminating the high school pussy for all the high school dudes? You fucking up they coochie. That's they coochie. And you fucking they shit up. Contaminated it with your old ass shit. Pause. You contaminating the coochie. That's high school coochie. Don't fuck it up for the high school dudes out there, dog. The fuck? This shit crazy. Anyways, I'm about to get ready to drop the link, family. I'm kind of over it. You know what I mean? Been a crazy night. I mean, but I'm gonna go ahead and play this commercial real quick, drop the link, and then y'all come up, we can chop it up, whatever. All right, so let's get into it. Pause.
I'm probably a psycho. Crazy, split personality. Like my name. Don't know who is to blame for the sickness in my brain. Maybe I'm a psycho. I'm probably a psycho.
Alright, family. There it go. Links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. You already know how we do. I see we got Mari up here. What's going on, Mari? How are you?
I'm okay. Hi, how are you?
All right.
Oh, that's good. Yes, so I wanted to discuss about Kanye. I don't know what all he has been through when he was younger, but I just think like he just needs to stop. I think he's a down low brother, because I don't understand why these men just won't come out and just be gay. Like, why would you just, I mean, it just seems like he's down low. It just seems like he's down low and he doesn't want to come out to what he truly is, which is gay. And it's ruining women's lives, because I just feel like, I don't know, I just really just feel like he just doesn't want to accept who he is, which he's gay. And I just think that's terrible. So.
Yeah, he definitely, I mean, I don't believe I don't believe in bisexual. I don't even think that's a thing. I think people that are bisexual are just gay people that's just trying to fight they gay. Like, you can't, like, either you suck dick or you do not suck dick. That's where I'm at with it. Like, it's like ain't no in betweens. Ain't no okay. One day I do it, next day I don't. No. That's what he's trying to pull. He's trying to pull pause. He's trying to act like he can be gay one day and next day he don't have to be gay, and he can just state, no, dog, you gay. You gay. Why do you even feel the need to tell everybody that? Because you coming out. This is where you're coming out.
Yeah. And that's what he just needs to come out and stop dating all these women. Just go ahead and be with a man if that's what you truly want to do, you know. That's just what I think.
Yeah. He's definitely looking to come out with that one. So he's about to do all types of other weird stuff. I remember when he wore the skirt. Everybody was caping for him then. They making excuses then. That's actually a cute and it's popular in Scotland and blah blah blah. Man, I don't give a fuck. Motherfuckers out in Scotland fruity for doing that. Like, I don't just because there's fruity people out in Scotland doing it, that means we gonna start doing it. No, man, that's fruity, man. What are we doing? No, you just don't know fashion. You just don't know fashion. The excuses I be hearing for Kanye is disgusting. It's disgusting. It's just always an excuse after excuse after excuse. Like, stop. Like, stop. People need to stop.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
I don't know what's going on, but these people, the Kanye defense team, be having me chuckling. The excuses they be making is crazy.
Yeah, and then the Shannon Sharpe situation, I just think he's stupid. I'm sorry, I just think he's stupid because, like, how can you just be a rich man or like a wealthy man and then you let something like that happen to you? I mean, it just seems like some of these men, and I'm not trying to, bash men. I just think some of them are just stupid because, like, if I had all that money, I would not let anything like that happen to me. But I just think he's stupid. So.
Yeah, he definitely he's weird. He should have. He too old to be acting like this, yo. He too old to be acting like this. It's crazy. He's sitting up here trying to, and he having a midlife crisis anyway. Like, he always trying to hang out with these 20-something-year-olds. Everybody he hang out with is younger than him. Everybody he hang out with call him Unc. He's Uncle Shay, right? He's Unc Shay. Everybody call him Unc and shit, right? He always trying to hang out with these young athletes, these little 20-something-year-old athletes, everything. Let them young motherfuckers go out there doing young motherfuckers doing. Keep your old ass in the fucking house, dog. What the fuck you trying to hanging out with them and everything else? And it's like he just he just that old motherfucker always trying to hang out with the young motherfuckers and shit. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Let them 20 motherfuckers, them motherfuckers they 20s, let them do what 20-year-olds do, dog. Get your old ass the fuck out of here. Grow up, son. Too old for that shit.
Yeah, I have an uncle like that. He likes to date. He's in his 60s, but he's dating like someone my age. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just think, oh my goodness, I just couldn't date anybody that, like, I'm 36. I'm not dating someone in their early 20s. I'm not doing that. No. But hey, I mean, I just think that's crazy.
Man, listen, I used to go to these little motherfucking hip hop events and shit like that, and motherfuckers used to all go hanging out afterwards and shit like that. A lot of the motherfuckers like in their 20s and shit like that and everything else. I'm like in my 30s, about to be 40 and shit like that. I'm like, I ain't hanging out with y'all little young motherfuckers. Y'all go do what y'all do. Know what I mean? Like, do y'all thing. Nah, bro. I ain't gonna be that old motherfucker in the 20-something-year-old bar and shit, trying to make no. I know when I'm aged out. Let y'all motherfuckers do what they do, man. What is he doing?
Yeah, that's crazy. Ugh.
That shit crazy work. So I don't do all that. Old heads need to be old heads. Embrace being an old head. Be happy you're an old head. Stop trying to relive your fucking 20s. The fuck? Stop that shit. Be happy you're old head. Embrace your old headedness. Pause.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they always call them Unc. Yup, Unc, Shay, and all this other stuff. This is what they do. Like, it's all fun and games until Unc Shay start thinking he appear and shit. He think he can do what they do. They don't even need to be messing with those 19-year-olds.
And I agree with Sirius B said. Yeah, that goes for the Cougars too. I don't think.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think a woman in her 50s should be messing with someone in
they shouldn't.
Crazy. Yeah.
And they need to be called out too when that shit happens. I know old girl made a statement over there on Michelle Obama's podcast that I don't think too many people watch until that statement was made. But that statement was made, and I saw everybody lose their mind over there. I forgot her name. Teresa something, I forget her name was. I forgot. I'll show somebody in the chat know what I'm talking about. But she made a comment about how she only mess with young men. But she didn't say how young. And she didn't say she messed with teenagers. She didn't say how young. She did say younger men. And yeah, these older women, they need to calm their asses down too. You ain't in your 20s either. Stop trying to do what your daughters do. It'd be like I hate seeing that shit too. You see these older women hanging out with their daughters and shit, trying to do what their daughters do, try to be BFS with their daughters, their friends and shit. Their daughters, their friends going hanging out. They want to hang out with them. And they out there, like, you're too old to be hanging. Let them 20-year-old motherfuckers do what the 20-year-old motherfuckers do. Yeah. They go find you some old women to go do something with or something. Like, what the fuck? Embrace your age, man. Embrace your age. Yeah. Like, stop the nonsense. Crazy. I ain't saying you gotta be decrepit, but got that all this hanging out with 20-something-year-olds at bars and fucking them and all this other thing. I was like, stop that shit. Like, y'all doing too much. Yeah. And most of them motherfuckers paying for it any goddamn way. They sugar daddies and sugar mommies. That's what most of them are any goddamn way. Keep it up. That's why Shannon offered to kick out $10 million and shit, because that's all he was a goddamn sugar daddy. Yeah, once you get to a certain age, 10 years, you can get away with 10, depending on which 10 you're talking about. Like 40 and 30, not too bad, I guess. Depending on if it's a 30-year-old, excuse me, if it's a 30-year-old that's got like mature, and that 40-year-old is a little bit immature, it can work. Excuse me. But yeah, 10 years could work depending on it ain't gonna work if you like. I don't think 20 and 30 works. I mean, I don't think 20 and 30 works. I think 20 too young for a motherfucker me. You 20 and shit, your mind ain't right. You ain't experienced enough. Once you get to your 30s, you can play around that 10-year gap. You done experienced a little bit by the time you got to 30. You're 20 years old, you ain't experienced too much. High school was just 2 years ago. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So it'd be 30, 40, 40, 50, something like that. That can work, but I mean, when you like in your late 50s and you messing with a 19, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I mean, that literally could be your granddaughter. Literally could be your granddaughter. That's creepy. That's creepy. Just think about messing somebody my daughter's age is creepy to me.
In my belief,
that's insane.
What's going on, Psycho? Hey.
Peace was good.
How you doing?
All right. I called Bill Belichick out for this. Bill Belichick he like 70 years old with a 20-year-old. 70-something years old with a 20-year-old. So I was getting on Bill Belichick about this too when I found that out. I just found that out not that long ago. Like at the end of the season. I saw that motherfucker had like a 20-something-year-old. I said, wait, what? Bill Belichick met somebody 20? And I went and looked. I was like, that looked like a whole goddamn OnlyFans model. What the hell is going on around here? I know what's going on. I mean, but this shit's crazy. Like no shame, nothing.
Yeah. Cat Williams, Monique. Monique told him. What's the word when things resonate? Like when past tensely resonate more. Like when you know, as a result of prophecy being as a result of her prophesying. Yeah, Monique told him, get you a woman your age. Don't be out here messing with these young women.
Yeah.
Told him too, so,
At least closer to your age. I mean, shit. Like I said, it ain't gotta be exactly, but it could be younger. But like I was saying, like, you know, like he's in his mid-50s. He should be messing somebody like. If you're gonna go young, go in your 40s. Like, it shouldn't be nobody younger than 40 with him. Like, given his age, like that, and that's, you know what I mean. That's the lowest he should be going. He shouldn't be messing with nobody in their 30s, 20s. Damn sure not 19.
I told myself I don't do nothing with the teens. So that's 18, 19. She gotta be 21 and up, bro. We ain't doing nothing with teens.
She gotta be legal. She can't even drink, dog. You can't even take her to a fucking bar. You can't even take her to the fucking bar. What are y'all doing together, dog? I mean, I know what y'all doing together, but I mean, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, outside of that, what are y'all doing?
Playing video games, Psycho.
Is Shannon even into video games? I don't even know if he's even a video game head.
Now, Skip, you know I'm good at that 2K, Skip. Come on, now, just like my granddaddy used to say, boy, you pick them young and you have you some fun, boy. Down there where I'm from, boy. Hey, we don't put no age limits on nothing, Skip. Motherfucker say when the chicken ready to hit the grease, you pluck the feathers off. That nigga Shannon Sharpe bogus his head. Sit down somewhere, Shannon, boy. Hey, boy. It's crazy. I think, because I'm 100% with you, Psycho. Like, the teen anything is just like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, there's no level of maturity you can display to me once you mention your age and it's teen up in it. You feel me? It's like
yeah.
It's like and like you said, what we gonna do? Like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even entertain no 21, but I could see myself like having a conversation with them on a level of maturity, because we could probably end up in the same spots, you know, drinking and stuff like that. But a 19-year-old, like teen, it's a teen. All her homies probably 17.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What?
Still in high school or first year of college and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
that's crazy. But the only other point that I wanted to make is that even though I agree with you on the teenager stuff, that's nasty work, Shannon. The like in today's age, the shakedown is coming from any age person. You feel me, Psycho? Like Anthony Edwards just got shook down by, you know, basically a 40-year-old. You feel me? Like the shakedown ain't got no age limits on it. If a motherfucker that's 60 years old feel like they can get you, boy, they gonna throw some dirt out there on your name and say, yeah, I hope you got your checkbook ready. So, you know, I think Shannon, because this is all like new territory for Shannon, not saying that he ain't been successful, but just saying
he had issues with women before. This ain't the first time he had issues with women.
No. I know he had issues with women before. I'm talking about this level of success and visibility. You see what I'm saying? Like, Shannon is a Hall of Famer football player, but even at that time, he wasn't this famous. You know what I'm saying? He always been rich, but he wanted, at this moment in time, this is his most famous. This is like, you know what I'm saying, his peak of notoriety, where more people probably know him for being a podcaster than a football player.
He's more famous now than he's ever been.
As a football player, right?
Even when he was a football player, right?
Exactly.
He's more famous now than he ever been.
So that's the territory I'm talking about. That's why, like, when you was explaining like how Jay-Z handled dude versus Shannon, I think it's just you know, like, he been famous, but this level, he don't know how to handle this type of pressure, because, you know what I mean? Jay-Z probably done been through this enough where, like, okay, I'm about to get this big $100 million, $200 million contract. I know somebody can probably throw some money on my name. Like, that nigga probably been around the road. Yeah, know how to deal with it.
Because average everyday people know Shannon Sharpe now. Before, only people knew Shannon Sharpe was football head.
Football head. There you go. So
they're the only ones who knew who he was before recently. Now everybody know who he is, right?
Exactly. So this level of I could tell, like, even from the statement he put out, that it's like it's an uncomfortability with this level of notoriety. You feel what I'm saying? And it's crazy how just a few months ago people was talking about how Skip it's like he's done. You feel what I'm saying? Dead in the water. You know what I'm saying? And Skip had the same thing. Like, you feel me? And it's like he had the sexual harassment too.
His wasn't a scandal. He didn't get released because of a scandal though.
But that's the point that I'm making. It's because it was a blessing that Skip was on his way down. You feel that might have been his blessing that came at that time.
That Fox Sports 1 scandal that came out, that didn't even involve Skip. That involved
no, it did.
No. Skip was actually, if you go look at it, Skip was actually the one that was telling old girl. Matter of fact, no, you know what? It did involve Skip. You know what? You're right.
Yeah, because a motherfucker accused him of some crazy shit, like
because he got possessive over. He got possessive over. That's what it was. Right.
And then remember, the lady came out and said Skip offered her like $1 million, $500,000 a hit, or some crazy shit. Like,
he offered the money the tap.
Psycho. She said that Skip said, you gave them some, you ain't gonna give me nothing.
You ain't gonna give me nothing, right?
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Exactly. Yeah, I forgot that skit. Yeah, I forgot that shit. But yeah, man, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy.
Look here, man. Like we beat around the bush with it a little bit, and we, kind of, dilly dally around it. Let's be very clear, right? For a long time, I'm old enough to remember. For a long time, shit like this was exclusive to white folk, right? And so we didn't try to act like them and be like them. This is they shit. You know what I mean? Messing with young girls and all of that. Yeah, we have like that ain't like culturally something that we do. Anybody?
I don't know, bro.
All right. Well, I guess that's debatable. You know what I mean? Me, man, my upbringing, man, I grew up around church folk. You know what I mean? And like, man, that was just something that was just absolutely outside of the margin where I'm from, Joe. Like, we took up for the bros on our block, man. All the chicks from around our crib, bro.
But bro, Rob,
yeah,
and you tell me, and I know this growing up in Chicago and St. Louis, girls was 14 to 18 in high school getting picked up by grown niggas. That's
early in the morning, bro. So
that's early and after school.
Listen, right? I went to Lindblom, and so Robert Lindblom. It's on 61st and Walcott on South Side of Chicago. This is where like the so-called smart kids go or whatever, right?
Gotcha.
All right. I'm telling you, man, from the years that I went, man, the chicks I went to school with, man, model pretty, bro. Still is to this day. You know what I mean? For real. Like, man, Joe. And yeah, I remember cats picking them up from school and all of that. What I'm saying though is, right, the standard has to be the standard. Like, I know people don't like to talk about morals and all of this type of shit, right? But Psycho, I agree with you, Joe. And I work in the school system here on the south side, west side of Chicago, right? If your grown ass show up at the school to pick up one of my students, G,
getting flooded.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, you in mortal danger, Joe. Pick them up around the corner, fam. I'm telling you, Joe. I'm gonna do that to you, Joe. On the real. I'll give you one chance. Hey, fam, let me never see you again. How you respond to what I just said, bro? Man, bro, they're gonna determine everything for how you gonna go home today. Real, G. I don't play like that.
I do think, but no, Rob, well, you right in saying that we need to change the standard. But I think a lot of times in the black community, when it comes to these type of topics, even when it comes to like the child violations and stuff like that, I think that we, as a culture, try to like push it off as like that's other people's shit. We don't really do that when, in fact, we do. We just try to, you know what I'm saying? It's like the granny put uncle in the basement or seeing cousin away, you know what I'm saying? Because he did some weird shit or, we ain't go, or don't go over there playing by old man such and such house.
Bobby,
it's that type of vibe.
I don't mean to overtalk you.
No,
right?
you good, gang.
But like, do you feel like that's really pervasive in the black community, bro? Like,
pervasive. I'm saying this. Pervasive will have to come with some solid numbers, which I can't provide. But I do feel like it's enough of it, and it's enough stories to where it can't be a blind eye turn to. Because it's like even when it comes to the child violation, right? If you say you met 10 black sisters, right? 10 sisters that, and I'm saying you, Rob, how many out that 10? How many of them that you done dealt with? Then gave you a story of, hey, some family member or some nigga when I was young violated me.
So, like, man, I work in the school system, right? And like, it is a stigma with the charter that I work with. I work with Alternative School Network, so you could imagine,
right, the type of stories.
So what I say to you is that I have like supreme empathy in that area, and melanated. Listen, right? It's a lot of stories that don't get reported, so those numbers I really can't trust.
Correct, exactly. Because I work in the same field, and that's one thing that they teach you when it comes to like mental health and dealing with those type of touchy subjects, is that a lot of it does go unreported. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to young men. You know what I mean? So it's just they try to tell you like be more cognitive of the signs, because young children, that's why you don't hear about these stories until a motherfucker become grown and then able to, divulge a little bit more. But they'll keep that, you know what I'm saying? They'll hold on to that shit today, mid-20s, damn near in their 30s before they start releasing some of that. So that's why they say as an adult, you got to be cognitive of the signs and like be more proactive to kind of like flush that information out and get that child some motherfucking help.
Man, number one sign y'all should look at, right? And Bobby, you directly in mental health. You work in the mental health field, right?
Right.
Okay. So wouldn't you say this the number one sign? Reclusiveness.
Reclusive, yeah. Motherfuckers quiet all the time, head down, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't necessarily got to be that topic specifically, but it is an indicator of, something. You know what I mean? It could literally boil down to they just an introverted person that just need, you know what I'm saying? It could be that, but that is one of the signs that they tell you, like, look for the child that's more reclusive, more to they, you know what I'm saying, to they self, shy, apprehensive, don't know how to speak up for themselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Then the next thing, right? Especially if it's a female, right? Next, super huge clue. Right, the clothes is baggy, super baggy clothes. Like, wait a minute, y'all. Think about it for a second. We in sundress season. You know what I mean? Am I tripping? Yoga pants is like a thing. Like those, hey, black women, y'all know that ain't right. Y'all out here wearing them tights and everything everywhere you go. Y'all know that ain't right. But anyway, if they got on super baggy clothes, do you see how that's like, antithetical? It's opposite of what they should be doing. Do you see what I mean? Would you say that, Bobby?
Right, I got you. Yeah, I know exactly when you see it, extreme change of behavior.
Mm-hmm. That's all. You know what I mean? That's not my area of expertise. But you know what I'm saying? Me working in the school system for as long as I have, those are telltale signs. Good morning. Hey, the way you respond, man, it tell me everything.
Mm-hmm.
What's good about it? Oh man, you got plenty to say. You see what I mean? If somebody say something to where like you have to respond to what they just said, fuck out of my face. They got plenty to say, y'all. That's not the time to where you send them home. That's the time to start talking.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know what I mean? I mean, I know it like the back of my hand, G. You know what I mean?
What's y'all
Hey,
opinion?
but go ahead. My fault, Psycho.
I don't say what's y'all opinion about this Kanye situation.
I was just finna say, I'm glad you was reading my mind because I was finna say, on behalf of the real and trill niggas Chicago delegation, it's been known for decades now, Psycho, that Kanye West is not from Chicago. We accepted him because of the fire beats. We've been knew Kanye ain't from Chicago.
The disowning has begun.
No, listen. We love Kanye. He put on for the shot. But I'll tell you one thing about Chicago. We quick to get that. You ain't heard Chicago niggas have a Michael Jordan day yet, how you, Psycho? Cause once we saw how that nigga dressed off the court, we was like, oh no. You can take that country shit back to North Carolina, brother. Yeah. You gotta go out there and get with their ownership. We do not rock like that. So I'm saying that Kanye West, even though we accepted him for that brief moment when he was Kanye West. See, the Kanye West that's from Chicago still exists in my Mandela effect mind. That nigga is still out here making college dropout beats, Psycho. He still got on the polos. You know, he's still a little weird. That jaw still fat from the accident, and you know the beats fire. But the Kanye West that's now is the Mandela effect Kanye. This is the Kanye that was born in Atlanta and never left. Sorry, y'all. I know Fontaine for the come on.
Now he ain't even born there. Like you took it there. Like he ain't even born here, dog. Like,
no, Kanye West is born in Atlanta.
Yeah, like
I know. I'm just laughing because
that nigga ain't from here. He born in
like
Atlanta.
North Carolina not claiming Jordan because he was born in Brooklyn.
No, listen. Hold on. No, but listen. Niggas from Chicago know Kanye was born in Atlanta and raised in Arkansas. That is a fact though, Psycho.
Yeah, and Jackson, if we gotta hold that L, all right. Well, we gotta also be able to hold that dub too, right? Remember when he was rocking the polos and he didn't give a fuck, but with the shit that he was saying was kind of fake profound, right? I'm talking about at the beginning, right?
Chicago took all the W's. They took all those
W's. That was the Chicago.
We took the dubs. Kanye West now is LA Kanye.
That was the Chicago hip hop vibe. That came out of No ID. That came out of Why Not.
Yeah. Yo, Bobby done put him in. He done pushed him off to Atlanta, to Arkansas, to LA.
Hey, this Kanye Kardashian we dealing with now. Psycho. Kanye West lives in Chicago. This Kanye Kardashian.
The vibe that he came out with, that was our vibe. And he was supposed to reach back for niggas, and the shit didn't happen, man.
Kanye West did put a lot of Chicago OGs back in.
Yeah. I mean, man, what happened? It didn't happen the way it was supposed. All right. I mean, I don't want to. Maybe I'm just biased because
I think you probably just a little biased because
because I was close. You see what I mean? And
you was closer to it, so it's like You know who was Ryan Fest? He was good, but Ryan Fest wasn't never really finna be. You know what I'm saying? But Kanye West tried with him. Yeah. Bump J would have made it. I ain't gonna lie, but Bump J couldn't stay out the street.
That was devastating with Bump J.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That was devastating.
The Lupe, like think about it. Every nigga that came up out of Chicago during that time, if they had a little bit of buzz or if motherfuckers trying to push them, it's like, yeah, this nigga finna blow out of Chicago. Kanye came and gave that nigga like even Kid's sister. Remember the old girl Kid's sister when she tried to get Kanye West even hopped on her shit. So he was putting on for the city at one point.
It was a couple of beefs that Ye had that where a whole camp of niggas they shit just never was able to get out there. And then, like I said,
West had beef with in Chicago.
You know, Andy C. them, man, Syndicate and they whole camp, G. You know
Syndicate,
what I mean?
the motherfucker Shauna come from?
Probably fighting one of those queens at the warehouse.
Right.
It was
talking about Syndicate, like Infamous Syndicate, where Shauna come from?
Yeah, but they had a whole camp, G. You know what I mean? And like, how Ange 13 don't get put on? How Anad don't get put on? How? Like, that's impossible. Like, man, Profound, this nigga is ridiculously cold, bro. Like, how Juice don't get put on? How? You know what I mean? Man, bro, it was so many super dope ass niggas, bro. It was a white boy from the north side. His name was Morty Goldstein. Off the top of his head,
I think we know how Kanye got on outside everybody else now.
Well, yeah. Behind the scenes, his beats got submitted. Jay, Jay took one, and the rest is history.
How do you get on a song and say you was sucking dick to 14 years old? And the fuck are we talking about right now? Really? That shit is crazy, son. That's his cousins, too, by the way. Fuck his cousin off.
I ain't here to cause I was
yeah, you was caught up, so yeah, let me catch you up. Yeah, this motherfucker said that he sucked his cousin shit until he was 14 years old. His younger cousin.
Wow, bro. Why would you? Wow, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to say this is not in his defense. This is just a little of objectivity. He has not been himself. He was already weird than a motherfucker, right? Let me say that out loud, right? But after the death of his mother, he has not been himself.
No, but he was doing this up until he was 14. Up till his mom was alive.
Wow, bro. How does that happen?
He said he stumbled across some gay porn somewhere, wherever. I forgot where he said he stumbled across it at. Pause, but and then his cousin started looking at the gay porn, and then they started trying to reenact the shit that they saw on the gay porn. And he started. He started doing that to his cousin, and he did it to his cousin all the way up till he was 14 years old. This is what I be saying. This is what I be saying about this whole fruitcake shit. People be thinking I be
Pause.
Yeah, that's a lot to absorb. I'll let you go ahead. Yeah.
What platform did he say this on?
He said it's on his platform. He said it's on. He made a song. This motherfucker made a whole auto tune. He made a whole auto tune song about it.
Oh my god! And what prompted this?
I think he's coming out.
Nowhere.
I think he's coming out, bro. I think this is him coming out. Why else would he do this? Why would he go all this time keeping this skeleton in his closet and now all of a sudden it's out? He's trying to come out the closet.
Oh man.
He could have took that to his deathbed. We ain't need to do all that.
Wait, let me mute up for it. I don't know what to. Man, I gotta go get the good shit, man. I gotta roll up and take a shot, man. Give me 2 seconds.
I know. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? This is insanity. This is crazy. Crazy as hell. Anyway, Stu P, what's going on?
We're talking about gay Kanye?
Yeah, we were just talking about Kanye or that weird shit he got going on. Because of that, molested his cousin up to 14 years old. I said this too. I said all these gay motherfuckers, dog, they had something happen to them when they was younger. People thought they were born that way. No, something happened when they was younger. And Kanye said it. He said he ran across some gay porn and they started looking at it and then they started experimenting. This is what happens, dog, with these fruitcakes, dog. And they be like, no, I was born this way. No, motherfucker, you was traumatized.
No.
You got traumatized as a kid.
No.
Did he say gay porn or did he say Playboys?
They say gay porn. They ran across
that?
No.
I thought he said Playboys. I don't want to misquote him.
It could have been Playgirl.
Listen, either way, he was simulating. He said he simulated what he saw up in there. So if he was simulating him being a woman, that's crazy. Like, yeah.
Psycho. Let me stop you there. Because gay is not contagious. I have to believe that there's no such thing as a gay touch or the gay look or a gay magazine, right? Because as kids in Jamaica, we used to go to river, and when you go to river, you walk very far from where you live to go to the river, and you strip naked. And all of the boys will go to the river naked swimming, and none of those boys ever want to fuck any of the boys that swimming naked. Seeing a penis in a magazine don't make it gay. Kanye is already gay mentally.
They had gay porn. Men had gay porn.
Dang, if that's what he said, that's crazy.
Yeah, gay porn was out back then. They had gay porn.
No, gay porn don't make straight man gay. Kanye gay from birth.
He's not a man. That's my point. He's not a man. These are little boys. These are little boys.
But
their hormones ain't even kicking in yet. Like they're trying things.
What are you saying right now, bro? If you a straight man with gay porn,
gay porn don't make
I strongly disagree. I
highly disagree.
Wait, I gotta say this out. Wait. Let me get this all the way out. I strongly disagree that anybody is gay from birth.
Thank you.
Strongly disagree with that.
Thank you. Things happen that turn these, like I said, like if we talking about little boys whose hormones didn't even kick in yet. Their hormones didn't even kick in yet. And they're experimenting with things. And everything pause. And you know, like this, that, and third, like, so yeah, they wasn't born that way. They saw something and they was trying things.
I don't know if born that way, but I do know growing up in the 90s, we was outside young. So Rob, you already know in the projects, it was some niggas at 5 and 6 years old that was jumping rope with the girls and doing all this.
Was a little bit sweet. And we know them from early.
Yeah, we've been
they have too much sugar in the time.
You feel me, Psycho? It was some niggas that was double dutching. We do from 6, like,
you might see the gay kid, and you might, he's a little bit, you know, but I think that kid got traumatized. I think something happened to that kid.
Not necessarily.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about
the same one you talking about. Yeah, you know we talk like he was the one gay kid on the street or whatever the case may be. Everybody knew he was gay. Like you say, he was skipping double dutch and better than the girls. Better than the girls and shit. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Everybody knew the motherfucker was gay, but they hang out with the motherfuckers, so it really didn't matter. Like he over there skipping with the girls and shit. Do your thing over there. Okay. But at the end of the day, I think something happened to those boys. I think they got traumatized at a young age.
Let me reiterate. I just want to say this out loud, right? That there are exceptions to the rule, right? But I will never throw out the rule for the exception just because, hey man, maybe he just need to hang out with other young men for a little while. It's other factors. It ain't just because.
Yeah, it gotta be, but I'm saying this, Rob. I don't know what's inside you, even as a young child, that like if you run across pornographic material and it happened to be 2 men, what makes that child in his mind say, yeah, I'm finna try this shit? Because it's like I was young. You know what I'm saying? I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers snuck out the little Playboys and the freaky magazines, and we ran across VHS tapes, you know what I'm saying, that the Step Pops had with, you know what I'm saying, ebony eyes and all that freaky, you know. But I'm saying it was
and shit like that. That's what we had. We had Porkies and
no, I'm talking about real porn. I'm talking about nigga finding the tape somewhere that your pops didn't hit up. You know what I'm saying? But it's some ebony eyes or some old freaky bitches from the 80s. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying like we was finding them tapes, but it didn't dawn on us at that age to be like going out here trying this shit with young girls. Like, yeah, I'm finna go. It was just like, wow, this is amazing. Like, this is what motherfuckers go be on when they grown. So it's like something already had to be off with your wiring. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess something would be off because why the fuck is it gay porn around? So that's like another question.
No, because the mother had it. That's why I was watching it. It must be his mother had it.
Bro,
had
if
gay
his
porn.
mother had gay porn, she's a lesbian. So that's
yes, because lesbians love gay porn. Every lesbian I've met, and I have had interaction with many lesbians. I've had interaction with lesbians. Lesbians love their dick from time to time, and they're very freaky. They always have gay porn. That's what turned them on.
So you was with a lesbian, and you.
I was with many, more than one lesbian. I don't watch gay porn. I don't watch it, but they have it. You have conversation with them.
No, sir.
You never sleep with a lesbian before? You've never had sex with a lesbian?
No.
Yeah, I mean, if she wasn't no lesbian that night.
all of them.
I don't know what she do on her own days. But when I got her,
conversation, yeah, but if you have conversation with them, if you're true to yourself, if you have experience, have conversation with them, right? Because I tell them straight up, most lesbians have penis envy. Because what they're swinging,
feel that by watching.
I never knew that you
what
was
are we
this
talking
liberal. I never knew you was this liberal, Stupids. I swear to God.
Liberal in terms of what? Guess what? Growing up, my name was John Rambo. They used to call me John Rambo because I was a dangerous cleanup man in the community. Meaning that it could be 99 to 16. If it come across, we get it fucked and it's him. My body count is in the hundreds. And it's not one or two. Growing up, I had the cars, I had the friends that sell XYZ, I had access to the money. I had access to the girls.
So yeah,
I had access to the girls. I'm driving from my eye to my knee.
So you done seen it. You done had a wider experience than most.
I don't know. It's not something to brag about because as I get older now, I said if I could go back in time, the only person I would want to have sex with is my wife. Because somebody having multiple partners desensitize them to an emotional connection during sex. This is sex as an act, not as a feeling thing. But we're not talking about that now. We're talking about Kanye. Watching gay porn don't make you gay. Kanye artsy. And if you look at a lot of dudes who very artsy, mean that they're in the art, they paint, they're into music. Sometimes they kind of be sweetish. Tupac look a bit sweetish.
I'm in the music.
So you saying little kids aren't impressionable?
I'm saying that they're impressionable. Yes, I agree with that, but not watching gay porn make you gay. Gay porn don't make
gay porn doesn't. So if they see gay porn and they start trying to try it because they around other boys and these boys decide to try it because they sneaking looking at this gay porn, that gay porn didn't get them to try something that they normally wouldn't try if they were just sitting down watching cartoons.
No, what you do is just move the goalposts. But I'll tell
you what. That's what Kanye explained. I'm giving you the same thing that happened with Kanye.
Yeah, he talking about this happened as a child, bro.
No, he said that. So watching gay porn with his cousin,
as a child,
his friends, as a child, he wanted to experience. We need a man in his life. That is what caused Kanye to be gay. He never had a man in his life. He said never a father or a stepfather.
You missing the point. Children's minds are wholly impressionable and is fully warped for a child to come across pornographic material. Like when I came across it, it warped me. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't no wild shit like that. Motherfuckers probably would have ran out the house. You see what I'm saying? I'd have told my mama, like, what the fuck is this? You see what I'm saying? It would have hit different. So I'm saying, like,
you watch straight porn, right? You got pornography. You got access to the magazines at a young age. Did that warp your mind so much that you went out there and aggressively took sex from a young lady? No, you didn't.
No, it didn't warp my mind to where I aggressively took it from nobody. No. No, wait.
But even if you try to attain it, you have to convince somebody.
That ain't what Kanye West said. He aggressively did nothing with nobody.
No, Kanye aggressively looked some bottom, some gay sex. He went out and looked gay sex at a young age. After we finished
he didn't aggressively do it.
Influence.
He got influenced by finding it.
Yeah, but even after you and I watched straight porn growing up, we didn't go down next door. And we still went out and watched Transformers. We still went out and watched G.I. Joe.
Listen.
Yeah.
After
you watch, let's talk from personal experience. Both you and I. You and I, I'm older than you. I'm 53. How old are you? I'm 53. How old are you?
43.
Old enough.
You're 10 years younger than me. So after you got access to the porn, you watch a couple videos of it, you get bored after a while. Because 90% of the time when you're watching porn as a young man,
after I saw my first porno, them hide and seek games turned into hide and go get it. You hear what I'm saying, bro, Rob? It wasn't no psycho. You hear like my world view of little girls changed. I was trying to see coochie after that, bro. You feel me? Like at that moment, listen, before that moment, I was just a young kid outside playing with other kids, girls and little boys. Like everybody was just a kid to me. You feel me, psycho? Like
that what age you talking about?
I'm saying
what age we're talking about?
Girls were annoying when you was a little kid. When you was a little kid before
about 7 years old?
Yeah, about 6, 7 years old.
Before your hormones and all that stuff start kicking in, girls were kind of annoying. Like they was like,
Right, but I'm saying like outside, you know, it was like little tomboy girls, and you know what I'm saying. Like it's like the boys did shit and the girls did that shit, but it was still shit we did outside. Like when everybody did hide and seek, or when everybody
that was all together,
shit, kickball. It was still shit everybody did all together that we did. But I'm saying like after that little first where you like realize that like, oh, this what little girls is for. This what girls is going. Like it was like it was
why husband and wives get together. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. 7 years old.
Different outside. That's all I'm saying. It's like it was different with little girls. Like, it was like, you know, and then you started to realize like the other homies around you that was like quote unquote the cooler ones. It was like, oh, they didn't already had this experience, so no wonder they like viewing stuff and sneaking off, and we like, where they going? You see what I'm saying? But we still look kids just outside like, ooh, like ain't really, that shit don't register. I remember Duke Dennis had this one story where he was like, nigga, I remember I was outside with my friends, with my homie, and we was doing some Power Ranger goofy shit and acting like we was Naruto, and he was like, I remember these other two niggas we knew from the neighborhood came over, they was looking at us like, oh, weird ass niggas, like, but we still kids. He was like, I remember they went over to this girl house, like the next door girl, they went over there and ran the train over. He was like, from that moment, I was like, nigga, I'm not finna be playing on Naruto. No, like, is this what's really happening outside? Is like, so that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, that like, no, bro. You know what I'm saying? I always had that feeling of what little girls was for, but once it was confirmed, it was like, okay, yeah, so that motherfucker, if I was that age and would have seen some motherfucking gay porn, nigga, that shit would have traumatized me. I would have ran out the motherfucker, nigga. I'd have told my mama, my daddy, like that shit would have fucked up the family. You hear me, psycho? Yeah. Granny would have got involved, motherfucker, be like, what the fuck y'all doing over there?
I think that's why there's an uptick in gays now. In younger ages, like in high school and everything else, because you got all this access, all this fruitcake stuff, and they almost encourage to try and experiment this stuff at an early age, and this is why you. And the result of that is you got a vast. I forgot the crazy amount of gays that's in it. I think they said, what was it? So it was some crazy number of gay. I think it's like a quarter of high schoolers identify with LGBTQ. 1 quarter, 25% of high schoolers. That's insane, son.
It's probably always been that way though, but they probably just didn't come out.
You believe that?
That's what
I just know, man. No.
I don't believe that, bro.
I just can't. It's hard to believe that.
That's a big number, man. 25%.
Right.
That's one every.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm saying.
Huh? You kidding me? You wouldn't have been able to get here if it's always been 25%.
That don't, bro. Niggas, like the niggas that's fucking go fuck and fuck and fuck a lot. So that ain't go like niggas have a baby. It's never gonna be a problem.
What I'm saying is that culturally, right? So culture. This is how culture works. It punishes the things that it doesn't deem acceptable, and then it highlights the things that they think would be great in a culture. See, that's how you produce things over and over and over again. This is a phenomenon.
But that's what I'm saying. When you saying 25% of high schoolers,
that is a phenomenon.
Wait, I'm saying that they taking in all high schoolers, white, black, Asian. That ain't just that ain't just a racial black thing. That's just high schoolers. So I'm saying,
it's not racial. It's just high school.
That's why I'm saying that number probably always been that way because we don't know what that means for black people, white people. You feel me? It's like that number.
The self-identified number has always hovered between 3 to 7%. Historically,
it probably still that way. It's probably still that way in the black community.
That's like 10%.
Back in my time. Yeah, like maybe like 10%.
But that's what I'm saying, Psycho. It sounds like it's still that way because if we're saying 25% for all high schoolers, then you're right, Rob. It's probably still the same 3 to 7% for like black people because we just talking about like
no, it's more with black people though. Like it's definitely more black people too. I don't know if the numbers is like as dramatic, like as far as like 25%. As far as you just talking black people, but it's more than what it was when we was coming up. I know that. It's definitely more.
I don't know. It's probably more advertised, but I don't know if it's more.
I don't think it's more advertised. It's a phenomenon. And I would say that shows like Empire and those of that ilk, right, that normalize like gay interactions on the show and stuff, right? It just kept on normalizing and showing it and showing it and showing it, and you know, like that's normal. And so,
but hold on, listen to me.
I'm listening.
Even if you give that example,
right?
All these people, especially if we're talking about black TV shows, most of them niggas was gay. And the women too. Sherman Hemsley was gay. Uncle Phil was gay. Motherfucking Carl Winslow was gay. Half of them women that was on them shows back in the day was like they're gay in real life. Fucking Clark Gable, the first Superman was gay. So it's like that's always been a thing. They just like I just saying if I try and put that out there, if they didn't have to live in a closet, them numbers would have probably always been like that, bro.
But like nah, because like
not
PK,
bro. And
like remember these surveys
Professor Opie was gay.
These surveys that they took, they were anonymous, right? These are anonymous surveys, so they didn't have to hide it during the survey because it was anonymous. But even if it wasn't anonymous, where all like I go back and I see all my old high school people and everything else, this, that, and third, they still straight. They not like they didn't come out as gay or nothing like that. Besides the people that we always suspected was gay, but outside of them, like no, like everybody who was straight was straight. Like I didn't see any. Oh my God, I can't believe that motherfucker turned into a woman. Like I didn't have none of those.
But I'm saying I didn't have none of that from my high school. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, that's probably some other people that was in the area high school experience with motherfuckers they went to school with. And I definitely know that it's a lot of niggas that went to jail, you know what I'm saying, and got into weird shit and all of that shit. So it's like, Yeah, that shit probably always been that way. Motherfuckers just wasn't saying it.
I don't think so.
Yeah. And even if they didn't say it, they couldn't hide it. Like just like you was just talking about earlier. We knew the gay dude on the block. We knew who the gay dude on the block was, right? He couldn't hide. He didn't say he was gay, but we knew the motherfucker was gay.
That part. But what I'm saying is that nigga always existed, Psycho. That's why I seen somebody put in the chat earlier, like that Boondocks episode coming to life, making more and more sense. That Gangsterlicious. You feel me? Yeah, we always knew the nigga that was playing Double Dutch was on some weird shit. Right. Motherfucker eyes. Like that when Adabisi's started being gay is when I'm saying, like, when we start figuring out, oh, these the gay niggas too, that's a gym culture. You feel what I'm saying?
But we talking about little kids though. We talking about little kids though.
I know we talking about little kids, but I'm saying, like, for instance, I just started finding out, like, a lot of motherfuckers that was like on the football team and shit like that. They was like, yeah, a lot of them niggas who was on the football team, bro, them niggas on some other shit. Them niggas was dead. They was gay. They just wasn't coming out and saying. I was like, for real?
You get finished, bro.
Go ahead, my fault.
Nah, I was just gonna say, this is my point of view. It's a learned behavior. The reason why I say it's a learned behavior is because they all perform the same way, walk the same way. They're into the same things. What are those same things? Fashion, things that feminine interests are aligned with, right? It's a learned behavior. And so because of that, right, showing it and advertising it has created this explosion. That number that I talked about, hovering between 3 to 7% self-identified, and then it jumping to 20-25%. That's significant, bro. And if it continues, right, if it continues at the rate that it is, right, that is going to be significant population decrease among Black folks. It's not good for us.
That's not true either.
It's not.
But is that number for all Black folks though? That number was
That's not true.
I don't give hey, on this one, like, you don't have to agree. I'm just saying.
No. I'm not. What I'm saying to you is this, right? Please allow me to speak. In the Black community, as significant of Black men don't have children. 30% of Black men don't have children. Statistics have proven that 30% of Black men also haven't had sex in the last 3 years. The same men who having children is the same men having children. And the same men who having sex is the same men having sex. A significant proportion of Black men. So if they gay, it don't matter. Because enough other Black men having children and having sex.
Our women fertile as hell, bro. Niggas out here got 3 and 4 baby mamas. You know, motherfucker, I got 5 kids by myself. So it's like every man in my family got at least 4+ kids.
That's several baby mothers.
Just one man. Yeah,
that's several baby mothers.
Yeah, it's just one. Like no, I got a wife. You know what I'm saying? All 5 of my kids by one woman. But I'm saying my little brother got 4 kids. My other brother got 4. Like all us got hella kids. So it's like that. Whatever gay niggas doing is not slowing down niggas who out here fucking
doing what they're doing.
To it.
Yeah, most people when they say, "Oh no," some dudes just not getting any sex. It don't mean that the Black population going to die off. No.
I didn't say that it was gonna die out. I said it would be a decrease.
And it is a decrease in the birth rate of white people, at least.
White population has been decreasing. Nobody not saying that.
You don't think the gay culture got something to do with that?
It's not the gay culture.
It's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's not the gay culture.
You don't think it contributes. I ain't giving it. I'm not talking absolute.
That's that Neanderthal DNA, Psycho. Come on now.
I think it contributes.
I was, of course, the bullshit played a factor too, and other things. But yeah, I think the gay shit definitely contribute to numbers going down.
Yeah, I'm just a huge proponent for marriage. I think marriage is a good thing for the Black community because it builds strong families. Strong families produce the stable kids. Stable kids are more easily able to educate and elevate in their education. You can take them from first grade to third grade to fifth grade, like fast. You know what I mean? If they got a stable background. That alone, right? If we can get them to 8th grade stable, that alone would pay huge dividends down the line if we just invested 4 years right now. Every 4th grader, make sure we getting everything they need. And man, listen to me. In 10 years, thank me later. You know what I mean? Because it ain't no cap to what can happen. You know what I mean? Our kids are brilliant, but something happened in the 3rd grade is what I'm saying. Y'all can look at the numbers for yourself. Something happened weird in the 3rd grade. Niggas start going to the principal office. Girls get disinterested or overperform. Them the numbers, G.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened weird in 3rd grade. That's why I'm saying we overly invest in 4th grade.
What's that, around 9, 10 years old?
Yeah.
That's a fact. You ain't lying about that age range, though.
What if we overly invest in that area? Man, 10 years? Man, listen, man, you don't have no idea, G. Because they are more advanced from birth. That's not, that ain't cap.
I would say by 9, 10 years old, you pretty much develop your personality, right? As far as like, if you're gonna be an overt person, like if you're gonna be an introvert, if you're gonna be somebody who's like a talkative or like those type of characteristics, I think you develop those at a very early age. Like people that talk a lot and as old, they've been talking that way since they was a little kid.
No
like
doubt.
People that are quiet now, they was quiet kids. You know what I mean? I think certain traits like that, like you pick up at a really early age, and you kind of keep those.
So listen, right? Over the years, teaching techniques have been elevated, and so targeting. So it's targeting what students do well, right? And then what you do is you make their strengths stronger. You see what I mean? You address every weakness, but you make their strengths stronger. And that produces greater aptitude in later class, like once they get 7th, 8th grade, their capacity for learning is larger, is what I'm saying. They might not be producing, right? But their comprehension level would be off the meat rack. You know what I mean?
Off the meat rack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, speaking real quick, so like scientifically, like black kids, like our motor skills were more, what's the term? We in comparison to our white counterparts, our motor skills, our intellectual abilities,
cognitive development.
Yeah, it not transcend, but it I'm trying to find a word, but it eclipses our white counterparts when it comes to when it comes to the acclimation of learning. Like, so that's why I always go back to but we're not, somehow, some way we've been told that we're inferior, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna leave it alone, y'all.
Man, rest in peace and power to Dr. Layla Africa, man. That was his major thing, that we need to accept the fact that we are special. We special, bro. It's something about us that's special. It's real, bro. I know you feel it. When you go into the mall, you ain't been there in a while, you show up, it's a bunch of Caucasians. Your energy, you know what I mean? It make their ass look up. Oh. You know exactly what I'm talking about. When you walk into the DMV and shit, and everybody look up.
They go record. He got a phone on. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about white folks. I make them feel
Psycho, you can hit me. You can hit me with the X-Files music. You know what I'm saying? It's cool, man. All right, man. But I mean, man, I was a Dr. Africa fan, bro. Loved his work, and the man was super wise, bro.
Nutricide, definitely. His book Nutricide.
Oh yes, sir.
He got a book called Nutricide. Yeah.
And man, bro, he was a man that would tell you exactly, like if you was wrong, bro, he'd tell you where you wrong and where to go get the answer. You know what I mean? And that's man, bro. And he didn't hold back. I mean, that's the one thing, you know, a lot of people didn't appreciate. I appreciated it though. Oh, definitely. Because that's how you grow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people try to tell you he's pseudo, but I don't want to get into Dr.
Let's say that this was him and the people that moved in them circles. You know, said Dr. Kaba as well, right? What they do is they put a theory out there, and then they go and they give you the premise on how they gonna look for the theory and how they gonna prove it, and then they go and try to prove it, but they say it like it's a fact before they go and prove it. You see, you know what I mean? And so that is in that general sense, because that goes against academia, right? In a general sense, you would have to say that pseudo, like if we gonna say the standard is the standard, you know what I mean? And that's what happened. You know what I mean? And that's just with all integrity. You know, and I got great respect for these men. You know, saying Renoko Rashidi and, you know, people that they call pseudo. They actually went to go and try to prove the theory that they was saying was law, G. They went to go actively try to prove it.
Yeah, real quick. Watch YouTube. You there?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah, what's going on? How you?
What's up? I'm doing all right, man.
All right, what's the word?
Yeah, man, I just wanted to make a couple points because I heard the topic, man, just kind of stopped by. First, I was going to say, I don't think anyone is born, I don't think a person is born either one, right? Because you're a baby. So I think just scientifically, right, you don't have you can't say hetero or homo when a person is born because they're not even a sexual person yet. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to that whole being born gay, when it comes to that, nah, man, that don't even make sense. Like a baby don't know nothing about that, right? So I'm with you on that because I think at a certain as the person grows, they go get exposed to certain stuff, right? Now, somebody can say they have an inclination, possibly, like they might have some kind of more masculine or more feminine inclination, but even that I wouldn't say is sexual. Let me give you an example why I don't say that, right? If you look at the ancient Greeks, the ancient Greeks, you had people that would be practice pederasty, right? Like a form of pedophile. They would just they have the kind of teenage boy around that puberty, right around the puberty age boy, and it'll be like the older male. And their reasoning for it didn't even have really that much to do, from what I've read, with the sexuality, right? It was a philosophical thing where they consider a male to be like a female as a being is lower than a male. So it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like, it's better basically to deal with a young male than a female. And some of them, whoever held that philosophy. So even when you're thinking about some of these Greek warriors, like the whole, Alexander from Macedon, whatever, these ancient Greek, Sparta, whatever, Greco-Roman warriors, they might be masculine in the sense that, like, they're fighters, whatever, but they'll mess with boys. You can see that possibly a little bit in the prison system too, like even in modern times, right? You might have a dude, he might mess with the dudes while he's in jail when he behind bars, but he'll tell you that he ain't gay. You get what I'm saying? So So now you have someone mentioned on the panel earlier about kind of, we talked about how y'all talked about how you got people that might even at 6 years old, whatever, very young ages, You might see a person like be a tomboy or a dude playing the double dutch and all that kind of skipping rope, whatever. And I separate that as a matter of being masculine or feminine, right? Because you had tomboys, you had girls that fool with boys, right? And they weren't gay, they were never lesbian growing up, right? So they were masculine, but that didn't mean they were lesbian or gay. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, that. And then what was another point I was gonna make? I think a lot of this shit came from European culture, man, like ancient Babylonian, Greco-Roman, heavily Greco-Roman culture. And you think about it, the word lesbian itself, I think it comes from that island, like one of them islands in the Mediterranean, Lesbo, yeah. So the women, when it comes to the dudes, right, you see how white boys will play, they play the gay shit, right? To where it's like normal for them to play gay. You know, if somebody mentioned with the locker room stuff, like a lot of their athletes, which again, that goes back to the Greeks. The Greeks would play sports naked and shit, right? The men, women, they would play Olympic games naked, you know. But even today, like I said, you got the white boys, they play the gay shit.
They also didn't bathe regularly.
Yeah, they didn't bathe. Among Europeans, they actually bathe more, but yeah, they had the little bathhouses.
What Europeans bathe more?
Greco-Romans.
The Romans and the Greek.
Yeah, because they actually had the bathhouses, but you're talking about the further north, which they don't identify with them. The ancient Greeks did not, they considered them barbarians, like the Nordics and them people further north. They were the ones that would bathe like once or twice a year or whatever, right? So yeah, but the
all of this is debatable, especially when we get to talking about the actual regions and then the actual reasons why. You know what I mean? Well, are you familiar with the work? It's called The Iceman's Inheritance.
Nah, not that specifically. But I have read a few. I've read some excerpts from different Greek writers, though, that were philosophers, and they kind of mention it. And just some of my studying of some of the history. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's not our culture. It's certainly not something that I would say is African culture, West African culture. In no great detail will you ever find like anything documented saying that homosexuality is found in any great number in Western African culture, right? And so because of that, right, I just reject the notion that it is normal, even though they might have practiced it.
I 100% agree with you.
The reason I'm gonna say that, and I end on this, is that if you look at it from a natural point of view, our hormones, you want to reproduce. And I mean, if you really think about it, right, we are the luckiest men on earth. We got black women, right? And if you think about what they possess, that's what every man possesses, the curves and the voluptuosity. Correct. You know what I mean? The sassiness. All men desire this. You know, and
you must ain't looked at no Puerto Ricans or Dominicans lately, but I'm gonna let you continue.
Well, they get a lot of. I mean, you know, there's some mix there, so you know they get a little black.
Well, you know,
I don't know what they mix with.
I mean, of course, I'm here in Chicago, so of course I see it. You know what I mean? But it is sundress season, man. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean,
Rob just in the spirit of summertime in Chicago. I hear it in your voice because that's the third time you mentioned sundress season. See, sundress season ain't got shit to do with the comment. That's the third time you done said that. Boy, I'm picking up what you putting down. I'm picking it up, boy. You ready, cuz? And I'm right there with you. I'm definitely planning my trip back to the crib.
I'ma always push heterosexual man shit, man, because hey, we all straight black men that love black women.
Ain't nothing like sundress season in Chicago.
I'm
by the
so
way,
confused.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm so confused.
You from Chicago too?
Yeah, sundress season in Chicago, bro. Listen,
It's not
once
bad,
the
bro.
weather break in Chicago and the women start taking off them motherfucking pellies and them big ass coats.
Oh wow,
Lord Jesus, boy, it get vicious outside. Do you hear me? It get vicious. 30, a good 40% of the killings come from niggas that like motherfuckers that they been bungalowed down through the winter. By the time she hit that summer and she hit outside, man, that nigga ready to kill something, boy, cause she is out here in some shit that's a sundress, boy. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Man, Roger, you got me talking about it, man.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
I'm
married, man. Fuck all that, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
shout out to the
brother, know that you said that.
Lord Jesus, boy, you just
Brother,
put all
you've
type
been
of
talking more than everybody else. Go ahead.
man.
I'm married. I'm not blind.
I know, man, but Lord, I'm trying to be a righteous man, brother.
Can I say something?
Back on that, bro, Rob.
Bobby said something.
Oh, go ahead.
Bobby said something. And I have to.
Atheist, man. He come to Chicago. I guarantee you,
dude. Let me say something, please. Yeah, what Bobby says contradict the whole not born gay argument, because if it's in the nature of a man to be straight, and when you look at Chicago during sundress season, even if he wouldn't want to practice gaydom, because it would be against his nature. That is why the argument to me is that some people are gay.
I don't understand what you're saying.
No, some people have to be born gay, because how else can you go against the nature? How else can you go against your nature? Your raw born nature.
Let me throw this out there real quick. So I was going to piggyback on bro Rob real quick. That's actually where he took it, is where I was going with it, man. Like, that shit is Greco-Roman, European, probably ancient Babylonian, because they not as known as the Greco-Romans, but they were known for a lot of the just out of bounds sexual type of activity that the ancient Babylonians, possibly the ancient Canaanites, some of these people. But the thing is that I think that we got a lot of what's going on today. We actually picked it up from being around the white boys, right? White people, right? The white boys, because even I didn't even know this back when I was growing up, but I found out like people like Bayard Rustin, some of these people in the civil rights was messing with white dudes, was gay and messing with white dudes, and then like I said, even with the women, even with black women, right? The whole Katy Perry, I kissed a girl and I liked it type of shit. They like it's more normalized for white women to experiment like that. Oh, just out of curiosity. It's no big deal, I kissed a girl, whatever, right? And like I said, with the white boys in the locker room slapping the butts, all that kind of shit. And I think that it just
embracing white culture is causing an uptick in high school gayness.
I can agree with that. I got you. I feel you now.
And Brother Rob said back in Africa, right? I knew a dude from Ethiopia, right? Modern Ethiopia, but ancient, was it Abyssinia or whatever, right? Because back in the day, most of Africa was called Ethiopia, right? So they he was telling me they don't even have a word. Like he had brought his mom. This is like maybe mid 2000, like let's say 2007, back then. And he had brought his mom over. She got up in age. She brought his mom over to the U.S. And he when it was kind of a little bit of a culture shock, because by that time it had started being normalized, right? Like I can remember back in high school, it wasn't normal yet, right, to have black gay people just like out. Now I'm not like y'all said, they had them from way back in the day. You had the actors and all that, but it wasn't just high school people out. Then I started seeing colorful backpacks. I'm gonna say about the late 90s, early 2000s. You start seeing colorful backpacks. Dudes start wearing pink, shit like that, right? So
it started in the 90s. It started in the 90s, 2000s. That's when it started being more overt. But the covert stuff started in the 90s.
Yeah, there you go, right? So I'm gonna say
the millennials was the lab rats when it came to that gay stuff. Millennials were the lab rats. They experimented with the millennials, and you see the results of it today. But we were the lab rats for other things as far as Gen X. We was the lab rat as far as integration and everything else, and intermingling with white kids and others trying to give us a white savior complex and shit like that. That was the social experiments they did with us. When the millennials came around, they took it up, they stepped it up to another level, and they started introducing all that gay stuff and started normalizing all that gay stuff with the millennials. So now they view gay stuff as completely different as us. Like,
definitely, man. And I'm like right on the edge of X to millennial. Like I'm like I could go either one based on my generation. So I agree with you, man. It started right around that time, and slowly but surely. Because I remember when I was a kid, man. Like
they started Gen X. All of those Prince dressing, Boy George looking dude. They started experimenting with Gen X.
That was white people.
Even when we was young, man.
Prince, Boy George, when black men, Jerry Curl.
Yeah.
Black men started dressing like women, start feminizing the dress from Gen X.
And let me finish that last point I was about to make, right? So let's say it's probably late 2000, so it's in full swing, right? The dude from Ethiopia told me they don't even have, he couldn't explain it to his mom because they don't even have a word for it in their language. There's no word for homosexual, gay. You get what I'm saying? So how can it, for sure ain't part of the culture because there's not even a word for it. So it didn't exist. So I think, like Real Rob said, if you're talking about Africa, and of course, even to this day, West African presidents, right, for all their bullshit that they be on, for all the this fucked up shit. But one thing they hold fast to, for the most part, is the rejecting the whole gay. Even the women, right? Like they tried to make them keep the gay flag up on the Jamaican embassy like a few years ago. I think it was Biden and them. And they was like, nah, keep this shit down. So it's not that culture at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Gay stuff wasn't promoted in school when I was in school. They ain't promote no gay. They ain't promote no gay stuff. We ain't have to argue about no pronouns. We ain't have to do that. Like it was none of this stuff. It was that when we had sex education, they were talking about heterosexual sex. They wasn't talking about no gay sex. None of that shit. It was none of that promotion shit. Yeah, it was Boy George and stuff like that. Entertainers, like gay people existed. I'm not saying gay people didn't exist during Generation X or whatever. I'm talking about the promotion of being gay, experimenting. Oh, look here, like with the kids in the schools and all that stuff. No, that we didn't have all that. The millennials had all that. The millennials started having Teletubbies and everything else with purses and all this other everything else. Like that was a big deal in the early 90s. Like why is there?
I think it would. But hold on.
Shit, what is this?
I think it is an undertone of energy though, especially in the black community, because it's like I do agree with you somewhat that even though they wasn't promoting it, it is something to be said that when you go back and look at a large majority of black entertainment, you know what I'm saying? Us growing up, it was, you know what I'm saying, gay actors, you know what I'm saying, and gay actresses.
Existed, yeah.
But not just that they existed, it was like it was like they were subtly, you know what I'm saying, throwing them out there, you know what I mean, without just saying it overtly. You know what I mean? Because if you go back and look at like a lot of characters and
they got laughed at when I was a kid. When I was a kid, we laughed at them motherfuckers. Like
right. Yeah. No, I'm not saying in that way, but I'm saying like it was little things like when you go back, like Luther Vandross was gay. You feel what I'm saying? But he wasn't promoted. He wasn't promoted at gay. But that's what I'm saying. When you say covert, it's just that we weren't looking for him to be gay. But when you go back and look at it now, you like,
I'm just talking about Teddy P. I'm talking about the promotion. Like Luther never sung no gay shit that Kanye just sung.
Correct. And that's
as gay as Luther was, you can't pull up one song with him saying any gay ass shit like Kanye just sung.
But that's the point that I'm trying to make. Even though he wasn't doing that, it was still subtly giving us that, like, dude, remember in the heat of the night, the TV show back in the day?
He was zesty.
Remember that in the heat of the night TV show back in the day? The nigga who played Virgil Tibbs, that actor, that black dude, that nigga was gay.
Yeah, damn, I ain't know that.
Right, you see what I'm saying? Because they weren't promoting it, but it's like
your point is, if we look back in history, a lot of these people were gay, and so it was always there.
It's like they were subtly putting it out there, and just like conditioning it to you to
maybe it. Right. Now we should look at it with different eyes. Is what you're saying?
Right. I'm saying like now that I go back and look at it, it's like it was always there. It wasn't being promoted, but it was like the conditioning was there. Like the other, like not in these numbers in day-to-day life. But I'm saying, like, we all grew up being conditioned by TV and propaganda and all of that shit. So it's just like the toughest niggas on the block we'll laugh at the gay dude. Like when I was growing up,
it was a concentrated effort with the millennials to change the mindset.
I agree.
So Boy George and them won't get laughed at. This, that, and the third, everything else. Like it was a conscious effort. It wasn't no conscious effort to change our minds about nothing.
But that's what I'm saying. Boy George was only getting laughed at if a nigga was trying to be Boy George outside. But that was still, he could still be Boy George and be on MTV. You see what I'm saying? It's like a nigga couldn't be Prince. A nigga couldn't be Prince just walking down on the west side of Chicago. But them same niggas who is GDs and Vice Lords would be like, that nigga Prince. You see what I'm saying? Like they still bumping Purple Rain and when Doug's crying, making excuses for the blouses and all of that shit. You feel me?
I gotta push back on some of this Prince stuff. I do this all. Prince wasn't getting played on the black radio stations out here like that, bro. I'm gonna tell you, like Prince was getting played on white stations. White people love Prince. Like, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Like
that might be your experience.
Not getting played.
That might be your experience like though. Not in Chicago. Prince was the GOAT. Yeah, you might be. No, I'm saying that could be your. I'm not gonna invalidate your experience, Psycho, but I'm saying growing up in Chicago, which is a major city, yeah, Prince was on every station, black, white.
Even our black video stations didn't play Prince videos. White people played Prince videos, like MTV played Prince. These white video stations, they played Prince. They loved all that rock and roll guitar stuff and everything, that, and the third. Like when our stations are playing R&B, classic R&B, and that is not Prince. That's what
Prince had classic R&B, like the beautiful ones and all of that. Like that shit was getting played. I'm telling you, man. Like
we was playing soft, we was playing 80s rock, pop shit. That's what you play. Go back and listen to all that shit. Go back and listen to all that shit. That shit is not classic R&B.
No, Prince got classic R&B. That's what I'm saying. Like Prince got big when I was growing up. The songs that niggas was praying from Prince, When Doves Cry, Purple Rain, the beautiful people.
Do Me Baby didn't become an R&B song till Melissa Morgan sung it. When he sung it, that was not an R&B song. Go listen to his version. Listen to Melissa Morgan's version. The Melissa Morgan version was the R&B version. His version was not.
It was more pop. Him and Prince. Exactly. I mean, Prince and Michael Jackson was the only black dudes getting play on MTV at that time. So you're right about that. Prince was definitely a pop artist. I ain't gonna deny you that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that your experience of Prince not being on the black stations in New York could be true. But I'm saying like in Chicago and like I'm pretty sure Fontaine grew up in Atlanta. Yeah, niggas was fucking with Prince, bro. Thug niggas, everybody, like they wasn't denying Prince. But that was that go back to my point of like it was still being subtly promoted without it just being overtly said. What you said, Ty?
Love Prince.
Nobody was fucking with Prince. Let me
I remember niggas fucking with Mike, but not Prince.
Yeah, Mike got played.
Everybody love Mike, but I don't argue with plenty of old heads who pick Prince over Mike.
Yeah,
they respect him as a
musician. Like, y'all crazy as fuck. They be like, man, Prince. They used to be like, you just
musician.
young, you don't know. Prince was him. Prince that guy.
But if they go back and remember, if they keep it a buck, he might get played on black radio stations like that though.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
He might get played on. He had a different style of music. It wasn't really black, the mainstream black style.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I can agree that the majority of Prince music one black music, but Prince definitely had them, you know what I'm saying, some slaps.
He had pop hits. I mean, he's a pop
star. I'm saying he had black hits, like, Beautiful People is, you know what I'm saying?
I never
zero black hits.
Diamonds and Pearls, that's black people. You know what I'm saying? Black people made that hit.
I was gonna make a quick point too, to get a little bit back on that topic we was on. As somebody in the comments said, I think his name Pure Black, he said that the ancient Egyptians had some gay shit. I've heard about that.
That's a fact.
But
they had plenty of gay shit.
Somebody said something about Neanderthals, man. I'm gonna go somewhere with this real quick. Now, Neanderthals is a different species.
Yeah, I said that.
That was you? Okay. So I'm gonna go a little bit further, right? Neanderthals is a different species, right? Like, even if you put them in the category of human, right?
That's why I said them white people got that shit in their DNA. That's why they're doing it.
It's like different dog breeds behave different breeds of animals, races, strains, however you want to put it. There's a difference, right? It's just the behavioral. It's not just the white skin and certain physiological aspects, but also behavioral. So I think that shit.
Humans, the one animal that's not gay, right? We the we the non-gay animal. Every other animal display gay shit, but humans, no, not them.
I'm saying that
Fuck out of here.
In a controlled environment, they do.
No,
no gay shit in nature.
No, this is what I'm saying.
Bro, you see plenty of gay shit in nature.
Hold on, real quick. When watch YouTube first came in,
what's some gay shit in nature? You said it's plenty.
Hold on, real quick. That's what I was finna get to, Rob. When watch YouTube came in and said, as humans, we not like a child ain't a sexualized being. So that's why I agree with him at. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it is innate, like you said, to want to procreate, you know what I'm saying, as a man or as a woman. So that require the opposite sex. You see what I mean? So it do, in my opinion, it do take a form of like culture and society to kind of influence, you know what I mean, what we call it homosexuality, right? But then, hold on, real quick.
But your sexual organs aren't just reproductive, though.
But that's I get that. That's why I'm saying like that still boils down to your cultural influence as you growing up, and then who you becoming, what you're around, and stuff like that. You feel me?
On both sides, though. Yeah,
on both sides. Yeah,
on both sides.
I'm not. But when with the Neanderthal thing, when you said the animalistic stuff, right, Rob? That's why I was saying, like with white people, them having that a Neanderthal to me is like a form of just like a animal, like a wild beast. And when you look at beasts in nature, all animals will fuck anything, bro. Yeah. Monkeys, dogs, all them shit, bro. Look at nature, bro. Animals be out here just putting in whatever, bro. A dog will put.
Are you saying Homo sapiens are less animal than Neanderthal? Like we're somehow not as much of an animal as they are?
That's that. I'm saying that it's a level. Yeah, I'm saying that whatever. I'm saying this. If the closest thing that to a Homo sapien is a gorilla, that 2% of chromosome or DNA, that level of jump of intelligence, what you want to call it, consciousness or whatever, you see what I'm saying? It makes us head and shoulders above the rest of the animal kingdom, because we don't live in just brute naturalistic ways. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we don't just go off of like raw, like we got things like discernment, like it's certain nuances to the human experience that we don't even see. Like it's very few animals in nature that we see like display the kind of behavior that humans display. So when you look at other animals, like I said, like a dog, a dog will fuck anything, bro. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
A human will fuck anything, bro. Niggas is fucking rubber dolls and shit, bro. What are we talking about?
No, I'm not. No.
Humans is fucking goats and trees and all type of shit.
I agree. I agree with you there, but I was just making the point to Rob on like, where do you see that in nature? That's on. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you, Fontaine.
I just feel like
that point to Rob. No, wait. I was just making that point.
We make these societies and we base what we think of these societies that we create, and then whoever don't want to move with the society that we created, we deem them like barbaric or how they used to be or some shit. All right, how you doing?
Let me make a quick point to that though, right? So it'd be one thing if that was just in one culture, right? But this is going back like thousands of years. They go back to the cave where they had the Neanderthals, and they find out they're eating raw meat. They were eating each other. They have these behaviors. That's why the scientists that's why they come up with these psychological evaluations, man, where they basically have, even today in modern times, right, in Wisconsin, they say they have a thing called a Neanderthal, cannibal sandwich, where they'll eat like raw meat, raw beef on the sandwich. And then you had Dahmer up there and all that. So those certain tendencies, right, those go back thousands of years. It ain't just one. Now, if it was just one-off society or civilization that had those tendencies, that'd be
they're eating the pets.
But hold on real quick though, but to Fontaine, to your point, when I was saying about culture, right? Yes, humans here in America do anything because the culture that permeates it allows a lot of things, right?
Liberty.
Right. So when you go to places like over there, and like we ain't even got to go to like the strict countries in Africa where it's like they'll kill you behind it. But places like I think over there in like Nepal, the place that they consider the happiest countries on the earth. You see what I mean? That ain't necessarily dealing off of monetary gains. You don't see that type of, I'm saying you just don't see that type of extreme culture over there because it's not a reality for them. So I'm saying your habitat kind of permeates how you, so it's like to what Rob was saying earlier. If we know that we not in our natural habitat, we can't even necessarily deem some of our behavior. Exactly. It's just like niggas in the hood, Fontaine. It's like, yeah, they doing what they doing because of financial disparity, and also a lot of this shit is because of the culture
because we're around European ancient Greco-Roman, modern European culture. Just being around and shit is like by osmosis. We, like, for instance, I'm gonna give you another quick example.
Yeah, I get up with you on that one, bro, Rob. Definitely.
Yeah, I agree with that right there, bro.
I get up with you during the debate season on that one.
Back when I was
and you look good up there tonight, bro.
Tattoos, all that kind of shit. There's a lot of shit we do now, right? That along with the gay stuff, that like in my generation growing up, like we weren't even doing. Like they started doing the heavy tattoo stuff probably around the late 90s, probably around the mid to late 90s too. But you know, we weren't really doing the tattoos, the gay shit, like not like regular. Of course, you had people doing all that, but tattoos when I was growing up, that was like that's white biker.
Bro, if you look at the
NBA, hold on, Bob.
Blame Tupac for the tattoo craze.
But listen, the tattoo thing can be just like the gay thing. The tattoos are more accepted now, so now you're seeing way more.
Yeah, that's
what I would argue. Right,
but they didn't have, Negroes didn't have it before the 90s. Negroes didn't have it. Negroes in the 80s did not have tattoos.
Yeah, that's my point. It's more accepted now, and the more it's accepted, the more you see it, the more extreme it gets.
Yeah, they did.
So the same with the gay shit.
Hold on, real quick.
Niggas do not to get them.
Tattoo culture, like I can only speak from my experience, right? So tattoo culture really came from like jail and niggas, you know what I'm saying, getting homemade tattoos and shit like that. So I knew niggas 13, 14, you know what I'm saying, that was getting them jail tattoos. Yeah, they get covered up.
That's it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it was like we weren't getting like, and I agree with you, we wasn't doing like the white boy thing, like a whole sleeve and up the neck and shit on your face and all that shit. We weren't doing that, but you know what I'm saying, like our tattoo came more from jail.
Which I agree with is the fact that it was not acceptable in the 80s. So even when the white boys had it, they had to cover it up. It wasn't appropriate to have a bunch of tattoos at work like it is now.
Yeah, that's real.
But that's a culture thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like they keep pushing the culture.
But these motherfuckers now, bro, motherfucker got a tattoo on their face working the cash register.
That's a fact.
It did not used to be like that.
Taz, I remember I got my neck tattoo in 2013, 2012, and I remember my homegirl telling me, boy, you ain't never gonna be able to get no job. And now look at everything.
That was my point, though, that they, you know, just being in the culture, that also the different type of experimental drugs, a lot of that shit, like, you know how there's certain drugs you like, okay, if somebody doing that, they probably a white boy, right?
That's psycho.
Now I hear about a black person doing meth. You know, that ain't nothing but being part of their, like, kind of being around and being more integrated.
Yeah, shrooms, meth, all that shit. That's all white boy shit. Even pills. I'm blaming them, dog. White, I'm telling you, can't find Negroes was not popping pills. Now, mind you, pills was a thing in the 70s and shit like that and everything else. In the 70s, but that shit took it back.
Hey, nah, not it wasn't no
Gucci man.
Negroes my age. Let me finish. Negroes my age. People was not popping pills. I'm talking my age bracket was not popping pills. Damn shit, nobody was doing shrooms. I don't care what age you was. Nobody was doing meth. I don't care what age you. Nobody was doing none of this stuff before 1998.
But think about it like this, though.
Show me the motherfuckers.
Hold on. Look at it like this, though. Even when you look at drug culture, but hold on, real quick. 50, Ja Rule, all them niggas was off pills, right? They was talking about that in the 90s. And even when you look at just drug culture and the black experience period in America, it kind of like go with what the white boys was doing, right? And I can only go so far back as, like, let's say the 70s. When motherfuckers coming home from Vietnam, that was white people and shit like going through that heroin experience still like they is today, and then us passing that shit off to us. That was the white people.
Man, when I was in 7th grade, BG had a song called Hennessy and Ecstasy, man.
Right,
Come on, man.
Right, no,
I ain't hear about pill popping just from Eminem, like Shout It Low and all them.
What year was that?
Rolling Coaster.
That
I was in middle school in like 97.
Right, now it was 90s. Yeah, that's
no, hell no. The X and the N was like 2001 or 2.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm about to call.
What the BG? Okay, I might got the date wrong.
BG the big one. That's his last album.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying though.
Okay, I might got the date wrong.
Snorting cocaine. That's usually like white people. But like if you came up in the Midwest, nigga, you like 3 6 Mafia, that was just like culture. You feel what I'm saying? It's like that whole culture was that was
Negroes
snorting cocaine in Atlanta was normal.
Nigga, but that's my point. Like
all these
that whole
niggas
culture come from
That's
white
not
people
true.
first.
My father was snorting cocaine from 1970.
I understand that, but I'm saying that culture, the whole cocaine culture, started with them, and then it was something handed off to us for like.
Everything started with them and was handed to us, bro. We like got everything after them,
in the 90s.
But nobody talking about no goddamn mushrooms. I know that. Nobody.
Yeah, none of that shit started with niggas.
It don't start with niggas, but I'm saying once we get our hands on
motherfuckers eating mushrooms. That's crazy, bro. He got you motherfuckers eating fungi. That's what that motherfucker got you.
Hold on, listen, Psycho. I'm not disagreeing with you that Eminem might have.
Give me a shroom though, nigga. I don't care.
But I'm saying
thank
like,
Eminem. Thank Eminem.
Hold on, wait, no, listen.
No, it's not though. You keep saying
niggas started popping pills.
But nobody knew nothing about mushrooms before that.
In Chicago, bro, them niggas was bumping Gucci Man in 2007.
Thank you, bro. I was just about to say, bro, Gucci Man, Shout It Low, Fabo, When Eminem, listen, Psycho, when Eminem was popular like that, Atlanta niggas was not listening to no fucking Eminem.
Was he talking about before 1998?
Who?
No. Show me.
But Eminem doesn't pop, bro.
Right now.
Eminem did not influence hood niggas in Atlanta, Psycho.
I'm talking about influence though.
Listen, bro, I remember this shit, bro. He did not influence Atlanta niggas in 1998.
Mushrooms before 1998.
No, I agree with you. No, I'm not debating that.
But that's you thinking niggas started chewing shrooms because of a song, though.
Yeah, not because of the Eminem song.
No, that's you saying that. That's not how. Not in Atlanta. Let me just say, not in Atlanta. Maybe y'all. Maybe y'all, bro.
Loving Eminem, saying he could go everything else. Maybe we need to eat mushrooms so we can rap like him.
But Psycho, I'm telling you,
that's y'all niggas, bro. Atlanta niggas was not heavy on Eminem like that, bro.
Yeah, niggas weren't bumping Eminem, bro. We wasn't.
Now let me say this.
I liked Eminem, but hood niggas was not bumping no fucking Eminem.
I don't know nobody that was bumping Eminem like that, bro.
Man, I be here, man. Believe me, say that motherfucker to go all the time.
It's probably a couple niggas that the niggas that love Eminem be listening to Tech Nine and Jelly Roll and shit, man. We not them niggas ain't nobody that know.
Niggas not down here barely listen to Jay-Z.
Hold on, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like niggas
listening to Eminem.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you, like, I've been around like a little bit around the country, bro. In the South and like in the Midwest, pill popping didn't become a thing until like that 2005, 6, 7 era.
I'm telling you, bro. You wasn't fucking with no shrooms until later.
That's is you rolling, bitch? That's what popped off the pills in the hood, not no purple pills. What Eminem was saying, nobody was listening to that. Okay. Nobody lit, bro.
Okay, what about the mushrooms though?
Mushrooms
right now.
Mushrooms is just now becoming a thing. Mushrooms is just now becoming a thing, right? Hold on, listen.
In the past 10 years,
I'm gonna tell you who made mushrooms big. Wiz Khalifa.
People who grew up listening to Eminem became of age and
that's not true, bro. That's not true, Psycho.
They wanted to do the drugs to Eminem.
You talking to a nigga who
they influenced by the black culture. They influenced by the black culture more than the white boys in the culture. Wiz Khalifa influenced these niggas with the shrooms and like experimenting.
I tell you my experience.
Where Wiz Khalifa get it from? Was he rapping about it before 1998?
Yes. Well, he was young though. He about my age.
Wiz
He was
Khalifa
probably in middle school like I was.
Exactly. He grew up listening to Eminem. Exactly. So when he got old enough to actually take mushrooms, he started rapping about
No,
it.
bro.
Taking mushrooms.
Well,
Hold on, what you saying?
Eminem didn't make me want to take no mushrooms. A black person gave me mushrooms for the first time.
If you
It
saying
had
that
nothing to
Wiz
do with
Khalifa,
no.
like
if
It
you
had nothing to
saying that
do with
Wiz
no
Khalifa,
Eminem.
wait, if you saying Wiz Khalifa got it from Eminem, I can't
I
debate
doubt
you.
this dude
I'm
listened to
saying,
Eminem.
hold
He's
on,
too
wait.
old.
He
All I'm
introduced
saying,
all that
all I'm
white boy
saying,
drug shit to our fucking community. I seen it
bro, I
happen.
agree with
I
you
agree
on the
to an
white boy
extent,
thing.
but I will say this though, because look, I was doing the music at that time, right? Atlanta created its own culture around that shit, bro.
Right.
I'm sitting here singing the songs in my fucking head from Geeked Up and with Fabo.
That was my era.
With mushrooms?
No,
all of that, Psycho. I'm telling you, bro. Like that was my era. I literally was outside with these niggas.
I'm talking about mushrooms right now. Mushrooms. I promise
I'm talking about
you,
shrooms too, bro. My first time taking shrooms was in
I'm telling
2006.
you, and I'm telling you, my era, nobody was taking no goddamn shrooms. We were smoking weed and
that's the era I'm from, man.
Yeah, because
that's what we were doing.
I'm from your era, though, bro.
bro.
Hold on, but Psycho, I'm 43. I'm from
Anybody
that
was
era.
willing to take
Now,
that.
what happened between? So what happened between my era and your
I'm
era?
trying to tell
That
a lot.
all of a sudden,
Wait.
motherfuckers started taking
I'm
mushrooms.
trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell
Eminem
you.
happened. That's what
Listen,
happened. Eminem
wait.
happened.
I'm saying Eminem had very
You giving him
little
too much
effect
power.
on the culture.
No, y'all get too much power. Y'all started
Hold
doing
on,
white
wait.
boy drugs.
No, I'm saying that the white boy drugs came from the black people that was in the culture influencing more than Eminem. Like when I was in Atlanta,
We had a whole black boy, white boy movement that had nothing to do with Eminem, bro.
yeah, when Eminem came out and was talking about popping pills, niggas was literally looking at him like, boy, that's some white boy
Weirdo.
trailer trash shit. That's
Yeah,
like
bro.
not
Niggas
into
was not
pills at
fucking with
that
that
damn
shit.
That's like somebody said I wasn't influenced by Jordan. I was influenced by Kobe. But where you
No.
think Kobe got his moves from?
No,
He got
but I'm saying that the niggas.
you was still influenced
If you
by
talking
Jordan.
about,
I don't
no, I
think
would
you
say
listening, Psycho.
Wiz Khalifa. I
No,
would say
you're not
Wiz.
listening. You're not
Wait,
listening
but
to what I'm saying.
I would
Eminem
argue.
introduced all that shit.
Nah, I would argue 3-6 Mafia and motherfucking niggas like that introduced that, like the southern niggas introduced that to the culture.
That's some New Jersey shit you talking. That's how y'all got influenced.
Everybody shit, but nobody pull up the songs motherfuckers talk about shrooms before 1998.
Listen, bro, you think that the only way that you got influenced is if a rapper talked about it, bro. That's where you going wrong, bro.
I challenge you to pull them up before 19 anything. I challenge you to pull up a black motherfucker trap about shrooms in 19
Bro, just because somebody didn't rap about it doesn't mean there was no influence.
I'm not saying that Eminem didn't rap about it. I'm talking about the influence, though.
Hey, look at that book. What's his name?
Niggas wasn't influenced by Eminem. Niggas, if you talking about the majority of the country ain't just the East Coast. I'm talking about the majority of the country, like the South and the motherfucking Midwest.
Those MCs that y'all talking about that y'all got that shroom out shit from, they got it from Eminem.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't, bro. The dude that gave me shrooms is like 10, 15 years older than Eminem.
Where did they get the ideas? Where did these young niggas your age get the ideas, start taking shrooms from? Where did they get it from?
Dumb nigga, I don't know.
They ain't get it from us.
Bro,
They ain't get it from us. They ain't get it from us. They ain't get it from older black motherfuckers. So where they get the idea to do shit?
We got it from the availability of them, bro.
Availability of who?
They started coming to our area. The shrooms wasn't in our hood before.
The availability of who?
The availability of shrooms. They weren't in our hood years ago. Then they get. Then you get. Hold on, let me say it. Don't tell me,
for a reason.
Okay, because of rap music. They got there because of rap music.
Yeah, yeah.
Not because of the streets, not because of the trap, not because of people wanting to use it.
Hey, real quick, but how did they? Why did they want to experiment?
I'm sitting here telling you that niggas down here wasn't listening to no niggas talking about no shrooms.
But I'm saying, I'm saying that the majority of black people live in like the Midwest and the South. And they
motherfuckers in Jersey didn't want no Chronic until they heard Dre album. This is fact. They didn't want no Chronic until they heard Dre's album. They heard Dre album. They wanted
y'all easily influenced. We start our own way.
But I'm saying before that, I'm saying niggas in Chicago was getting high like a mother. Like we always, like before the Chronic, niggas was getting high. I knew.
Yeah, but they didn't want. But they wanted some Chronic though. They wanted the Chronic though, is what I'm saying. Like they didn't want the Chronic into the Dre album. They heard the Dre album. They kept hearing about the Chronic. Motherfuckers wanted the Chronic.
No, but that's what I'm saying. In Chicago, I guess I would
The
assume
trap
like
is what influenced
we
everybody
already
to
knew
get
that the
shrooms,
chronic
bro.
was just their way of saying weed. You see what I'm saying? The
No,
chronic
it
wasn't
wasn't.
like nothing. The chronic was
It
just their
wasn't.
way of
The
saying weed.
chronic was something. That was a different type of weed.
Yeah,
It was LA weed. Like,
Yeah,
but it's gonna be the best weed.
after the Chronic album, Reggie got killed off. Reggie was
Wait,
done.
bro, hold on. Yeah,
I
just
don't
for
know
the
about
record,
that,
bro. I went out there, bro.
Reggie lasted a long time. You ain't gonna do that.
Reggie was around when I was in school.
Chronic was not
Reggie
regular
was
weed, bro. I'm just telling you.
Nigga, that Arizona Christmas tree was more prevalent than any
That
shit.
that shit was something different. Nigga, that chronic shit was different.
Hey, real
I don't know
quick,
what the fuck that shit was. That shit was different.
So in Ice Cube, in 2003, Ice Cube of West Side Connection said, "Get off drugs. Ecstasy is turning niggas into soft thugs." That's crazy.
Ja Rule was Ja Rule when Ja Rule made that song,
Ja
like
Rule
I'm
started
off
getting on that shit early.
ecstasy,
Ja
like
Rule
them
got on
niggas
that
was
shit
off
early.
X.
Fucking with those white boys. Fucking with those white boys. He got on that shit early.
I'm not denying to you. I ain't denying that all this shit started with the white boys, just like cocaine, heroin, and everything else. I wasn't denying that point. The point that I was trying to make is that it don't become culture in the black community until black people make it cool. All that shit Eminem did rapping about shrooms, it didn't become cool until the black people started doing
Nobody
it.
knew what shrooms was until Eminem started talking about that shit.
Niggas knew what shrooms was. I'm telling you.
It's crazy you think that, Psycho.
Niggas knew what the fuck shrooms was.
That's crazy you think that, bro.
Talking about that shit.
Man, maybe up there they didn't. Down here they did.
Yeah, Psycho, really? They
yes,
did?
really.
Show me evidence of it. But wait,
How do I show you evidence,
Show me
bro?
them
Like,
rapping
this is
about
crazy,
it.
bro.
Show me them rapping about it.
No one's rapping. This is my thing. So if I can't show you somebody rapping about it, that means I didn't know people that was actually
all right. So they
using
knew
shrooms.
about it, but they wasn't rapping about it. Got it.
That's crazy logic, bro. That's so.
They
Show me somebody rapping about being an atheist 20 years ago. Nobody was an atheist. Nobody was an atheist 20 years ago because nobody was rapping about it. Like, what kind of logic is that?
Somebody rapping about being an atheist.
That's crazy logic.
That's
I'm just saying that's the type of logic, Taz. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying that's the logic.
I'll pull one up right now.
That's like saying there weren't no Smurfs 20 years ago because nobody rapped about Smurfs 20 years ago. Like that's
no, that's not
that's
what
the same thing you saying.
No,
that is what you saying.
You're talking about.
You saying since there's no evidence of Africans having atheists, then there were no African atheists.
Wait, we are talking about a timeline of drug activity. You can go through hip hop from the beginning of hip hop. Wait. From the beginning of hip hop, I could pull up a song and show you the timeline of what the drug of choice was in the community based off the lyrics in each song of every fucking decade. I can show you that. Now, can you show me evidence of somebody in the South or the North or the East or the East, West? I don't give a fuck where in the black community before 1998 talking about mushrooms.
Cool Keith.
I'm pretty sure I can if I go back and pull up some stuff. I'm pretty sure I can. Bro. I didn't know this was gonna be something that I'd have to prove that. In order for me to prove people, in order for me to prove people, all right, let me talk. In order for me to prove people use shrooms in Atlanta, where I grew up and I knew people at, I have to show someone rapping about it. That's the logic. That's crazy.
Okay.
So basically, what they saying is that they ain't say he necessarily was rapping about shrooms, but they saying De La Soul, Tribe Called Quest, the Jungles Brothers, Cool Keith, all of them back then was considered psychedelic acid type of. With the beginning of acid rap, psychedelic, trippy, trip hop, the shrooms, like they say that's what all the niggas that was into all of them type of drugs, that's what they was listening to in the 90s.
Parliament Funkadelic got shrooms, got psychedelics from the white man. Would you agree with me or disagree with me on that?
Yeah, that
whole subculture. That whole subculture, they saying in the 90s, they saying all them kids,
I'm not talking about leak.
That's what they talking about.
I'm not talking about leak. I'm not talking about sherm. I'm not talking about wet. I'm not talking about angel dust. I am talking about mushrooms. I am very specific. I am talking about mushrooms.
Hey, now, my whole point though was just to say that a lot of that stuff, it didn't originate with us. But I think it's regional though, because I can say in Houston, right?
I agree, it didn't originate.
Somebody made a Jackson 2 times say in the comment section, lean and pills been in the South a long time, but not perks. Now I didn't know too much about the pills going back to the 90s, but lean been around since like the early 90s. And that's the one alternative drug that I'll say, as far as I know, that came from black people. Like I don't.
Yeah, and nobody up north knew anything about no lean until hip hop.
That's straight.
Nobody up north knew anything about no lean until hip hop. I promise you, nobody.
Wait. Hold on, time out. Psycho. I got people. Wait. That's not true. I got people from Philly, Psycho. And
people used to come down here and come to these cities,
You tell me people in my hood. You tell me people in my hood knew about lean.
I don't know about your hood, but I know there are people from up north that visited the South.
The Philly niggas was on lean before anybody. They was the first niggas to lean. Philly niggas.
Philly niggas was doing perks back then too.
Yeah, Philly niggas
doing perk when. I don't know about Philly niggas.
Back then. Yes, bro.
Yeah, Philly nigga beans and all that.
Philly niggas was beans was lean, bro.
Doing lean before they was talking about it in Texas.
Beans was on pills. He was on them perks and shit.
I ain't talking about pills. I see y'all moving the goalposts. I'm talking about lean.
Yes, Beans was sipping lean.
He was sipping lean before the Texas niggas.
Bro, that was big. Yes, look that up, bro.
Hold on,
I don't know about before the Texas
niggas. I'm talking about before the Texas niggas. I'm saying because that's my claim. My claim is motherfuckers up here was not knew nothing about no lean, wasn't taking no lean until Texas motherfuckers started rapping about it.
That shit go back way.
You might have been sipping with the Texas niggas.
It's like you think niggas don't travel unless they rap. Like if they don't go somewhere where they rap about it when they travel to a city that they don't partake in.
Right. They went down there to rap with the rappers down there, and he started.
No, bro, niggas sell drugs, bro. You know niggas travel when they sell drugs, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's where these things come from, bro.
So you're telling me there was a culture of lean up here? Where can I got lean in my hood?
No, I'm not saying that.
Wait.
I'm not saying that. You're making me say stuff I'm not saying, so my point cannot be made.
You're telling me what I'm saying. You're telling me my reality ain't my reality. I'm telling you, people up here wasn't drinking no goddamn lean until.
I didn't say people were drinking lean culturally. I'm saying. I'll tell you what I'm telling you as soon as you tell me I can. Because you keep telling me what I'm telling you, and then when I try to say it, you tell me what I'm telling you.
What are you saying?
Hold on, Psycho. Just pull up.
I'm saying that there were people in New York and New Jersey and Philly that knew about lean. You're making it seem like everybody up there, none of them knew lean until somebody rapped about it. You cut me off in the middle of me talking.
Okay, PK, stop. BD dropped after 1998.
I got you.
You're telling me on BD's first album he was talking about lean?
I'm about to show you right now.
Okay, show me him talking about lean on his first album.
Okay, just pull up what I got pulled up right now. I'm about to.
When did Texas motherfuckers start talking about lean? Let's be clear, because I don't even know the exact year they started talking about lean.
There was never a time when they wasn't.
They always rapped about.
Okay, all right. So there we go.
At least early 90s, but probably earlier than that. Like that's
I would say everybody after facing the Ghetto Boys.
Said,
okay, so that means they gotta go back to the 80s. That means they gotta go back to the 80s to show motherfuckers talking about that.
It's late 80s, early 90s.
All right, just pull up what I'm about to show you, bro. Come on.
And it's a difference.
What am I putting up?
And it being
I got my share screen up. I don't know if you see it.
Oh, let me see. Okay, wait. There we go.
But knowing about something and it being part.
All right, I'm about to play this real quick. Hold on.
You can know about something and it's not part of your culture. But that shit, I seen that.
Wait.
Hold on, bro. Just listen.
Song on there called Reparations. Like, how did they come about? They caught me by surprise. You know, somebody from Philly having a song like that.
How I know about it? That's what Philadelphia, man. Philly. That was. I'm thinking like how Houston know about that. You know what I mean? About Purple Rain. That's what we was thinking. That been around forever in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. So, when I first heard people other than, not even in music. I never heard nobody talk about it in music. Till I think the first time I heard was 3 6
That's the point I've been making.
Then I heard.
Just because you don't hear it in music don't mean it's not going on.
Then I heard Houston. I'm like, damn, they drink syrup down there too. So when I did that record. It was only right, man. I had to call my boy Bun B to jump on that train with me. Yeah, that was a hell of a session too. Hell of a session.
Cap.
Pints of drink everywhere. Yeah. I made Bun B tap out. I'm my bad. I don't mean to put you out there, Bun, but yeah, I put him to sleep. He couldn't keep up with the kid.
We get it.
That was the first time. Well, actually,
this turned into a war story.
He said, look, and the caption say, he said that people in Philly been drinking lean since the 50s and 60s.
Okay. People in Philly are drinking lean at that third. I don't live in Philly. I live in Jersey. But I'm telling you.
But you saying you never heard it, Taz, and I'm telling you, I'd heard
I'm
this.
telling you, and you also heard him say nobody talked about it in the music. Right?
No, I agree with you, and I agree with you.
But that proves my point. That just because you don't talk about it in the music doesn't mean it wasn't happening.
Wait. If it was so big up here, why nobody talked about it in the music?
It was big.
I can pull up motherfucking songs of motherfuckers talking about sniffing coke, motherfuckers smoking weed, smoking angel dust. I can pull up songs of motherfuckers doing all types of wild stuff. He just said, you can't pull up not one song of anybody talking about drinking any lean. Why is that?
But like, I mean, ain't it a difference between going get the script and like talking about NyQuil too?
Nah, them niggas was sipping lean. He's talking about pipes, bro. Listen, it's documentaries back in the day where it's an old interview when I first heard this when Benny Siegel and a bunch of other Philly people. This when they was doing them hood documentaries and all them DVDs, and they was like, yeah, you know, we was surprised when the Houston niggas was talking about lean because that's been our culture forever. We've been leaned out, and so it shocked me that it was so big in Philly like that. But I don't think that everything that necessarily happened in somebody, especially because drug use like that wasn't necessarily big in the music. No,
I just want to know what it was called though.
What they called it up there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What the street drink was called for?
Purple
I think
drink.
They had purple drink, purple rain, or whatever they were saying that shit was.
Purple rain.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's like I said. I've heard that before, that the Philly niggas specifically had a lean culture just as long as, you know what I'm saying, with the Houston niggas and all of that. But specifically drug use, like, and you know this, Taz, drug use in rap music outside of weed was like taboo. Like, and even with the weed, like that's what made the Chronic so damn near groundbreaking, because it made weed smoking not taboo. Because when we was
from the 80s,
what
motherfuckers talking about wild shit, the early 90s, 80s.
No, you're right. I'm just talking about rap specifically, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I gotta push back a little bit on that. Ever since quote unquote gangster rap be called gangster, it's been smoking weed.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm saying the Chronic kind of made it like to where, okay, yeah, we just putting it in the music, you know it, and I'm just relating that to 3 6 Mafia. They took it to the next level, and you know that, Taz, 3 6 Mafia was probably like the first rappers that was talking about heavy, like cocaine.
But DJ Quick and Spice One
both been talking about cocaine and all that.
I'm talking about like snorting dope, smoking, like back. I'm talking about in the 90s. They was snorting dope, popping pills, off of lean, bro. Like they been rapping about dope, pills, heroin. Like them niggas been like 3 6 was talking about heavy drug use, like in damn near, yeah, they was wild. They was rock. It was rock music. That's why a lot of white boys was into that shit, man. Them niggas was like, they was off the chain with it. They had the devil worship shit all in that shit, everything. Psycho. So I'm saying, like, when you got like kind of like a East Coast perspective of it, you see what I'm saying? Which ain't wrong, but I'm saying for the rest of the country, we had a different cultural experience. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, listen to 3 6. Drugs been in music for a long time.
I was just about to say, bro, drug use been heavy in the South.
So y'all got here by talking about white people somehow?
Like, how did y'all get here? White people brought the drug influence into.
We was talking about this. I don't know how we got here. I forgot how the fuck we got here.
Nah, I can tell you. So we were talking about homosexuality, and I was saying that Brother Rob kind of started it. And I was thinking that, and I was like, hey, Most of that shit
Oh, shit.
from the Europeans. But that is not just that though. It's the tattoos, certain drugs. It's a lot of shit we got from white people. Shit,
we were created by white people in America. Why do we like everything over here we got from them?
No, I wouldn't say everything, but yeah, we got.
All right. Tell me something we didn't get from them crackers over here.
Listen, man, like because
our musicality. There's a bunch. Our fashion. There's a bunch.
We got it from them, and then we remixed it our own way. We got it.
Which
from
means
them.
we didn't get it. We didn't. So like,
all right, I just.
Go ahead.
Like, so are we responsible for anything?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how we got everything from it. That doesn't even make sense.
Yes, we're responsible for what we did with what we were given.
So we didn't.
Right. I was asking him though, because I mean, it sounds like at times we're giving too much credit to white people, bro. Like I don't want to give them credit for creating everything in our community.
Yeah, I don't agree with that part, man. I think we've gotten influenced heavily in certain ways, but in certain ways we influenced them. We got some shit from them, they got some shit from us. You know, even our vernacular, yeah, it's English, it's their language in the sense that it's English, but the dialect or the vernacular, whatever you want to call it, that's ours. That's why they don't understand the shit. I be having white people ask me all the time, what is this? What's this? You know.
Mm-hmm.
So now we didn't get everything from me. I don't know what you're talking about that.
Yeah, I don't think we got a lot from. I don't think we should be blaming white people for a lot of the shit that we see black people doing though. Like niggas do what the fuck they want to do, and a lot of times I think niggas do shit to slight white people. Niggas don't like white people for real. So like when niggas see white people, they start acting a little more loud and get a little more boisterous. Like fuck these crackers. Like you know what I'm saying? I find it hard to believe that we following them. In a lot of situations, but I feel like we actually contest them unnecessarily at times.
I mean, that may be. I was just making it where I was coming from with the gay stuff though, because it started off like, "Are you born that way?" I was just saying that the culture around like it plays heavy into that because you can't.
Okay, so let's talk about that shit, brother. I wasn't talking about that, but
my bad.
Listen, bro, you can't blame no white motherfuckers for no niggas being gay. All right, let's get to it. These niggas gay as fuck. They grew up in a culture that looks down on that shit, and they still decided to be gay. That you can't blame white people for that.
What's more gay than that?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just making dumb comments.
I was saying, I'm saying it's a heavy influence, right? It goes back to Greco-Rome. Like there's that tendency, that undercurrent has always been there for them. It hasn't always been there for us because if you go back to the ancient, well, somebody brought up Egypt, yeah, but like a lot of the tribes, a lot of the peoples, you get my point. A lot of the lineages or whatever, they go back to Africa. Like I said earlier, you might not have been on the panel, but it's an Ethiopian dude I knew, right?
I don't just like bro. You going back into a time that don't matter. What about Dennis Rodman? What about RuPaul? What about Martin wearing a dress? What about these gay ass niggas all in front of Lil Nas X and all these motherfuckers? Like
now,
niggas right, that place, bro.
All right, let me make a case on that, right? I'm not saying in every individual's case, but let me make a case for kind of a general pull into that for black people. I've even heard people say that if you were to go for help, like let's say you got homeless people, you know, you kind of struggling. If you go to get help, they'll tell you like, hey, you can get you get a little bit of extra help by being gay. If you're talking about getting, no, I'm just saying, I've heard people say that, like, because if you're just a regular straight black male, like it's gonna be hard.
About that. That's
privilege.
Every
time I go to the hospital, I'm put down gay, so that's
the white man's argument.
Go ahead, still learning. I want to hear what you was about to chime in, dude.
That is literally the white man's argument right now. That's the DEI argument.
I used to work for an organization out here called POCAN, and that whole program got hijacked. It got literally turned into LGBT, and it was specifically helping heterosexual black men, but they took that program out and they made it. Basically, it's called, look them up, POCCAN, located in Seattle on Rainier. It's LGBT now. It's strictly, but it's there's no more heterosexual programs for black men. None of that. There's no dad's program. None of that. So that's I feel like there's some truth to that. But on the flip side of that, the gay, the LGBT, they get used as like not proxies, but as puppets. As what's the term? It's a term. When you go to games and you see the mascots, they get used as mascots. You feel me? In essentially, it amounts to nothing. You feel me? Remember Ed
where
Buck?
Where you at? Where you based at?
Two black people.
I remember Ed Buck. Absolutely.
So yeah, just
where are you based at? Learning? Like, what's your state? You don't have to give me the specific.
I'm in Seattle.
Okay. Because some of this stuff could be regional. I know in the South, right? Like Houston, Dallas even more so. It's Bible Belt, right? So it took a long time. It really still ain't all the way, but it took longer for this shit to for them to make their inroads. But to answer GOAT, what I'm basically saying is that they make the society where it's easier. And some of these black people that get into it is like, hey, I want to get in Hollywood. Hey, I need help. I'm homeless, whatever. I need help. Whatever it may be, it's shit like that. And okay, if you go ahead and go this route, do the bisexual, some people say you can't be bisexual, but if you dabble on that side as a man or woman, that can help you in this society. So there is a little bit of a nudge towards it. Now I get what you're saying. Sometimes like, okay, Dennis Rodman, I can't say, oh, they brought him to that. That seemed like some shit he was just on, he was just on that. But I do think there is a level of like kind of nudging you in there or kind of luring you in. Because hey, we can make the society easier for you as a black man if you go ahead and you get on that shit, right? So that's my case.
I would say that's just people taking advantage of their position and their power. And some of them gonna do it and do some gay shit. Some of them gonna do it and do some other type weird shit, extortion and type shit. Depends on who it is.
I'm going to completely disagree with all of that though, because I do believe that there's the opting out of being a man part of that we don't discuss in that conversation. So I think there's some truth to it, but ultimately we're not able to blame people for our actions though, especially a community that is boisterous and loud about who they are and what they represent. I can't give those people in any type of out when they beat their chest on who they are. Like they stretch the limits of reality to be something they're not. You know what I'm saying? So we're blaming white people for niggas being delusional. Nah.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I get you, man. I'm just saying, like, it's on the table. It's like shit's on the table. It's a damn, it's a buffet, and then some niggas take that shit. But if you were back in Africa, it wouldn't even be on. It would probably, like somebody in the comments, they point out West Africa has some shit. Yeah, there's some tribes. Look, I ain't saying that some of these black people.
There's not a human society that didn't have some gay shit.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's couldn't have been black people just off of being human that wouldn't have experimented, tried some shit, and ended up gay, whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I think in our society, this modern white world order we live under, it's a heavily influenced. The whole world now is heavily influenced by European, which itself is influenced by Greco-Roman and Judeo. Let me not get it, but Greco-Roman culture.
You don't think Black American culture?
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't think Black American culture has resonated all across the world?
Yeah, aspects of it. Yeah, aspects of it. Which is why you do have
more so than Greco-Roman culture.
Wait, say that one more time.
I would say that Black American culture has begun to resonate more than Greco-Roman or any other culture you're referring to in history. Information never traveled this fast.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. We have a lot of influence now in Western society as Black people. I can't even debate that. Yeah, but anyway, it's hard to say. It's all of it's conjecture. We can't prove. I don't think it could be proven. Like, would this person have been gay had they been born here or not? I don't think you can go that far. But I'm at a societal macro level.
That's wild.
At a macro level, like Brother Wild was saying earlier, I think that there's more gay people now, like people living that lifestyle, because of the influences in the culture we're in. I don't think, like I said, it's not that it would not have existed, but I definitely think it's more of it, and it's become more proliferated because of the culture shift. That's my case.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I say I think, and I mean I ain't gonna say I think. From what I've seen, the Black LGBTQ community wants to be the mascot. They go out of their way to be the image of the mascot, the face, the voice. Our people who go that route choose to be, you know, the face of it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times negatively. I think that's the issue you're referring to.
Yeah, I agree with that. They make Black people the face. Well, that goes into that whole thing. You hear probably some social commentators, podcasts, or whatever talk about where, you know, they most of these demographic groups, you know, whether it's racial or like, you know, the sexual lifestyle when it comes to the LGBTQ or political, like Democrats, Republicans, you get the point, right? They want to put Black people as a face because of what you just said a little bit earlier, where we had that influence around the world, right? So they understand that if they make us the face, which of course, that, like you said, you can't force somebody to do something like, oh, well, that's because white people. Nah, you got some agency in it too. But there's a what do you call? They both scratching each other's back, right? You got the gay organizations like, if we can get this Black nigga, if we get this Black person in front, like what's the dude that's always wearing the flamboyant flaming dresses? He was an actor. You know, I forget his name now, but he was the one showing up to the Oscars. Like even gay white people don't do that, right? He was showing up to the Academy Awards with the real flamboyant dress and shit. I forget his name, but
we do everything over the top.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and that's why I think they want to get us out there, because it's like they know we'll push that shit. We'll push the line better than anybody, right? Because of their influence. So, I agree with you on that, Goat. They're gonna put us in the forefront, which is gonna further help, you know, make it cool, give it the rubber stamp, you know, all that kind of shit, man.
But you don't think we run into the forefront? And when I say we, not necessarily you and I, but I'm saying like T.S. Madison and these them type of motherfuckers, the people who real life like living that life, like they want to be seen as that. And I mean, again, like I say, I mean, they're trying to benefit from it no different than, you know what I'm saying, a white person would, but they also know that the being the outward, being the bold face of, like, it's going to benefit them. You know what I'm saying? And so that funky Dineva motherfucker and people like that, like they know how to cross certain lines and benefit themselves, and know goddamn well that, like, they don't care about race. They care about race.
I think the brother was talking about Billy Porter. Peace, by the way.
Yeah, you're right.
What's up, Luke?
Billy Porter was just talking about he broke. Hold on, with my I'm be real quick. He was just coming out. Remember, 6 months a year. Come on, I'm struggling. So all that caping and boycotting and whatever, not boycott, mascotting you was doing, your ass is talking about you broke and struggling now. But you go ahead, y'all.
Yep. Nah, Billy Porter. No, you're right, Goat. That's Black people. That's part of our culture right there. We didn't get that from white people. They're trying to be in the forefront. You know, being you know, it works both ways, right? When it comes to the social movements, you know, we carry we pull a lot of weight as far as getting shit kind of shifted in the culture. And at the same time, like, making yourself the face of something, it makes you a target too, right? Are you gonna be the Democratic shield, huh? Or you gonna be the LGBTQ mascot, huh? You know, so no, I can't even. I agree with that. My observation, you know, it's probably these niggas jumping out in front of the camera in a lot of these cases.
We used to be in the martyrs.
What's that you said?
We used to be in the martyrs.
Oh, the martyrs, yeah.
Mm-hmm. More of that.
They say, you know, it's like they say the salt, man, the spice, seasoning, whatever, right? So these other groups, whether they're racial, ethnic, demographic, or whatever, like I was saying earlier, Democrat, political, whatever, they understand, hey, if you just, you know, give them some space and you liable to have a nigga that'll come out there and it's surprising me. I'm gonna say this. It's kind of off topic, but when it comes to the politics, right, the whole stand down thing, because you had some of these big marches, these people that are trying to go against Trump, right? I ain't really on either of these plantations, I guess you can call them, Republican, Democrat, right? But you know, they understood that, hey, if we ain't got the black people out here, that shit ain't really gonna go. Because, you know, surprisingly, a lot of black people kind of withheld themselves from going out there for these protests and shit. I'm kind of glad about that too. Like, man, because usually niggas be the first person out there ready to die for these other groups, and they won't hardly do shit, or they won't do as much for our own ethnic group. You know what I'm saying?
I think that always goes back to, and Truth talks about this a lot. The pop culture stemming from, you know, going back to the minstrels and everything else. All that just, you know, birthed American pop culture. So it's always gonna come back to like what the black people doing. You know what I'm saying?
That made me think though, man. If we were, that's one thing I'm gonna give white people right there. They're very.
We didn't birth the drug culture though.
What's that?
We didn't birth the drug culture.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
No drug culture we birthed, none.
I mean, there's even historical records you can go back to on that, because you know the British, they pushed the opium on the Chinese. The American colonists pushed the alcohol, the fire water on the
white people started with the coca leaf and all that other shit, and then that third. But we didn't start the weed shit.
Yeah,
it became synonymous with us, but we didn't start it though. It just became synonymous with us once it became illegal. That's when it became synonymous with us.
Yeah.
One thing I do think that I'm sorry, brother, but I do think that white people discovered a long time ago, like when it comes to like artistic or creative expression, that like you could always go platinum when you use a Negro as the face. You know what I mean?
Go platinum.
Go platinum.
Now, I was gonna say this. You know, that's one thing I'm gonna give their culture is they know how to monetize some shit. Like white people, they know how to they'll take twerking, which, you know, is, you say part of our shit. You say Southern, but you know, part of our shit. And then they'll monetize it. You have white women starting classes for that shit, going around the world. Hip hop, even the whole breakdancing. You have.
I mean, they'll colonize it. That's what you meant to say.
Well, colonize. You got it.
Nah, you said the right word. I'm just trolling. Yeah, that's all they do.
I would say they stole that shit from, you know what I'm saying, from the African dances and shit though back, you know what I'm saying, in the early days of television and performance and whatnot. When you know, they had a white woman dancing around and shit and trying to gyrate and move her body and shit. Like, we call that shit twerking now, but they're doing that shit 100 years ago, man.
Hey, but that shit works both ways though, Taz. Like, pause. You know, like it works in our detriment as well. Like when they want to like stigmatize certain shit, like the welfare queen or Willie Horton. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't always just good.
Jubilee just made a good point. She said that gang culture is them, and I kind of agree with that, man. Because if you go back to the gang, you know, they had the gangs in New York, you had the mob, the mafia, right? Now, gang, that's kind of you go different ways with that, because one, you know, you can call it
Black American gangs were created to fight white boys, especially in Chicago.
Spook hunters in LA. I mean, spook hunters in the 30s and the 40s, 50. Yeah, that's a white gang. Those spook hunters is a white supremacist gang in LA.
Everything in America starts with the crack.
In any group could be considered a gang, really, right? You know, you had the Western gangs with the, you know, the Jesse James and all that. KKK could be called a gang. So any group, you know, that's just a name, a label they can put on something that's automatically gonna give it a negative tinge, right? You know, because they say even a lot of the black gangs started off as like, you know, for community protection and shit like that. So
yeah, they did in Chicago. That is the history of the gangs in Chicago. The actual, I mean, because we talk about the Red Summer a lot in 1919, but we don't talk about why. And the gang involved in that was called Reagan's Coast.
So it had to do with not black person not swimming in the white side of the pool or some shit like that.
Yeah, but it was the white boys that did it was the gang. Mm-hmm. And it was called Reagan's Coast. They was out there fucking with niggas. And so when they was out there throwing the rocks and shit, they hit one. Just historically speaking, that gang of white boys, later on they became part of Al Capone's outfit in Chicago. If you read further, I was talking about it in my in that little debate we had over here, me and Damo. That was part of that group of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always put some bullshit.
He pulled up an
out of
article about that, I
Chicago,
think.
right?
And
Like-
if you think about it, man, back in the late 90s, what was these? What were a lot of these rappers doing? They were saying, "Hey, I'm the capo," or was it Master P had the, even on the album covers, I'm the mob boss and all that kind of shit. They watched middle school. They watched the they watched the was it Scarface, and, Tony Montana and all this shit. So yeah, we definitely get some influence.
Tony Montana.
Psycho just tried to put Kanye West on Chicago. Like
he is Chicago. Y'all try to.
He's from there, but he's from there, but New York stamped his ass though. Like we ain't stamped him. Like,
he from there though, man.
Y'all the one that took him. We all took him global though.
You can try to find a way to throw us under the bus. Oh, you can't throw us under the bus. Hold the L.
Hey, y'all put that
hold
nigga
the L.
He said Chicago ain't stamping.
Yeah, you hear he try to move the goalpost?
Y'all put that nigga on, man.
That's crazy,
That's y'all responsibility.
We are not to blame for his weird behavior, bro.
Y'all don't want to play Kanye no more?
New York did not stamp him at 14
Kanye
years
fan,
old when he had a
like,
dick in his mouth. New York did his coach didn't stamp that, bro.
Y'all sent that nigga global.
Man, that man trying to do his music.
That happened in Arkansas. Kanye wasn't in Chicago at 14. And this
trying to put his therapy in his music.
Kanye didn't get to Chicago till damn near when he was out of high school. And when
the real question is, was he sucking dick in Chicago or was he sucking dick somewhere else?
That was in Arkansas. Yeah, that was Arkansas. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Fontaine. That happened in Arkansas. That did not happen in Chicago. That's an Arkansas love story. I don't know what they do down there in the dirt.
Chicago ain't had the power to send them global.
Yeah, we ain't do that.
New York shit.
Yeah, that's Kanye Kardashian.
Yeah, that's incest, dog. That's incest, son. All the way up to his 14. That's crazy.
Fontaine, you gotta hold some of this too. Kanye was born in Chicago, so I mean in Atlanta. He wasn't born in Chicago, so
he damn sure wasn't born in Atlanta.
Yeah, he was.
He was for real.
I swear to
God, I never heard of
it.
I never heard of it.
Hey, I'm
from Atlanta. So. I thought this was like known news at this point. Y'all ain't know.
I'm not from Atlanta.
But Kanye born in Atlanta, raised in Arkansas.
Being born in Atlanta is one thing.
That sounds like cap.
Taz, I'm saying we go accept you in Chicago, but he didn't get to Chicago until later in life. Not later in life, like
Bobby, we from the
not
West
later
side,
in life, like a 20-year-old or nothing like that. But around that high school age.
That's crazy.
I ain't know nothing about that nigga.
When it was in the hip hop and all that, Chicago ain't had no problem claiming this nigga, bro.
We're gonna reap the spoils.
Same thing, Scottie Pippen, man. Scottie Pippen was all love when they win them championships. Now it's like, man, yeah, man,
you can get
all
the
that.
fuck on.
I'm gonna tell you what's fucked up. I'm gonna tell you what's fucked up, Bobby. Soon as the nigga know, as soon as they say he do some gay shit, you want to try and put him on Atlanta.
Look, I told you, I take him.
That's some bullshit, bro. Don't do that.
Look at Fontaine. You gonna be even more mad once you Wikipedia this nigga and see where he born.
I'm gonna cuss everybody in Atlanta.
I just want to respond to what Psycho just said, man. Y'all niggas ain't wanna goddamn it co-sign or give Scottie Pippen no flowers until it was time to discuss.
I ain't never called Scottie a bad player.
Until the GOAT conversation came around, and then
no Scottie. Nah, not me. Scottie was always top 10 small forwards on my list.
Scottie Pippen is that nigga, but Lou, it is something to be said to be like sidekick the whole time, because even though he up there, you can't put him in certain degrees because it ain't never really been all on his shoulder.
I'm asking you the same shit I asked these niggas. Is he a better sidekick than Kobe?
Hell no.
That's what I'm saying. So kill that sidekick shit, man.
He ain't no better sidekick when Kobe. When it was Kobe and Shaq, that shit was damn near unstoppable.
You ain't no better sidekick than Penny and Shaq, man. They ain't never win shit, but
I don't know. Nah, yeah, I give him.
Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask
Penny.
you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is Shaq a better Superman than what you call it? Better Batman, excuse me, than Jordan?
Hell no.
No. Okay.
I'm gonna say this.
I would agree.
No, but that's only because Shaq didn't take basketball serious.
30 and 15, man. Hell
He didn't control the ball coming down the
Yeah,
court.
no, I'm saying that's because Shaq didn't take it serious, bro.
No, that's because Shaq needed somebody to pass him the ball.
Psycho, listen to me. If Shaq had at least LeBron mentality on keeping it, if Shaq had Kobe mentality on keeping his body healthy, they would have literally won 4 or 5 championships.
I feel all that, but I'm just saying,
But Bobby is right though, Taz. Shaq left something out there, man. His career status.
Shaq was really good at what he did.
No, really good is an understatement, bro.
Yeah, he was great at what he did. There you go.
Great is an understatement.
Like he
but
underachieved.
what he did,
Shaq did something that Mike never did,
but
though.
Jordan did more though.
Bro,
I mean, he went to those 4 straight finals. Mike never saw that.
Shaq, prime Shaq, bro. Listen,
but he did what Shaq did twice.
No, listen. They changed the rules in order for Mike to win. They changed the rules because they couldn't. No, not for Shaq to win because they didn't even know how to. They tried to. They didn't know how to Shaq to even.
Shoulder,
bro, listen. They didn't even know how to.
Shaq started dropping that shoulder.
When the niggas come out and say every NBA team had to sign at least 4 random centers because niggas is gonna get 6 fouls guarding this nigga because literally nobody.
This, man.
I'm just
so y'all
saying
that like flagrant fouls didn't need to be instituted after you saw what the Detroit Pistons was doing to motherfuckers.
I'm saying
that didn't need that like that.
No, wait. I'm not saying flagrant fouls didn't need to be instituted. I'm saying when flagrant fouls got instituted, that's when Jordan started winning.
Like, how do you plan
he won 3 before they started? Well,
it ain't. No, it ain't. That's the facts. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Lou.
But if you look at all the
listen,
great
but
players,
Psycho,
like, listen.
if you say that was the only way to stop him, then you can't be one of these players that say you niggas couldn't won in the 80s because you talking about Jordan too.
But if you look at all the great players, even
I missed what you mean. I missed your point. What you saying?
No, I'm saying if you one of them people, if you just said that like they couldn't, that's the only way they can stop them, like the way that Detroit played them, and I agree with you.
No, I was talking about Shaq.
Okay, all right. Okay, Hack-a-Shaq. I got you. All right, my fault. I was speaking on
something. Then this Psycho hate when I do this, but guess who was on them teams getting fucked up when they was doing that shit? The Pistons.
Scottie Pippen.
Exactly. So
they was fucking Scottie, man. Dennis Rodman was fucking Scottie Pippen.
Scottie had to tough it up too. Yeah, he had to tough it up too. Like,
that was a young Scottie though.
Bro, that was a young Dennis Rodman.
Being young.
That was a young Dennis Rodman.
But then when they bring up Jordan his first 7 years, you don't say that shit though.
You feel what I'm saying? You got to think. Dennis won. Dennis won rings.
Jordan had 4 years in camp.
All you think Jordan get critiqued for his first 7 years is he didn't win a title. That's it. Like, outside that, nobody said
he got more critique than that. He got critique for not being able to teach his team how to win. He got
it was about winning games. It wasn't about his game.
Wait. No, it was about his game. He got critique for being selfish. Then listen, Jordan got.
No, I'm saying like people wasn't saying he was trash. Is what I mean. Like people wasn't saying like he's garbage.
No, never that he was trash. But you said critiqued about his game. It was a lot of critiques they had about his game.
Fuck all the MVPs. Fuck all the defensive titles, dunk contests, and all that shit. You ain't win no championships, so you was trash.
Yeah, he didn't. Not trash. No, I'm not saying he was trash. I'm saying that the rules. This what I'm saying, Luke. The rules when niggas like, and I'm saying, I heard niggas say, oh, LeBron or niggas couldn't have played with the rules in the 80s, like when niggas was able to, you know what I'm saying, put the muscle on you and really foul you. And I was like, well, you can't hold that sentiment and then hold up Jordan because he one of them niggas who couldn't win through that.
Right, because his team though, Bobby, like
Not
he won't
because
win with
it
the
don't matter what
team.
the reason
Earl
was. He couldn't
Puritan
win through that.
and Rory Sparrow.
And
Like,
they always
he supposed
got
to
an
win through
excuse for
Rory
Mike.
Sparrow.
That's crazy,
Get out
Luke.
of
Yo, it should be crazy. Yo. I'm telling you.
Ain't nobody about to win no championship with Rory Sparrow, man. Get out of here, man.
Bro,
Nobody didn't win no
listen to
championship
what
with no
I'm telling
fucking Booby Gibson, but you ain't never gave
Right.
him credit for that.
Yeah, he
Right,
got
but
to
like
the
if y'all put
championship.
that,
Hold on,
if
wait.
y'all
He got to the
y'all gonna use that
championship.
Scottie Pippen argument, I could say that LeBron ain't win shit until Larry Hughes got there. He didn't get to no championship till Larry Hughes got there.
They didn't win the
That's
championship.
arbitrary, man. That shit don't make no
They didn't win
sense
the
at all.
championship. You bring up Larry Hughes is irrelevant. They didn't even win the title.
That's when he got to the finals.
Yeah, but they didn't win it though.
But that's the argument they use. He got to 10 finals. And
He didn't
get to
win
one
through
until
that,
Larry Hughes
GQ.
got there. Like,
In the 80s, look, listen, that's just the facts. When Jordan did not
But he
win
got
the
there without Larry
championship
Hughes,
until they
so
changed
that's
the
actually
rules.
a bad argument because he got there without Larry Hughes.
No,
Like,
Larry, that's
the
when he
argument with
first got
Jordan
there.
is the argument with Jordan is he never won shit without Scottie Pippen.
No, he got there when Larry
On
Hughes
any
got there.
team,
That's when
on
he first got
any,
to the finals.
like, huh?
That's when LeBron first got to the finals when Larry Hughes got there.
Right, but he won titles without Larry Hughes, and
Yeah, LeBron kept
Jordan
going.
never won a title without Scottie. That's why it's a bad comparison.
He couldn't.
Jordan
That's
never
to
won
push
a
back
title
against
without
super
Scotty.
teams.
He never won a title without Phil Jackson. He never won a title without top rebounders or top defense. Like this.
But what did that
This
tell
is,
you, Bob?
hold on,
What's the
wait,
common
Luke.
thread here?
Luke,
What's the
this is what
common
I'm
thread
finna do for you right now. This the one point niggas don't. All right, what today, Taz? It's a more offensive than defensive league, correct? This the one thing that people don't. The league back then was more defensive, correct? So
I ain't gonna say that.
this,
Bob,
hold on, wait, no, because no, the league
Boston
back
just
then
won,
was a
they
more
got good
defensive
defense.
focused league. I'm saying
It's
the whole
always gonna be a team in the top 10.
listen to
in
what I'm
defense.
telling you. Back then, we was watching primetime games where the final score was 85-90, bro. 70-75
It's
to 80,
always gonna be a
89.
top 10 defense that win, bro. Like
No,
That was
like
a score
in NBA
tonight,
history.
though.
No,
last
I'm
night.
saying that I'm saying the emphasis, the perception, the emphasis of the NBA as a whole back then was more defensive minded. It wasn't this. It was a half court game. It was
Like,
more up and down. It was
you-
get the ball into the center. It was
You
more.
see more defensive games now because the playoffs. But you're right though. In your everyday basketball game in the regular season, they run.
You look at
It was a
Taz, you look at the
defensive
teams
game.
who
So
win
hold
it.
on. The point
If you
that
look
I'm
at the
making is
teams who
this,
win
though,
it,
Luke.
Taz, it's gonna be a top 10 defense.
I understand that, but I'm talking about. I'm talking about the NBA as a whole. Back then was more defensive focused, and people could say the NBA today is more offensive focused.
That's a fact,
right? Okay, so listen, what I'm saying is that a lot of times the argument for Jordan be, well, Jordan ain't had this, Jordan ain't had this, but then when in fact when you go back and look at it, Jordan had 3 to 4 or the top defensive niggas, like defensive first team niggas on his team in a defensive era.
How many
It wasn't an
All-Stars did he have on
offensive.
his team?
It
How
wasn't
many
an
All-Stars did he
offensive
have on his
era,
team?
bro.
How many All-Stars did he have on his
No,
team?
listen. You keep saying, wait, Lou. Listen to what I'm saying. Forget the All-Stars. We're
I'll
talking
forget
about
that,
a
conveniently
listen
forget
to what
that
I'm
shit.
saying. We
All
talking
right.
about a
He always had
defensive
2
era.
All-Stars on his team.
Hold on, wait. He always had 2 All-Stars. So let's get that. And 3.
He always
when
had
you
one
count Dennis
All-Star.
Rodman.
One All-Star.
3.
Let's get
Scottie
that
Pippen
right.
was an All-Star.
Horace Grant made an All-Star game on the Bulls.
Right, he made
Right.
that when Mike
And
retired.
Dennis
He made
Rodman
that
made
when
an
Mike
All-Star
Craig
game.
Hodges.
retired.
These
And his
are
father
All-Stars.
died.
Dennis Rodman
No,
was an
Jordan wasn't
All-Star.
playing. Jordan
Horace
wasn't
Grant made an
playing.
I
All-Star
think
game.
Tony Kukoc
No, I'm
was
talking
an
about
So
All-Star.
the year
he
he
played with a
playing.
6th man of the year. He played with 2 fucking 3-point contest winners. Like,
Correct.
come on,
3-point
Luke. Act
contest
like you're
winners.
playing
What
with
the
the
fuck
Wait,
does that
wait,
mean,
but
dog?
Lou, you
reaching, bro.
adding,
Go ahead.
but Lou, when you say,
you did.
but Lou, when you say All-Star, right? I get that.
Yes.
But
You
it's
know,
hold
who
on.
won back then? You know who won back then without any All-Stars? Elijah Wan.
Elijah Wan, right? So this is what I'm
Wan
saying
won with
because
no
they were
All-Star.
more
And he won
defensive
when Jordan
focused.
wasn't there.
No. But listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. When you keep saying All-Stars,
No,
bro,
he
and
won
they
when
took,
Jordan was there. He won, no, my bad.
Nah,
Yeah,
Jordan
he won
wasn't
when
there.
Jordan was there.
Jordan was in the league in '95.
Okay, 95. You're going to
Nah,
count
bro, he
that
came
17
back
games.
late.
He had an All-Star in his team in
He was
'95.
there.
In '94, he
Reaching.
didn't.
Look at
He didn't
this.
have an
Look at
All-Star in
this
his team in
bullshit.
Listen to
'94.
what I'm saying, though, Lou.
Y'all see this
You keep
bullshit?
saying all-stars, but I'm saying you keep missing the fact that Jordan had 2 to 3 of the defensive first and second team niggas on his team in the defensive time of the NBA.
3-point contest winners.
And 3-point
He
sniper.
defensive all NBA.
Him, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Including himself, if you include him, include Scottie Pippen, include Horace Grant, that's defense. That's three defensive first and second, and the Horace Grant on the second team. If you go to the Dennis Rodman era, all of them defensive first team niggas in the defensive era.
Though, Bobby? What's the main point, man?
My argument is when you arguing the all-stars which is like could be argued as offensive players, but that's cool on these individual teams for the fan. But that was a defensive era, and Jordan had three. Jordan in every championship had, like you saying, he ain't had nobody, but in the defensive era, this nigga had the top defenders and 3-point shooters on his team.
I said he didn't have nobody when they was losing.
Who didn't have nobody when they was losing?
Why should we mitigate all stars, man? Like that don't make sense to me either. That's the point I'm trying to make, man. You need a great team. It ain't just one guy.
I'm not saying you don't need it. I'm not saying you don't need a great team.
You give Jordan way too much credit.
Olajuwon won a ring with one guy.
I don't even be talking about Jordan. It be these niggas bringing them up just because when I accurately assess players that they be trying to just boost up. And I suspect it's got something to do with that GOAT debate.
Let me ask you this, bro.
Talk about.
I think you're tearing them down. I think you're tearing your own team down because of this GOAT debate.
Nah, man. I lived through
I think you sung a different tune in the 90s when they was winning titles and people were saying the Bulls are trash.
Pippen ain't break your heart.
I bet Scottie Pippen was the baddest motherfucking small boy on the planet back then.
Catching a migraine in Game 7 when the Pistons just constantly fucking you up every year, and then you got a chance.
You wasn't screaming for Scottie to get traded.
Nobody was screaming for him to get traded, but we was calling him a bitch ass nigga though.
Exactly.
We was calling him a bitch ass nigga for talking about
screaming for his ass to get traded at all.
Talking about some migraine shit, dog. See what I'm saying? Right, he didn't do that to you. So like that's like
if he did to me, if I had a problem with it, I'd say he got to get off. Like when Kyrie Irving did that dumb shit with the vaccines and all that bullshit, I say I want him to get the fuck off my goddamn team. I wasn't sitting up here caping and all that. No, get the fuck off my team.
I'm not making a case. I wasn't
making a case. He got traded. I was happy as hell.
I'm not making a case for Scottie Pippen to not be
weirdo.
I'm not making a case for Scottie Pippen to not be.
Yes, I feel about Kyrie. Fuck Kyrie. I was happy as hell he got the fuck off my
goddamn team. All I'm trying to tell you is that I'm trying to give you an inside.
But you ain't scream get Scottie up out of here, did you? You wasn't saying get that motherfucker the fuck off my team, was you?
No, I was just calling him a bitch ass nigga.
Right, because you know he's a bad motherfucker. That's why you ain't want him off your team.
Think about
listen, man.
If he was trash, if he was trash with a migraine, you would have said get him the fuck out of here. Matter of fact, if he was trash with a migraine, you wouldn't even care that he had the migraine because he was trash.
Back in those days, it wasn't about no get the motherfucker off my team. It's just you playing like a bitch. That's all it need to be. That's all it need to be. And he came back and he showed improved. It's simple as that, bro. Like it ain't about like get him out of here, but like it seems like y'all don't want to hear nothing. Y'all don't want to hear no real assessment about this shit. Scottie Pippen, and that's all. That's like without Scottie, they wouldn't have won shit. Get out of here,
it's
man.
Real. It's
Scottie
real.
Pippen wasn't selling
That's
no tickets, man. That nigga wasn't selling no tickets, man.
That's a fact.
He wasn't selling
he
no
wouldn't have won
tickets.
shit. The Lakers, the Shaq wouldn't have won no title with the Lakers without Kobe. It's a fact. I mean, this is reality of the situation, bro. Like, for some reason, you have a problem dealing with that, though.
Yeah, I mean, because
New Jersey Nets would have never made it to the finals without Jason Kidd. Without Jason Kidd, the New Jersey Nets would have never made it to the finals. I ain't got no problem saying that shit. I mean, it's just reality, dog.
But because he first team defense every year, bro, I'm just trying to figure out how you
I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get him to understand.
Man, Scottie Pippen's best asset was being a basketball IQ. That's something y'all niggas never talk about, man. That's his best quality.
I get that.
I saw this nigga throw the ball, bounce the ball off a nigga back off an inbound pass and score. In a key moment in the game and shit like that. Like niggas don't be understanding that type of shit, but they want to bring up other shit. That's how I know y'all don't know nothing about no Scottie.
You talking about Jordan did that? A lot of niggas
Scottie
did that.
Shit.
Oh, you talking about niggas did that before Scottie?
No,
Scottie
I'm saying
that
like yes, but like he still had the wherewithal to do that shit. Like, but niggas don't know that side of his game. But y'all always want to talk about. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I'm saying he was the best. He was a first team defender in the era where it was a defensive era.
Yes, he was. But Bobby, I don't just bow down, man. I called it up. I called it on both sides, bro. Feel me? Like when you ain't shit, I'ma say you fucked up. What's wrong with saying the nigga fucked up?
Who fucked up? Scottie Pippen?
When he was up there talking about some migraine shit, getting punked by.
So
Dennis
one
Rodman,
game, so
like
one
that.
game or one series, and all of a sudden now Scotty.
Right.
Oh,
What about when they benched Michael Jordan in the play? What about when they had to bench Michael Jordan?
You're actually hurting your argument. You're actually hurting your argument because what happened when he got that migraine and Scotty didn't step up? What happened with your team?
They lost.
Oh, okay. What did Michael Jordan do that series?
He still lost. He did what
What
Jordan do.
did
But
he
he
do that
still
series?
lost.
I'm saying, like, how did he perform that series?
He performed as Jordan, like he always do.
Oh, but Scottie Pippen didn't do nothing, and your team lost.
That's right.
Okay, so like I said, Michael Jordan never won shit without Scottie Pippen.
I do think we got a good sample size in '98 when Scottie Pippen missed 40-something games, and the Bulls won 66 games without Scottie Pippen. So I don't hit me with that. I'll push back on that.
You think they went through the playoffs without Scottie?
Scottie Pippen had a bad back that year. Remember? You remember Game 6? Scottie Pippen as a decoy, where Jordan get a steal.
Did they not win the title with Scottie? Did they not win the title with Scottie?
Yes, they won it with Scottie.
With his bad back. Despite his bad back, they won with Scottie.
Despite him not doing shit. Okay, go ahead.
He ain't do shit? You say he ain't do
No,
nothing?
not
Which
in that
series you
series.
talking about?
No, not in that final series. Hell no.
Which finals is that?
98.
That was the last one, right?
He always got to answer and shit, dog. You see this?
I can't ask you a question. That was the last one.
No. I noticed you just conveniently bring this shit up. Y'all was talking about some.
Can I get a yes or no? Can I get a yes or no? Was that the last one?
Yeah, he was on the team. Yes, he was on the team. I don't
didn't ask you
have
whether he was
no problem with that though.
God, I'm asking a simple question, but I'll look because you
right, but like listen though,
you cause conspiracy stuff right now.
Nah, but listen though, like you always pushing the Scottie Pippen talk, but you don't even got no rank for him. You don't even you don't got no rank for him all the time and shit. When I ask you what you rank him at,
I rank my players. I rank my players. I don't rank all this other stuff the way that's where you get. That's where you get these little silly arguments.
You see that? Like that tells me you.
I rank two guards. Right. I rank my top two guards. I rank my top point guards. I rank my top four boards. And anything else. That's how I do it.
At small forward, hey, listen. At
then
small
when we
forward,
try to do this little GOAT conversation where we include everybody, that's when you get people like you who want to tear down your own team and try to make your one player look like he did something by himself.
Okay, hold on, Luke. If we talking about the small forward position, I would say LeBron is 1, KD is 2. Who would you have in that third spot?
Real quick.
I have Larry Bird over Scotty. I have Magic Johnson over Scotty.
1998 series. 1998 playoff series. Scottie Pippen was y'all second leading scorer. He led y'all in assists, and he was tied with Jordan. He had more blocks than Jordan.
What year was this? What year you talking about?
And Jordan had he had a little bit. It's kind of a wash. They both had the same.
What years you talking about, Psycho?
This is not the same shit. 1998, the one you didn't want to tell me it was.
Oh, okay.
But Magic Johnson.
God bless him.
So if you say Larry Bird is your first,
I didn't say Magic, Bobby. I didn't say Magic. I said Bird, and I said Dr. J. If I said Magic, my bad.
I want to put Dr. J. And he was the second leading rebounder behind Rodman. What are you talking about? He ain't do nothing.
God bless him. God bless him.
Yeah, because Jordan would have did it without him, right? Jordan would have won that shit without him, right?
How many rebounds was that?
Jordan would have won it without him, right? Jordan would. We could just do anybody there.
I do know this.
I've been.
Hold on, wait. I do know this though, Lou. The first championship the Bulls ever won, and I remember my pops telling me this.
Jordan averaged a triple-double, man. Don't even go there.
In the first, no, he didn't average a triple-double,
my nigga.
No, he didn't.
No, he did not.
No, he did. In the 1991 final.
Don't do this. And
hold on, wait a minute.
Pull up the stats from the
91.
final.
You mean 92? You talking about Jordan?
No, that's 91. That's the first final.
You talking Jordan?
Against the Lakers.
Yeah.
That's Jordan. That was 92.
That was 91.
Yeah,
that was 91, 92
don't
season.
Do it,
91,
don't
92
do it, Taz,
season.
man. And him and Magic, the only one who ever averaged a triple-double in the finals and shit.
Are you crazy?
No,
LeBron James.
Hold on, wait. It's in those finals.
Double,
Jordan averaged 31 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds.
He averaged
that's
what?
not a triple double.
11
no,
assists,
Lakers
6
was 91.
rebounds.
My bad. That was 91 Lakers. Okay.
Yeah, it was 91.
Yeah, he
31, 11, and 6. 2 steals and a block. He went off.
What
but
site you on, buddy?
I just Googled it, bro.
It ain't no site in the world that's
Nah,
gonna tell
man.
you like
Go to
average
basketball
double
reference,
in the
man.
finals, bro.
What? The only nigga that averaged a triple double in the finals is LeBron.
Yeah, Michael
bro.
Jordan did not average a triple double in 91.
That's the only nigga that
I would
averaged a
remember
triple
that.
double in the
Yeah,
finals.
he averaged. He did
That's
average. Wait, he averaged 31 points and he averaged 11 assists and 6
rebounds. Right?
Okay, my bad. Y'all got it.
But the point that I'm making is that my pop said in that finals, because the Lakers won game 1, they said Magic Johnson was killing Jordan. They said they had to switch Scotty on the Magic, and that's what changed the whole series.
Pippen led the team rebounds with 9.
That's a narrative too. But y'all go ahead. Though.
Ain't no narrative. That's what.
What narrative? We talking. We reading numbers.
Because we know the numbers and shit on.
And
that,
it said in the
It's funny.
2017.
Everybody pushing a narrative, but you. You notice this? Everybody's pushing a narrative, but you.
I know
real quick, bro. It's like LeBron is the only player.
Go through all that shit with y'all.
LeBron is the first. LeBron is the first player in NBA history to average a triple double in the finals.
Jordan.
33 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists. This nigga had a 33, 12, 10 finals.
I don't know where that shit came from. Wow,
I like that. This is crazy. Like,
yeah, I gotta go back to the home. I gotta go back and do some homework on that. I was wrong. If I'm wrong,
I'm telling you, man.
the
Jordan goggles, man, they got you. They fog in your eyes, dog. You can't see too good.
And I'm from Chicago. Niggas like you, Lou. Y'all niggas make the Jordan stories too spectacular, man.
I'm the one that said Mike Singletary overrated, so it ain't just about no Jordan.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't heard, man. My pops, man. This nigga be saying some shit, man. Mike scored 52 points in a half versus the Celtics. I'll be like, Pop, that shit never happened.
Defensive line, man.
Mike Singletary over Ray?
No, he
Look
not
at that
overrated.
defensive line that was in front of him, bro.
I got Ray over Mike Singletary.
All Hall of
Mike
Famers,
Singletary over Ray?
But Ray might be the greatest.
I said overrated. I said overrated. I said he overrated, not overrated.
Oh, I thought you said over Ray.
No, he's not overrated. No, I said he overrated. And Psycho hit the motherfucking organs and shit when I said that shit. Boy, you be hitting that organ.
So what you saying? Steve McMichael and all of them was the anchor.
Richard Dan Hampton, and Refrigerator Perry.
Yeah, but Mike Singletary is the middle linebacker, man. That's the quarterback of the front seven, man. He was the quarterback of all those wild motherfuckers up there.
Well, you got Hall of Famers all over the field, man.
But Dick won that MVP though, bro. Like that's gonna be hard to take away right there.
Well, Dick was a problem, but yeah.
It wasn't just Dent though, Psycho. It wasn't just Dent.
No, I mean, yeah, you had Stephen Michael, you had Fridge, and they was cutting
you
up.
had Dan Hampton.
You had Dan Hampton.
You got 3 Hall of Famers on the line alone, and then you talking about.
You had what you call?
I don't even know.
Yeah, you had Wilbur Marshall. Wilbur Marshall was there.
Another and Otis Wilson, like so. You got Hall of Famers all over the field.
Yeah, but he was the quarterback of them though.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he was.
I will give him this, like he was menacing and shit, and like he cracked a couple of helmets and shit, hitting motherfuckers and shit. But like as far as like the linebacker legacy in Chicago, man, it runs deep. So pause.
Yeah. But you put the white boys above him. You put like
Urlacher overrated too. Urlacher
you put Dick Buckets over him.
I wouldn't put Urlacher, but I'll put Dick Buckets over him though.
Urlacher was overrated too, though. So like, I ain't trying to hear that shit neither.
Urlacher was overrated. I'll give you that. Urlacher was overrated.
Like he couldn't shed no blocks. You know what I'm saying? He a safety from New Mexico. You know what I'm saying? That was too. He was an oversized safety from New Mexico. You know what I'm saying? And he had speed getting side to side, but that's his background in being a safety. But it worked out for them.
I agree with you, Urlacher. I'm gonna fight you on Singletary, but I agree with you, Urlacher.
I don't know, man. You must remember on Tecmo Bowl, Singletary was one of the fastest.
I remember watching them play, man. The motherfucker reading the offenses and everything else, putting everybody in the right spots and making like Yeah, man, that Buddy Bryant defense ain't an easy defense to call.
That shit wasn't nothing but a fucking 46 zone ain't nothing but 9 in the box, man. And one
Exactly. But you gotta know who to blitz though. But you gotta know. But wait. You gotta know who to blitz, bro. You gotta know like it's blitz packages. Like you ain't sending all 9 motherfuckers.
They sending all 9 motherfuckers.
They was not sending all 9. They was not sending all 9. Now they not at the same time. Not at the same time. That wasn't what was going on.
It was just even audacity putting 9 motherfuckers in the box.
Right.
Like,
And some a lot of them rushed and some of them dropped back. But even when they rush, it's different rushing. Like it's different. You play football. It's different rushing packages and stuff. You know, like certain people got to do stunts and you know swim moves and spin. Like you know, like you got to put people in certain positions. You know, like they set up. They set up. Sometimes Singletary's job is to plug up the hole. Sometimes he had to slide to the side and cover somebody. Like he, you know, middle linebacker
we
got a lot of
responsibility. We still talking about 1985 too, though. Like so. I'm saying it's not as strategic.
That ain't his only good year. That's not his only good year. Well, a lot of those motherfuckers left after 85. He still was there doing making Pro Bowls after a lot of those motherfuckers left.
I ain't gonna push back on that.
He was a lifer there.
And Vyas are right. If you're gonna mention Tecmo Bowl, you gotta mention Bo Jackson.
Yeah, we know Bo Jackson was
Bo Jackson, one of the baddest football players to ever be created for a video game.
Right, they created that game for him. So like we know Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl was like, nigga, it was like they put a cheat code in the game, nigga. Like that. It wasn't no cheat code. He was the cheat code.
I had to play with the Giants though, with Mark Bavaro that nobody.
Yes, he was.
What you said, go?
That game he was on Tecmo Bowl. He was
on Super Tecmo Bowl. Bo Jackson. All you had to do was zigzag up and down the field. This nigga bodies was falling.
You could run
off
backwards all the way to your own end zone and then run back.
Every pass and play is a touchdown to Jerry Rice.
No,
yeah, you could just throw it deep on Jerry Rice every time. But like I'm talking about on the first Tecmo Bowl, like it was a play with Mark Bavaro on the New York Giants. Like you couldn't stop
that little corner
that curl
type
right. That curl right.
Couldn't stop it. Touchdown every time.
10 yards every time.
Yeah, you couldn't stop that. The perfect red zone play.
Remember the quarterback sneak the Eagles had on there where Randall just rolled out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tecmo Bowl with the 4 plays and shit. You just had 4 plays.
Even if you blitz that shit though, like you could, like even if you blitz Bo Jackson, he still can beat that shit. Like that shit was crazy.
That's what made him so insane. Yeah, like it don't matter if you read his play or not. But you better read that play because that's the best way you got to stop him.
Yeah, I'm calling that shit every time. I don't give a fuck what else you do. Like
you fuck around, don't pick that play, and then they give the Bo, you in trouble.
Cheating ass game.
Man, yeah, that was when the players were stationary. You couldn't move till the ball was snapped.
Mm-hmm.
LT was fast in the motherfucker too. Like he getting straight in the back.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Y'all think Sanders gonna fall to the second round?
Who?
Sanders. Dion Sanders. Yeah.
If he do, it'll be a travesty.
No, I don't. I'm hoping the Giants get his ass. Please take him.
They ain't gonna get him in the beginning.
Y'all think they purposely put in the reports that?
Nah. I think let's put it this way.
This happened every year.
I don't think that he's not going top 5.
It's just a lot of good players in the draft this year.
He did go visit the Steelers, and some people are saying the Steelers could take a shot at him in 21. But the Steelers don't take a shot at him. He could fall to the second round easy.
I don't think he fall into the second.
Now he ain't gonna stay on the board long on the second round, but he very well could fall to the second round. So the Giants could get him in the second round.
Please get him. I want that Genty.
I can see somebody moving up and stay on too long. I can see a trade being made. Somebody moving up and grabbing if he stay on too long.
Maybe on Friday. I don't think Thursday.
Yeah, it's just
I don't think nobody's gonna trade up to get him on Thursday.
It's not a strong quarterback.
Friday,
I think he's going tomorrow, maybe even late.
Yeah, he going the first round.
If he don't go to Pittsburgh, I don't know.
You think the Giants just gonna roll with Russell Wilson? At
if they have to.
I don't think so, man. I think Russell is kind of washed, man. Like
done better for him.
Yeah, I think he's washed.
Where he at right now? He's Pittsburgh, right? He still?
He with the Giants.
No, he with the Giants.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, he ain't no more washed than Daniel Jones.
No, they got what's his name, man? The black quarterback.
You know what I'm saying? From the last few years, though, I mean, they rolled the dice on Daniel Jones about 3 straight years.
But Taz, this New York, man, you can't just keep trotting out. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a name, or you got to have some type of, you know what I'm saying, momentum and shit like that, man. I think
the Giants been getting away with that shit for years. They've had fucking Eli Manning out there leading the league in picks and shit.
And winning Super Bowls against the Patriots, too.
I mean, that's the only thing that saved his career, because that dude was terrible.
Shit, what else gonna save your career if winning the Super Bowl won't? Shit.
I mean, most Super Bowl winning quarterbacks ain't got as bad of a career as he do.
That's true, but like he's still getting in the Hall. I know he in the Hall.
Especially 2 Super Bowl wins
against the Patriots, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of motherfuckers can't say no shit like that.
Yeah, he in. I mean, I damn sure ain't gonna lie on him and say he ain't in. He can make it to the Hall.
And he got damn it. Stood. You know, he stood. He was 10 toes down in those games. I know the defense. You know, they had a lot to say about it, but
nah, he had a defense.
Yeah,
Really.
but he wasn't no like he didn't fold in that shit. Like he stood 10 toes down.
Yeah, he didn't lose them the games.
And he beat that undefeated team.
That's huge. That's big. Yeah, no doubt.
Right. So you know what I mean? Like despite his numbers in his career.
You talking about Eli?
Eli, yep.
Yeah.
Fuck Eli. He's gonna be the worst Hall of Fame quarterback in that motherfucker when you get in. He's gonna probably get in.
I ain't gonna say the
He
worst.
gonna get in.
Tell me a motherfucker in that Hall of
Yeah,
Fame.
ain't no probably
that's
too.
worse than Eli. Tell me name me a worse quarterback than Eli in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know, man. I don't know the Hall of Fame like that, but I do know the NFL don't just easily bow down. Like it ain't the NBA Hall of Fame. So
right, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna be the worst.
But them 2 wins
Hall
though,
of
like
Fame
you can't
quarterback
name a
up in there.
motherfucker. You can't name a motherfucker with 2 better like if your 2 Super Bowl wins, like who's better? Like John Elway, he ain't beat the Patriots.
John Elway ain't beat the Patriots, but he beat a formidable squad though. He beat Brett Favre and them, didn't he?
He playing shit when John Elway was playing.
Who got them? Who got that? I know Terrell got one of them MVPs at least.
Now look, this the only argument Eli finna have for niggas. It said at the time when Eli retired, he ranked 7th in all-time completions, passing yards, and touchdowns, and he ranks 11th in all categories.
Let me do it like this.
That along with them 2 Super Bowls, which is
Where he
huge.
ranking interceptions.
Hold on,
He's going to get in the Hall
I'm
of
gonna
Fame.
look it up.
He's going to be the worst quarterback in it. Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
making the argument that he ain't going to get in. He's going
I
to
don't
get
think
in.
he the worst quarterback because I got to look up quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame.
Is Jim Plunkett in that bitch? I know he's
Nope,
better than Jim.
he should be. If you put Eli in, right, that's my argument right there. I'm
He's
glad
better
you
than
mentioned.
Jim Plunkett.
He should be in.
Like-
He should be in there. If Eli's in there, put Jim Plunkett in there.
Is what's his name? Who was with the Lions?
He
all
12th
year?
all time in
Is he
interception.
going? Is Matt
12th
Stafford?
all
Is Matt
time.
Stafford? Is Matt Stafford going?
I mean, I think Brett Favre #1 though.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Brett
Yeah,
Favre got
Brett
more
Favre.
interceptions than anybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
That
lost
nigga is
that
the
ball, yeah.
gunslinger. Yeah, Brett Favre was known for like he go
Yeah, he
throw
lost in the-
TDs
Brett
and
Favre better than
touchdowns
Eli,
at the same. No, he better than Eli, but I'm saying to the interception conversation, niggas know that Brett Favre go throw you just as many interceptions as
gunslinger.
touchdowns. Yeah, he a gunslinger. He don't give a
Right.
fuck. about
Interception's
that.
not necessarily like indicative of a bad quarterback though. Sometimes that shit. No, I get that Eli. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to like cake for interceptions, but sometimes like you gotta like shoot your shots. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying when it comes to interceptions and shit. Because
you take away those 2 Super Bowls, he ain't in.
You ain't taking away no 2 Super Bowls.
The top
man.
10,
Like, that's
the
a
top
huge ass
10
statement.
interceptions. I think I'm just looking at it real
Rob
quick.
Blunt
Most of
got it.
these niggas is in the Hall of Fame. Because Brett Favre number one.
Now who's see you doing that Scottie Pippen shit? See when I was doing it,
I said if it wasn't for 2 Super Bowls, he wouldn't be here. You said, of course he's gonna get in.
How you say if it wasn't for 2
So I'm saying that's the case. If that's gonna be the Jim Plunkett in.
So look, this is what I'm gonna say. 117 and 117 is his career record. Come on, man.
Look at his playoff record.
Got a 500 career record.
That's a good argument, Taz, man. That's a good argument, man. But he got the 2 fucking Super Bowls and beat an undefeated team. Man, bro. Like, that's Hall of Fame.
I mean, that's what I say. That's gonna get him over the hump, bro. But we can't pretend like 117 and 117.
Listen, I'm not saying he's all time. No, when it comes to like the Drew Breeses and the Peyton Manning.
I mean, but he is all time. Yeah, I mean, if you look at all, but listen, I'm just saying from just a pure QB standpoint. Because the 11-7, the 117, one can argue that's the team. But if you just look at what they measure the quarterback by, I'm looking like he top 11 in everything. And all the niggas that's below him, like I'm looking at top touchdowns. John Elway is below him. Warren Moon is below him. Johnny Unitas is below him. Joe Montana is below him. You see what I'm saying? If I go to if I go to most QB, what's the name?
He got more attempts than them too.
I would believe that though. If I go to passing yards, you see what I'm saying? He ahead of a lot of niggas that's in
a more pass-friendly league than those names that you mentioned.
I would agree. Listen, I'm not denying all of that, but I'm saying when I go to passing yards, he number 11 again. He ahead of Elway. He ahead of Vinny Testaverde, Drew Brees. You see what I'm saying? Joe Montana, Johnny. You not like
is Vinny Testaverde in the Hall of Fame? He better not be because
I don't think so.
Eli definitely belongs in there.
No, I don't think it. But I'm saying John Elway in there. I'm going through just what they measure. I'm just going with what they measure a QB by. You know, touchdowns, passing yards.
5 Super Bowls.
Is Tony Romo in there?
He won 2 of them.
Is Tony Romo in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think Tony Romo in there.
Tony Romo better not be.
Tony Romo, no.
But I'm saying, even when you say, but I'm saying, damn, he had Dan Marino on a lot of stuff, and you right, it was a more pass-friendly league in his era, but them 2 Super Bowls count for something. You beat an undefeated team.
But what I'm saying is Eli is the one person that it's only about Super Bowls because again, because Jim Plunkett don't get that same respect because like I said, Jim Plunkett got 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders, 2, he's not in the Hall of Fame still not in the Hall of Fame. But Eli is going to get in with the same accomplishments, and the reason why is because everybody says he got 2 Super Bowls. But
not just the 2
Eli
Super Bowls, though.
It isn't.
Because it ain't just the 2 Super Bowls. Because if I'm just being real. I didn't notice that he was this high on the list in these all-time QB stats. Like once you get past like the Tom Brady, right? No, fuck his last name though. Hold on, but I'm just saying though, Fontaine. Like once you get past, like he's to be ahead of John Elway in passing yards, to be ahead of like all these names and touchdowns, and all this other shit. Like this nigga, I didn't know Eli Manning was in like top 11. I always assumed he was just this trash ass QB. That's why I'm looking at this shit now. Like, this nigga dude got an argument for this shit.
Bobby, he won those Super Bowls in desert fashion. He won it in desert fashion.
You feel me, Fontaine? I'm just looking this up. I'm like, this nigga all time.
That first Super Bowl,
up there.
That first Super Bowl, really, he didn't have nothing to do with that winning that first Super Bowl. He closed his eyes, threw that ball up the air for a prayer.
He closed his eyes.
The receiver deserves all the credit for the catch.
What he doing?
Because that could have easily been picked off. That was no start.
He got the nerve.
Now the second Super Bowl, second Super Bowl, he actually balled out. I'll give him credit for that. He actually did ball out in the second Super Bowl. It was that 2011. He actually balled out in that one.
Hey, Psycho, you a
I'll give
Giants
credit
fan?
for. That first
You a
one, that was
Giants
luck.
fan?
That was luck.
Psycho, you a Giants fan or a Jets fan?
All right, what?
You a Giants or a Jets fan?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you a Redskins fan. My bad.
Yeah, I can't stand the fucking Giants.
Oh, I forgot you was a Redskins fan. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking.
Yeah, I've seen him, bro. He's a bum, bro. Like I say, like playing big and playing good in a big game don't make you elite. I think that's kind of why people are always confused on Kaepernick, right? And making it seem like he was a better player than he was. One good game in the playoffs don't make you that, bro.
Yeah, but like
really, Eli.
My thing, Taz, though, if you got to play good in the game, it better be a big game. Feel me? Like you get credit for that. With me,
yeah, right. His defense carried him to those games, and now he gets all the credit.
Defensive line was like they did have historic defensive lines, so I give y'all that.
Both of them teams, absolutely.
But they didn't win the Super Bowls based on no defense. They needed him to do all that fluky ass shit to win them Super Bowls.
So that's the argument.
Like, what are you talking about, bro? These two games didn't even get touchdowns. Three touchdowns max in both games.
But I'm saying the ones that they needed from
the most prolific offenses in the history of the NFL.
I get that, but I'm saying, but hold on, but I'm saying the touchdowns that they needed them bitches in crunch time with a nigga scrambling out the pocket, shedding. Like I remember these plays. Like Eli wasn't just out there throwing the ball and
that David Kyrie, whatever the fuck that motherfucking name was. I don't even remember.
Nigga did some miracle shit.
Yeah, Kyrie. Yeah, that catch. It was all about the catch.
But
it was all about the catch.
But I'm saying,
Eli did extend the play. He did extend the play. I'll say that. But he closed his eyes and threw that shit up in the air.
I can believe that. But I'm saying he still had to go out there and throw another touchdown to Plaxico after that.
So if the argument is about historic defenses, then we got to start side-eyeing Tom Brady a little bit. Not as far as the Hall of Fame, but like in terms of like GOAT status and all that shit. Because some of them defenses was historic. Some of them defenses was historic. Man.
Which one of Tom Brady's defense?
It's definitely that first one. That first one. That first one was all about the defense, man. Like
name the historic players.
I don't disagree.
Oh, you crazy? Oh no, the Patriots have some defensive teams now. Richard Seymour, Lawyer Malloy. What's the linebacker? Ty Law, Vrabel. Yeah, them niggas had. Yeah, that was the defensive squad.
That Brady shouldn't be in the GOAT conversation, or that he's not.
You had that first one. Okay, who else?
That first one was definitely all defense.
We got Adam Vinatieri too. Don't forget
Teddy Bruschi.
He won two of those. He won two of those Super Bowls for him.
Yep, Teddy Bruschi. Yep, that was crazy on the defense.
The tight end won a couple of them Super Bowls and shit.
Vince Wilfork. Yeah, they was crazy. They had a day's defense.
That was later. You talking to Kowski? You ain't talking about the early Super Bowl. He ain't had no receivers. None in the early Super Bowl.
Tom Brady made them niggas.
Nah, Tom Brady ain't make that defense,
man. He had a whole lot of help. Just like he said, he had defense. He had a kicker. He had the best kicker in the league. That kicker won two of those first three Super Bowls. Literally.
They definitely weren't supposed to beat the Rams. That's you know what I'm saying?
But they did.
Yeah, but it wasn't him. It wasn't just him. It definitely was like I said. It
was a team effort. It was a team effort. All that.
To be honest,
he didn't start standing out. Like his best season is the one that he lost. The one statistically,
the Patriots was a
statistically his best season was the one that we were just talking about. The one he lost to Eli and them when they went 18-1. That was statistically his best season.
Yeah, he left and won with the Bucks.
Yeah, but everybody's giving credit to Eli when the man didn't have time.
I was just drawing the parallel though. Like if we saying Eli, because of the defense.
He didn't get the ball to Moss. You know why?
Ty Law.
No, nigga, that front four was there. Every goddamn
JPP and motherfucking Strahan and Tucking them niggas.
Yeah. Oh, that's how the Giants beat them. Yeah, that's how the Giants beat them up. Like that defense.
I saw Ty Law get 3 picks on Peyton Manning.
Man, them niggas was out there throwing Tom Brady ass to the
Patriots
ground.
was
They was
averaging
not
like
fucking with
37
that.
points a game or some wild ass shit or something like that till he ran to the Giants.
Yeah.
But what was crazy is that the Giants played them on the last game of the season that y'all remember, and they played them good as hell. They lost that game on like a last second touchdown, but everybody was like,
they played
"Ooh,
them good."
they had almost lost. The Patriots had almost lost that game to the
They was
Giants.
running up the score on everybody that year. It was pissed because that's the same year they got caught cheating.
They couldn't do it to the Giants
they were
though.
run up the score on everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not
Bruh,
forget
like,
about
listen,
let's not
bruh,
forget
but-
about the cheating.
But listen, bro, 50-8, bro. I don't know if you can cheat your way into that, man.
But it's still it's just a strike on your legacy, though.
It's a strike on your legacy, but bro, 50
Got caught cheating more than one.
He was black.
50 touchdowns and 8 picks, bro.
Man, fuck that. If they ain't trying to let Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame,
Exactly. I
fuck
was
Tom
definitely
Brady.
gonna bring that shit up.
And I fuck with Tom Brady. Fuck him then. I'm with you now, Lou. Fuck him.
Sports, bro. You gotta stay where we at and deal with Michael Vick.
That nigga with juice.
Came back, signed a big contract to shine.
Nah, Vic never cheated the game though.
Nope. That was
He
off
didn't
the
cheat.
field
His
shit.
cheating ain't had. Yeah, he ain't cheating the game.
Oh,
Yeah,
y'all
his
talking
shit was
about
off field.
not just suspension. Okay, y'all talking about cheating? Yeah.
And the Patriots was known for. Now that I'm thinking about it, the Patriots was like caught in crazy cheating shit, recording
Tuck
niggas
rules
plays
and all
before the
that
Super
shit.
Bowl. Tuck, man.
Yeah, that
that's
was the first
crazy.
Super Bowl. That was against the Rams, the first one.
Deflategate, right?
The Deflategate. Oh man, I'm talking about when they was caught like literally like sending spies to niggas camps before the Super Bowl and like watching niggas plays and niggas
When
were
they got
recording.
caught, when all this shit first came out, they motherfuckers recording the Jets. The shit they was up here.
Yeah,
The Jets
yeah.
for the other sideline and shit.
Yeah, man.
They
them
got
niggas-
caught.
Defensive
Yeah, they
contact, they changed that motherfucking rule because of what the Patriots.
I don't know, bro. Like I say, I'll give you credit for that on the wins and losses and the X's and O's, but how does that? I can't give you that on the field play though. Like playing on the field when you throwing a football.
Nigga with juicing the balls. He had them. He said, man, if you fill this bitch up with 4 pounds of herb, fill mine with 2.5. That's juicing. They said Barry Bonds was juice. Until they let
like
Barry
having the
Bonds
quarterback.
in, fuck Tom Brady, goddamn.
That's like having a court bat. They got on Sammy Sosa for that.
That's two different Hall of Fames, man.
I understand, but Barry,
Definitely two
like
different Hall of
corking
Fame,
it, corking, yeah, like it's similar to corking the back. It's adding the egg, like niggas who put the pine tar shit, the pitchers who put the extra sticky
But
shit
listen,
on
though.
their hands, like it's some
But I'm
extra.
saying,
Y'all can have, listen, Brady can have the GOAT.
You got to deal with the sport in question. So when I'm saying this because Pete Rose ain't in. Okay, they let Pete Rose in, then you had that conversation.
When he was managing some shit, when he was managing this shit, get the fuck out of here.
Come on, bro, that's cheating though.
Right,
Bro, they ain't got shit to do with
career.
what I went out here and hit these
Nothing to do with his
3,000
playing
hits,
career.
nigga.
He didn't cheat when he was like he didn't cheat like on the field. Like he didn't like. He broke rules. Let's just put it like that. I don't gonna say he cheated.
But
he
they ain't
rules.
fucking
He
with him
broke the
though.
rules.
But my point is, they ain't fucking with him.
Right? No,
He
no, they not
he
fucking with
belong
him.
in
Yeah,
the
they
Hall
not
of
fucking
Fame,
with him
man.
because he broke the rules. Yeah.
He belong in the
I
Hall of
think
Fame,
he
man.
should be, but I'm just saying they ain't fucking.
Yeah, I think he
with him.
should be too. But yeah, because again, he didn't cheat. He didn't really cheat. He just broke the rules. Like, and okay, you know, I feel like he could been punished enough. I mean, he's gone anyway, so he did. So he ain't never.
But we don't know if we don't know if he was calling games based on his bets and shit.
It was no evidence of this. They went back and looked and checked, and they saw no evidence. He always bet on his team to win. He never bet against the other team. All his bets was for the Cincinnati Reds to win. So he was just betting on himself. But that's still illegal though.
Yeah, they some bitches for that. Yeah, he's supposed to be in there. He had the most hits in baseball. I think Ichiro broke that shit.
Yeah.
Ichiro broke his shit?
Hell yeah.
I'm thinking so.
Nah, ain't nobody
Yeah,
broke.
Ichiro got the all-time hits record. He broke Pete Rose shit.
That motherfucker was
Yeah,
crazy.
Ichiro was the GOAT, bro.
That motherfucker
remember,
was cold.
remember a couple weeks ago, I was like, man, them Japanese niggas been taking. I had mentioned Ichiro.
Ichiro is cold, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, Ichiro
It's
broke
still
that.
Pete Rose. It's still Pete Rose.
I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, bro.
I swear he broke something. He broke something.
That's like an iconic record right there. Like,
he might got the single season hits or something. He broke something.
yeah, he might got a record, but it ain't the all time hits.
No, record. I'm just saying like a hits record. Like it might be season all time hits. Not
He's not even number 2. Ty Cobb's still number 2. Hank Aaron's still number 3.
Season all time hits.
Damn Usual number 4. Tris Speaker number 5. Derek Jeter got more hits than what you call it. Derek Jeter's number 6.
No, but who got it for one season? No, I ain't talking about all time. Who got the season all time?
Okay, now season that's different.
No, I don't even know where the fuck he would be at, but he definitely ain't nowhere near the top.
I know he broke something.
He ain't played long enough. He ain't played long enough to even get that record. You got to play for a long time to break that record.
I thought he had broke a record too, man.
Okay, yeah, Ichiro got the most hits in the season. That's what I'm
talking about.
That's what it is. Okay, all right.
262.
Okay,
262. He got the most.
Get the fuck out of here, Taz. Get out of here, man.
It ain't.
And I know you're in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's what they doing. Taz, this what they doing with the new baseball Psycho. I just peeped it. Now I know where I got this information from. In MLB, Ichiro is 22nd all time, right?
Mm-hmm.
In all-time professional baseball, they say Ichiro is number 1 because they adding in his Nippon professional baseball. Shit. Yeah, so he got 4,367 hits. So I knew I wasn't tripping when I heard that information. So that's what they're doing. I don't count that shit neither. So he 22nd all time in baseball. That's what counts.
Although
he 5 tools, man.
They don't count. I definitely bet on them though. They could have started a little bit. They play overnight.
That motherfucker was using
this nigga crazy.
That motherfucker was using ninjutsu.
No, I know because
he still got 3,000 hits though in Major League Baseball. That's a lot in that short amount of time. Because like you said, he played overseas before he even came to the Major League Baseball.
That's a fact.
So he was an old rookie.
Yeah, man. It's something about some 5-tool players and shit, man. That's why I say Barry Bonds should be in there because he was a Hall of Famer before he started juicing.
Man, Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player.
Like even before, like all the home runs and shit, he still was gonna be in the Hall of Fame.
The greatest baseball player. I don't give a fuck what type of juice this nigga took. That's the greatest baseball player, nigga.
Yeah, he was like a 28. He was like a 28-year-old rookie.
You'd never get in. Fluid.
Oh, Barry Bonds. And he don't even care. That's what's so cold about that. That nigga don't give a fuck.
Get in too is because they condone that shit. Buzz Selig was looking the other way. He was like you know what I'm saying, because it was bringing more popularity back to baseball and shit.
Yeah, they love that shit for what it did for baseball in the moment.
Right. So like then to turn around and say, "Oh man, we're gonna make you an example." You feel me? Like
yeah, they loved it. They loved 1998. They loved Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire. That's what they love. They ain't love when Barry Bonds was chasing that record down.
And they definitely ain't like it when Bonds was doing it.
Yeah, right. Bonds was doing it. They ain't like that shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct, though. You're right.
Nigga, when Bonds went out there and hit 70-something home runs, them white people was like,
didn't that home run chase, didn't that bring back?
That home run chase brought baseball back. It did.
Yeah, because they had went on the strike like about 3 years before that.
The whole time, though,
but
man.
I'm saying,
y'all remember
yes, they was juicing the whole time, but I'm saying perception-wise, and I remember this because I was here during that time when Mark McGwire broke that record, right? It was like this love story between him and Sammy Sosa that whole year, like, you know, they was back, you know, going back and forth, and then the white man ended up winning, and then they brought Roger Maris wife out, and she was crying with the baby. It was a whole. I was here in St. Louis, bro. It was a whole big thing. But I'm saying, a few years later, when Barry got to breaking that shit, man, that nigga didn't give a bro. Barry was the asshole, bro. He wouldn't give a fuck about nothing, bro.
That's the reason why they coming after
Barry. Didn't give a fuck. Barry destroyed them records, bro.
He was on some Marshawn Lynch type.
Yeah,
that was the greatest hitting season I've ever seen in my life. Like that shit was insane, bro.
Yeah,
like he literally get like one pitch to look at the whole game. and smack that shit over the
And he smack it out there. Bro, they'll pitch from this nigga the
One
whole
pitch.
game, Psycho, and give him
Psycho.
one pitch.
Psycho, he the only nigga that got intentional walk in the with the bases loaded in the World Series and shit.
That's insane.
You ain't never gonna see that shit again.
That's insane.
You got intentional walk in the World Series with the bases loaded.
I ain't never seen nothing like that before, man. I don't think I ever will again.
Pujols is underrated because I was here in St. Louis for Pujols too. He probably like number
Tony
2.
La Russa, you know.
Yeah.
Tony La Russa was passing out needles too. Him and Dusty.
What you said, Taz?
No, I said that was the smart play. You better not pitch that motherfucker bases loaded in the goddamn World Series.
Fuck, God.
Shit. He be called the dumbest motherfucker ever for allowing that pitch.
Barry used to have them white people out there in that look.
Like if I got a big unit, I think I might pitch to him, but it ain't gonna be in no World Series because they was in the same. No, it might be because in the American League. Yeah, Randy Johnson.
Remember when that nigga Randy Johnson sniped that motherfucking bird out the sky?
Yeah, I'm pitching with Randy Johnson or young Pedro Martinez in his prime. I'm pitching.
I remember this nigga Ken Griffey Jr. was telling this story about going up against Nolan Ryan. And he was like, nigga, this the first time I ever seen the baseball turned into a peel, nigga. He said, nigga, I went up there to go back. He was like, nigga, that nigga threw that shit so hard. He was like, it was like the ball just shrunk. That bitch became like the size of a motherfucking Tylenol. I was like, nigga, I had to step out the box. Like, damn, this the real deal.
I'm wrong though, because I might be wrong, but this nigga Fernando Tatis hit 2 grand slams in one inning on the White Sox, man. I was laughing like a motherfucker. You know what? I'm a I hate the White Sox.
About this season?
Nah, that's his son. I'm talking about his daddy, Fernando Tatis. Back in the 90s and shit. Or was it in the 2000s? It was the 2000s.
0, nigga. First
2
inning.
grand slams in one. Well, it might be one game. I'm not sure. Might be one game. I know he hit 2 grand slams in one game, definitely. But yeah, that's some crazy shit there. Shit, man. About me getting that Scottie Pippen, and then you doing the same shit to Eli Manning, man. Like, I just want to call bullshit.
I missed what you said. What you say?
At me for critiquing Scottie Pippen, and you did the same shit to Eli Manning.
What I do to Eli Manning?
Like you over critiquing him and shit. Like you like them 2 Super Bowls wasn't shit. Like he don't belong in the Hall.
I didn't say Super Bowl wasn't shit. I said no. I didn't. What I said was he's going to get in the Hall of Fame, but the reason why he's going to get in the Hall of Fame is solely because of those 2 rings. Everybody in the Hall of Fame ain't there because of rings, right? Like he's there strictly because of rings. Like you take away those 2 rings, he's not in the Hall of Fame. Ain't nobody trying to make an argument for him to get in the Hall of Fame if it wasn't for those 2 rings. And that's my point. Like it's solely because of the rings. Like if you took away Aaron Rodgers' ring that he won, he's still in the Hall of Fame. If you took away his ring,
It's QB.
You take away Eli. You take away Eli. He's not in.
Man, please do me a favor, man. Stop mentioning Packers, man. Damn.
I'm just telling you.
If you take away Peyton rings, he's still in.
He's still in. He's in. Eli's only in because of those 2 rings. That's the only reason why he's in.
Bears though, Peyton Manning. The Bears supposed to win that game. They had Rex Grossman and shit. You know what I'm saying? They had a lead out. They had the first kickoff touchdown like by Devin Hester, and then got a pick with the ball. So you starting the game off with the ball and a touchdown with the number 1 defense.
Grossman, dog.
With the number 1 defense in the NFL.
Make it that far with him. I was lucky to even make it that far.
Well, he got hurt that season, so Kyle Orton got them there because he played like 6 games. And then they started Rex Grossman, like you know what I'm saying? Because he was the starter.
Rex is a bum. I do want to see where Sanders fall to.
I think he's going in the first. I think he's going in the top 10. Psycho.
If he going the first, somebody's going to trade up probably to get him. It'll be at the bottom of the first round.
It would be crazy to see him not go in the first round. I'm saying that because either way, he's still a talent, bro. Like he's not a bum. He's not a bum.
It's not deemed to be a great quarterback year.
He a pocket quarterback, but like again though, like Psycho said, it's not a great quarterback year. But quarterback's still always the cream of the draft every year though.
Not every year. Some years the quarterback position just ain't good.
This one of them years, but like some team gonna need a quarterback, man.
It's good cornerback year, a lot of cornerbacks, some pass rushers.
There's a lot of running backs.
Some running backs, yeah, but quarterbacks is not a lot of them.
Nah, I take it. I like for real.
That's why I asked.
If I was a team, I would.
Why wouldn't the Giants take him?
I would. If I was the Giants, I hope they do take him. Because I hope they do take him early. Shit, I'm worried about the motherfucker they about to take. So I'd much rather you get him, because especially when I feel like they could get him later. I feel like the Giants. If I was the GM of the Giants, I would talk to them teams at the bottom, like us, we ain't gonna trade with them. But I'm just saying, like, we at the bottom of the draft, like the Eagles. The Eagles ain't probably gonna trade with them either. But they could. You know, I just need
more quarterbacks. But I need more quarterbacks to get drafted early because
the Giants pick early in the second round. Giants got like the second or third pick in the second round. So
it's a deep draft,
they can trade that pick. They can switch picks with somebody with that early second round pick and move up back into the first round, the bottom of the first, and draft them there. That's what I would try to do if I was the Giants.
I like Jackson Dart though. They downplaying it, but I like Jackson Dart, bro. Watched a lot of color football this year, bro. He's not no bum quarterback. He played for Ole Miss, and he can put up points. So you know what I'm saying? He's another second round option. He'll be out there.
Yeah, he's gonna make it too.
I just need Ashton Genty to fall. That's what I need.
Somebody gonna run because I don't know if him and that Scatterbull dude, right? I don't know if they are durable enough for the NFL. I didn't see him running
back too. Like a lot of motherfuckers looking at him, but running backs, you know how they be doing running backs like in this era of the NFL. So like I'm hoping that stands true. You know what I mean? Because the Bears get him, man. Like I got a different assessment.
I see too much sharing of the role right now, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really have those backs that, you know what I'm saying?
All-purpose backs,
30 carries a game type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, it ain't a lot of all every down backs no more. Like, see, like Saquon, though, he kind of like showing motherfuckers that you might need. You know what I'm saying? You might need these niggas.
Yeah, they predicted a lot of running backs to go in the first.
Well, it ain't a lot of hymns, though, either.
No, it ain't. He on a tier by himself, but then, you know, you got Jamarion Hampton, you know what I'm saying? He in that next class, leading that next class. Then you got, like you said, Scatterbull. You got a lot of running backs, man. But you got some offensive linemen. You got some tight ends. So I hope some dumb niggas do some dumb shit and let that man fall.
Yeah, I want to see where Abdul Carter go too. He's gonna be another interesting one. That motherfucker a beast. He gonna make an instant impact on somebody's defense.
Yeah, it's good to see though, like these running backs making the renaissance, man. Cause like, you know, for the last like 7-10 years, man, they've been trying to like downplay the running back position. You know what I mean?
I mean, it kind of has been plug and play though.
It's all about the quarterbacks, but like that shit help the quarterback though. When you can just, goddamn it, like hand the ball off and then run your play action, man.
I mean, because as a 49ers fan, bro, I'm telling you, we be deep. We be having like 3-4 backs. You know what I'm saying? Every year they swapping out somebody, like even Jordan Mason this year. You know what I'm saying? Like until Christian McCaffrey came back, he's leading the league in rushing.
The white boy leading the league in rushing, man. That shit is
Jordan Mason, the backup. He was leading the league in rushing. But just like cause we had a lot of them cats, but the nigga in Miami, he used to play for, I can't remember his name right now. But he came from our team, we got about 3 former running backs out there in the league playing good. I just don't think that position is it ain't nobody really like Saquon, bro.
You think Travis Hunter gonna play 2 ways this year?
No.
What y'all picking at this year?
I heard him say if motherfuckers they ain't thinking about playing them 2 ways, then don't draft him.
Now I did see that, but it's like, I think once he get in that NFL game, but do he want to play 2 ways? You're not getting paid to play 2 ways.
Mm-hmm. What do you think they're gonna play him at?
Yeah, ain't no motherfucker playing no 2 ways. I'm sorry. That's like 100-something snaps and shit.
Well, you know what? It's gonna depend on who's grabbing too, though. I mean, let's say you go somewhere like Tennessee. I mean, they might can use you on both sides. So, I mean, they might try it.
Right, but who gonna play a motherfucker 100 snaps though, man? That's crazy, man. No, I can't do that.
It would be more like full-time corner in
part-time receiver, kind of like how Dion used to do it. That's what Dion used to do. Dion didn't play well. Not one of those years he did when Alvin Harper left. He tried to play 2 full-time, but that was a disaster.
Pick slot.
Part-time slot receiver. I can see him be a part-time slot receiver and playing corner.
Like what the 49ers picking at this year? What draft number?
Shit, I don't know, bro. Let me go look, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't
y'all in the middle of the pack unless y'all traded y'all pick. Y'all should be right there in the middle.
Shit, we got 11.
Y'all right behind us.
Y'all gonna have a decent shot at somebody.
How y'all feel about the band? The band on
there, bro.
Sanders gonna be there. Y'all should grab him, huh? You down on what you got?
Yeah. Now, that's what if I'm in the room, nigga, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, look, man, dude ain't got us over the hump yet. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talk about paying this motherfucker. I ain't seen it. You know what I'm saying? Let's take him and see.
If you get your do it, you better have a decent offensive line, man, because he's not doing no running.
He's not mobile. Yeah, he's not a mobile quarterback.
I mean, but shit, neither was Purdy. I mean, my thing is, like, for real, when it come down to it, he a rookie, he got to go through the rookie bump, whatever. But I think the biggest part of that is the opportunity, though, bro. You got to get him out on the field. Like, that, you know what I'm saying? If he ain't on the field, bro, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We talking about waiting 2 or 3 years. I don't know if nobody drafted for that. You know what I'm saying? Like whoever drafts him got to put him on the field now.
Yeah. Plus, a lot of people don't want that package deal with Dion too, because I heard Adam Schefter say something, and it's kind of true. Whoever drafts him better feel comfortable in their coaching position, right? Because whoever drafts him, if they start slipping and start fucking up, it's going to be whispers that Dion should come and take over the team.
Automatic, no doubt.
It's still money though. That's still all money. I got that.
Take over the team, yeah.
Like you can't see Dion in Tennessee or some shit like that. Like
I see Dion going wherever the fuck somebody gonna pay him, dog.
Nah, but I'm saying it's still gonna boost up their marketability and shit like that. Whatever team taking.
Yeah,
that's Dion.
whatever.
Dion want to be in the NFL. All this other shit is stepping stones. Jackson State, Colorado, all this shit stepping stones.
I think he gonna get there. Like, why wouldn't?
I don't think Dion Sanders would ever go to the NFL because I think he's smarter than that. You know, he can quite possibly still keep a level of control with his players or whoever, you know what I'm saying, he working with through the league and still, you know what I'm saying, dominate college football. He just like what Duke just put in the chat. He just resigned. He the highest paid college football money is different, bro.
That's what I was gonna say.
What's college coaching football money is different, bro.
Yeah, but he love them lights, man.
Huh?
He love them lights.
Yeah, what's his name? Prime time.
Yeah, he's in a prime time college coaching position.
Nah, but the NFL, he don't get no more prime time.
I mean, he saved Colorado's program, but make no mistake about it, bro. His son leaving, they don't know what's gonna happen, bro.
I get that, but that's still thinking short term. Dion is like, I really believe him when he say all of that. I'm trying to take young boys and make them into men and all that. Like it's beyond just his son and all. Well, even if it's just a part of his thing, just to like boost up, I could just see him taking higher money to go to different prestigious colleges. You see what I'm saying? Pretty soon he might end up in the SEC or somewhere back down there at Florida State.
I think it'll take slightly less money, not a lot less, but slightly less money to go to NFL.
Bro, 5 years, 54 million. That nigga ain't taking the nigga who made must be the money is not taking less money to do nothing.
But listen, Bobby, Joe Paterno said that same shit. It's all about the boys and shit. You saw what he did.
Because back then the money was different. You talking about Paterno, bro. There's some shit. That's the 90s, bro. Come on,
it's
gang.
all about the boys. You saw
That's
what
the
it was.
90s, but no, in the 90s,
Looking the other way.
Yeah, bro. You gave a 90s reference, bro, with the money, not, bro. Do you see the money?
I don't even think he's talking about no money. He's talking about Terry Sandusky and them, bro.
Like niggas be just saying
that
shit, man.
Okay, yeah.
Right, because that's what you're supposed to say. Like they say that shit because you're supposed to say that shit.
No, I got you. Yeah, I know it's just
5 years, 54 million. If a team offered Dion 5 years, 50 million for the NFL, he taking it.
They can't. That's what I'm trying to show. Can't no team offer no coach that.
Bullshit.
Who the highest paid coach in the NFL right now?
You think Jerry Jones wouldn't let Dion like?
I just want to know who the
Jerry Jones wouldn't. No, Jerry wouldn't get Dion.
I think he don't know. For the marketability, I think he would.
Nah, Jerry need a yes man, dog. Jerry need a yes man. Jerry don't with people that need control. Dion gonna want some type of control. Jerry ain't gonna get that.
Man, like I said, Dion gonna take that money and shut the fuck up.
Andy Reid making that in 3 years, bro. Andy Reid make 20. Sean Payton make 18. Tomlin 16. Harbaugh 16. McVay 15. Shanahan 14.
Okay.
As I said, wait. If they offer him 5 years, 50
this the difference though. This the difference though. Hold on. Here's the difference though, Taz. And I'm looking at the same list you looking at. Outside of like, let's say Mike Tomlin, Andy Reid, right? You could throw Jim Harbaugh in there maybe. The rest of these dudes, they not necessarily solidified. Hold on, Sean Payton solidified. I ain't saying like that. I'm saying they could be okay.
Harbaugh and Shanahan because of their last name.
Yeah, they solidified. Okay, this is what I'm saying. It's a limit on that shit, right? So even though they're making 20 million and this the top end of it, right? Dion is the highest paid right now, and the money only go up, and this nigga could get that money for quite possibly the next 20 years or 30 years. You see what I'm saying? That's what Nick Saban figured out. You say what?
Highest paid college coach.
But now that he set that standard, the money only finna go up. You see what I'm saying? It ain't going down from this point.
They
You
don't
feel
care
me,
about
Psycho?
paying no coaches though, man. Them
It's
niggas
not going, bro.
because
Listen,
it ain't even on your salary cap count, man. They don't care about them paying no coaches.
I understand everything you saying. I'm just saying in the college realm, like with that Nick Saban shit, you could stay the college coach way longer. Like motherfucking what's the old boy that used to be down there at Florida, now he up there at Ohio State? Urban Meyer. Yeah, bro. You could stay in that college coaching carousel. Like, look at the college coaching carousel. You say who?
That ain't our coach, bro.
Michigan.
All those coaches, yeah,
Michigan.
but both of those coaches. Well, not what you call it, Nick Saban made a lot of money in the NFL and did. He made a whole bag off the league.
But Nick Saban made money in the NFL, but it probably paled in comparison to what he made out there in them Alabama contracts, bro.
But you talking about Dion, Bobby? It's a whole different thing because he's like that's where he made his name at. Like Dion Sanders, if it's like I said, if
he made his name in college when it come to coaching, though.
Yes, but like this name is Prime, bro.
That's the player. This coach now. You once you become coach, he got a different persona now. The niggas know his young niggas know him as coach. We know him as Prime, but that's coach now. This nigga is finna get that college money. I don't see him going nowhere near the NFL. Prime go coach Florida State before he coaching the NFL.
Prime is coming to the NFL, bro. As soon as somebody else,
I don't see it.
He gone.
Yeah, if the money right, I think he'll bounce.
I think he'll take even a little less money, man.
Prime will have to become the highest paid
quarterback. He'll take slightly less. Yeah,
he ain't gonna take less because this nigga, Prime know who he is, not only as what he go bring to the city. Like this one nigga that's not lost on who he is and what he bring. He not taking nothing less. If Prime go to the NFL, bro, as soon as he signed, he got to be the highest paid NFL coach of all time. Like to that, I guarantee it. If he go to the NFL, he coming in with the biggest contract.
Prime would be if Time makes it to the league, he is not going to be the highest paid coach in the NFL.
Yes, nigga, because it ain't just about bro. He know what he bringing to that team. He know they finna make
a team would be an idiot to sign him to a contract like that. His first NFL contract.
That's why it ain't gonna happen because he ain't taking less.
Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He'll take less. He wants to make the NFL.
Hell no.
He wants to make the NFL. He don't want to stay in Colorado forever.
We projecting that on him.
He's not trying to stay in Colorado forever. I knew he didn't want to stay at Jackson State forever. I knew that's why I was bugging that people were so surprised he left Jackson State. Like y'all thought
he left, but he told you why he left.
Y'all believe that dumb shit he was talking about? Oh, I'm gonna make this a good program and we're gonna build up the HBCUs. Like,
y'all told you why he left though.
And now people believe in the Colorado stuff where he said that I want to stay here and build up the kids. Man, that motherfucker wanted to leave.
Hold on, but he told you why he didn't want to leave, Jack. He told you why he left because the motherfuckers above, like the motherfuckers, the treasurer and people in charge of the money, they was scamming.
He left because it was practice. Practice was over.
No, they was scamming, bro.
Now it's time to go to a D1.
You didn't see that, but you didn't see that speech he gave when he was like, "Bro, I'm trying to figure out the money." He was always talking about the money, even back then.
He was trying to get his feet wet. He was trying to get his feet wet.
That nigga said, bro, he gave the speech. He said, bro, they told me the stadium was packed and we sold out to capacity 68,000.
Plus he wanted to coach his son.
I know that coaching his son is part of it is true, but I'm talking about him leaving Jackson State. He said it was because they was down there scamming. He said that plenty of times, like, bro, we sold the stadium out.
He gave that as
allegedly.
He gave that as an excuse. I'm not even saying that he was wrong. I'm not even saying that he was wrong. That was happening, whatever the case may be. I'm saying he used that as an excuse why he left.
Bro, 68,000.
He never planned on staying. I'm saying he never planned on staying when he took the job.
But I wouldn't stay nowhere if they
he could have went to a different HBCU if it was all about the HBCUs because he said he wanted to build an HBCU, but he ain't leave that HBCU to go to another HBCU. He went to a PWI because that was
where the money was at.
Exactly, and then the next step after that is to go to the NFL.
But like I'm saying for college, for coaching though. But listen, I'm saying historically for coaching, the college circuit is motherfucking more lucrative than the motherfucking NFL circuit because they can stand that shit for way longer. Them college coaches be way more, bro. The college coaches get paid be paid, bro. And a nigga Dion Sanders as a college coach is gonna make way more money than he did in the NFL.
He knows he can do a Nick Saban. He can go to the NFL, fail, and then he'll still have a big college gig waiting for him if he does. He can go right back to a college and get another big college gig, bigger than Colorado, bigger program than Colorado. Like it'll be sitting right there waiting for him if he does fail in the NFL. But he's going to go to the NFL and get a chance to fail.
That's a fact.
No, not Pete Carroll. But see, that ain't like saying Pete Carroll because Dion, it's a different thing with Dion because like y'all saying, it's still prime time. He still himself is a draw to the team as far as revenue, as far as people just wanting to come see him coach and all of that. That's what I'm talking about. As far as the people that's gonna want to interview him, the motherfuckers that like ticket sales go up, like he probably the one person that's a college coach that if they switch over to NFL coaching, it'll be like a draw, like a motherfucking new quarterback coming to the team. It'll boost up the revenue for the team. Like he's not a regular coach, he's still prime.
Right. That's why I can still see him going to the NFL because he's prime. He wants to like.
Bobby, it's inevitable, Bobby. Ain't no other place to go. Like you think he's finna be a lifetime college coach? Nah.
Hell yeah.
In Colorado, of all places?
No, not Colorado. No, I'm saying I could see him going to Florida State before I see him going to the NFL. Or going somewhere, towards the SEC or something like that, getting real big money. Yeah, he gonna set some all-time records for being paid in college. So he leaves.
He's from Miami though, right? He played in Miami, right?
He played for Florida State.
He played for Florida State.
Here's what I see wrong with that though, Bobby. Now, I would argue that you would rather fail in the NFL than the SEC.
Facts.
I could agree. I would agree with that. But still, I could see, a failure in the SEC. It could still lead him, like, if he becomes the highest paid of all time, in which he already is, but let's say theoretically he go to Florida State, which is the SEC, and that's gonna bring the
Big East. No, I mean
Big East. Big East.
Is it? Wait, what? Yeah,
ACC, right? That's ACC.
Florida ACC.
State. Yeah, that's ACC football. Yeah.
Okay. So if he go to Florida State, that'll be the ACC. So. But shit, he ain't got to go down there to the SEC then.
Yes, the hell he do.
Where would you see him coaching in the SEC?
Now, I'll say this, and you know what? That opportunity for Florida State would have been like this year. Them motherfuckers was horrible this year.
Correct.
They was horrible coming off of a national championship run. So I mean, the program is down. If they down again this year. I mean, that is within the realm of possibility because Florida State ain't in a good place.
Man, he's taking this money that he putting on the table now. He gonna probably do what he do for a few years with Colorado. Don't Florida, like you gonna start hearing that alma mater Florida State talk. He gonna go down there. They gonna give him another huge contract, and he go, you know what I'm saying, with that ego and recruiting right there in Florida and shit. He gonna make them a power. I can see him making them a powerhouse again, putting them on a national championship run because he got all the recruiting right there, just like it's the SEC. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying, like, I could see that happening before an NFL run happen. And then even if he do that shit at Florida State and fail, like
you don't think this nigga won't go to the NFL? I'm trying to figure out why you don't.
Because of control, because that control, bro. You can control like that nigga, like control. He controlling more in college than he could control in the NFL.
But he don't control enough to be like, I'm not going to the NFL. You feel me?
I mean, listen. I'm not saying if the right number
legacy,
don't.
Man.
I'm not saying if the right number don't come across him. He didn't already solidified his legacy. But I'm not saying if the right number don't come across,
it's
he
always
take
a little bit more though.
But I'm saying that for somebody like Dion, who just like Psycho show, like nigga, it's about the bag with him, nigga. Like I did what I did at Jackson. Now I'm finna go get this next big bag. I'm proving my legacy is solidified.
Right, legacy as a player, not as no coach.
But if I stay a college coach and just do it this way, I ain't gotta prove. I don't have to really prove nothing else unless y'all come with a crazy bag that I can't deny. That's why I said to the point where
let's look at. Okay, I give you an example. Right?
Super Bowl as a coach.
I'm saying this.
I give you an example.
The highest paid NFL.
Okay, I'll give you an example, Bobby. Like Michael Jordan, right? Like a lot of people say he the GOAT or whatever. That's up to you. But I'm saying though, right? You saw what he did as an owner, though. You see what I'm saying? That's a stain. So like even Dion Sanders as a coach, you think he don't want that shine? Like as far as like I could got a chance to be one of the greatest coaches and the greatest players. Come on, man. You think he gonna spit that on the highest level?
I'm saying this. Dion Sanders as a player and as a person is the same nigga who signed for that bag with the 49ers and won that Super Bowl and turned around the very next year and said, Dallas got that check? Hey, it was good being here with you, San Fran. I'm gone. Must be the money, bro. You not telling me a nigga like Dion Sanders is like, yeah, I know the legacy and all that. Yeah, he's a stand-up guy, but you not telling me he motivated by nothing above the money when it come to dealing with these people.
Man, Bobby, I swear your ass need to join Solar, bro. Solar Debate League, bro. Your ass your ass got it.
Bro, Dion left us. Dion left us. If Dion was about all that legacy shit, he would have stayed with the 49. Dion didn't give a fuck. As soon as he won them two with Dallas, he got the fuck up out of there too and got another bag.
We was too cheap to pay though.
That's my. I get it. I'm saying this though. Listen to what you just said. Too cheap to pay him. Was he talking legacy then? Was he talking, okay, that's cool, I'll take a little less for the team? Hell no. I'll go to the rivals, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I'm going, and then I win two with them and get the fuck up out of here and go get another check because they playing funny with the money.
I think when it comes to his football legacy, though, that part of it is already signed, sealed, and delivered, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because listen, like, just to this point, though, he's won on every level except one. You know what I'm saying? So he might not never win a college championship, bro. But he's had winning seasons now at a school that was 1-12 2 years ago.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? So I think he even taking a risk even being there this year. That nigga should have left with his son and went somewhere else and started over completely. Now, I think the bar is set kind of high. I mean, all they had to do was win that game, that last game they lost to get in the college football playoff. Like they could have made the college football playoff this year. I don't know if they're gonna be that good next year.
Plus two though, Taz, man. These NFL teams, you think they're not seeing all of the fucking revenue? He like just his presence at Colorado, like is like as a draw.
That's why he the highest paid.
NFL that's gonna want that, bro. That's
listen,
gonna be like they'll take that.
But Lou, that's why he the highest paid college coach now. That's my point. That was the point that I was making. That it's gonna take.
Them niggas got money, Bobby. Like,
I understand, but listen, like, if y'all saying that he'll take a little, I'm saying, but you were just saying he'll take a little less, and I'm saying not a nigga like that who know that. No, he wouldn't. If he know the revenue that he bring in, this is why he the highest paid in college after damn near a couple seasons. He done went from
I don't even think he would worry about. I mean, I only think,
bro, you're talking about Mr. Must Be the Money, bro.
Yeah,
he not shorting them people a red cent.
Issue, man. I think all them teams are like a pony.
I'm saying
this:
what NFL team is gonna be willing to walk him in the door with no NFL coaching experience and give him the same bag as the top paid NFL coaches? Because that's what it's gonna take.
Any team that's trying to like do something, you feel me? Like, I probably won't be. Probably won't be no traditional team like the Packers or nobody. but like, you know what I'm saying, a team that's been, you know, consistently
the Raiders,
like no interest, like Vegas. I think the Vegas, you know what I'm saying, but they just hired what's the name? Who the fuck they just get? The Vegas coach. It's some no name motherfucker, I think.
Yeah, they got somebody, defense coordinator, some shit.
Right. Yeah, write that motherfucker off. Vegas, they printing money.
The Jaguars or the Raiders?
Yeah, that's crazy. The Jaguars was the first team that came to mind because they at the end of this Trevor Lawrence experience.
He trash.
Yeah, they ain't gonna be able to sustain that shit another year after this, bro.
Who, Jaguars?
Yeah.
You think they done with him?
Think of it. I think
it's gonna come down to this year.
Come to think of it, Taz.
They all the way done with him, but like he's on the cusp of being gone, bro.
But Taz, come to think of it, the team who draft his son, you know what I'm saying? They could draft his son on some Bronny shit, like you know, get Dion. You feel me? Like they on that type of shit. Like you think that beating one of them stories and shit, to where like you know how these teams are. Like even if they ain't got a good team, you know what I'm saying? Now they got a sideshow. You feel me?
I ain't hear you. Who you talking about?
I'm talking about like whoever draft his son. Like say like even
Oh,
the Giants and shit.
Yeah,
You know
you
what I'm
bring
saying?
it
Even if they ain't got a good team. But now they'll do it just for the sideshow.
Yeah, like I said, they better be careful with that. Like I said, whoever draft them, like I said, better be a coach that got these spots solidified like a Thompson. Tomlin ain't going nowhere, so they can't pull that dumb shit with him. But
My man
another
said
coach,
Pete Carroll is at
franchise,
Vegas.
yeah, they in trouble.
My man said Pete Carroll at Vegas, so he gonna be there for a couple years. So probably won't be Vegas, but just watch out for whoever draft Shador.
Pete Carroll old as hell. I don't know how much longer he got left in him.
I say he at least get 2 years.
10? Think Pete Carroll got another 10 years in him?
I said 2.
Oh, 2? Okay.
Hell no, not no 10.
Right.
And not giving it to Marshawn. I'd never hire that motherfucker just off of that.
Yeah, he deserves a digging smack for that, for eternity. What the fuck is you doing?
Psycho, I hope you ain't no Knicks fan.
Hell no, I hate the fucking Knicks. I'm a Nets fan.
Oh, okay, because they looking shaky. Detroit got them looking shaky. I ain't trying to switch to basketball, but I just watched them highlights not too long ago. Boy,
Tom
that boy
Thibodeau ain't never winning no championship, man.
I hate fucking Tom Thibodeau.
He's
Fuck
too
Tom
old
Thibodeau.
school, man.
He a trash coach.
Like he burned his players out.
He's a trash coach. You know how they always have them overrated basketball player list and say like the most overrated or who are overrated they need to have that shit for coaches because he definitely on that list. He's
an old
overrated.
school coach, man. That like he a defensive coach that grind his players into the ground.
George
Like
Karl
I'm arguing
overrated.
that he ruined Derrick Rose's career. Tom Thibodeau.
Jerry Sloan, he overrated.
Joe Karl, Jerry Sloan overrated, you think?
Fuck yeah. Them overrated ass coaches to me.
Those two best coaches that won a championship.
That I mean, based on the I'm saying they overrated to me, considering just that stagnant play style like Tom Thibodeau. Like you just do the you're a dumbass coach with no adjustments. You win it, you do that shit the same year every year and lose, nigga.
But Psycho, you know why Jerry Sloan didn't win?
You overrated just because why Jerry Sloan ain't win.
Come on, man.
He ran against Michael Jordan 2 times.
What about when Jordan won
the Bulls 2 times?
They lost against the Phoenix Suns that year, Charles. But like
they lost against the all-time great.
Man, come on, the 2 years when Jordan's won that when Hakeem won. You see what I'm saying?
They
Like,
beat
nah.
Hakeem too, though. They beat him.
I know they did. They beat him to go and lost to Jordan. So I ain't taking nothing away
So you
from the
can't knock
players.
nobody for losing to
Hakeem
them.
beat
I'm
them
not
as
taking nothing
the
away.
number 6 seed. Hakeem beat them as the number 6 seed.
That's a fact. I'm not taking nothing away from the players.
But then
I'm
they
saying
got
Jerry
beat with
Sloan
Barkley
is
and
trash.
Hakeem is an animal, dog.
No,
Them
but then they got beat with Barkley and
motherfuckers went
Drexler,
into the
though.
them motherfuckers went into the 1995 playoffs as number 6 seed. Went through Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, then went through an MVP David Robinson at San Antonio Spurs team that was the number 1 seed. Got them the fuck up out of there, whooped their ass, and then beat motherfucking Shaq and Penny and them, swept them.
And then they lost with Barkley and Drexler. And then
Elijah went through the gauntlet in 95.
And then they lost with Barkley and Drexler to them same niggas. So like,
well, that was the following year. I'm talking about 1995. It was number 6 seed.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest runs of all time.
When your Bulls won, they was the number 1 seed, home court advantage, all this other shit. They didn't go through the same gauntlet that them motherfuckers went through. They went through the gauntlet.
I ain't knocking nobody for being the number 1 seed though. That's what you're supposed to do.
All right, I'm just letting you know they did it as number 6 seed.
Yeah, that means them other niggas was fucking up. They supposed to like.
Well, they beat the team that didn't fuck up against y'all.
No, the Tibbs ain't trash. No, but I'm saying overrated. Doc Rivers, another one, overrated.
Doc Rivers is still overrated, but his Tibbs burns out players, man. That's
problem. What make him overrated. That style is, bro. Listen, burn out players. That's what you call it, right? Guess what I call it from my perspective. Lack of coaching able to develop a bench.
You gotta have some finesse about like how you use like Popovich and shit. Like
lack of coaching able to develop. Bro, listen. If you look at Tom Thibodeau as a coach, this dude is playing his starters 49 minutes. It's only 48 minutes in the game. Them niggas playing an extra minute out of nowhere.
Niggas always get hurt. Didn't Brunson get hurt last year?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Them niggas ain't got no backup. Mikal Bridges had to come out this year and say, "Hey man, like, you know, he just came out this year and said that before the playoffs. Like, hey, Tom need to like develop the bench, man. Like niggas is playing too many minutes. Like, get these other niggas in here so like we ain't gotta play fucking 52 minutes per game. Like, they just lost to Detroit yesterday. But I'm looking at the game and it's like, nigga, it seemed like the New York Knicks starting 5, it was like them niggas didn't come out the whole game. Jalen Brunson played motherfucking 47 minutes, bro. I'm not making that number up, bro. This nigga rested 1 minute in the whole game.
Straight grind.
Yeah, but Derek Franks, man, it's no coincidence, man, to like every year. Like, you know, he'll get you down there. He'll get you a decent record. You might win the division, but like niggas.
That's what make you an overrated coach. It's just
niggas
like
gonna get hurt every time.
Well, okay, just like Doc Rivers. They keep hiring this fool. What do he do every year? What do he do? What's his claim to fame? That one fucking championship with a fucking Hall of Fame super team.
Yeah, his rotations be fucked up, man.
He's a trash coach. He overrated as fuck.
Doc Rivers be like, I don't know what the fuck he be doing. Like he be having like he only got one championship with KG and KG and in the weak ass East too.
That's a fact. He the Eli Manning the coaches, Doc Rivers. Yeah, that's funny as hell. Big ups.
Not even, because he only got 1 ring.
Facts.
He ain't even Eli.
I'm gonna tell you another overrated.
You more like the Trent Dilfer, huh? You more like the Trent Dilfer.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you an overrated coach and an overrated GM.
I know what you finna say.
Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley.
I knew he's finna say them niggas. What? I knew
overrated. Get them the
I
fuck
knew he
out.
was going-
Pack them the fuck up.
Only reason, Bobby, I might disagree because like they be overachieving, man, with bums, bro.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like you,
Like this-
just cause you in the play-in and you got niggas out there doing hero
knew he
shit to
was
make
gonna
it to
say
the
that
fight.
shit,
That ain't good coaching, nigga. That's
Nah,
trash.
but he getting it done with white boys in the, you know what I mean, in the black man league. But he ain't getting it done. But he did get the 2 finals, man, with weak teams, man. You know,
No,
well, I
that
don't
ain't.
count
No,
that
no, no,
bubble
no,
shit.
no.
But-
Stop. In a weak East, niggas need to stop acting like Trey Young ain't taking
you
the
don't say
same
that
trash
shit when we
team.
talking about LeBron, dog. So
That it was. I do say the same shit. That's why I say
that's
he
my
made it to.
argument.
But
I
that's why.
say it, but
Hold
you
on,
won't.
wait. Listen, time out. I'll take it one step further. I say the East was weak back when the East always been weak. Jordan ain't losing no, bro. Listen,
It ain't always
Jordan
been
lost
weak,
it.
my nigga.
Hold on, listen. Okay, check
He's
this
been
out.
weak this millennia since the 2000s.
Listen to what I'm finna say, Psycho. When you think
See what
about
he did.
when you
See,
think
Bobby-
about the East, when you think about the East, them 7 years Jordan was losing, it was only 3 teams: the Cavs, the Celtics, and the Pistons.
And the Knicks. What about the
He
Knicks?
who else was it? And the Knicks, the Knicks.
Sixers. The Sixers.
No, Sixers was not no.
Yeah, we gonna
Sixers
get you a
wasn't in the
spot on
mix.
Solar Debate League.
Sixers
bro.
was
Like,
not
you
in the
need to
mix
go.
during that time. When you think about the East doing Jordan
late
championship,
80s, not the late
hold on,
80s,
wait.
early 80s,
Now-
not the late 80s.
Okay,
early
now
80s,
not
the late
the ladies. Okay, now we finna
but
get into
you
Jordan.
you had a good Cavaliers team.
Hold on, wait.
You had,
Let's
you
get
had
to
a good.
They was good with Brad Daugherty.
You had a good Bucks
Yeah.
team. You had a
Correct.
good
They
Bucks
was
team.
good.
You had
They was
The
good.
Pistons was good. The Celtics
They was good. Correct.
The Hawks was good.
The Hawks was good. Now
But
watch
fuck
this.
Spoelstra, though. Fuck
Now
Spoelstra,
doing Jordan championship run. You got who? The Knicks and the
the
Pacers.
90s? In the
Yeah,
90s,
during the
you
90s.
had-
The Knicks
you had
and the Pacers was
Pistons
his
that came in
biggest
with-
threats.
The 90s came in with the Pistons. And
No,
the
no, no,
Celtics.
no. The Pistons was not no threat when Jordan started
was
winning.
Orlando
They
good
was
with
old
Shaq?
and on their way
They
out.
won. They won the 1990 championship.
They won
You
in
ain't finna tell me
90,
that
but I'm
the Shaq
saying
Orlando
after that, that's
wasn't
when Isaiah got all them injuries and he retired in what, 93 after that?
Yeah.
He was old by that time.
You ain't about to tell me that Shaq with Orlando.
All right, so let's go. Knicks.
They was young.
You had the Knicks. You had the Pacers.
They went to the finals.
Knicks and
You-
Pacers, right?
Knicks,
Without
Pacers.
Jordan, I'm gonna
you
use
had
your
you had
argument.
you had
19 game
young-
Jordan.
You had a young Charlotte Hornets team.
Trash.
They
was not no threat. Young.
No,
Again.
they was good. They had
They was
LJ,
good, but
Lonzo,
young. They wasn't no threat for no threat for no Jordan team.
They took Jordan to like a game 5 in the first round or whatever.
It was only a 5. It was only a 5 game.
Right, but they took it to an elimination game.
But I'm saying that was it. But they wasn't no threat. You know they wasn't finna win that game 5. They wasn't no threat.
It came down to a last shot. The motherfuckers fouled. They fouled Hersey Hawkins, and the Celtics was complaining. I mean, that's the Celtics. The Hornets was complaining that that Hersey Hawkins got fouled, but
I remember.
nobody called it.
I remember.
And Michael
Okay,
Jordan.
that was that. No, listen. Charlotte with Alonzo Mourning, Larry Johnson, Hershey, all them. They was good and a young team. But I'm talking about the same way we were analyzing now. Real threats for the championship in the East at that time was the Knicks, the
Now that
Pacers,
definition
and the
shit,
Bulls.
like,
It was just them 3. Dominique was old at that time with the Clippers.
Well, he wasn't on the
Orlando.
Hawks,
Yeah, he
Hawks
wasn't even with the
wasn't
Hawks no more. I'm saying he was with the Clippers. The
They
Hawks
still
was
was
young. I
decent,
mean,
though, with Mookie
Orlando
Blaylock and
was
Steve
young.
Smith.
Charlotte was young.
And Steve
Milwaukee
They had
was
some
young.
good young teams. They had some good young teams, but
No, I'm
I
saying
ain't
they
gonna
was
say
all
they
young.
wasn't threats to win. They wasn't
They
threats
wasn't
to
no
win the
threats, right?
Atlanta wasn't
Milwaukee
trash.
was young.
I'll give you
Jersey
that.
wasn't trash.
I didn't say they was trash. I'm saying they wasn't no bro, listen. I'm just saying the same argument when you say LeBron went through a weak East. I'm saying like
Oh, them teams was trash.
They
though,
won,
dog.
bro.
Double trash.
No.
He
They
took-
won,
I
bro.
don't even
Bro,
want to make
listen.
that argument again. I'm tired of
Orlando,
making
don't
that
forget
argument.
Orlando. Orlando was there,
But they was young still.
Right, I already brought
but
them
they were
up.
still a threat to win though. They was young and good.
They was young and
They made it
good.
to the
Okay,
finals.
I'll give you Orlando.
No, but
so you
Bobby,
can throw them
Bobby,
in the mix.
Tell me how Pat Riley overrated.
Pat Riley to me is, and I know people go disagree with this, is overrated in the same way how I kind of look at Phil Jackson. Another overrated coach. You like y'all excelled. Y'all got this like how Pat Riley way. Phil, like you know how Phil Jackson got like this mystique psycho, like the Zen math. He know how to mold, and I like nigga. You had Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, Dennis Rodman, Kobe Bryant, Shaq, Lamar Odom, Pau Gasol. Like the same thing with Pat Riley, bro. You had Patrick Ewing, Anthony Mason, Magic Johnson, right? But the point that I'm making is they always try to give in to like, it's their way, it's their culture, philosophy, instead of saying like, bro, like that Heat.
Bobby,
it's the Heat way, bro. The Heat won when they got Shaq and had the motherfucking young D Wade. They didn't win again until they got the big three. So all this Heat culture shit. All that Heat culture and all this great coaching and all this, bro, y'all doing it just like everybody else with the greatest players.
I think, Bobby, that the 11 rings with Phil Jackson, that's just a byproduct. But I think he cannot like dismiss like the fact that like how he was able to, because we even saw Kobe and Shaq about to go to blows in the locker room.
Right.
So like you can't minimize the fact that he was able to get those guys to like to be cohesive and like, you know what I mean? But I do give you, I do get your point with
Rudy Tomjanovich over there coaching them niggas. They would have still won.
How many top 10 players is that? Yeah, Shaq, Kobe.
Top 10. We talking about top ever, nigga. Ever.
No, I'm just saying the top 10 players.
You got three of the ever all time. You got Shaq, Kobe, Jordan. And on your list,
right? Yeah, that's.
You see what I'm saying? It is just like.
But listen, though, like you still can't minute. You got Jordan to like stop ball hogging and share the ball more. Like that's tough. And Kobe, you got him and Kobe to do it. Like that. Like these are some shooting niggas, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. Guess what he did? He went in there and said, "Hey, Mike, that dude over there shoot 50% from the three." That dude, it ain't like he did some extreme X's and O's. Like, think about it. Hold on, wait. Nigga, I'm telling you, Tex Winter was probably doing more coaching than Phil Jackson during that time.
He did the X's and O's. I give you like that.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. Tex Winter was the nigga for real.
Like that was. I ain't gonna say it was easy.
The mastermind.
But the hardest shit is to get them niggas, man, motherfucking egos like Shaq and Kobe to play and like. You know
just because you got niggas in there with your feet out doing yoga and talking about don't mean that you just, man, them niggas go win with or without you, Phil.
Bro. You gotta get.
Let's go win with or without you, Phil. You can do. Then none of that namaste shit work when you went back to the Knicks. You couldn't get none of them niggas to work together.
Let's give it a buck. Out of all the major sports, basketball coaches are the least relevant.
Thank you.
Like you can't win in football without a good coach. You can win in basketball without
facts. Hence, LeBron James winning with rookie niggas this whole fucking career. Niggas winning with niggas who first year coach.
You can't do that in baseball either. You can't have a bad
great manager, right?
Can you name somebody else that won without a good coach?
Without good coaching?
Yeah, you said LeBron. He kind of an outlier.
I wouldn't consider Mike Malone a great coach. The nigga Jokic won with.
What? You're crazy.
I would not consider him no great coach, bro.
You're crazy.
He a good coach.
Well, great's a strong word. I was about to say
I wouldn't
good
consider
coach,
fucking Frank Vogel. Well, that's LeBron again, so I ain't gonna.
Yeah, I wouldn't say great coach. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Great.
Mike Malone, a good coach.
No, he good. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying good, but I'm saying again to Psycho point is more on the players in the NBA than it is like this. Oh, the coach did all of this and the coach did Mike Malone, a good
Not
coach.
When it comes to the playoffs, bro. The playoffs is different. The coach matters a lot more.
He didn't need, bro. Listen, in them playoffs versus the Heat, he didn't need to do shit but say, "Hey, Jokic, go out there and do what you do."
Bro, yeah, versus the Heat, but like right now with hold on. Right now with them playing the Clippers, they wish they had Mike Malone.
Yeah, they wish they had any coach that was there for the entire season.
No, he's coaching against Ty Lue. They wish they had a good coach.
No,
because right now they're coaching against a great coach.
I
promise you, they wish they also had their great coach.
Listen, I understand he's a good coach. I'm telling you, if Mike Woodson would have been there the whole year, or Mike Brown, the nigga that coached Sacramento,
they would have lost.
No,
they would have
if he'd
lost.
have been there the whole, I don't think. No, he's a good coach. Any other
Mike
all
better
of them
coach than Mike Brown.
I can't say that.
Tyronn Lue is a good coach.
Tyronn Lue is a good great coach. I wouldn't say. I can't say that though. I can't just say that.
That Negro's a bum.
So it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like it's NBA players who like Rudy Tomjanovich. I spoke of him earlier. He's a good coach, but I wouldn't consider him like this great because this nigga had Hakeem.
I agree with you and Psycho point that in the NBA, that's the one sport that the coach is the least that matters out of baseball, football. Yeah, but it still matters though. Like
case in point, person who ain't the greatest coach in the world but won the title, Bill Russell, which is another thing. What other sport can you be a player coach in?
That's because like you got the players matter more. Like in basketball, like if you got a superstar, you know what I'm saying? Like you can get far with just one superstar.
Who was that motherfucker
because
that coached?
Basketball is more individual than team.
Okay. I'm
than
gonna
any
tell
other
you another.
sport. Like football is a very team-driven sport.
Okay, now watch this, Fontaine. Who was that bug-eyed motherfucker that was coaching the Raptors when they won?
Fontaine just said what he just said though.
Yup.
Because you know what I'm gonna do.
Who was that bug-eyed motherfucker that was coaching the Raptors, Lou, when Kawhi won with them?
With the Raptors?
Not Nate. With Nate McMillan?
No, exactly. But this go back to my point. You don't even know who the fuck was, because that was Kawhi.
But that was a fluke. It wasn't just that it was Kawhi. The Warriors got hurt like a motherfucker. Like he didn't really have to.
I
agree.
I agree, Fontaine.
No excuses.
I'm not an excuse. I'm talking about as far as the coaching goes.
But listen, even
like you don't have to coach for Klay Thompson and Kevin. If you don't have to coach for Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, it's an easier coaching.
But no, I'm saying even before then, when
we count that bubble ring, then we got to count that.
No, even before then,
I'm not discounting no ring. I didn't discount the ring. We're talking about the coaching.
No, we ain't going to minimize it though.
Is Nick Nurse a good coach?
It's not minimizing. We're strictly talking about the coaching.
Is Nick Nurse a good coach?
So you're gonna tell me as a coach, it's just as hard to coach now. If Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant is not on the team, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change things.
KD played a game.
Hold on, 5 times. Who was the coach to the Milwaukee Bucks when they won with Giannis?
Budenholzer.
Is he a good coach?
Yes.
He all right.
Bro, he coached the Hawks. Yes, he is, bro.
He's okay. And it's
He's
what
a
the
good
Hawks
coach,
doing.
Bro.
He good. He all right.
Hey, but look,
yeah, when they coached us, when he coached us, we went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
But Bobby, to that point,
we ain't did shit since he left.
The Denver Nuggets just fired their coach after they won a championship. So
that's what I'm saying. Like
that's how much a coach means.
Yeah, coach ain't that them niggas overrated, man. Like I get what you saying. Like they haven't been good since they let go of Bud. I agree with you there. But that's because they didn't pick another good coach. They just got trash coaching after that.
I mean, coaching matters.
Is Popovich a great coach?
Said it.
Only reason I give Popovich a little bit of credence is because Popovich got a hand in like selecting the players too. So that nigga eye for talent, like his scouting, is on point. You know what I'm saying? He great at building his team, beating his team, and Popovich will come up with some strategies.
That's coaching.
That's what I'm saying. No. I get it, but I'm saying
like a good coach.
But I'm saying, but I didn't say Popovich wasn't no good coach. I'm saying Bud Budenholzer or whoever you said, that nigga didn't have to do no great coaching to tell Giannis to go out there and start dominating the Phoenix.
So how did he get Trae Young and the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals against Embiid?
Because they had a great team. They had a great team that year. And when they let go of Bud, they did not get another good coach. They got a trash coach after that. So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that coaching don't matter. I'm saying that back again when I was saying like the overratedness of it. They make it like you did. They make like these coaches is like, oh, if the coach didn't do this, and I'm saying nah, especially like NBA, no, some of these coaches be over. Doc Rivers is overrated. You won with Kevin. You feel me?
Know that though, man.
But I'm saying it's a lot of.
You talking about Doc Rivers, most definitely.
But then I'm saying the same thing when I say like, okay, you could say Phil Jackson. People might argue me with that, but I'm saying like
I ain't gonna never say that shit.
He had, but look what he got to work with. Phil Jackson did not come into
great players.
Oh, but that's my point. Phil Jackson did not come into the league and say, like, Phil Jackson's first coaching job was Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant. But he didn't come in the league and like have to build up a team, figure it out. This nigga came in like, bro, you basically 2 years away from a championship.
You saw what he did.
But it takes a great coach to manage egos.
Thank you, Lou. And that was the other point I was finna make. When this nigga actually had to show, like, are you really good at doing this shit from the ground up? No, nigga. You can't even get it off the ground. So if you can't do it from the ground up, then you're not a good coach, or you saying then you're not as great a coach as they that's what I'm saying. It's kind of overrated. Okay. That's I didn't say not good a coach. My point was overrated.
That's the thing that Tom Thibodeau is good at, going from the ground to getting you. You know what I'm saying?
But my point with Tom Thibodeau being overrated is that that's as far as it goes. He's
definitely overrated.
They give him this moniker like he's this great coach, but he can't get you. He's never switched up to make any adjustment towards the way that he coached to get a team past the hump. If your one draw on you is you don't know how to develop a bench, you're not a good coach. I don't want to hear all that he run his players in the ground. No, you can't develop a bench. That's how I look at that. You're bad at coaching. You need all these other good players to fill these positions. Like he don't got a trash team. He filling them. He fit like the Bulls won trash. He was filling them positions with serviceable people, but he could never ever create a bench. He couldn't develop players.
The reason they lost in 2011 is because
he wore his players down. He couldn't develop a bench.
No, 2011 they didn't get hurt. It was because Miami built a super team. Your boy went to,
You're not listening to. They did not have a bench, bro. They did not have a bench.
Miami didn't have a bench either.
And they bench, and I was just gonna make that point. Miami didn't have a bench, and they bench was outscoring the Bulls bench because at least they knew they had enough. LeBron had enough coaching on the floor to know how to get niggas open and do all of that shit.
Well, LeBron wanted to pay Derrick Rose back for that MVP.
That's a fact. I agree with you there too. But it still come to the point that Tom Thibodeau do not know how to develop a bench. Bro, outside
is a good coach too, though.
Overrated.
Nah.
Overrated.
He took that Jimmy Butler, the only reason they went to the final.
So you can't say LeBron ain't never had no good coach.
Is Jimmy Butler the only reason
I didn't say LeBron never had a good coach. I always said Spoelstra was LeBron's best coach.
Jimmy Butler is not the only reason they went to the finals, right? But hold on, wait a minute. The year that they did go to the finals, right? One of those years was the bubble year, and the other year was against the Nuggets, right?
So they went 2 years. They went
2 years as a play-in team, which is good. But then again, we talking about the East, and we talking about trash coaching during that whole playoffs. You see what I'm saying?
Hey Taz, what team was LeBron?
Sounds like you discrediting the man.
Brad Stevens was trash, dog. Brad Stevens, he overrated. They was overrated, man.
Hey, what team was LeBron talking about going to, like before he went to the draft? Like before he went to the draft, like if he would have went to college, what team was he looking at?
No teams. LeBron said he never
He's
was.
like I'm sure he had like some discussions.
I don't remember him ever saying.
No, he said LeBron said he never wanted to play in college.
Nah, his plan was go straight to the league from the rip.
He had no college.
I think he would have a better. I think he would have.
Man was in the finals like his third, fourth year. He ain't need no damn college.
No, LeBron said.
I'm talking about from this coaching argument though.
No, listen to what I'm saying. LeBron said he never was interested in college. He said he don't even watch college basketball because it's not the NBA. He said he don't like it. It's a whole nother style of basketball.
I'm just saying because the best coaches be in college. So like, I'm just trying to think like if he would have went to college, I think he would have had a better career. Like even though like
I don't know how you get that much of a better career than what he had.
Oh, what can he do better?
He needed better coaches.
Man had one of the greatest careers in the NBA.
I never said that he needed better coaches. He probably would have got. I'm not saying
he
that
was in the final his like third, fourth year in the league. What could college have done for him?
Bro, Nick, I know. I didn't say he needed better coaching. My point was overrated coaching. And you proving my point with a nigga that done took 4 rookie coaches and won championships.
Nah, but like that's the argument. Even if you don't say it, Bobby, all the you know what I'm saying, all the LeBron fans be saying like he never had a great coach. So like what I'm saying is like okay,
he didn't need a great coach.
Say he go to college and get up under the
I'm talking about NBA. Fuck college. I'm saying in
it's
NBA,
nothing Coach K could have taught him.
Right in the NBA. Listen.
Well, actually, he taught him in the NBA. He taught him when he coached the Olympics.
I'm saying that. Hold on, wait. Listen, I'm saying. Hold on, listen. I'm saying NBA coaching to me, to the point that I'm saying, is kind of already overrated. I'm saying LeBron never even had a tenured, somebody who was known to be a tenured coach or somebody like that just had a little bit pull in the game. Not even a great coach like. Mark Jackson could have been his coach. You see what I'm saying? Anybody who has
that's who was overrated. Everybody always trying to bring up Mark Jackson.
No, I'm not saying, but he was overrated too. So I agree with you there. He was overrated too. But my point being that it was coaching. Yeah, he was slightly overrated.
Jackson overrated.
Because everybody keeps saying like
built that team. What do you mean? He built the team. And the white man took it over.
Niggas don't get credit for nothing no more.
I think motherfuckers
overrated.
Because they didn't win till he left. They didn't win shit till he left.
He just got them together.
I was gonna say he never got
that. That's the same conversation we having about Thibodeau, getting motherfuckers together versus getting over the hump.
But Thibodeau done shown it multiple times. Mark Jackson never got a chance to do it again.
That's
and that
true.
Nigga had Monte Ellis playing over Steph Curry, man.
Steph Curry?
Yeah, nah, he didn't. But he was like Mark Jackson still had that old school way of thinking. He was solid. I'm saying Mark Jackson wasn't willing. Yeah, Mark Jackson wasn't willing to let the limiter go on Steph Curry. Mark Jackson did make them a better defensive team, but Mark Jackson
was trying to Christianize.
He was trying to Christianize. He was coming with the Jesus mix, and I'm saying one thing, he was limiting Steph
Curry loved Jesus.
No, I'm saying no. Listen, I'm saying Mark Jackson didn't like Steph shooting all them long threes and like his 3-point shot selection, and you know what I'm saying, coming down to like because Mark was trying to take that whole play style away from him, and then when Steve Kerr came, he opened all of that shit up.
My man, them saying it in the chat.
You could give it to Mark Jackson as far as making them a better defensive team, but when it comes to like they offensive and all that's Steve Kerr, bro. He did that.
Steve Kerr got 4 championships, and everybody talking about.
Yeah, Steve Kerr did
he
that.
He stole the team. Get out of here, man. Mark Jackson is the reason why he got fired.
Steve Kerr the one that came down and told motherfuckers, Steph, nigga, pull that bitch whenever you open. I don't get nigga, whenever you feel you open, he the one figured out early, like, oh, these ain't bad shots for him. He really crossing half court and yanking that bitch. Go ahead.
Yeah, Monte Ellis starting over that nigga.
But that takes away from what Mark Jackson did.
No, but it's we just established that like it's a point A, point B.
Created their defensive identity.
It's the Doug Collins argument.
Offensive.
I mean,
you look at their offensive.
Remember Doug Collins got the Bulls.
So what did Steve Kerr implement that made him a better coach?
He made Draymond the point forward.
I heard them praise
all the Draymond game and Draymond hand.
But Draymond.
Hold on, wait.
That's a narrative.
I've just been saying he put.
I ain't mean to
what's a narrative? That
Mark Jackson was a better coach.
No, I'm saying what Steve. He asked me what did Steve Kerr do, and I'm saying Steve Kerr the one that put the ball in Draymond's hands, started telling all them down picks, that started putting Steph in more motion.
They run the motion.
Right, he started putting them in more motion. He started putting Clay into that motion. They didn't run that they didn't run the offense through Andrew Bogut, because when Mark was down there, they was running the offense through Andrew Bogut, bro. Real spill.
Wasn't.
Yes, they was.
No, bro, no,
yes, they were, bro.
Nah, bro, yeah.
Yes, bro. I'm telling you, when Mark Jackson was there, the offensive was the more half-court
team. They drafted Draymond Green because of Mark Jackson.
I understand he drafted Draymond Green.
That's what we saying about Tibbs.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You said, what did Steve Kerr do differently? He took Draymond Green and made him the point. He made him the ball handler. He made him the point guard. He took that whole shit and said, okay, this is good, but I'm gonna put you here. Steph, you yanked that all that shit Mark Jackson said was bad shots. Nope, shoot that bitch however you want to. Clay, you going them out like that's what he did. Andrew Bogut, look, you finna be out of like, no, we don't need you no more. Just get rebounds. Like you is not here to score, my nigga. Like you is not finna be. If you get 10,
I know Diddy ain't going though.
That's what it was.
See the white boy. Diddy has to throw black shit. Though.
That's what it was. Mark Jackson created their whole defensive identity. That's why for them years they was like a juggernaut, because they was the number one defensive and offensive fucking thing in the league. So you can't take nothing away from Mark Jackson did for them defensively. But when you talk about how that offense took off, yeah, that was Steve Kerr, bro.
Niggas don't like to say that, but it's because
I watch basketball, so it ain't no black and white thing with me. It's just an is thing. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying?
It ain't black and white for me. I just feel like Mark Jackson had them heading in the right direction, though, and they just took it away from him. But I don't think they fired him for coaching reasons.
No, they fired him for that Jesus shit. Yeah, they fired him because he was in there with the Jesus shit too much.
That's my point. No, he wanted more control though.
No. It was literally bro. Listen, that's the you don't know that Fatane that he come in there talk like trying to preach and stuff like that. Like players was getting kind of irritated with that. Like this nigga want to lay hands on you and get quotes from the Bible and
some sanctified shit.
Yeah, he was super sanctified, bro, in the locker room. Where them niggas like, super Fontaine.
That don't make him not a good coach.
No, I didn't say he went on. But hold on, listen. I'm saying his coaching style. Listen to what I'm saying, Fontaine. He got them to a certain point, but he had Monte Ellis starting. He wasn't allowing Steph to take the type of shots that Steph take now. He was considering those bad shots. The offense came down and was more half-court sets. They got the ball down to Andrew Bogut more. You see what I'm saying? It was a completely different style offense. They defense was motherfucking. That's what they defense was on point, but Steph wasn't like shooting threes like that. Steph didn't start going crazy with the threes until motherfucking Steve Kerr let the limiter off.
He basically got like one and a half seasons with Draymond and then got fired.
Bob, you're gonna have a hard time with this argument, man, because niggas just love making this argument. I don't know what reason, what stance does they standing on with this shit. Okay. It's like some blackology shit, man, when it comes to this.
The players.
I don't like even people that's not even in the pro.
No, he did play a significant role in developing them.
Saying this shit, man. But they how long was Mark Jackson the coach, man? About 2 years, 3 years. But yet he the reason why Steph Curry and them got 4 championships. Get out of here, man.
He just couldn't. His style of offense, like they saw that like this wasn't gonna work with these type of players, bro. This ain't it. You got 2 of the greatest shooters out there, and why are you running this type of offense?
Niggas like it's great. They don't even know,
I get what y'all saying. Like he did bring them up from the dungeon and make them a formidable team because they was like defensively he had them ready, but like
listen, Bobby,
offensively they wasn't doing the shit that Steph doing now. He had them running old school offense, bro. He was an old school
Bobby,
type of nigga.
It's the same shit with Doug Collins, man. Like the Bulls made the Eastern Conference Finals when they was losing to the Pistons and shit. It's like you get from point A to point B, you can't get over the hump, and then you bring in another dude, they win a championship. That's all it is, man.
Because he know how to tweak the pieces. He know how to say, okay,
exactly.
Scotty, you bring the ball up. We not doing this traditional shit where the point guard bring. We doing a triangle. We making Scotty this point forward. BJ, Paxson, y'all space, y'all the shooters. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, niggas don't. This is a soft spot with niggas. It's a sore spot with niggas, man. I get it too, though. Like, you know, motherfuckers would have liked to see, you know, what would have happened. You know what I'm saying, with Monte Ellis. You know what I'm saying, beating the motherfucking over Steph Curry and shit.
Nigga, Mark Jackson would have became Doc Rivers. They saw that shit early, man. And this nigga Taz cracked open a beer on that one. He said, fuck off.
Taz popped open a soda.
He dropped over. Taz finna sip that beer, nigga, going a full black mode on my ass. So y'all love drink Caping.
That is a
fucking white boy Steve Kerr.
That was a Pepsi.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Pepsi, nigga. Damn, you might as well drink a beer, nigga. You drinking that shit? That motherfucking Pepsi, boy.
I ain't gonna be intoxicated off that Pepsi.
Yeah, that's the one. You might not think you intoxicated, boy. That sugar just like cocaine. Don't get it twisted.
Oh, you don't drink, Ted?
No, I can't fuck with it, bro.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, I feel you. I ain't no drinking either.
Hey, Bobby, your ass need to go and get a solo, man.
Wild or to sleep somewhere. One or the other.
I ain't into that debate shit.
Your ass need to get in the debate league, Bobby.
I ain't into that debate shit.
One, bro.
I don't like it. I told you, if we niggas want to debate these beats, I'll do that, but I ain't.
You ain't see this debate last night with
who was it?
With T-Duck and Bro Rob and shit. Like, I know your ass would have did better than T-Duck.
No.
Yeah, that was bad.
What was they debating about?
The civil rights a benefit? Was integration actually? Was that a better move for black people?
And who took what position?
Actually, like what shocked me was that Bro Rob took that it was a bad. You know, he took the opposite side. And the other brother took the good, like, was it affirmative and shit?
Oh, he said it was a good thing. Okay. I mean,
man came in there freestyling. You know what I'm saying? No preparation. Know what I'm saying?
No pertinent
choices, really nigga. Like with the affirmative, you know all of the you know all of the kumbaya Negro opinions gonna ride with the integration.
Yeah, niggas ain't got no black facts. It's all to the good.
So if you was on the side of integration, you a Negro opinion.
He looked good for his first showing.
All I'm saying is Fontaine, that's the popular side.
So
like you're gonna have a harder time.
The same thing said the masses of us we went the
route. Watch that nigga,
not per se that route, like meaning we went to the, but like that was like that, like we went that route as opposed to going to the Booker T route.
I think, like, did you see the debate? Did you see it?
I ain't gonna lie. It popped up. But
I watched it.
Oh, it wasn't on your channel?
The one tonight? No, the one tonight wasn't on the channel.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think when you don't have a presentation, it's just, I mean, it's over anyway.
Yeah. He let you know. He lucky I wasn't judging that shit. I didn't judge that debate. He's lucky I didn't judge that shit. I'd have murdered him. But between him not having the presentation and not filling out his time, I don't like that.
Oh, he didn't even do the whole segment.
But that man left over half the round in the first two, in the opening and in his premise round.
Left over half. Man. He freestyled it, man.
Yeah, that's basically what he did. He didn't take the shit serious. He just freestyled.
I was about to say that.
I was penalized for all that shit.
Yeah, he lost trios. So I mean, ain't nothing more that could happen. He still lost 30 balls. Like,
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, yeah, but yeah, he'd have got killed for that scorecard for me. If y'all was like doing ranking system and shit, he'd have got murdered.
Yeah, he basically gave Bro Rob a bye. Like, that's a bye, man.
I like the topic. I was loving the topic, but that was horrible. I heard people argue his position way better than he did. Like,
he didn't put up the necessary fight to make it a legitimate debate, though. It was kind of a runaway.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't put up a good position because even with a PowerPoint, his position wasn't solid enough. It wasn't cohesive. It was very incohesive. It was too
rambling, harping everything on. We have entertainers now making all this money, and it's like, yeah.
Impromptu.
Once he started mentioning entertainment, I'm like, oh yeah, he's just like it's like he was ready to come. It's like he was more prepared to try to hop on a panel and try to get some pushback than to actually be in the debate.
Yeah, T-Dub got some.
Debate different. That debate different than just jumping on the panel talking shit.
Yeah. That was disappointing to watch. Yeah. Well, from T-Duck's ass point. Yeah.
Well, we got some good ones coming up though. That Chris and Blue, that ain't gonna be no mistakes now.
Nah, they gonna come prepared. They gonna take it a little bit more serious. I know they gonna take it serious.
Yeah, they try. Well, see, they league debaters. They gonna try to win. Like, you know what I'm saying? They ain't there.
I think that Domo and Rio gonna be nice too.
They are trying to win. Like, they are not them niggas is not bullshit. Them is gonna be fire debates.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I never seen Blue debate before.
And another thing, that Landy KOT debate, that Landy did something I had to penalize him for, bro. Like, don't come with a pre-recorded round, bro. I'm a pre-recorded round, like if you got like a clip or something you want to play for, that's like a minute or less long to try to hammer home a point. Oh, okay, but your whole round is pre-recorded, my G.
Yeah,
your whole round, like, nah. What is this, dog? This ain't response video versus response video. What is this? Like, it's old school YouTube. What are we doing?
I'd have been going crazy in the chat about that. That's wild right there.
Yeah. The whole first round was pre-recorded.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So first round. Never seen that. That's just crazy. That's why he lost. That's why. But I know that's why he lost on my scorecard. I doxed him a lot for that. That's crazy, bro. Part of the whole debate is coming prepared. Right? If you come in with a pre-edited video, that's cheating. Like, I don't know if that's take 1, take 2, take 3, take 4. I don't know if you get punched in and out like a studio. Like, what's going on here? Like, nah, bro. Part of the debate is presentation and being prepared on the fly. Like, no, no. What is this?
That's just crazy, man. Nah, but that shit, even that wasn't as bad as what T-Duck did, though. Nah, that shit. Ultimate, bro. God bless him, but god damn.
That's crazy. Like, yeah, when he did that, I'm like, okay, that's not good. I thought he did good in the rapid fire, though. I did think he did good in the rapid fire. He had KOT pinned down and crashing out, but he fucked up so bad in the first round, it wasn't enough.
That shit sounded like a goddamn music to go to sleep to. Taz, who you got in the finals, man? I know you're gonna stay. I know you're gonna put yourself in the finals. But
I'm pretty much gonna step through there, fam. I got Akasha this first round, and I got KOT the second round. So, yeah.
You already looking ahead and shit.
Somebody like Chris or somebody be like my first actual test, but I don't know. I ain't never seen Akasha debate. It's the topic that I'm confident in. It ain't really anything about her. You know what I'm saying? It's more so the topic. I just don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lose a reconstruction debate.
And they're gonna be like you and Suave and shit, talking about LeBron versus who the GOAT and all that shit. But,
well, you know, that was like my second or third debate in that league, though. But yeah, I mean, I debate all that shit, bro. I debate whatever.
Oh, and a Lance and Yame debate. Lance messed up. Lance actually had a chance to because he had a bad rebuttal, but he had a chance to bounce back and really put his foot on Yame's neck in that rapid fire. Because he had Yame kind of hemmed up when he started. He did what Lance do. Lance good at this. He'll muddy the waters, and he muddied the waters and started playing the African game. And once he played, and Yame's a blackologist, right? So he's blackology all day long. So once Lance started tying in those North Africans being black and everything else, and Yame kind of had to cop out to that because he you know that's his stance or whatever. So, but he didn't keep his foot on his neck right there. He kind of just let up off the gas and shit. I was like, ooh, you had him right there. Oh, you had like because he had to cop out to it, and he kind of let his foot off the gas and went somewhere else.
I think Lance
right there and really beat that point home to try to prove his his silliness. But he, you know, when you punching up in Lance's position, all you gotta do is just muddy the waters.
I think Lance was over prepared. I think he was.
To do it.
I think he was trying to put too much. I think he was trying to like put too much information in there.
Yeah, he got teacher mode. He started trying to teach people things instead of putting his foot on his neck.
Focusing on the challenge at hand.
Yeah,
he was over prepared, like
because he had him with that North African shit. He fucked up real. He had him with that North African shit. Yame was like he had to cop out to it because that's his ideology.
There was another point too in there when they was talking about John Jay and his ancestry, and I thought he was making a good point that he backed away from. I don't know what he was saying. He was talking about John Jay. And, he was calling it mixed, and the question was, you know, did they have pure white ancestry? And for some reason he didn't. You know what I'm saying? Even, you know, I think he was just trying to prove maybe too much. Even it was the point. Even I think even in Yame cop to the point that they weren't all white.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He really wasn't. He had chances. That's why I say he had chances, but he ain't put his foot on his neck. He was trying like he was trying to do too much. Like I said, he got a teacher mode instead of just trying to win the debate.
Right.
I gotta go watch that one. I've never actually seen Lance debate.
Yeah, he had moments that he didn't pounce when he could have. He had a bad rebuttal round though. His rebuttal round wasn't great, but that was his worst round. His best round was his rapid fire. But again, he really could have did so much damage right there. I was like, yeah, Lance, you could have had him right there. You let him get away.
Did he win in your opinion still, or
take a break.
Just lose or win to you?
Lance lost that one. Yeah, Lance lost. That was the closest debate so far, though. Well, yeah, that I've seen. That was the closest one so far. This tournament.
Yeah, they finna get close though, bro. These motherfuckers, that Blue and Chris debate, like I say, debates like that, I think they're gonna be hard to judge because both of them niggas gonna be coming with shit that if you ain't familiar with the topic, it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Because I don't know a lot about that Asiatic shit, so you know what I'm saying, a lot of that shit I'm gonna just be learning, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know, debates, it's not even so much about how much you know about the topic, whether you agree with a person or not, and everything else. You know, it's all about being right in that moment, right? Like that's pretty much what it's all about. Like, you know, like I factually, I think Lance wrong to the motherfucker, but that's irrelevant, right? It's all about whether or not he can muddy the waters or not, right? Can he muddy the waters enough to have people suggesting that he could be right? You know, because he's punching
that's
up.
What Blue gonna have to do.
So yeah, that's what Blue got to do. Blue is in that position right there because he's the one punching up in this one. So he got to try to muddy the waters and make give a reasonable doubt, right? As long as if you can give reasonable doubt, you can win, right? Coming from that position.
Well, that's what he's gonna do, though. I'm telling you now. I don't know the topic, but I know that nigga debate style. He's going to give some reasonable doubt.
He got room to do it in their topic, but it's all how he do it. Cause Chris ain't no slouch.
But
I'm not. Chris one of the best, man.
Yeah, Blue's definitely punching up in this one, though.
Already got it.
That's
when is his debate coming up, and when is Taz's debate coming up? Damo on them guys. It's coming up soon.
Damo and them Sunday.
Yeah, there's this
Rio Sunday. That's on this channel, and Chris and Blue is on Solar Channel. That's Saturday night.
Yeah, mine is next weekend.
I don't know what y'all say. I don't know who's hosting your debate, Taz. Who's hosting your debate? Is it me or
I don't know. I don't think he even said it yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he ain't give me that one yet. I forgot this one was going on at first because I wasn't judging the hosting, so this one it wasn't on my schedule or whatever. I forgot this one was going on today.
Yeah, we got
the Madon one is not happening.
Yeah, no, Madon's is this weekend too. Madon's is on a double header.
Is it a double header? It is a double header coming up.
Yeah. I think it's Sunday.
Solar said it or did Madon say it? Because I hear Solar confirm.
Solar said it.
Solar said it. Okay, all right.
You know, I ain't gonna repeat it. Motherfucker saying Madon.
Madon be saying all types of stuff. So I hold up. So that means hold up. See, I was supposed to host that Madon Malak joint, so I don't know I gotta talk to Solar. Now I'm confused on what's going on. Am I hosting two debates in one day? Is he hosting one now? I'm lost.
Yeah, I think he said today that Sunday gonna be a double header with Damo and Rio and Malak. Madon, I think Saturday is Blue and Chris, but they're doing like a little face off tomorrow though.
Blue and Chris?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta watch that.
Speak of the devil.
Peace. My bad, Psycho. It was so much like rescheduling and moving around.
No, it's all good.
Guys. Yeah, we was trying to get Madon situated.
So it's this Sunday?
Yes, this Sunday. I was taking one of them, and you was gonna do. You still got the Domo and Rio.
Yeah, Domo and Rio. Let me get Domo and Rio because I already got stuff set up for them already. So
yeah. That's why I figured I was gonna give you the Domo and Rio joint, and I was gonna take the early joint. I didn't want to throw two on you.
Yeah.
At the last minute because these guys
Yeah, because this was supposed to take place last week.
Yeah.
I could dead this other thing I was going to do. All right, yeah. Freaking Madon.
Yeah, Madon. Yeah. Akmalak just called me too. He called me. He called me earlier today.
So I'm judging that one now instead of hosting. I'm judging now.
For the early one, no, we'll take care of it. We'll take care. Okay. I want to put you, because that what's that? Saturday? That's Sunday, right?
That's Sunday. Yeah, that's Sunday.
Yeah. I think we'll take care of the first one, and then we'll be in the building over here.
All right, I got you.
Yeah. And what day is your debate on, Taz?
Shit, I think the third.
What day is that? That's a Saturday?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever had a debate about as far as like who historically and contemporarily has been more conducive to the economic, social, just the overall upward mobility of black people.
That's a long title, fam.
Democrats or Republicans. Like basically, who's been
Ain't
like?
Nobody gonna take that, bro. That's an easy one.
That's an easy one. Like, I mean,
the Republicans gonna win that one in terms of debate. Like it'll be an uphill battle
for Democrats.
I think you can make a lot of good arguments for Democrats, but historically speaking, because we were talking about that the other day, you're gonna lose fucking with history with the Republicans.
Yeah, when you put the upward mobility in that joint.
Yeah, I kind of
that kind of sealed the deal because
I mean, yeah.
They can make a good argument, Democrats. They can make a good argument.
Hell no, not after I just found out about Bob Mendez.
It depends who's debating it. Like if it's like
out of New Jersey.
Hell no. I don't want to say no names, but
Democrat senator out of New Jersey.
I love the debate what y'all had tonight.
Damo was debating that shit, nigga. You have an uphill climb. Cause that nigga gonna bring you.
Yeah, he's gonna be bringing all types of shit. I think that debate could be depending on the quality of the debater. I'll say it that way.
The Democrats didn't alter the 13th, the 14th, and 15th Amendment. Democrats didn't introduce. I didn't say pass, but they didn't introduce the first civil rights legislation in
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
Like, they didn't introduce. Like they don't have a history of really like. I'm not saying this to be pro-Republican, but no, I mean Democrats have been.
No, so basically you saying fuck with that Domo shit talking about niggas ain't trying to see me on this topic. I hear you guys trying to do that, Psycho.
I've been talking for hell. Let me say what I want
Go
to
ahead,
say.
Diddy, talk your shit, nigga.
Blocked John Bird, the black farmer. He blocked him. He told him that the bill didn't have enough Latino language in it. What is a freaking person who vote Democrat has to say to that? If you're a black first, you can know that Bob Mendez blocked the black farmer, John Bird, senior, correct, or junior? Pardon me. Is it senior or junior? I know it's John Bird, though. The brother is the
don't quote me if it's junior.
Spearheader of the lawsuit and everything. But basically, he and then he called up Reverend Al Sharpton, and Al Sharpton asked him who. He said Bob Mendez, and then crazy when he made it ended up getting passed though. But it's weird. It's weird that how he made the phone call to Reverend Al Sharpton that somehow it mysteriously got done. It's like he could control him, or he could. It was just weird. But basically, at the end of the day, a white Latino, you feel me, blocked that bill. You feel me? Like I don't like that.
What does that got to do with Democrats though?
A Democrat. Well, he's a Democrat. My bad. He's a Democrat.
Because he was a Democrat that go against the whole of Democrats.
Yes. When you think of the compilation, when you think about the whole historical compiling of everything in modern compiling, hell yeah.
Republicans doing something that's what Republicans doing it. You know that.
The first strike policy with Bill Clinton and HUD.
So I would argue neither side is any good. Then
black families and all that. Like,
now you sound like me. Now you sound like me.
Do that with both sides.
I agree.
That's the truth. You know what I mean? That's just
really,
the truth.
You really can't though. Yeah, you can say racist shit. Oh, they're racist. Oh, they're. Malcolm told you that the Republicans are direct, and the goddamn Democrats is like a fox. Smile and come on, bro. Like let's not act like that.
So both are racist. It's just one is up front and one's not.
What you can say?
The racist, the
right act. Oh, that's what they gonna. That can be argued that was pressure. He was pressuring the signing that. Riots was going on around all that time. Are we really going to talk about it?
Pressure.
Like really? Like he didn't sign that shit because he was. Come on, bro. Like, but yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Like Democrats, I can never.
I didn't hear what you really said just then, other than he didn't sign.
Yeah, I heard what he said. He pretty much saying that like Al Sharpton played the role of the gatekeeper. You know what I'm saying? Once he was contacted,
gatekeeper. Yeah, he definitely
he put pressure on him like, yo, X, Y, and Z. It may not have been like a physical thing. He probably like, yo, if you don't, you got to do this because X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, then this is going to happen. And you don't really want
white people think he's the gatekeeper, just like they thought Jesse Jackson was the gatekeeper. Like They go down. That's why Target set up a meeting last week with Al Sharpton to try to square things away with the protests and all that shit. That they went to Al Sharpton for that shit. Like he speaks for all black people.
So how do we correct this and tell them that we don't, like, these people don't speak for us?
I think with the Mike Brown joint with Jesse Jackson, when he came out there and he started like booing them and shit, that was like the last time I really seen him come out to, like, you know, those type of situations. You know, yeah, the people, they would have to see that they have no control, because it's really like a hustle that they're doing. Like, those guys, they'll say, yeah, we'll control these. That goes back to the civil rights movement. Like, we'll control these niggas, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, long as y'all do X, Y, and Z. Now, y'all got to give us a little bit to, you know, to give to them. But, you know, I'm the person you come to when it's dealing with I know how to talk to these people. And once that, you know, I think it was the Mike Brown one, when he came out there and they was like booing him and throwing shit at him. That was, you know, it was over for him then, because, you know, it was apparent that black people wasn't following that motherfucker. So, you know, yeah.
So
They play the role like the gatekeepers.
But I'm trying to figure out what I'm expressing my, you know, it's like the more and more I, you know, the more and more I dig, I keep unearthing just, you know, modern day. I ain't gotta talk about nothing Bill Clinton. I'm talking about stuff that's modern, you know, like of Democrats, you know, like intercepting or you know, that's not even a word. Democrats like intentionally like stifling, you know, trying to impede and delay, you know, retard.
And so when you was doing that digging and
agriculture,
all you saw was Democrats doing bad to black people and Republicans trying to help black people.
Well, in my mind, I just think in my mind, when I find yet another Democrat is somehow LA council meeting with the leaked videotape came out of them really unveiling how they really felt about us. You feel me? Which was really anti-black sentiment on recorder via leaked audio. So it's just I don't know, like
you'll be hard. Yeah.
What you talking about, that secret recording with the
LA City Council members?
Yeah, the Latina chick.
The Latino, yeah. I don't remember.
Yeah. I was just playing that like a while ago.
That wasn't 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah, that was wild.
Democrats really didn't start doing things for black people really until like way later. Like Democrats been fighting like people think 1964 Democrats all of a sudden was all for black people. No, it was actually more Republicans that voted for that bill than Democrats.
What bill?
You got a lot of those old 1948 Dixiecrats still in the party that was fighting against all that shit. George Wallace ran for president in 1968 as an independent, but was still as a Democratic governor. And then when he stepped down as governor, because it was his time to step down, and his wife took over, and so he still was the freaking governor by default. But he ran again for president in 72 and then got shot and everything as that and the third. But he, as a Democrat, you know, like these Democrats, them racist Democrats didn't leave the party until Reagan, 1980.
When did the racist Republicans leave the party? I keep hearing about the Democrats, and it's like, yeah, but the other side had the whole time ain't been doing no good for us. Like, what are the good things at the other side? I know you're not. I'm just
pointing out the actual swing. Yeah, the swing, because people think the swing happened in '64. Like, no.
I'm only saying this because when he brought up the topic, the debate, like I think I'm like the only one on the panel who would defend Democrats at all. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm just saying, like, to all his points, like I can say the same about Republicans.
The Democrat Party was fractured all through the 70s. It was fractured. Like they united,
and the Republicans were rebuilding stronger.
They united under Carter
niggas.
because Carter was a Southerner. So those racist Southern Democrats, they all voted for Carter. He swept the South. That's how he got in.
But then with the whole Iran shit went down and everything else, them same motherfucking Southern Democrats that all voted for him all turned on him. They all turned on him over the Iran shit and the nuclear fallout out in Pennsylvania and shit. They fell out. They hated Carter by the time 1980 came around. They was ready. At that time, they was ready for something new. It's like, we tired of this shit. We ready for something new. Fuck this party. Blah blah blah. Anything else? They fucking everything up and got us looking weak out in Iran and all. Like, yeah, and here come.
You said the black people turned on him because of that?
No. The racist, the same racist white
in the
Democrats
South.
In the South, yeah, that voted them in, turned on them. That's when they became American. This is when they started becoming we American. Ronald Reagan represents America, and America, you know, old school Western movie star.
I don't know. I've always, when I look at Reagan and Nixon and all them all was like the racist people, right? We don't fuck with Nixon and Reagan and that whole movement, right?
Nixon was a Republican, racist ass Republican. Yeah, he wanted to flood our community with drugs.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out when was the Democrats so bad? For me, I know the history of Republicans that shit on us.
No, I said the Democrats were fractured in the 70s. You talk about the 70s right now. Yeah,
I'm talking about the 70s.
Yeah, there's a fractured party in the 70s. You had the ultra progressives that was trying to move the party further left, and everything else. And those are the anti-war motherfuckers and all this other shit. The underground weathermen and everything else. The New Left, that was their name. They called themselves the New Left. And this, that, and third. You had them going on, and you had the old school Southern Dixiecrat motherfuckers that was still trying to get the party back to what it was. They felt like they was losing the party and they didn't want to lose the party. They weren't ready to give it up. They felt like it was their party and they're gonna take it back. Who the fuck is these new motherfuckers coming up here talking this new left shit?
Yeah.
It was a tug of war within the Democratic Party, like I said, all the way to 1980. That's when the final switch happened. That's when they said, okay, fuck it, y'all can have this shit. We done with this shit. Done with this party. Fuck all this shit. We out. And they all left. And they started.
Why they left? What shit was they done with?
They were done with all that progressive shit that was going on in the left.
Oh, all that trying to help black people shit.
That women's rights, gay rights, women's rights, all that shit.
All that equal rights to white men and shit. Like, all y'all trying to make everybody else equal to white men. The Republican people and the people that left the Democratic Party wasn't for that. So you saying the Democratic Party was the one that was gonna do the shit to help black people because they was progressive.
They technically.
Oh,
they was
no,
doing,
that's not what you're saying.
Technically what they was doing was the same shit they doing now to help their current movements, but they attach themselves to the black movement because they help their cause.
See, you're saying attach themselves to the black movement, right? Which I don't agree nor disagree. What I'm saying is, if I need to help these particular, like I want to help everybody. I don't want to just help this one group. I want to help the blacks. I want to help the women. I want to help the gays. I want to help all of them. But that's what we call it progressive.
Yeah.
And then the other side is saying, nah, we just here to help this particular group, the white man. How are we saying that these are equal, like just as bad for us? Sounds like one group will actually help us and the other one ain't never.
Neither group was helping us. Both was doing. They was going about it different ways, but
did civil rights help us?
In fact, let me see something.
That depends on how you look at it.
Earlier today.
I'm asking y'all. This is y'all opinion. Did y'all think civil rights helped us?
I feel like it was a trick bag.
So you think we were better off not having civil rights?
It helped individuals.
It helped.
So we were better off not having civil rights.
We talking about the civil rights bill. I'm talking about the bill.
Civil rights.
Because we already had those civil rights. The bill wasn't about getting the civil rights. The bill was about enforcing rights that we already had. Yeah, we had these rights already. So
yeah, but to have rights, if they're not obeying the fact that you have rights and you need a bill passed in order for them to enforce that, which means that basically like saying you didn't have rights. That's the same as saying you didn't have rights.
Yeah, I believe
no, it's not the same.
That is the same. Come on, bro. If I'm denying you rights, you pretty much don't have rights. The only time you have rights is when I pass this bill that says, hey, these people have rights. You have to respect it. I get what you're saying. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm kind of being semantics with it. I get what you're saying. Like, no, nigga, I had rights. They just wasn't given, like, respect. I get that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is, semantically,
they gave the federal government the gateway to enforce these civil rights.
And so, without that bill being passed, these groups of people can consistently not respect your rights that you did have. They didn't have to. They can ignore it, right?
I'm gonna read. Under state law, without repercussions, they can ignore it without repercussions.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. If you're a black man or a black woman in a town full of white people, and they don't have to respect your rights because there are no bills and no laws and nothing enacted, then you pretty much fucked. Now, once you got that bill in your favor, you got protection. And it sounds like one group is here to give you the protection, and the other group did not want you to have that protection.
Nah, that's where I part ways with you on that point. But like I agree. The civil rights movement did help black people. It did help us. It was a help. But was it solving like our issue? No, it didn't solve our issue. No. It did help us though.
I agree. So,
so yeah. I just think that they just had a little conflict as to how they were going to control us, and one was using more a form of soft power, and the other was using a more form of just like strong power or hard power, and they just more outward with their racism. And I think that the Democrats they got a slick way of operating that accomplishes the same goal, because really we are the problem. We don't know it yet. You know what I mean? The black people, most of us don't acknowledge this, but white America thinks that we're the problem. And the problem is that, okay, they got lucky enough to be able to use us, for 400 years, exploit us. These are, humanitarian, issues and all types of shit. They got away with it. And they have America because of that. So now, white people, remember how they came over here? They came over here as like immigrants and refugees. So they're trying to keep America, but they got this past, this ugly past that they kind of trying to hide. So this is why they don't really teach about what really happened during those times, because it's real ugly. And this is why they, especially going into the 1940s, they used to refer to it as the Negro problem. We have a Negro problem. So they began to, try to figure out ways of how we're going to deal with this Negro problem. And I think what the Democratic Party kind of ushered in is like
benign neglect.
Denying neglect is a form of soft power. They the one that's pushing the population control tactics with the abortions and all that. Let's lower the population. Let's slowly lower the population while bringing in more immigrants. Let's intermigate them. Let's destroy this black race. Let's destroy them using soft power. We're going to create a society where we incentivize them having less children, while we bring in other groups of black people to replace them.
I hear people say that. If that was their agenda, that never fucking worked at all at any point in time. Because I don't know no point in time where black people stopped having or slowed down having babies.
It actually is.
We can have 1 million abortions. Black birth ain't slowing down.
Millennials slowed down. They didn't have as many babies as Gen X.
Yeah. I always say, like, look at how many.
Go look at the numbers.
Look at just in your family alone. Look at how many babies your grandma had, and look how many babies. Like, you can see that they're having less children. Like,
so y'all would say that's a good thing, or y'all saying that's a bad thing?
No, what I'm saying is that that's part of their agenda.
No, but see, I never looked at population control as a bad thing. Like, I don't get how that's a bad
because
thing.
it was presented to you a certain type of way.
Yeah, that's not true.
I don't care
That's
how it was
why
presented to
I said
me.
they
If we
incentivize.
talking about it now, and we intelligent
They
enough
incentivize you
to
having less
understand.
children.
Tell me how population control is a bad thing.
Well,
And when I say hold on, before you answer, Solo, I don't mean it in the sense of let's try to kill everybody. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm just saying in the sense of, hey, it's too many people. We need to curb this so we'll have the resources. That's what I mean by population control.
And it ain't too like when you got a minority group of people controlling the mass majority of the resources on the planet, the population ain't. I mean, the problem isn't too many people; it's too many greedy people. Like you know what I'm saying? You got this group of people like in Europe and parts of Asia that controls the mass majority of resources on the planet. They overconsume, and they're saying there's too many people on the planet. No, it's too many greedy people on the planet. That's what the
so
problem
you don't think a family with like a poor family with 6 kids is a problem? You don't see that as a bad thing?
Well, look at it in terms of how they craft society. How they craft society. It wouldn't be a problem if you're not holding these people out from work and access to resources. It wouldn't be a problem.
But the argument is, if these people like had these resources and were living better, quote unquote, then they wouldn't have as many kids either.
That's not necessarily true.
That's their scientific argument.
No, because let's look at like you see like for example the in certain parts of Europe, they incentivize families having more children. So what they do, they structure their society around having more babies. They don't do that here. So that's what I'm saying. That's the point that I was making. Whereas though, like okay, let's say a sister, she don't want to have no children before she graduated out of high school, of course, and then she got to go to college. She don't want to have no children then, and then a lot of times they want to get their master's and doctor's degree. So you're talking about maybe damn near she's about 30 when she start to look settle down in family. So 1 or 2 children, okay, 1 or 2 children, and okay, cool, so the society is structured in a certain type of way. Whereas though, it could be shaped around, okay, if you want to be a progressive and go, for a career, yes, but then it could be, in terms of education, in terms of like, upward mobility is the term that y'all like to use. It could be shaped around the fact that, these in her 20s is her prime years to having children. You know what I'm saying? So they sold us on a lot of different ideas, and we kind of like we have to buy into the ideas because that's the way the society is shaped. The society is shaped around these ideas.
You got options. That's what it's like. I don't think society pushes you either way.
It does.
For me personally, it does. I just never wanted kids. Like, and society had nothing to do with that.
Well, that's a whole nother thing. When we talking about like the average person, wants to have children. They look at it from a standpoint of, okay, I gotta first have X, Y, and Z before I begin to procreate. In order for you to get there, it's not wise to have children in this society. So they kind of structure the society around that reality.
It's like getting pistol whipped or pencil whipped and shit.
Yeah, they'll show you statistics. Like, look at the average income for a person that has a child before they graduate out of high school or before they get their bachelor's degree. And then you can see that the average income bracket. The more educated you are, the higher your income bracket. On average, tends to be. So.
So what type of society do we want to be in? Like, we want to be in a society where we just have a bunch of. I guess I'm confused at that point because, again, I don't think having a bunch of kids is a good thing if you can't take care of them.
Well, that's again going into what my point is. They design a society so you can't take care of your kids. The society is designed so like, for example, like I'm trying to find work, but they don't want to hire me. You know what I'm saying? Then they complain when I take advantage of the public, assistance. I'm being lazy then, but when I'm trying to get a job, they're not trying to hire me. You know what I mean? So, people naturally have children. You know what I mean? So this whole thing, you know what I mean? Like, for example, is during slavery, they wanted you to have more children.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they shaped the society around you having a lot of children. Because it benefited them. So when you was working for free, have all the children you want. But now, since you want to make some money, now you want us to have less children. Why? Because you're not needed.
Yeah, now it's a finite amount
of
resources.
So that's what I mean by they shape society around what benefits them. And in today's society, they're trying to lower your numbers. They're trying to slowly decline your population because you're no longer needed in society. In fact, you're kind of a plague to America because you keep on bringing up this slavery shit. And you're demanding reparations now. And there's no real argument that we can make about it. This is how a white person thinks. There's no real argument that we can make about it. So, we try to make intelligent points just to keep this debate going on while we trying to devise ways of declining your population even more.
I'll give you an example.
I like the point you made about the design and the system. I get what you were saying about that. But go ahead, Lou.
I'll give you an example. The fact that corporations have the same rights as a person. That don't make no damn sense at all. So the corporation gonna always win, but yet both parties are funded by corporations and shit. See what I'm saying? So in that sense, there's no win.
No win for the black man and woman and child, huh? For real. That's what it feels like in times of despair. Stop. I get the poetic.
If a corporations is a man, then it ain't no win, bro.
And when I laugh, I'm not laughing at me. I'm laughing just to laugh. Stop crying.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I'll be looking at Tariq Nasheed channel. Is because I like to hear the dialogue.
Now, right, Solar?
Huh?
He a Trump supporter now. You notice that, right?
I don't know what he is. I don't know what he is.
He a Trump supporter. Well, he backing Trump. Like, you can't say shit.
He
proud about Trump.
He a Tariq supporter. He gripped it.
Well, right.
Yeah. That's why I kind of see. He's whatever. He's like a shapeshifter.
Yeah, I get that. But my point is, like, if you say
that motherfucker be red one day, blue the next day,
exactly,
orange.
Yeah.
No, but I get that.
Purple.
But my point is, if you say something anti-Trump, he gonna definitely shoot you down. And then it's like you gonna get the
because that's the grip. The grip is
right.
Be anti-democrat. Yeah, be anti-democrat. That's
right, but he gonna get the bully pulpit and everything going.
It seemed to me like only points I look at from him is like the clips when he's dialoguing with like Caribbeans and Africans. I just found the dialogue to be interesting.
Chasing that gets on my nerves. That bullshit. Like he be looking for things. Like
yeah. He's like So the thing now, is this like conflict between, immigrants, African immigrants.
Yeah, trying to push this narrative.
And then African Americans.
This huge beef and everything else, and that ain't what the fuck be going on. I don't know. I be around West Indians and Africans all the time, and they ain't never no smoke. Like, where's all this smoke at? I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't, like, only time I hear about this stuff is online after somebody done scoured the internet and found some platform where there's a bunch of pissed off Africans and everything else, and they use this as the stunt dummy. Yeah, they use them as the stunt dummies that represent all Africa and shit. It's like.
It's tough out there because I remember in the 90s it was like this Jamaican spot. They had the joint popping because they was doing their thing out there, and then they had the little arcade. Remember I was bringing up the Super Street Fighter joint. It was in that Jamaican spot, so I used to go up in there all the time to play that joint because they had it so rigged that you ain't had to put quarters in that motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah, so I used to go up in a spot, you know what I'm saying, and then the ball, they hustle, they really hustling out there. So, they try to make it look legit. You know what I mean? So they got like,
right.
And so I step up in there. His thing was he didn't want no kids in there like that. You know what I mean? But I wanted to play the joint, so I'm up in the joint.
It's a hot spot. Yeah.
Yeah. So he come up in there, but it's a different cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? Like he came and smacked me in the back of my head, like, yo, get the fuck out of the store. Blah, blah, blah. So I went and got the homie, like, yo, this nigga smacked me in the back of my head. Niggas going up in there all crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then like, I was resilient because I'm trying to play the Street Fighter. So you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I go up in there and I'm thinking like, yo, I'm at first when they did that, I'm like 12. I went and got the homies, like, yo, these niggas, like, you know what I mean? So they going up in, it was like argument, shit wasn't that shit that went down. But then I said, I kept on going back in that motherfucker because I ain't had no money. I'm trying to play this Street Fighter. And sometimes when the girl there, she let niggas rock out. Like she ain't saying nothing. You know what I mean? But when the boy come in there, he like regulating shit. So I'm in there playing the joint. Like he walk in there, he look at me like, he just shook his head like, fuck that. And then go ahead and play the fucking Street Fighter, man. Just go ahead and play the fucking Street Fighter. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that shit normally is. Like, it wasn't really nothing like, you know what I mean? They were just like, it just was what it was. It's little cultural.
That's understandable, man. That was a trap and shit.
Yeah, but he was trying to regulate his shit because he didn't want no kids up in there, you know what I mean? In there, like, you know what I mean? And some wild shit happened. But
so you know what gets me though? Like when these bills get pushed and passed or whatever, it's always like a face, right? A face of the bill, right? Like what the bill was designed for. But then on the back end, they sweeping all kind of other shit underneath that. But that's the shit you got to read the whole bill to even understand like what they doing and shit. Like that's the shit that,
everything is weaponized when you're dealing with these people that's in power. They're gonna weaponize their language.
They do it on every bill though.
They're gonna weaponize their language. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you be reading shit like, why are they wording shit like this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they want it difficult for you to understand that shit. That's why they worded that way. They don't want you just reading shit and understanding it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so they're gonna put some weird sentence structure in there, using words that's not normally used in everyday society. You know what I'm saying? But they call that being educated. They call that being educated. Oh, you don't know what that word means?
Like, that's what Trump is getting off right now. Like he's getting off on old bills that been passed, but he trying to like go around shit. You feel me? Like to kind of like get his shit pushed through the same bill. You know what I'm saying? But like he's trying to like interpret it different. You see what I'm saying? That's why like this constitutional crisis going on with that Abrego shit.
Yeah. It's always a crisis with somebody using the Constitution with black folks. It's never a crisis. Stop.
But he using it like, you know what I'm saying, to do some
somebody else.
He's using it to do some authoritarian shit though. Which is fucked up for black folks.
Yeah, it's eventually not going to benefit. The shit that he's doing is not going to benefit. None of the shit that any of them doing.
Backfire on white people. That's what fuck's going to do.
Well, it's direct. It's immediately fucking white people up.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you see, he just slid.
You can see like white people started complaining. It's immediately
Becky
fucking
crying right now. Becky ain't happy.
You see, he just slid that student loan shit back in there.
Howard, I said Howard. Harvard is suing the motherfucker.
Yep. Harvard is suing his ass.
Yeah, that shit's wild.
Right, he just opened up that student loan debt, like all that the shit that Biden them closed off for the last couple of years. He opened it back up now. Now starting March 5th, they're gonna start back coming after motherfuckers who own student loans and shit.
Oh, for real? That was just a temporary. That was what is it?
Well, like this is something that he ain't never even talked about, like campaign and none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But now since it's going bad with these tariffs and all that shit, we gotta scrape up some funding somewhere. Now we coming after the student loan debt.
That nigga voted this man in office who don't want to do nothing but fuck over the people so he can line his pockets.
Yeah, that shit is dirty game, man.
That's the only thing Elon Musk been doing this whole time. Look how quiet it done got about those.
Elon stepping down, he said.
Yeah, cause he did what he need to do. He only fucked up by fucking his company up.
I said that motherfucker wasn't gonna last for. I said he might not even last this year. I said by the end of Donald Trump's 4 years, I said Elon Musk, RFK Jr., them two for sure is not going to be in his administration by the end of the 4 years. And I said they'd be lucky to make it out this year. Sure enough, look at Elon. He didn't even make it to the summer.
I just want to point out that Joe Biden tried to help people out and try to get these student loans eliminated, and y'all boys said, nope, we need that money.
He tried. He tried hard enough.
Who boy?
Whoever the people was that's been arguing with us this whole time, telling us that Trump is the guy.
Motherfuckers like psychopaths. You anti-democratic motherfuckers.
All y'all people that's been, Psycho never supported Trump. There's a bunch of motherfuckers on this panel though that was like, nah, man, Trump is it. Fuck Kamala. She a woman. She not black. All that shit. Now Trump like, I ain't black either, nigga.
Yeah, they gonna feel that student loan shit.
I think me and Psycho see things the same way though. I don't fuck with either one of them.
Yeah, nah, you ain't. Yeah, I don't think you was over here as much at that point when we was doing the election debate.
I'm a third party motherfucker all day.
I know niggas was attacking me and Domo and everybody because we supported Kamala. All niggas kept saying was, she not black, nigga. She not black.
I was saying that before she even ran for.
I don't see how much that matters now, though. Like, how much does her not being black matter now?
Hey, my man in the chat said that.
Well, it doesn't, because she won't be labeled as the first black female president, which works for me. That would have pissed me off.
Hey, real quick though.
He said, "I'd rather see this Trump shit than they had to put up with that."
My nigga,
hey, real quick though. My man in the chat said that Trump was always about collecting the student loan debts. I don't remember hearing about that though, like especially through the campaign and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't remember him talking about that too much, but I could be wrong. But I was just, wondering because somebody in the chat just said that he always was talking about that shit. That he was going to enforce it. It just seems real convenient though, like after all this fallout again with the economy and the tariffs and all this shit. Now all of a sudden we talking about
tariffs. Them tariffs fucking shit up. They said Tesla stock dropped 71%. 71% Tesla stock dropped. And a lot of that got to do with motherfuckers. His brand is turned to the shit since he associated himself with Trump's administration. A lot of investors and stuff is backing out, and they feel like he's spending way too much time putting around the government and losing, focus on his own company. They say he lost 71%.
Yeah,
it's a good time to buy. You talking about stocks? He's gonna drop.
Yeah,
stocks.
Yeah.
Can I read this real quick? Go excerpt on the Democrats. Yeah. All right, so boom. All right, so and let me know if y'all agree with this as far as the as far as like a new form of slavery was enacted under the Democrats when it comes to black people. Okay, so boom. Consider this: 96% of blacks voted Democrat in the 2008 presidential election, and 94% voted the same way again in 2012. Despite the fact that the man they helped elect, Barack Obama, instituted economic and social policies that were an unmitigated disaster for those who helped to put him in office. As we have seen, the black unemployment rate skyrocketed, food stamp dependency increased almost exponentially. More blacks were senselessly murdered at hands of other blacks. The out of wedlock birth rate in the black community rose to such a point that in 2012
that's Brock's fault. Y'all fucking without getting married is Brock's fault.
He made blacks kill more.
Yeah,
blacks.
where you get this from? Yeah, because unemployment didn't go up.
No, finish though. I cut him off though.
Yes, we can vet that. I'm pretty sure we can verify everything he's saying here can be verified. And there is.
I ain't gonna start you. I ain't gonna stunt you. Like I ain't even an Obama fan, but Obama did adopt a horrible economy and kind of got it decent. Like Trump adopted a decent economy in 2016.
Fucked it up.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can. I don't think you can apply the black murder rate. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on, y'all. Let me read it though, y'all. Let me read all this stuff.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah, because y'all get to nitpicking out little things.
I'm gonna read about the unemployment rate after that.
So boo, 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 boo. Okay, so out of wedlock birth rate in the black community rose to such a point that in 2012, nearly 3/4 of all babies born in black families were to those who were not married, nearly a 10-fold increase over what it was in the early 1900s. And tragically, more unborn black babies were aborted in Obama's first term as president than those in any other Democratic category. Let me read everything, y'all, for y'all get ready to claw and come on now. When he say tragically, more unborn black babies were aborted, and I'm going to take that excerpt and I'm going to because I lost my daughter, so I want to take that excerpt and find the validity to that. And tragically, so were aborted in Obama's first term. Boom. And tragically, more unborn black babies were aborted in Obama's first term as president than any other demographic category. What can explain all this? Why are blacks historically among the most religious and socially conservative of all Americans? And who should be so in tune with the horrors their ancestors experienced, so blithe and blasé about the extinction level extent that is staring them in the face at this very moment, at a level which is largely due to policies enacted under the Democrats? ? Because of them, millions of blacks have been deceived into accepting a new kind of slavery on a new kind of plantation. A slavery on a plantation that is every bit south could ever be. A slavery on a plantation that is every bit south could ever be devised. The slavery of dependence on government. How y'all feel about that? Y'all feel like the Democrats as a whole has tethered us to be dependent on them, like as far as through social programs, and that at its core is really kibbles and bits. It doesn't. It's like putting a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound. You know.
It sounds like Thomas Sowell wrote that shit.
Yeah, that sounds like a real biased person, but I'll say as far as Democrats making themselves, making us dependent.
What year was it written?
Oh, it was written in I'm about to take that excerpt though, just because I like to fact check my validity to these books anyway and see if that's true. The more black babies died under or aborted under Obama. This book was,
what's the copyright date though? I just want to know the copyright date.
I'm gonna do it right now. It's right here.
Normally at the front of the book.
Yeah, usually at the front of the back.
Yeah, right here. I got it. Right here. Copyrighted in 2015.
2015, okay.
So I'm gonna say this though. January 2009, when Obama took office, the unemployment rate for black people stood at 12.7. March 2010, the rate peaked at 16.8%. And then by the end of Obama's second term, the black unemployment rate had decreased to 7.8%, marking a substantial improvement.
Now I will say, in 2015, he had in 2015 it was slightly higher than it was when Obama took office. Slightly higher. It did plummet, but when Obama got in office, to be fair, the economy was real bad. 2008 crash had just happened. So he was fighting an uphill battle, to be fair. But
and those policies, and those effects of like whatever policies that was put in, you can't really tell during it takes a couple years after they leave before you can kind of see like the actual progress, really. So usually the president coming in usually be getting the credit for what the previous president done. And I ain't trying to defend Obama. And also, I'm sorry for your loss too. You know what I mean? I don't want that to not be said, but I just don't understand how you can not you, but the person who wrote that book how can that be applied to like social programs? If anything, the social programs is kind of like you said, it's putting the band-aid on the gunshot wound, but like it's better than putting more bullets in the gunshot wound.
Like the other side doing.
You got that Michelle Alexander book, Still Learning? The new Jim Crow?
I don't have it in my arsenal right now, but I got it at my other place, yep.
Yeah, that probably been the book you...
Black Genocide. Say it again? Oh, no, wait, my bad. Okay.
No, that was the book. I for to support your position. I know your argument. That would be like a new form of slavery.
It sounds like Thomas Sowell ideology. That's what it reminds me of. Like, you familiar with Thomas Sowell, did he?
The older brother, right? He's like a glasses.
Yeah.
Is he a Democrat, ain't he?
He a Republican. But read some of his stuff. Read some of his stuff. Like, it sounds exactly like what they just do. Whoever wrote that was just saying. Like, damn near word for word.
Now the title of that book is The Negro Project.
Yep, by Bruce.
Didi is not going to like Thomas Sowell. You look up Thomas Sowell's opinion on reparations. If you look up Thomas Sowell, make sure you look up his opinion on reparations.
Right, but it's definitely slanted like with Republican type talking points, like saying that like social programs is the problem, that the old pull your boots by the bootstraps, and then like you won't be dependent on the government, so that's what's causing abortions and laziness is creating unemployment. That's what that means when they say that shit.
Yeah, but I'm reading this from the Human Life Review. He's talking about, he's not a Black American. I don't know why he's talking about Obama's the first Black American, but basically in chilling. So basically, he's also the most pro-abortion president in our history, in his unbroken record of voting against saving the lives of babies born alive after an ineffective abortion. Obama, who probably reminds us that he used to teach constitutional law, fuck Obama, has given us his constitutional
yeah, he's a corporate Democrat, man. He's like about to corporation.
You fall for it, But
you see the pattern though. Still learning. You see the pattern. Like either they gotta be outright racist, or if they liberal, they gotta be hardcore abortion. So you like choose your poison. You know what I'm saying? Choose your poison.
Yeah, eugenics or racism and shit. Like,
your choice is eugenics or racism.
Yeah.
Freedom Choice Act.
That's why I made that analogy earlier, Solar. It's the pencil whip or the pistol whip.
All these people out here killing their own babies, all type of stuff. Adoption agencies full, orphanages full, but y'all complaining about abortion. That's crazy.
Presidents.
Who gonna take care of these damn babies that these folks is having?
Executive orders such as legislation as a Freedom of Choice Act, which he vigorously supports, increasing his notoriety as a Black president.
The evil thing is that like the more evil thing would be like that's how they want it. You know what I'm saying? Like the reason why that is the case, like what you just said, Fontaine, is because they designed it that way. Because they don't want you having children. See, we just reacted to shit. We're not looking at like these people.
Like I said, that's why I say y'all traumatized, bro.
This is the thing that you can bank your house on, right? Look at how the motherfuckers live. They get
them motherfuckers. Like we talk about white people like they're all the same, bro. It's like if black people try to make us all the same, bro. These people are not all the same. So who are y'all talking about specifically? Like when y'all say they don't want you to have babies. Who don't want me to have babies, bro?
The people that's running the government.
Because nobody ever pushed abortions on me. Nobody ever.
That's running the government. That's who.
Nobody ever pushed abortion. Matter of fact, every time I've ever took a woman to get an abortion, you know what they tried to do? Stop her from getting a damn abortion.
those are religious.
Like they did everything to stop her from getting the abortion.
No, those are not the abortion
You got those
clinics.
religious people protesting.
Yeah,
outside.
that's the. How you gonna tell? I went to the abortion clinic multiple times.
You thought the religious people protesting outside?
No, I'm talking about inside the abortion clinic. The doctors, the people that are before you go do the actual abortion, they give you everything to say, don't get this goddamn abortion. These are all the other options you have before making this decision. And then they give you time to say, make sure this is what you want to do.
I did a documentary on abortion, right?
I'm not talking about a documentary. I'm talking about me myself walking in there myself.
I get what you're saying.
And multiple times. I done aborted more than one baby.
I what you're saying. But the reason why I asked the question, because when I was doing a documentary on abortions, we was looking up abortion clinics. Me and Imam Bashir, we was looking up abortion clinics to go in and ask some questions, right? So it was a person, it was a group, it was a place that was advertising that they do abortions. But when we went in there, it was like these like ultra liberal white people that was like, you know what I mean? They designed it that way. So when we went in there, they try to convince people not to get the abortion. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we thought it was an abortion clinic, but when we went in there, it wasn't. It was like these advocates trying to, that was like created this group to convince people not to get an abortion. So that's why I was asking, was it that or was it an actual abortion at clinic?
And then I think too, the goal
it was the place they actually got the abortion.
Okay.
Fontaine, the goal is not necessarily like to make less children. It's also to like, because when you're talking about eugenics, it's about keeping the most quote unquote the best genes. You know what I mean? To keep that going to the top. You know
I understand what eugenics is, but you gotta show me how they're like. You gotta show me that, bro. Cause like I said, but y'all love talking about stuff from the 1960s and the 1970s, like it's going on right now.
It is going on right now.
All right, so what eugenics is going on right now? Please tell me.
Save 100 more. On this.
What eugenics is going on right now? Because again, they did not want me to abort my baby. Nobody has forced me to abort no babies ever. They've done everything to make sure my babies get born. But if I made the choice to say, no, we don't want this baby, they was like, okay, well, we'll go through it. So like, how is that these people trying to keep me to, how's this eugenics?
Like, okay, so like with the eugenics shit, right? You know, what's his name? The one who said prevent the next black messiah. You know what I'm saying?
J.R. Gay Hoover.
Like once them like one of them aborted people, that's like hedging your bets against that happening. That's what eugenics is for, to keep that next.
I understand what eugenics is. You keep explaining what eugenics is, but you're not explaining how that's happening right now.
He's pretty much saying that y'all using 1970 talking points. He wants to see the modern version of what y'all talking about. How is it being implemented today is what he's asking.
I just said it. Like, you know what I mean?
You didn't.
Okay, like, for example,
you didn't.
Right?
You talked about fucking Hoover or Eisenhower or whoever the fuck.
Abortion, brother.
Okay, like for example, right?
How is an abortion? Okay, stop right there. Hold on, Lou. He said abortion. So when I went into the abortion clinic, I just said that. I had more than one abortion. They tried to get me to not abort the baby. So how is that eugenics? If they're telling me, yo, you don't have to do this. You should keep the baby. Like, how is that eugenics?
Abortion is just one lane.
What do they do with the fetus?
We can't champion our
I don't give a fuck. It was my hold on. So now it's what they did with the fetus. Since, hold on now. So first they tried to get me to not abort the baby, and since I still decided to abort the baby, and they did something with the fetus, now it's a problem. I don't give a fuck what they did with the fetus.
That's like you tell.
I don't give a damn what they did with the fetus.
That's like you tell me somebody gave you a death certificate to write before you did bungee cord jumping.
I'm not making that.
Yes, nigga. If I tell you, and it's not the same, but I'll give you that. If I tell you before you jump off this thing, like, you could die, right? You don't have to do this. And you say, yeah, I'm still gonna do it. That's your fucking choice. That's not them trying to make me do it. They didn't say, hey, come, you gotta do this.
Right,
that's me making that choice. The same as abortion. They didn't say, hey, you gotta come abort your baby.
Right. But here's what they took your money though.
But I needed them to abort the baby. Like, I wanted that. I needed that. How is it their fault? Was they not supposed to abort the baby?
We're not making no anti-abortion claim though. We just trying to.
But you keep invoking eugenics, and I'm trying to understand where the eugenics is, and you're not showing.
Question, Fontaine. I think what the issue is, you're kind of personalizing the situation.
Okay, now it's personal.
No, it's not. No, because
So
you're saying,
y'all tell me how to make it where it's not personalized.
I waited to see if somebody was going to answer, but you're personalizing it. So you wanted to get an abortion, you went to the clinic. They go through a procedure of saying, well, these are other options that you can entertain. That's kind of their job. That person that's in the abortion clinic isn't the problem. Whether black, white, Puerto Rican, that's not what the problem is. The problem is the people that create the abortion clinics, and when you look statistically, you see them for the most part in minority communities more than you see it in other communities. So whoever's designing these things has designed it in a way where as though you have access. You know what I mean? You have we give you government assistance to finance the destruction of your babies. You should think of it on that level.
Can I ask y'all a question? Are Republicans on the side of eugenics?
Hold on a second. Who is
Y'all not making no sense. Like, y'all contradicting yourselves because Trump and these same Republicans are against abortions. So if these people are so racist and down for eugenics, why are they against abortions? Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
So you should ask yourself the question, like when everything else is expensive, when we ask for reparations, they don't have the money. When we ask for jobs, they ain't got the jobs. When we ask for equality,
how does that equate to abortions being free, bro? And abortions aren't free. I had to pay for every abortion I ever got.
People that are poor can still get abortions.
They got the money for them abortions.
People that are on welfare.
How does that? But there's a false equivalence. You brought up having money for reparations. That's trillions of dollars.
Because wait.
Trillions of dollars, my nigga.
But what I'm saying,
how does that equate to abortions? Paying for abortions that they do for plenty people, not just black people.
I mean,
like,
so you're listening to respond. You're not really listening.
I'm listening. I listen to everything you're saying, but it's not making sense.
Because you're reacting because you just said.
No, I'm just responding, bro.
But you ain't listen. You didn't listen to all what I said, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how I did.
The point that I'm making. You're like you go into one thing that I'm saying and you're reacting to it as opposed to listening to the overall point. I first said they strategically put abortion clinics. These are the people that ain't got all the money like that, pretty much. My point.
And I disagree with that original point, but again, I don't want to cut you off at every point I disagree with. But go ahead. You said that they put abortion clinics more near black people, I guess you're trying to say, than white people.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's not a fact. You have to show me that's a fact. But go ahead.
Do you know it's not a fact?
For me, it's not a fact. Yeah, it's not a fact.
Why is it not a fact to you?
Because they don't just have abortion clinics near black people.
No, I said
they don't have more abortion clinics near black people.
In a mile radius, because this is stuff that people already proven statistically.
Show me. So you should be able to pull it up with ease and then shut me the fuck up. You should be able to say, look, brother, it's right here. Look, because I'm looking it up right now. So if you can tell me where to go find it, I'll go look specifically, but I'm gonna look it up anyway.
I just wanted to say to Solar Mind's point, right, brother? When you look at where the Planned Parenthoods are, when I was in LA, a lot of them was where black and Mexicans were. And even where I'm at right now in Minnesota, the Planned Parenthood clinics are over north and over south. Those are the ghettos in Minnesota. They don't have them in Minnetonka and Edina, and they don't have them in the areas where there are nice homes or where there are $1 million homes, just like I didn't see them in Hermosa Beach or in the nice areas of Los Angeles.
So he's not personalizing it?
Let me, and that's fine, brother. I didn't say I didn't say.
I'm only saying because he said I personalized it. I'm not saying I'm not deep without. I'm just pointing it out that I was told I personalized it.
That's personalizing it. He didn't personalize it by saying.
So he didn't personalize it by. So okay.
No, he didn't personalize it. He just said, "Well, what I seen was in these communities that there are more abortion clinics in these communities." How did he personalize it?
I don't ever even remember
seeing. He's talking about what he's seeing himself.
Let me say this. I don't ever even remember seeing a Planned Parenthood.
He gave you his anecdotal experience, but he didn't personalize.
He personalized it by saying, "When I went to go get an abortion, nobody."
That's an anecdotal experience.
No, bro. You tripping.
That's not an anecdotal experience.
Yes, anecdotal. Yes, personalized. No, like personalized.
So mine was personalized, but his wasn't. I was speaking about what they do when you go to an abortion clinic. Y'all saying it's personalized, but you can ask anyone that went to an abortion clinic. I assure you, in that abortion clinic, they talk to them about not getting the abortion.
Well,
so it's not personal. I'm telling you the experience of an abortion.
made
I'm
a
telling you
strong
the
statement.
experience. That's not personal.
Y'all let it slip through. Fi made the statement. What about Trump and the Republicans and the big, so-called racists are so anti-abortion, and it's really he was making Lou point for him. Why he was saying that, okay, you got the bullet over here with the Trump and the MAGA and the Republican, then you got the eugenics over here with the Democrats. You got the kill your black babies over here with the Democrats, but over here you got all this other racist shit that that you talk about. Fi even made the point himself.
So abortions is only about black babies.
Yeah, why you think Trump don't want them?
This shit is crazy. So Trump don't want abortions because he want more black babies.
You said it.
No, I didn't say that. That's that y'all like to mix up what I'm saying to make it fit how y'all want to spin it.
You said
what I said, my
Trump
point was
anti-abortion, right?
Yeah, I said Trump and his racist people because y'all are saying the Republicans are racist, but the Republicans are the same ones that introduced the eugenics. Was it Democrats or Republicans?
Democrats.
I don't think
so what's the lady?
Democrats introduced eugenics.
So that lady was a Democrat? What's the white bitch name?
Martha.
Okay, I thought that bitch was Republican.
Well, she didn't start eugenics, but
But I think Donald Trump is more so probably against abortion for the reason of self-preservation. He want more white babies.
What the fuck the lady name?
Margaret Sanger.
Yeah. She with the bullshit. She with the Democrat. That's why Hillary Clinton
she was a feminist, so she's like more Democrat.
Yeah, well, she's feminist, liberal, all that. Yeah,
I
Democrat.
wasn't necessarily speaking to us just directly abortion. I know Aditi brought that up, but I was speaking to us like more of the educational system, like being less geared towards fundamental education in terms of like for people, like stuff like taking stuff out of schools that help people, with trades and just more of a broad scale, what I'm saying, type of approach. You know what I'm saying? And then like the only reason abortions came into it because it definitely doesn't help when you got people that are.
Well, you had started talking about the eugenics. That's accurate.
Yeah, it's like a eugenic agenda behind the Democratic Party, but
I'm not necessarily in favor of abortions, but
Donald Trump is not. He just want to get the power to the state. Like if you give power to the state, what it do is in those red states and those majority white states, they're going to have more stricter laws than the black states. So black people still want to be getting abortions,
and the white people won't.
And the white people won't. That's the only difference.
Or be having to travel to get.
Yeah, they just make it more difficult for white people to.
Atlanta is a black city. Georgia is a white state.
Right.
So what does that mean? Were they trying to?
Atlanta
black city making black cities Savannah black
Georgia will most likely have stricter abortion laws.
But I thought they were trying to kill black people.
Are they trying to kill black people or not, man?
They're
trying to keep us alive.
Are they trying to kill black people or not, man?
That's not
that's exactly what they're trying to do. They definitely want to kill black people.
It's population control. It's population control.
Yeah, but you can't take your state and say it applies to every other state.
Trim the fat. That's what they're doing. They're trimming the fat.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump want to see more of his
happened to be one of
the 13 major
Atlanta just happened to be one of the only chocolate cities that
making black, Savannah black, Augusta black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Georgia is the anomaly when it comes to all the.
Look at the major cities that's really have like a large population of black people.
Yeah, they are liberal Democrat states.
They're liberal, So
you talk about L.A., New York, Chicago,
exactly.
Yeah, but like I always tell you, y'all out of anomaly. Atlanta is definitely an anomaly.
So I should see more abortion clinics, bro. When I go to these other cities and shit, I don't see no abortion clinics. I had to go to a white town to get an abortion. Because they no longer available here. So I had to go to a white town.
It was always like that?
No, it's not always been like that.
When did it get like that?
Because of the Republicans.
After the bill was signed, right? After the Supreme Court.
That's because you're in the Bible Belt.
Exactly. That's because you're in Georgia in a Republican state.
Because I know out here.
The Republicans are trying to save black people.
No, but you happen to be in a
Is that
black
trying to tell
city
me
that's in a Republican state.
we're
That's what
better?
I'm trying to say.
The people that don't want us to get abortions think it's better for us because we don't like the people that are
They
letting us
don't
have
give a fuck
abortions.
about you getting abortions.
They don't give a
want white
fuck
people
about
to get
you.
abortions.
White
And the white people
Republicans
that
are trying
want you
to
to
They don't
save
want
kill your
white people to get
baby.
abortions. They don't give a fuck about you getting no abortion. They perfectly fine with black people getting abortions.
Bro, they
They
have a
just
Planned
don't.
Parenthood. They have a Planned Parenthood in Atlanta, 440
Yeah.
Moreland Avenue, Southeast
Planned
Atlanta.
Parenthood. Yep. And guess what their process is? To not get you to abort that baby.
No, they there for the abortion.
Yeah, they there.
How y'all gonna tell that? When you go there, they try to convince you not to abort the baby.
But they still will abort it.
That's duh. Because if you, it's your choice. That's literally what it is. It's your choice.
But that means they're still
I mean,
there.
the
for
fact
the
that
let me
you're
ask
saying
you
they're
something,
trying to
GQ.
convince
Let me ask you
you
something,
not
GQ.
to.
GQ, if you about to go smoke some crack, and I try to convince you not to smoke this crack, and then I say, well, my boy's still gonna
But
sell
you
you the
still
crack
sell
though.
it
If
to me.
you wanted
You
that
still
bad,
sell it to me.
am I here for the detriment of you? I'm
Yeah,
not
you
here for
still
your
sell it to
detriment,
me.
nigga. I'm
You
just
still
letting you
sell it
make
to
the
me.
decision
If
you
you
want to
still
make.
sell it to me,
Yeah, because I want to make my money, my nigga. If you want to, get high, you want to get high, bro.
And they still
If
gonna
you
give you that abortion.
GQ, is my intention to hurt you though? No, nigga.
Yeah, you
No,
sold me
it's not,
crack,
nigga. My
motherfucker.
intention is
Fuck
not to
you
hurt you,
mean?
bro. My
If your
intention is to
intentions wasn't
give
to
you
hurt
what
me,
you
you wouldn't
want.
sell it to me,
My
bro.
intention is to give you what you want. But I'm telling
Your
you,
intention not to hurt me, you won't
I'm
sell it
telling
to
you, no. I'm still gonna make my money.
You wouldn't sell it to me.
I'm still gonna make my money. No. My intention shows when I say to
is
you,
priority over hurting me. You
yes,
don't
you're
give a
damn
fuck
right,
about
my
hurting
mind,
me.
because survival is more
Okay,
important
right.
than
So you
anything
don't
else,
give a
nigga.
fuck
That's the
about
key to life.
hurting me.
And without
So
money,
that
you can't
means-
survive. I do give a fuck about you. If I didn't give a fuck about you, I would have never said, "Hey, this can kill you."
No, you want to.
I would have never said you shouldn't buy this.
Give a fuck about him.
How you gonna tell me, bro? Look, how you gonna tell me? Y'all are telling me that this is what you really think. No, nigga, I'm telling you. I sold pills to motherfuckers. When I sold pills to motherfuckers, I didn't want to hurt all the motherfuckers. I wanted to make some money.
You trying to hurt him, nigga?
The fuck? It's same as I tell people, hey, bro, you shouldn't smoke weed, bro. I tell people you shouldn't smoke weed, bro. I tell people all the time you shouldn't smoke weed, but if I sell them weed, I want you to die. I want you to get lung cancer. Like, no, nigga. Years ago, they can't do shit about that.
Yeah, Atlanta is actually a bigger city than my city, right? We got 1, 2, 2.5 because East Orange ain't North, but it's right outside North. Literally right outside North. That's where Naughty by Nature is from. Like 3 in the same county, not even right next to each other.
Now check the population ratio for black and white.
I'm in a smaller city than you, but I'm in a liberal
Check
city.
the population of black and white. Tell me the population of black and white in those cities you're referring to.
50% black.
So that means they 50% something else.
No, it's not 50% something else. It's broke.
It's like 30 to 40% white and 10
No, it's not 40% white. No, it's actually only about 20% white and like 30% Latino. There's less white people here than Latinos. It's a black Latino city.
So all the cities you just named that these abortion clinics next to, all of them got a majority black population.
Yes.
I'm gonna go look it up.
You can look up East Orange, New Jersey. North New Jersey is roughly around 50%, and East Orange is going to be rough numbers going to be close to the same.
I don't like having. I don't think the abortion conversation is necessary to make the point, though, man. Like the abortion, yes. I mean, like I can understand where Phi coming from with that because it's kind of overt, and I don't think necessarily like what we was talking about necessarily like correlate with just talking about abortions like straight up. You know what I mean? But I understand like like it's not helping the situation, but at the end of the day, like people gonna make their own choices.
I'm trying to figure out how us having more babies is helping. I'm just confused. When these people ain't taking care of the babies they got. Y'all really act like everybody in the projects and the hoods and the low income and all these other areas is all doing great. Take care. It's people killing their babies and all type of shit. But abortions is bad. It's crazy.
Well, I'm just showing you, bro. These abortion clinics are here, bro. They all in the hood. Like they are.
they in other places too where it's majority white. We focus on the areas that's for us, as we should, because it's about us, but we can't ignore that they're in other areas too when we're trying to say that they're just doing it to black people. That's my point. Like they do this shit, if they give abortion, they're providing abortion clinics to everybody.
The white towns in this county, they come out here to get their abortions. Them white motherfuckers got to come out here to get those abortions. Like it's white towns in this county, but they got to come out here to get the abortions.
Why you think black women have the highest abortion rate? Fact.
Say that one more time.
Fact. Why you think black has the abortion rate?
Because we're the most people in poverty. Like we have the highest poverty rate as far as ratio for our community. I would imagine most of those people getting abortions are people that can't afford those babies.
So by design, would you agree by design?
Damn near 50% of the abortions in the
Yeah, to an extent, yeah, it gotta be by design because
my question is with those numbers, those abortion numbers off the top anyway, because I understand like Planned Parenthood is publicly funded, but say like those who don't go through Planned Parenthood, the ones who go to like private doctors, numbers would be on your medical record, which wouldn't be able to be like so
they wouldn't be required to.
It wouldn't be recorded. It wouldn't be recorded like that.
And my bad. It's only 8% white people in North. It's only 8%. I gave
right, but like if white people mainly going to like private doctors, like those numbers wouldn't be like so easily recorded like that, would it?
Do they have to be? I don't know. I'm about to look that up.
I mean, that all I'm saying is
Psycho. I looked up East Orange.
No, I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Black.
Yeah, I told you. That's naughty by nature.
I know where you're coming from.
Yeah. It will skew the numbers though, right? GQ.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check and see. Do they even have to report it? But I understand because by HIPAA laws and shit, they might not even. If they go to a private doctor, it might not even have to be put on record like Planned Parenthood. I have to check that out. See what AI say.
Favored policies, if passed into law, and they were passed, the Freedom of Choice Act. Yeah, man, it's like the more I peel back on this dude Obama, the more stuff I find out about him that it just makes me like, yeah, bro. It just seals my.
The more I pull back about him, the more I realize how much a great president
about like those majorities places where it's predominantly black people. That's North Philly, Southwest Philly, and South Philly. You have 8 Planned Parenthoods in those radiuses.
We can't forget about the fertility clinics. If they got since our neighborhoods is imbued, meaning filled with those, then you have to have the opposite in their communities, which we know they're trying to encourage and enhance and do anything to fortify their chances of having a white baby.
My thing is, if white folks have
you're right, Lou.
Go ahead.
You're right, Lou. They don't have to provide it.
So ain't no way they're gonna tell you them accurate numbers. Period. Like especially if white folks is having a crisis of a population crisis, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Where y'all get that from? Tariq Nasheed?
Get what from Tariq? Get this nigga go.
You the one over there watching them. You tell us, man.
Yeah, I like Tariq Nasheed.
There's a Mook sighting.
Got white
girls. Yeah, man.
You must have ended
like
that
Bigfoot.
Game.
What about white? What about white girls?
Nothing about white girls. Nobody said nothing about no goddamn.
Nah. Still learning just said something.
He said that they ain't had enough abortions.
Oh, I thought he said. I don't know. I know when y'all see me, all of a sudden y'all say that shit, and the psycho get mad. Usually when I come on this motherfucker, you be like, "Why don't you like black women or whatever?" And then we start going into that shit.
You derail the conversation and make it about you.
Mook, I got a question for you. I've been asking a question, and I'm dying to know what your answer is.
If
Wow.
if you woke up tomorrow and all white people was just leaving, just everybody just packing up, just leaving, just hopping in they're just leaving, and all white people simultaneously, just all of them, they're all just leaving. They leaving the country to us. They out. They tired of the shit. They say this our country. Fuck it, y'all can have it. They all leaving.
This whole country. Well, hold on.
Wait. Are you leaving with them? Or are you staying here?
Well, I got a follow up question though for that.
No. Wait, you got a follow up question. You ain't even answer this one. Are you leaving with them? Or are you staying here?
I told you I love foundational Black Americans.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, would you? If all white people got up and leave, is all white people is leaving it? They getting out the country. It's just gonna be nothing but black people here, and ain't gonna be no white people. They all leaving. They say whoever want to come with us can come, but we getting out of here. And
all right.
Are you leaving with them? Or are you staying here?
He gone. You know that nigga gone.
I don't know, because as far as I could be around my own people, but at the same time, me finding love with a black woman is probably less likely.
Well, that's what your decision is based on, love or whatever. Like whether you find love with Becky, that's what your decision is based on.
Do you think it would be safe to stay here with black people or go with the white people that's leaving America?
I don't know, because they do
Psycho.
They
I
do
don't
like
want to
the same.
concede to that point about the proximity of the abortions. I feel like y'all proved it.
I'll try to stay here for
to that point.
What, you think they let my black ass in anyway?
No, I'm saying they said whoever want to come with us, but we getting out of here. So, are you going to take them up and they off and leave with them, or are you going to stay here with the black people?
It depends on how the black people act.
Nose surgery, because your nose.
You ain't got to. You got to make a decision on the fly. You got they out.
Well, I don't know, because they try to say statistically that we're violent and hostile and all of this shit. So I don't even know if I actually want to be around.
You saying? I know what they say. I'm talking about you.
Well, what if whites leave and all of a sudden anarchy stuff going on, robbing, shooting, looting, and shit?
So that means you leaving with them?
Maybe, because I don't know how black people act without the white man in government. I don't know.
It's like you knew when you asked him, you knew that nigga was gone.
Nah, because the white man keep y'all in check, so I gotta go, man. Y'all gonna be running amok and shit. That's gonna be crazy.
You gonna be by yourself with the white man. He gonna keep your ass in check.
Hey, y'all motherfuckers be.
Say the whole country gonna be fucked up.
Psycho knew the answer to that question, man. I don't know what he did.
The white man, y'all be scared.
Y'all gonna be fucked up. He say.
Yeah, y'all be
the Bloods, GDs, Spice Lords gonna be running the whole country. The whole country gonna be.
Yeah, nah, man. I might go with them.
Kill me with that shit.
He said that he know what's up though, man. Because y'all scared of the white man, low key. Y'all got that in y'all subconscious from slavery.
Nigga, we know you gone.
Y'all scared of that motherfucker. So I might leave.
You ever put hands and feet on the white man?
I don't fight like that, dude. Well, I sparred in class or whatever.
You ever got into a fight before?
Yeah, that white boy whooped his ass when he was doing that kickboxing shit.
How the fuck you know?
You told me.
Well, I didn't tell you that shit, motherfucker. You making that shit up.
Oh, you forgot. Now you done forgot.
Yeah, you did say that. But you got into a real fight? You got a real fight?
Nah, I told y'all my sensei got his ass kicked. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Everybody got a sensei now, man. What's going
on? You said, did I ever get into a real fight when I was a small child, maybe, but not as an adult?
Who'd you fight?
Mainly, it was mainly black kids.
So you ain't never fight a white kid, only black kids?
Nah, I never really fought a black kid because the black kids was more ready to fight than the white kids.
They fought you, but you ain't fight back.
You grew up around all these white kids. They never put hands or feet on none of them motherfuckers.
Nah, it seemed like the black kids were more hostile. They was more quicker to throw some hands. Throw some hands than the white kids.
They was less patient with your coonery. They wasn't having it. That's
Black people are more prone to violence.
My nigga,
I mean, statistically speaking, yeah, I guess that's what they want you to believe, at least.
Statistically, what? What statistically what?
I don't know if
that's black.
Who's scared of the white kids? You said they're living around all these white motherfuckers. They never put hands and feet on them. You talking about we scared of the motherfuckers?
I fight if I got to though, and as an adult, it's less like I don't even really get into it with people like that. I did. You know what? I did. There was
white boys at my sophomore year. I got into a fight less than 2 months in that motherfucker. I got into a damn near melee in the fucking gym with those motherfuckers.
Yeah, you told me.
Less than 2 months in.
What was I gonna say? I did want to slap the shit out this one white kid though. He was buff than a motherfucker not too long ago. Oh my god, not too long ago.
Pause.
He was buff. Pause. But what's wrong? What's wrong with like? I don't get why that's pause worthy though. Anyway, it ain't like I said.
The way you said he was buffed than a motherfucker. Oh my god.
No, I was looking at this video. That's why I said, "Oh my god."
Oh no. Pause, nigga. It's
sorry. I'm kind of distracted. No.
Brother, that you're in good shape, man. That you're all right, man. You still out here in the land of the living and shit, man. I ain't seen you in a while.
You didn't even want to.
Even though you get on my nerves, I missed you a little bit, man.
Pause.
I don't know y'all. Way y'all say pause after everything, man. Dude, pause didn't even fucking exist. Pause didn't even fucking exist when you was young, motherfucker. Like if somebody
say pause, we look at you.
I'm talking about what's the name? GQ. Yeah, back in your day, that shit didn't even exist, man. So like, if y'all said something sus.
The young bloods, man, they didn't got New York niggas and shit, man. They didn't put the influence on me, man. I used to couldn't stand to say that shit. Nah, it's like you ain't got no choice no more, man.
I think if you're saying something real fruity, I
fought against that Paul shit for years. Like when everybody was sounding like, man, fuck all that. I ain't saying that shit, but
no homo and all of that shit.
Now you're at the point to like, if you don't say it, nigga, you P. Diddy little brother.
Listen. Hold on. Listen. People used to say no homo. Now they say no Diddy, but they used to say no homo. That was offensive. Homosexuals, I guess LGBT didn't like that, so people started saying pause. It was more acceptable.
I say no homo to gay people.
Cry about it. They always cry about something. What you think about Kanye?
I think the Paul shit is out of control.
What do you think about Kanye sucking dick till he was 14?
What? Who?
What do you think about Kanye sucking dick till he was 14 years old?
Sucking dick till he was 14 years old? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what he said in the song. That's what he was auto-tuning singing about. He was sucking dick till he was 14. He said his uncle. He was sucking his cousin's dick till he was 14 years old.
He got molested?
He said his cousin was making him do it.
No,
he was doing the molesting.
He was sucking his cousin's dick until he was 14 years old. Do the math.
No, the cousin was older than him. Come on, y'all, keep it in context.
Oh, I thought the cousin was younger.
No, the cousin wasn't older.
I think the cousin was like
yes,
his
he
age.
Was, Psycho.
I think
was he? No. Was he getting molested, dude? Yes or no?
Yeah, he was getting molested. His cousin was grown as hell.
Come on, dude! Don't do that shit. Y'all turning this into hold on. Y'all turning this to something consensual or something because y'all making it seem
like it was consensual.
Like yeah, dude. Nah, man. He was getting molested by a grown ass man when he was a child, and that's what that was. It was incest.
No, it's his cousin. It's his cousin. What are you talking about? He was young.
That's what
so what was it? His cousin probably was older than him, wasn't he? He probably was like 17, 18.
I heard
he was both experimenting.
I heard his cousin was grown, man. And he was
Well, number one. Hold on. He never specified his cousin being grown. I don't remember that part.
Nah, it's because he didn't even
Like they was
allude
around
that
the
his
same
cousin was grown.
age.
Yeah, he didn't even allude to it.
Listen.
Don't fall for that bait, man. Psycho just region banging right now.
Listen. Anyway, like I was saying, fuck, man, y'all, I lost my fucking train of thought
Y'all
because
don't want
y'all.
to say it, but Kanye really bringing up a conversation that need to be had. It's a lot of motherfuckers getting
Oh yeah. Hold on. Just because he gay does, or whatever. Just because they gay don't mean that they mean he need to have sex with his family members. That turns into incest. That's something
That's what
like
he said.
totally.
He said this is coming out of his mouth. We're not making this up. This ain't a rumor. He said this. This is what he said.
Why is he fucking his cousin? Also, I said that's incest.
Damn if I know.
It's all type. It's all types of wrong. Nah, man, that shit fucked up.
There go the tweet right here. Go the tweet right here. This song is so-called cousins about my cousin that's locked up in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at a dirty magazines together anymore. You heard that? He said we ain't gonna look at dirty magazines together anymore. Then he killed his pregnant wife or some shit like that. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt as if it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6. When he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found on top of my mom's closet was different. Gay magazines.
Kanye.
My name is Jay, and our cousins until I was 14.
So hold on, you just said some Psycho. He saw the straight magazines first.
Right, and then saw the
but
different
then when
ones.
He saw the gay ones, he was like, well, let's try this.
Right,
but
right.
Psycho, he never gave his own age though at the time when he showed the magazine.
Because he was older.
He didn't say older or younger. He just said that.
I'm assuming.
They was older. I promise you, they was older. Why would he feel guilty about introducing it to his cousin? He said he felt guilty, felt like it was his fault because he was older.
He said he felt like it's his fault for him
because he was older.
Now for him going off the hook like that, killing his
stop, Lou. We gotta stop this. No, he's saying that because
I don't know how you interpret it, but like I ain't
only the older will feel the guilt in that situation.
Well, he really to be technical, he didn't. You can read whatever you want out of that, but he didn't say how old he was. Really, to be honest, like technically he didn't say his age.
But he was older than his cousin. He's older than his cousin. I can tell that by that tweet.
Nah, man, that's just interpretation.
Because he's saying he introduced a 6-year-old to
that sounds like an older person.
You think a 4-year-old is going to introduce a 6-year-old?
The cousin was actually younger than Kanye.
Yeah.
Out of all the shit we out of all the shit.
It was saying that like Kanye had been fucking abused or something. But I'm just looking at the article from Kanye tweets, and it's saying that the cousin was younger than Kanye.
Thank you. You can tell by his tweet.
He ain't from the west side though, so that's
yo. Out of all the shit we could be talking about, we talking about gay incest right now. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yo,
come on, dog.
Not like older L's, boy. God,
the cousin was younger than Kanye, so it's all bad.
Y'all made that nigga famous, dog. Y'all made that nigga famous.
Like, I don't even like. I low key don't. I don't even kind of want to hear about this shit. This shit like upset me low key. That's some shit that I don't need to fucking hear.
I feel.
That's some gross.
That's your boy.
That's some gross shit.
Yeah, that's your boy though, man. Who boy is this?
Hey, Psycho.
Nah, that ain't my boy, man. Especially right now. Especially the way this motherfucker acting.
I've been trying to tell y'all about this weirdo. Everybody kept trying to coonsplain for this motherfucker for the longest time.
That's why I said they fake fans. That man come out and be vulnerable, and now y'all gonna leave him out here on his own. Y'all
show you how to do.
Y'all want nothing to do with him. When he was just a Republican,
show you how this shit is, though.
Y'all like fuck him.
Yeah, when he was
but show you how this shit go, man. Monday, I'm looking at some shit they talking about Kanye being abused by his cousin and this, that, and the other. And now I just read the fucking article and it included Kanye tweets and it's saying that the damn cousin was younger than Kanye.
When he was wearing that Black Klan outfit, it was all these Kanye defenders and shit. Now ain't nobody co-signing them and shit, bro.
Ain't nobody co-signing no motherfucking dick sucking, Lou. What the fuck?
Shit, that nigga was
I
looking
don't give a
crazy as
fuck
cat
about no
shit with that
goddamn.
Ku Klux Klan shit on and that swastika chain. He was looking crazy as
That
fuck
nigga
doing
been
that
had the
shit.
Ku Klux Klan shit on years ago on that Black Nazi. He was on Saturday Night Live with the Ku Klux Klan shit on.
He been crazy.
I'm just saying, GQ. I'm just
This
saying,
shit
like,
been going on.
I'm just saying, like, I ain't forgot GQ. That's all I'm saying. I ain't forgot that. And
Yeah.
I know who was too co-signing the shit.
That kind of really kind of upsets me. I don't even want to hear about that, man. Like that shit kind of
Yeah, this
like
shit, shit way worse than the Ku. I mean, I don't know. I know how we get on our blackology heel, but this shit is way worse than the goddamn Ku Klux, than the black Ku Klux Klan uniform.
Is he still a genius, GQ?
I don't know. I don't know which one's worse.
Yeah, he's still a genius.
He's both bad.
He's just a dick sucking genius now.
Hey, Psycho, what's going on with the
He was a
thumbnail?
kid, bro. He said he stopped at 14.
Is this nigga Shannon Sharpe choking bitches out? What's going on with Shannon Sharpe in the thumbnail, Psycho? Is Shannon Sharpe, because I think I heard the little recording or whatever. He was talking about choking somebody.
That's been fucked up, man. That's all I'm saying.
He
was on your type of shit, move.
Becky drama.
Nah, that bitch edited that shit. I don't trust that white bitch.
Yeah.
Hold on. What y'all saying? What y'all say? He was on your shit, Mo.
He was on your type of time, bro.
What are you talking about? Hold on.
He was on Instagram
fucking with them white hoes.
Becky. Yeah.
But y'all want to know the truth about the shit, man. That I think is all fake. I think he paying them motherfuckers. This is a publicity stunt. Why ESPN ain't fired him yet? You know, them motherfuckers don't need nothing but they fired old boy for talking about some going to the strip club or some
Jason
shit.
Whitlock? You talking about Jason?
I heard. I
No,
guess
not
the
Jason
recording.
Whitlock. From the Celtics. What's his name? Paul Pierce.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be a money thing. He ain't
Yeah,
the money.
because look, he ain't. You know, that Cat Williams interview. That nigga ain't seen no views like that since then, man. He been trying to get back to that type of motherfucker. Yeah,
Hey,
he trying to
if
get
that
back to that type
recording
of.
of Shannon Sharpe is real, what was he talking? Was he talking about choking her? Man, that nigga was talking crazy.
I don't even believe it. I didn't believe the old Michelle shit. Old Michelle. I didn't believe that shit. I thought that shit was fake. Cause Shannon Sharpe a faggot. I mean, it's a gay.
Dude, you gotta chill. You gotta chill as far as that.
Shannon Sharpe gay the motherfucker, man. That nigga ain't nothing. If it was a man saying that he didn't sexually abuse,
bro.
If it was a man saying that he sexually abused them, then I believe it. But a woman, I don't believe that shit.
I ain't even gonna say you think Shannon Sharpe, you know, moist. You think he a homo?
Yes, hell yeah, yes, yes indeed.
He did had like a couple of sus moments though. I ain't gonna front.
I think he gave the motherfucker. I don't believe that. I don't even believe this lawsuit is real, bro. If this lawsuit was real, ESPN would have been fired that nigga, man. Now when ESPN fired,
can I say this though?
When ESPN fired Shannon Sharpe, then I believe this shit.
They gonna fuck around and suspend him. They might fuck around and suspend him now and wait and see what happens with this before they fire him. But they
ain't even did that. That's how I know this shit all publicity stuff.
Can I say something to rewind a little bit? As far as Kanye, that's still our brother though. At the end of the day, he's still one of our people. Now he's still.
That ain't my brother.
He's still our people. He's still our people at the end of the day.
A long time ago. So
black.
I traded him before the trade deadline, nigga.
one of our FBA brothers, man. You know, Black American.
Get him out of here.
You traded him for what?
I said I traded him for the deadline.
Are we trading? Are we trading out people like
Tina Marie is now officially black.
like how Dave Chappelle did in that skit? We trade the black people.
Yeah.
Hey, Mook.
I traded that.
Tina Marie been black. No, Tina Marie been black. We picking up Mariah.
Ain't like a fourth of her black or something.
You might be next.
Tiger Woods got drafted by the blacks in that skit.
Who said that slick shit? That was still learning. Who said that shit? Slick shit, man.
You might be on the top of black niggas,
Hey, Psycho, what's that dude name?
You don't want me going on your ass.
That's it. Was that white lie, protect white lives that was speaking of? What's his name?
I can't get your ass out my closet.
The white dude that was at the little protest.
You talking
about the Protect White Lives protest that was speaking, and he had got his teeth knocked out a few years ago when he was at the Black Lives Matter rally.
You talking about the Jewish Christian dude?
The black
the dude that was just in that video.
Yeah, the black dude. What do anybody know his name?
Taz.
The biggest coon on the man.
Who you talking about? Who on YouTube?
You showed
about Carmelo.
What's his name? He was at he was speaking with the white boy.
Tatum?
Come on. He's speaking with who?
You talking about
he was speaking at the White Lives Protect White Lives rally in Texas.
He was arguing with
the black dude that was on top of the bus.
Dude, I forgot his name. Which one you was talking about? Which black dude?
The black one that was on top of the bus.
Okay, that weirdo. Yeah,
not the one with the cowboy hat.
The one that was with the white dude.
Yeah, the one that was with the white dude.
Yeah,
Bruce Carter, GQ.
What's his name?
I don't remember his name.
I don't know. I'm trying to find out his goddamn name. I can't find.
I know.
Everywhere I done tried to look him up to find out what his name was. His name ain't coming up on shit.
That means he ain't.
I know he got. I know it's a video of him getting his teeth knocked out and all that shit.
Right. Did they? His name got to be on that, don't it?
That's some content out
Is it Jake Lang?
No, Bruce Carter is the dude.
No, Jake Lang is the white boy. Jake Lang is the white boy from Florida.
Bruce Carter is the
hold on. Somebody
Jake Lang
do
is the motherfucker that was at the January 6th shit that got pardoned by Trump.
Right. Bruce Carter was the one with the cowboy hat. I don't know what
Bruce Carter is the one with the cowboy. But I'm trying to see. I can't find this nigga name.
Cause he ain't about shit, man.
Can I say something?
The whole agent.
Can I say
he might be a fucking federal agent or something. I don't know. This motherfucker. I can't find who this motherfucker is for nothing. I've been looking him up for 2 days and can't find out. What's that young guy? That's him?
Yeah.
That's Shannon.
Shannon Sharpe interviewing himself, basically saying the most important combo to have is with the person in the mirror, meaning him. You know, it's basically.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Shannon Sharpe got a job.
That new or that old?
Shannon Sharpe got a job in this man person.
After
a lot of conversations erupted all over YouTube about the age difference between Shannon Sharpe and that woman he was with. A lot of women were very position was that it was just all around nasty for a man that old to deal with a woman that young. So a lot of those conversations kind of sparked over YouTube, if you will, when that whole situation took place.
Yeah, she grown and she a hooker. She grown, she a hooker. She on OnlyFans. She selling ass. Hey, but my thing is this:
was she a hooker and she on OnlyFans?
Yeah, she a hooker. She a real life hooker.
He's a hooker or
real life hooker. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
No, she is a hoe.
That's what you are.
She's
selling
a hoe for real.
You are OnlyFans. You either trick or a prostitute.
The black dude.
I know a chick.
Yeah.
I know a chick who was doing.
The black dude you was talking about, is his name Philip Anderson?
I I knew a chick
I
who was
don't know his
on.
name. I'm trying to find out.
God damn it.
Yeah, look it up. Philip Anderson.
Nah, she wasn't no prostitute. She wasn't a prostitute. She just was kind of was a
Yeah,
thought though.
Philip Anderson.
She was. She's a prostitute, bro. That box.
She was a thought. She was
She was a prostitute. Prostitute, bro.
She was a
no,
friend of mine.
They need to see how old that supposed to be stylist that be sitting on the front row with them is. That's the real prostitute. You know what I'm saying? Because he probably 19, 20 years old too. And he taking advantage of that young boy.
Man, that's weird. That chick could be his granddaughter on some other shit. Like that's weird, dog. It's weird for me to mess with somebody my daughter's age, somebody my grandkid's age. That's
I wouldn't fuck with no 19-year-old either. And I ain't even 50
you
years old. I wouldn't fuck with
Shannon.
no 19-year-old.
And you're not as old as Shannon. That's what I'm saying. Like
that's why you're getting booked right now.
Exactly.
How old is this motherfucker?
At least it's a female though, bro.
Motherfucker damn near 60. He's like 57.
Damn.
Shannon got a job Vaseline in this fucking man person.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know, y'all.
Bill Belichick
If I'm
ass
60
nigga.
and I'm in the strip club and the bitch 19, she getting fucked. I don't know what y'all think.
That's weird.
Well, you definitely gonna,
if you in the strip club, you in there where you want her to be 40? She an OnlyFans model. I'm sure pretty sure he wasn't looking for a 40-year-old OnlyFans model.
Shannon Sharpe was damn near 40 when she was born, bro.
Listen. Hold on. I gotta say something because I was.
It's
having this
weird to me if he
conversation.
was dating her, bro. If you just fucking.
She was dating her. It wasn't a one-off.
Oh, I thought they was just fucking.
They was
dating.
Listen. Me and my mom was having this conversation. Like one of them older chicks, when them, because there's this one chick from The Sopranos. She got an OnlyFans, but I'm like, dude, she old as fuck, man. Like, who the fuck want to watch some old twat or something on there? Like, when I could watch somebody the fraction of her age on there, who like a fucking fourth of her age on that motherfucker, young, fresh, and youthful, and not fucking old. Like, what the fuck I want to?
Say that name one more time for me, Lou. My fault, bro.
I said Philip Anderson.
Okay, Philip Anderson. I had to get my other screen up.
I don't know no wealthy nigga that want to go fuck old bitches.
Well, what the fuck you think Hugh Hefner? Why the fuck you think Hugh Hefner exists, motherfucker? Like, come on, dude.
That's weird.
You like no, but you like old bitches. That's what that is, motherfucker. You said you like old. You said you like old chicks since you was a little kid, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You said what? GQ?
My girl older than me, but I'm 39, so
not that goddamn old, but yeah, I was in older. Yeah.
Bill Belichick.
Y'all keep note of that
had a
name.
very
That's
young
his
woman
name,
he was
Psycho
dating.
Philip Anderson.
Philip Anderson, okay.
Really? Yeah, Philip Anderson. That's him. Yeah.
They got on Tracy Ellis Ross's ass a little bit about it too, but not to the extent of Shannon Sharpe.
We gotta know who. We gotta know who.
ain't nobody got on Bill Belichick.
I told y'all like about 7 months ago I was dealing with a chick who was 18 years old. I mean, I'm not, I'm
Don't start personalizing this, bro. We'll not do that, bro. We about to do that.
Nigga, you 22, nigga. You talking about 18
but you about the same age though.
Oh man, but people gave me a hard time.
And you got the mind of a 14-year-old motherfucker. So what the fuck?
Nah, man.
That 18-year-old was taking advantage of your motherfucker, man.
Nah, I think she was autistic though, man. She seemed like.
You gotta start leaving them goddamn teenagers alone too, though.
Yeah, she was young, but she was nice. She was nice to me. She was nicer than the chicks my age or whatever.
Well, goddamn, bro. Yeah, she was nice. I'm like Psycho. You got to start leaving them alone too, bro.
She was like, "You my husband." I was like, "All right, sure."
How old you is now? Move 20? What? 24?
I'm 25.
25, yeah. 18 is kind of
I don't know, but she liked me. She was nice to me. I was like, man, I tried with other chicks, man. But She was very nice to me. Other people was giving me a hard time, calling me names or whatever because of it. You know.
And Afro, I said the same thing about Bill Belichick.
I was
a couple of months ago when I first found out the motherfucker got that 20-something-year-old. That's even worse. That motherfucker is 70-something. But
Man,
both of them with chicks that can't even go to the bar.
Hey,
Neither one of
Psycho, I'm
these
gonna
chicks
ask you
that
this.
motherfuckers are with can go to the bar with them. None of them.
If Bill Belichick was your,
you know they all giving them alcohol. I promise
if
you.
Bill Belichick was your granddad or your pops, you'll tell him to stop fucking the 20-year-old.
If the 20-year-old my
Hell
daughter,
yeah.
No.
If the 20-year-old was your daughter, I said if Bill Belichick was your pops or your granddad.
My granddad, I'll say he's wilding. Yeah, I would say he's wilding. Yeah.
But I wouldn't tell him to stop though. I'd be like, hey man, get your shit out, pop. Do your thing, pop.
You ain't telling your granddad to stop doing shit.
He fucking a motherfucker younger than me.
But that's how I look at these old niggas. I look at Shannon the same. Like, man, go ahead.
No, you can't tell granddaddy to stop doing shit, but you can
get your
tell
rocks
granddaddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to condone it though.
Like, damn, granddaddy.
I wouldn't tell him he bogus, bro. You 60 years old, bro, and you got this young bitch, bro. I don't think you bogus, bro. If you like you said, if you was fucking a child, like somebody underage, then
my
you bogus.
I'm gonna get on his ass, but I know I can't stop him from doing what he gonna do. My granddaddy actually got him a young bro right now. My granddaddy 82, he got like a 62-year-old chick.
But that's not bad. That's not
my granddaddy 21.
That's 20-something years.
Come on, dog.
Yeah, but they
come on, dog.
They both old now, so it don't matter.
We were just talking about that. We were just talking about it earlier. When you get up in age, the differences increase. Like a 30-year-old mess with a 40-year-old ain't a big deal. 40-year-old mess with a 50-year-old.
My passed.
A 40-year-old messing with a 60-year-ld. You know, it's like, but you know, it ain't chicken too much. You know, like the age range of that get older. As far as like the gap between what you are and who you should date.
Yeah, what's acceptable.
Right.
Nobody really kind of give a shit if your 80-something-year-old grandfather is fucking a 61-year-old or whatever the fuck. No, nobody kind of really give a fuck because
some of the people in my family, my mom and them gave a fuck when he, you know what I'm saying. I didn't, but you know my grandma had passed from cancer. And about a year and a half later, granddaddy popped up with the young chick. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she looked young as hell too. She don't even look like she in her 60s either. But she is in her 60s. She's like 60.
I hate it when my granddad.
Old niggas need to stop. I'm a maintain what I said earlier. Old niggas need to stop contaminating the young pussy. For the young niggas, let the young niggas have their young coochie. And let them beat it up like we had our time.
You talking about let them have the only thing?
We had our time to beat up the coochie. We had our time to beat up the coochie.
I would think she was slow, though.
The young coochie,
Psycho.
the young head.
Niggas been fucking young hoes since strip clubs was around. Like, ain't nobody going in the strip club looking for 40-year-olds.
Let me ask y'all something.
I didn't want those old heads to contaminate our coochie. That was our coochie. And them old heads trying to contaminate our shit. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, so.
I think
I want to be.
That's been going on. That's been going on forever, Psycho.
But I didn't like the old heads to contaminate our shit. So I want to be a hypocrite.
That's been going on forever, Psycho.
I just think Psycho.
I
just want to say good morning to everybody.
I don't think Psycho.
Morning to everybody, and I hope y'all have a blessed and wonderful day.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning.
Fuck y'all niggas. Fuck y'all niggas.
I knew that was coming.
I'm still mad at your ass, Molly, man. You said niggas can't make it without the white folks.
Can I interject, man? I think Psycho just don't like young women. That's what it is. He don't like young coochie.
Check it out. Let me ask y'all this.
Well, I think it's because his daughter age. So
is the 24-year-old woman bogus for fucking with Bill Belichick?
Nope.
I think
she's doing it for money. If a young chick is she's doing it for money and resources, if she messing with a dude that age, she's not doing it.
Is she right or wrong for doing it? Or it's no judgment?
It depends because people.
I feel like that's on the man because the woman would do something like. because the woman is just gonna be because of hypergamy.
Because a hoe gonna be a hoe.
She's gonna look for resources and power and all that type of stuff, and usually that's with older men than the younger dudes, and younger dudes ain't get their shit together yet. You know what I mean?
Because you gotta let a hoe be a hoe.
But if we're in modern times, though, right, Psycho? If we're in modern times, right, things are different now. You can't expect a man to still have traditional values when women don't have to uphold to those things. So we have to accept that times are different now in the dating market. You know, there is a such thing as a modern man because you have modern women. So you can't expect somebody to keep doing traditional things when you're not traditional no more. So a man having resources is kind of like a traditional thing. But we live in a modern time now. Right.
But these young folks are starting to shift. They not really with that age.
The whole reason why people even get married is because of resources. Only rich motherfuckers was getting all the women for a long time.
Well, it's natural of a woman to want to be with a man that has resources. Back to what I was talking about, a man having many wives the other day. That's kind of biological, you know, like that's humans at their primitive core.
Can I interject? If I really cared about the chick or whatever, if this chick was the love of my life and she was the one for me, then no other woman would matter. I could be married to her for 1,000,000 years. It really wouldn't matter.
No, that's
true love. That's true love right there.
We're not arguing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a man living monogamous, brother. What I'm saying is you can't expect traditional things from the man now and you get to live a modern life. You have to accept that men have become modern. You know, a lot of men oftentimes are not into marriage. They don't want to legally marry nobody because of the damage a divorce could do to them financially, having their children taken. You know, a lot of men are doing what's called go their own way, which means, I mean, they have sex with women, but they just don't commit to them in any form of serious relationship, and marriage is completely out of the equation, right?
Well,
so women are complaining now about
like the polygamy,
men not approaching them.
Yeah, monogamy, polygamy, that's a different conversation. You know, whatever works for motherfuckers, you know, they do whatever they do. I know people that practice polygamy, and so I mean, I whatever, you know, it ain't something I can do. Me personally, one woman is enough to deal with. You give me two, that's a headache, and I respect my stress levels. And I don't need my stress levels going up at this age. Like I'm cool.
Understood.
So I can't deal with that. But if other people want to deal with that, if they agree to that, I understand. I do understand disagreements to these things.
Psycho, isn't it fair to say that, Psycho, now that we live in modern times, right, that a man should not be expected to have resources now? They should be both expected to bring equal amount of resources to the table. So now you have to be respectful of the fact that...
I argue it's been like that my whole motherfucking life. People have been living 50-50 my whole motherfucking life. Like it's rare that you catch the stay-at-home mom and shit. Like that's old school, black and white, leave it to beaver shit going on. Like black women when I was motherfucking younger than my whole life.
So more women will be more resources.
Yeah, because in reality, you'd have a bigger family. You have more siblings. Your children will have more siblings. There's a safety aspect to it. Too, but I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with people living with discipline and living monogamous. A brother just having one wife, you know. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all.
You're talking about having multiple. Sorry, you're talking about having.
My initial point was expecting a man to have resources is something that's traditional and in some ways biological of Homo sapiens. A man having resources. This is how we've been like this since time immemorial, but we have evolved as humans, right? So now women are expected to work jobs and bring resources to the table too. The man just doesn't pay for everything anymore, because if you have modern women, then by default you have to have modern men. We're not going out into the woods and killing bears when we need a coat. You know, we go to North. We men have civilized too. So you can't hold a man to the same traditional standards that you yourself are not going to keep. And one of those traditional standards is a man having the resources for everything and everybody. So women have a problem with that. You see what I'm saying?
I interject, man?
Go ahead.
What was I gonna say? You talking about multiple.
I agree with King Swarthy, bro. That's
No, I'm not talking about multiple wives. I'm talking about I'm talking about to expect you to have resources, right? Is
Can I finish my
traditional, right?
statement?
Go ahead, brother.
Listen.
Okay,
He's trying to say that how these hoes, we want niggas to be traditional niggas, but these hoes ain't traditional niggas. They want to
exactly.
I mean, I get the point that he's saying. We living in modern day era.
No, they want to be us. They want us to be traditional while they remain modern, so they can take advantage of the traditional ways and the modern ways.
That's traditional for the man to have those resources.
That's what he's trying to say.
That's traditional. So we have to accept now that we live in a 50-50 world. And like Psycho was saying, my mom and dad did 50-50. It was rare that you saw somebody who had the resources to be able to do it like that, right? But women are now complaining about the fact that men don't do it. It's a lot of women complaining about the fact that men don't approach them even anymore, because who wants to get recorded and called a creep and, you know, all the crazy shit that has been taking place with misandrous radical feminism. So it's bad right now for your age range, brother. Like you 25?
I don't like saying my age. I don't even like telling people my age.
So you're dealing with some of the most misandrous radical feminists alive on the planet, sir.
Yeah, I know how these women get down.
Oh,
these
bro, you have no
women
idea,
get down.
Bro. They hate that you exist as a man, period. They hate that you breathe.
I will say this, I'm glad I'm not in my 20s in 2025. Like the dating scene that I see y'all motherfuckers got to go through and all this other shit, the weird shit that I wouldn't want to have to deal with that shit, dog.
So you see what I'm saying?
I can't, man.
Are they the most man can I in the 20s? Because have they even got to that age yet where they didn't got on that type of shit?
Can I say
it is like it's like shit different than when we was in our fucking 20s.
Apparently,
I'm just saying the mentality out here in general, like it wasn't this hornet's nest of women all gathered together talking about how niggas ain't shit and plotting and scheming and we should all do this and we should all do that and all this that. It was none of that when I was younger. Like it was like, maybe they had these little friends and they all
they had sections of it.
Now it's not just that one or two friends that's around.
The most they had back then was
they got thousands of motherfuckers in the live chat now.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Hold on. The most they had back then, Psycho, was ladies' night.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Listen.
It's like it's a culture now. It's like
they're a country.
It's this culture of I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah, I don't think it's ladies' night every day now.
Yeah, I don't. And all these dating shows that ruin shit too. Like all these little balloon popping shits and all this other little weird shit. It ain't motherfucking thing else. Like everything's so weird and superficial now.
The 21
it's all about
and
dating now and dating and dating and it's all about the date and the date and the date. What the fuck is all this stupid shit? Like,
Psycho, it's so bad.
They act like they don't want to see heterosexual men anymore, man. Like you can't even fucking have attraction for the opposite sex, man, without it being like a Me Too type of situation, man. I told.
When I came up, bro, you saw a shorty you was thinking, you just approached them and just hollered at them. That was as simple as that. Nowadays in 2025, though, you gotta slide in DMs. You gotta get on these little silly ass dating shows. You gotta hit people live links and all this other silly, just stupid shit, dog. I don't know, man. This shit is weird.
Right, Kendra G having those women up there.
Again.
Yeah, I am dated. I'm totally showing my age right now. Yes,
that's if you participate in that type of shit. You ain't gotta participate in that shit.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You can still holler at girls the regular way.
Well, do it with caution.
That's what I do. But I'm saying, like, I noticed that other people don't have that skill. Like these motherfuckers don't have the social skills. Like these motherfuckers.
Yeah, the younger kids.
Everybody's so pressed online about how they can't find nobody because the only way to find motherfuckers now is online. because these motherfuckers don't know how to
No. Online,
you
no.
right, though,
Online
Psycho.
dating
Me and my
sucks.
girl, we been
It
talking
sucks.
about
Online.
Walmart, and the laundromat. Goddamn. That's all you got. Go to
Can I say
Walmart or go to the
something?
some
laundromat.
people will argue that dating is just bad right now in
I
general.
hardly ever seen any cute chicks at the
You said
fucking
some people may
laundromat.
argue what?
Maybe
Some people will
Walmart.
argue right now that not just online dating, but interactions between men and women is just bad in general now because of all the slandering and the videos and I mean 60% of men are leaving gyms. Like it's getting so bad and to the point this lady paid $10,000 to a dating coach to find a husband, and other women gave her a hard time for it because they did find her a husband, right? So there's a rise of women who call women who respect their husbands pick-me's. Like it's getting fanatical, bro, when you think about it. It's getting to the point where, you know, there has to be an awareness about misandry, you know? Like it's bad, bro.
Mook, you got that laundromat fucked up, boy. That laundromat.
No,
That laundromat and that
dude,
Walmart, nigga, it's on and popping.
Walmart, man. I seen some dimes at Wally World. I seen some dimes at Wally World, but I ain't never seen no dime at no fucking laundromat.
When the last time you went to the laundromat?
I go every now and again. Me and my family, we go every now and again. And you might see a cute chick every now and again, like every so often, but you don't. It ain't like it's just a shit ton
you
of
up there in
hot
Buffalo.
chicks.
Where the fuck you all the way up in North? Y'all probably ain't got no dimes in y'all laundromat. But my laundromats around this motherfucker, oh shit.
It depends on what you call a dime, but listen, what was I gonna say? But I didn't know if he was talking about.
Well, what the fuck you call a dime is definitely not what the fuck I call a dime. I forgot about that. Who the fuck I was talking to too? God damn.
Nah, I know what the fuck pretty, ugly, and average is. That's what I can say. And so,
white, motherfucker.
Nah, man. Like I said, man. What was I gonna say? I didn't know if you were talking about multiple wives opposed to like having a main wife and then a chick on the side.
Well, I was talking about the I see what you're saying. I'm trying to help you understand. I was talking about when you look at certain things that are considered traditional, right? The women of your era they don't live as traditional women, right? I'm not saying there are women that don't still do, but it's very rare, brother, for you to find that. What I'm saying is you're still going to be expected to do traditional things that men used to do, which is pay for everything. Even if she has a job, your money is her money, and her money is her money, and your money is everybody in the family's money.
You ain't gonna find no woman know how to make no biscuits from scratch. Goddamn it, that's what the fuck going on.
You said they don't know how to make dishes from scratch.
Right.
You talking about chicks who don't know how to cook? Because you can get that all day nowadays, especially with these younger women.
It's not just that. Women work jobs now. Women have more liberties now, right? So there's things that you're gonna need to require of her for your respect to stay intact. She's got to have the discipline not to have work husbands and make you look bad. Still, it's not that she can't have a job, but it's a certain way she got to carry herself that shows respect for you, that doesn't stress you out. Because being with a woman that's not on your same program or page, or y'all don't get along for whatever reason, right? The stress that comes from that can kill you, young man. It can take years from your life. So it's important that you do date with intentions. Right, that's important. Yeah, that could rot in your bones.
I know a chick who was the breadwinner in her home or whatever. She's the one getting the money, and she kind of treated her husband badly, lesser than her. She would, say some slick ass comments to him or whatever. But this motherfucker was sitting at home most of the day with his thumb up his ass, not doing fucking shit, while she was out busting her ass and shit. Working hard.
He ain't give a fuck about her talking crazy. Pimping ain't easy, goddamn. Talk crazy if you want to.
Man, I don't know if it was my father. My father, this type of dude, he smack the shit out of chicks and all types of shit. He don't care,
And make sure, young man, you value when you come together with a woman and have sex and establish relationships. That's a serious thing, young man. So make sure you are dating with intentions. And my advice to you would be, if you don't plan on marrying her, do not have sex with her, bro.
And that's a
I don't know.
discipline that
I
men.
don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all
If
that.
you don't plan on big,
Motherfucker.
it's my humble advice to you,
That's
beloved, is if
horrible
you,
advice,
it's not,
That,
brother,
that's a
because
yeah. Hold on. What the
because
fuck this dude? Nah, this dude talking some Muslim or Christianity type of shit, dude. Like I can't with
if you
this.
don't plan on being serious with that woman, brother, don't have sex with a woman you don't plan on keeping and being responsible for.
Dude, I was
Don't
having
do
like
that, brother.
about a year and a
Hey,
half ago. I was having sex with a chick I didn't even take remotely seriously. Like
I
you
get it.
know,
We all did it. Some of us still do it, right? I understand where you're
that's
coming
how the
from, young
that's how
man.
the relationship really be fucked.
But I wanted to be one of the first brothers to tell you
that
something
nigga ran over
different,
one of my patients.
something that's
What?
conducive for you. It would be better for you to pick wisely. Don't just sleep with random women, brother. Find you a woman that brings peace to you. Rock with her and take care of her if you're gonna lie down with her, brother.
At
I
25?
don't.
Well, he
I
should. I
don't.
mean, in reality, we should
People
have
younger
already
than me.
had.
People younger than me get
In
married. Like, get the
reality, we
fuck
should
out
have
of here,
already
dude.
had resources and a community for the brother to grow
Who,
up
me?
in, right? But
I
the
keep
truth
telling
is,
y'all how old
we
I
got to
am, even
start
though I
teaching.
don't like saying it.
We still got to start teaching the younger black men and black women. Are you a so-called black man, sir?
Oh, me? Why y'all keep doing that shit? I'm black. Every time.
So it's important. It's important for us to talk to the youth of our people about wisdom, right? Even if we didn't have the discipline to do it, it's important for us to still tell our children things that will make them better than us.
But you see how every time I start talking to one of y'all get introduced to me, the first thing to come out your mouth is, "Are you a black person?" You know, I'm like they keep asking me, "Am I white? Am I mixed?"
Fucking avatar, motherfucker. What the fuck is you talking about, Mook? He don't know you. You got a white avatar. That was a legitimate question. You talk like a white boy. You love white bitches. So what the fuck? It ain't like it was off the wall question, nigga.
But you think I could sit up here with these black people? Like, if I was a white person or whatever, you think I could sit around y'all and make myself at home or whatever if I was, a non-black person?
Yeah, that's
yeah, we love white people over here. You ain't realize that?
Sure. Sure. Nah, man. My whole point is that yeah, man. I don't know. I don't.
How old are you,
I'm not.
Swarty, how old are you, brother?
I'm 40, right? So I mean, I grew
40
up
exactly.
Yes, when I grew up in South Central, man, me and our bros was losing our virginity at like 12 and 13, man. Like the black women we grew up with, they was
you
in
40
junior high school
already
already sleeping with grown dudes. So I wanted to see something different from my people and let them know. Man, when I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, a lot of my bros and us, we had lost our virginity at like 12, 13, 14. And the young black women that I went to school with, a lot of them had boyfriends in junior high school that was already grown-ass dudes. So I want to see something different in our community. And somebody got to tell the youth of our people that you should take something like that way more serious than we took it. It's not something that you should just recklessly do like that.
I'm not even going.
This youth actually is being different, though. Well, I ain't gonna say all of them, but a lot of them is looking
between
at
me and my.
They looking at those age differences. Them age differences different.
I believe they have
I don't know how it was when y'all was growing up, but if you ain't get no pussy by the time you was 16, we was looking at you crazy.
Right, and see, and what's not good about that, right, Psycho, is we take away
that shit sound crazy, motherfucker.
What wasn't good about that is that takes away the importance of us teaching our young men and young women to act responsibly, because virtue is important with a man and a woman.
To be responsible, it wasn't due to lack of knowledge. Like I got told what to do, but hormones is a motherfucker.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, among our peers, we ain't care
exactly. No, not even the peer thing, like Psycho said.
It's the biology
hormones
and
are hormones, and
right.
these girls, and they faster than the boys. They raging hormones at 14, 15. They already jumping off the porch quicker than the boys out there. And like I say, good luck with that though, bro.
Dude, it's not always about the most beautiful woman, brother. If you can find a woman that sincerely is down for you and want to see you win and is there to really help you win.
When you're 15, 16 years old, it's not about the most beautiful woman. It's about the one that's giving it up.
Hey, listen.
No, I was just saying that to the brother right now
She
because he's
gotta look good to
25,
me.
man.
Fuck that.
You talking to me? No. Hold
She
on.
ain't had to look
You
that
talking
goddamn
to me?
good when you was 16.
Nah, dude. For me, like I said, it's got to be some level of attraction as far as like visually. I'm a visual person, so it has to be pleasing to my eyes at least a little.
Right.
You know, I can't look at you and you because I see these people out here dating these ogres and monsters and beasts and shit. So I'm looking at y'all like, looking at some of these motherfuckers like, how the fuck y'all lay down with these motherfuckers and shit? How the fuck you go out in public with these motherfuckers?
Well, see, the thing
Funny
is,
looking motherfuckers.
it's more to life, brother, than looks. A lot of times they're with those people because there's a peace in their life. They're not in sexless marriages. They're not in marriages where they're arguing back and forth all the time. They're on the same page. So they end up having happier lives and they live longer. Experience will teach you, brother, that you don't make looks your number one priority. I'll leave you with that.
I never said that was the number one priority, but I said I have to find you at least somewhat attractive as far as your looks. You can't be walking
That's the
around
nature
here.
of us as men because we're visual, right? So that's actually primitive of us as humans, right? But I'm telling you, due to experience, young man, when you run across that young lady that's really down for you, sometimes you need to really evaluate the situation and do what's conducive for your life, Because I'm from Los Angeles, bro. Hollywood was right down the street, so Hollywood influenced people that grew up in LA in a way where we made horrible decisions in our relationships based on things we saw in movies and heard in music. I'm telling you, just from my experience of growing up in South Central and watching the black people that I grew up around in Inglewood, Compton, Watts, Long Beach, the way we treated each other growing up, it should have never even been anything close to what it is. A lot of these colorist conversations that people have, they're not really having from a genuine standpoint because there was a lot of people that participated in that are complaining about it. So I'm just telling you, brother, from a wisdom standpoint, make sure you find you a shorty that's really down for you. But I understand nobody wants to have a wife that's not attractive, brother. That's natural of us as men. But make sure you find a shorty that got good character and ethics and morals too. And you might have to have a little patience to find her.
Who that? Melanated. That's a good point, Melanated, because that's what what's that Ross Tracy Ellis Ross big
She
eyed ass.
broke the internet with that goddamn Michelle Obama shit. She said,
Her big eyed ass talking about she only mess with younger guys and shit because for that reason they're more attractive to her, and she said, and she has to deal with less toxic.
She pay like she weigh, man. Like those
she
older
she
women,
has to deal with
those
less
older women are
toxic
sugar
masculinity.
mamas. Yeah, they sugar mamas. It's like they ain't no different than the old dudes. Like they paying for sex. They literally paying for sex with younger people. That's what they doing.
Yeah.
Like they paying how they weigh. Like trust me, I tell you, those younger dudes she dating, they don't make nearly as much money she make. Not even nearly as much.
They ain't making shit.
Yeah, they ain't making
and
shit.
Those situations, like with Tracy Ellis Ross.
Her Jaja Binks looking ass, she need to get go on and pay some more.
Oh my God, what the hell?
At her age, she ain't, in her status, she ain't got chose by now. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
But are people really willing to accept that sometimes what comes with some of the amenities that modern women have, sometimes they have to accept the fact that it may result in you never ever finding a husband or a partner, And then you have a lot of men that are going their own way.
Can I say something? There's a lot of people say that sound. Listen, I want to tell you guys, because I made some videos about me talking about Buddhism and the law of attraction, because I'm half Buddhist, half Christian.
Fuck you and your weak religion.
I'm just saying, dude. I think I told Psycho about this, but yeah, man, I'm trying to align my chakras. I brought some tea, to help me with my crown chakra. It's not funny.
What is that? What are those Buddhist customs, brother?
Motherfucking Buddhist trying to align the chakra. How you get
when you say a chakra, where is that? What is that? What is that exactly?
Well, there's 7 different chakras. There's one at the very top of your head or above your head. That's the crown chakra, which I'm trying to balance or whatever. But I think I may have did a little too much because I started getting headaches or whatever, like from drinking all of that tea and all of that shit. Come on, dude. Anyway,
That nigga say
I
getting
started.
headaches for the teeth.
I did, dude. I started getting headaches, but it's
Your
supposed to help.
chakras ain't aligning, look, bro. Your chakras ain't
Nah,
aligning.
you could actually have overactive chakras, believe it or not.
Damn.
You could do too much and over have your shit overactive. But I'm feeling all right lately. But I just kind of was like getting the fucking headaches. But I was drinking the tea every day or whatever.
I had my chakras removed.
No, you didn't. The 7, the 7,
Surgically.
I think. Listen, I'm trying to speak to y'all seriously. 7 is the crown chakra. 6 is the third eye chakra, which is between your eyes.
Oh, this nigga right.
Come on, dude.
And then the throat chakra.
Nah, this is real. Yeah, throat chakra, which is
Christian
by your
Buddhist
neck.
swirler. Well, why don't
That's
you get you one of them black Indian women, man? Since you're a Buddhist.
Black Indian woman. You talking about them dark skinned
Indian
dark
Buddhist
skinned Indian?
a Buddhist woman. An Indian, yeah, like red dot Indian, like Kamala
Harris.
Not her in particular, but yeah, her that type.
Yeah, Kamala could have got it back then when she was younger.
Her neck is long.
Talking about her neck is long. Nah, and then you got your heart chakra after that.
None of that shit ain't real. That's pseudoscience. Chakras and all of that.
Nah, that's what you think. That's what you think.
He lining his shit up, Molly Mark.
What was I gonna say? I meditate a lot too. I meditate a lot. Now, I buy candles offline. I bought some candles offline. Now, some of them were supposed to help me with my luck. Give me better luck.
What drew you to Buddhism, sir?
What drew me to Buddhism is me studying the law of attraction. Then I drifted off into Buddhism.
Okay, I see.
So me studying manifestation, but I made me some videos about manifestation. Whatever you believe, internally will come out into the outer world. Whatever you believe in here in your head will manifest in reality. But you just have to believe in it. You have to say the affirmations over and over. And if you're good enough, you can actually say them to yourself in your head. Like at this point, I actually know how to say affirmations in my head and how to, try to program my brain. So I decided to put videos out there, I'm calling myself Psychic My Sean. So I figured if the other people could do it, I could do it. I know that I'm going to have 100,000 subscribers. I know the things that I'm going to obtain in life, the goals that I'm going to fulfill in my life. I know everything. Anything is possible within this universe. Anything is possible in this world. You can have any desire, any wish, any goal, any aspiration that you have. You can accomplish anything.
Why you on the planet to get in the black?
That's good, brother.
You said applied it to get a black woman. I'm not even gonna go there with you.
But that's good, brother. When I was 14 years old, I was I've never been to art school or anything like that, but I always had the ability to paint and draw and even sculpt. So I thought at 14 it was normal for an artist to have a museum, like the Museum of Fine Art downtown Los Angeles or the Getty Museum. I thought it was a normal thing. I didn't think it was really an ambitious thought at the time, but it's good to see the young brothers thinking with ambition. That's refreshing.
Anything is possible. I know the woman that I actually want, but I'm not gonna tell y'all who that woman is. I know who my SP is.
You want a Russian bitch.
See, here we go with the jokes. But I know like shit's not a joke, especially when people tell me about their religion.
The brothers,
that's not a joke.
brothers, you're into white women, brother.
Come on, these guys know me, but yeah, kind of sorta.
Okay. Well, like white American women, or like just even Eastern European, and
I like a bit of everything, man. Really, to be honest, I like a bit of everything. Really, to be honest, as far as when you guys think I like specifically only white women, but I like a bit of everything. I just told y'all. I told you I found young Kamala Harris attractive. Not today, but when she was younger,
Well, I know with them, she would probably have to run the risk of getting thrown out of the East Indian community, because I know they teach them not to marry black men, even though some of them can't resist and they do it anyway.
I never fuck with them Swiss bitches. Switzerland.
Well, she's currency is worth some money.
No, she's half Indian actually. She's not even full. You guys treat her as if she is.
On her mother's side, or from her patrilineal, or from her maternal? She get it from her mom or her dad?
Well, some people believe you are what your father is, and her father is biracial or whatever.
Right. I would be of that school of thought, but I understand some people who don't believe that too.
Nah, I believe it takes two people to make a child. Like that,
But I understand what you're saying. When
you get half of your genetics from your mother and half of your genetics from your father, scientifically speaking.
No, I don't disagree with that, brother. But you're pretty much saying that as long as she's attractive to the eye, obviously conducive for you, cool to get along with. It's not really the racial aspect of it. It's not that big of a deal.
They don't necessarily have to be black, but yeah, a lot of the time I am attracted to white women, but they don't necessarily have to be black. I think Zendaya is pretty, and she's biracial. She's not. She's half black.
Okay.
Yeah, I already discussed this with these guys before.
Right, brother. I mean, I believe homogeneity is imperative, which is to procreate with your own people. But
they think I'm a colorist. They think I'm a colorist too.
Colorist. I've heard the term before. Like, you mean like what they think you got a problem with dark skinned people or something?
Yeah, they think I don't like dark skinned people. They think I despise them.
I see. Even though I believe in homogeneity, and I think it's important for us to procreate with the women of our own ethnic group and race, I like to be respectful of people that's in biracial situations or don't have a problem with it, and actually hear their point of view sometimes, instead of always being so contentious about it.
Yeah, I just be fucking with him, man. I'm the same way, so I don't really be on some. Like, I agree with what you just now said. I believe that we supposed to, but I don't really be fucking with people who like interracial relationships, because I don't know like their experiences and shit like that. So
Well, we got to stop demonizing both. You see what I'm saying, brother? I know people that will call me racist for saying I believe we should only procreate with other black people. But at the end of the day, I'm not giving people a hard time that interracially date. I just have my reasons for why I don't find it wise anymore.
Right. And I be fucking with Mook and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, for the most part, I agree exactly what you said.
Well, I'm sure the white girls be on them and shit. You know, I be seeing them up here, you know, following the brothers around that obviously are about something. So, you know, Switzerland, you know, it's a lot of women in those Eastern European countries that, you know, think a little differently of the black men than people do in America. They tend to have more respect for them. So, you know, I would say that, you know, initially in my life, I didn't see anything wrong with it, brother, and I've done it. But as I grew and matured and started to learn certain things about how people work, and as I started to grow and learn more in the real world, I noticed that it is important in a lot of ways to procreate with a woman of your own particular ethnic group, because if you give birth to a biracial child, the child really can't go back to being one group or the other. They get stuck in a place of limbo, and the world is very, very what's the term? I guess, it's a lot of fetishes come up with, people who have the hybrid look. And I remember growing up in California, if you had a hybrid looking woman, it wasn't just a light skin thing, because there was a lot of dark skinned black women that participated in colorism and told black men that they were too dark to be with, where I was from in LA at that hour in the 90s too. So people really don't want to have this colorist conversation, because it's some things people leaving out about it. Some of the people that's complaining about it was the main ones participating in it in the 90s. But it was that when you descend from two different races of people, biologically, you don't get accepted 100% by either group. Generally, what happens is black people, because we're so loving and caring, you could do anything in the world to set us on fire, and we'll still have children with you, make marriages, be your friend, work at your companies and all that stuff. So I know black people tend to accept biracial people more, but when you look at the other cultures like Mexican culture or Caucasian culture or East Indian culture or Somali culture or Ethiopian culture, if they have children with you, 9 times out of 10, it means they're going to be disowned because they don't play those type of games in their cultures, right? So let me finish. I'm finna park right here, brother. So the child can never ever go back to just being black or being white or being black and Mexican, whatever the mix of race is, right? They have to live in a world that sometimes people will fetishize over them a little bit. A lot of times people will try to antagonize them or even attack them sometimes because of it. So it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. I get it. But it's something that we should talk about in sincerity. If you have a child with a woman that's not of your same particular ethnic group, the child can't go back to being with the woman's race or your race, really. They have to stay in this place of limbo. And the people are very disingenuous sometimes when it comes to talking about mixed people, because they have very hard lives.
Listen, I wanted to say something. Shit, man, I don't forgot, but it's you finished. Dude, what we was talking about biracial families, right?
Like if you let's say you find a
wait. Here's what I was gonna say. I remember. There's also some rules also to that you have to follow when it comes to being a Buddhist or whatever. Yeah, similar to Christianity, there's some rules, even though they try to say, like Christians will say, oh, it's a religion of, it's satanic or whatever, it's demonic or whatever. I don't think so, because if it was demonic, you wouldn't have these rules. So, what was I going to say? There's rules, no lying, no stealing, no killing, no sexual misconduct, which I don't know if, like, some Buddhists don't have sex altogether, but I don't know if that means no sex, but that's one of the rules.
Most Buddhists are men, though. Most of the Buddhist population is men.
Yeah, I know that.
What you got to understand too, brother, about Christianity is a lot of those things that you mentioned, right? In Christianity, they don't keep those things. I'm an Israelite. I speak the Greek and the Hebrew, and I study all day, every day. I know what the Bible was translated from, brother. Like, to be honest with you, all the years I had set in Christianity, they did something totally different than what the Bible is actually saying. They don't keep none of that stuff, right?
In the modern day world, refrain from wrong. Refrain from wrong speech, refrain from intoxicants that cloud the mind, refrain from the misuse of the sense of sexual misconduct, refrain from taking what is not given, refrain from taking life. 5 moral. That's the 5 things. That's
those
the 5
things come from the law of Moses, right? But I want to show you something. What you have to understand, brother, is a lot of times in Christianity, people don't read the Bible. They don't understand the Greek or the Hebrew.
They do whatever they want. They have premarital sex.
Let me finish saying this, because this is important for you to understand, brother. Because you say you rock with some parts of Christianity too, right? So that means you rock with the Bible to a certain degree.
Yeah. I'm kind of, I'm half.
The Bible literally tells you not to mix your races. It says not to give your children unto another people. So if you're a Bible believer, then you should understand it's important for you to take a Negro wife if you're a Negro man. And that's one of the examples that I give of how Christians
So
don't
we
really
calling
read the
people
Bible.
Negroes now.
I'm just saying in general, brother, whatever woman descends from your particular people, that's who you should take according to the Bible. It says not to mix your seed. That's in the Bible.
I do. I follow what the things I want, and the things I know right from wrong. Like I know stealing and killing and all of that stuff, and lying is wrong, even though
But do you know that the
yeah.
Bible teaches race mixing is wrong, which means it teaches that you being with the so-called white woman would be wrong. Do you understand that it teaches that?
Yeah, I'm gonna just look the other way as far as that. And I liked a lot what you had to say. I liked a lot what you had to say. You actually seem like a nice guy, and you seem like a likable person. But yeah, when it comes to this, and when it comes to a couple of other things I heard you say, I kind of disagree with that. But you seem like a cool dude, though. Regardless,
Hey, what I will say this, young man, what I do appreciate about you is you did what some Christians will not do. You was honest enough to say, well, I really don't rock with that part of the Bible you talking about. So at least you was honest enough to say that. I'm going to give you that. But I wanted to inform you, though, the Bible actually does say you shouldn't mix your race.
The Bible says you shouldn't have premarital sex, but no, a lot of people don't follow that, and they be up in the church every Sunday, knowing that they just fornicated probably like 2 days ago or something, or they had adultery. I don't know. What do you want to say? I know Psycho going to eat this shit up, but you got these Catholics
my cousin is married to a woman from France. So my two little cousins are literally, they come from a French Caucasian mother and a Negro Black American man. So two of my little cousins are from France. I mean, well, they come from my cousin, but they lived in France for like 10 years. So I have people in my family that are married to white people. And not just white people, Mexican people.
You got them Catholics sitting in church, molesting the children and shit behind the scenes, touching the little kids and doing all types of crazy shit. And then, word around the campfire is that them nuns are lesbians and shit, that they in there and doing stuff with each other. Now, I really don't think that a lot of these Christians are perfect or whatever, really, to be honest. But like I said, man,
they're supposed to be perfect.
we already discussed me and Christianity before. Also, I said.
Okay, y'all talked about it before, and I want to say the brother is right when he says they're supposed to be perfect because the Bible says, "Be ye therefore perfect." So he's correct in saying that too.
Yeah, and another thing, if Christianity,
none of us are perfect, but that's why.
Hold on, if Christianity is about following Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ was deemed to be perfect, how you gonna follow somebody and then not be perfect, right? So you have to be perfect.
No. Hold up. That's where you're wrong, because Christ died for our sins.
No, hold on. He died for the people who didn't know, the ignorant people who he couldn't get to, right? But I'm talking about the people who are Christians. They know better because they have the doctrine, the laws, and the rules, right? So they know better. He died for the people that wasn't subscribed and he couldn't change and fix them. Those was the people that he died for. But the people who got baptized and got the doctrine, was supposed to follow that way, he didn't die for them because they know better. He died for the people who was ignorant and didn't know better, who didn't want to subscribe to him. So he seen that he couldn't save everybody. So he said, you know what? I'm gonna die on the cross and I'm gonna sacrifice myself he died for the hoes, the gangsters. That's what he died for. He didn't die for the Christians.
You're talking about what he said, forgive them for they know not what they do, when he was on the cross.
Yeah, that's it. Not just that, but not just only that, but he couldn't. It was other parts in the Bible too where he couldn't reach the people. They didn't even believe that he was the Son of God. Most people didn't believe because he didn't have no jewels, he didn't have no castle.
That's what I was telling my mother. That's what I was saying.
Hold on, he didn't have none of these material things. So they were used to kings having material things. So here he comes talking about he's the Son of God and all that other shit. And these niggas is looking at him like, nigga, who the fuck is you? The kings that we know. And he's saying he was the King of Kings. But the kings that the people know on the planet subscribe to material things. They got wealth, they got this. He didn't have none of that. He was just a carpenter. So you're looking at him like, nigga, who the fuck is you? Like, you know what I'm saying? So no matter how much proof he showed them, like, listen, I could turn this, I could heal this, I could do this. He was showing them all of the facts. Just like how you can have people come over here on this panel and show pseudos all of the facts, and they will still be stubborn and ignorant. So he died for those types of people. That's the
I don't know. You got people out here claiming to be Christ right now. These false prophets out here, which I don't know. You know, some people will say that we shouldn't actually deny them claiming to be Christ because people didn't think, you know, Jesus Christ was Christ during the time.
To believe as a Christian, right, you don't necessarily have to stand on, I'm a Bible believer, I believe the Bible, because when you study, young man, you'll find out that Christianity is not keeping the Bible, not even close. And a lot of things they're teaching, they're not telling people. You know, they're not telling people a lot. So I was just saying, brother, in my experience in living, brother, I noticed that sometimes I think it's more conducive for a person of any ethnic group to procreate with their own people, because there's a lot of confusion you can avoid too, procreating with your own people. But young man, you could do what you want to with your life. I think you're an ambitious and optimistic young man, and it was a pleasure talking to you, brother. You can do what you want to do with your life.
Well, thanks a lot. Well, I wanted to say this. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Psycho, I know you listening as far as us talking about religion or whatever. I know you back there listening, dude. Because Psycho don't believe in shit, hence his name, you know, with the atheists in it. So he don't believe in anything at all. You know, I'm sitting here trying to have my hybrid religion or whatever.
Not my hybrid religion, brother. I'm an Israelite. Christians disagree with me all the time. I don't teach Jesus came back for everybody. He only came back for the Israelites. Israelites are called nigga according to the Bible. Salvation is strictly for us. So
I'm not even gonna say that shit.
So I stand on that, brother. I have had a lot of Christians and Jehovah's Witnesses and Catholics attempt to have this conversation with me, but it ends up in me reading the Bible and them running from the Bible.
I already told you guys I'm losing, like I've been losing faith in kind of Christianity little by little anyway, to be honest, because every time I pray I feel like I don't want to even pray anymore. I want to say that Family Guy prayer, like, dear Lord, just stay out of my way, like, you know, that type of thing, instead of, you know, just sitting down asking for God to do stuff.
If you're gonna rock with the Bible, there's some stuff in there that's morally good. It's some stuff in there that's bad too, though, brother. The Most High God is not loving all day, every day in the Bible. So I just want you to understand, if you're gonna deal with it, that it's not the understanding that Christianity is given of the Bible is not really what it is. It's a balance of good and evil throughout the whole book. So, you know, the Bible calls the Lord a man of war, but it also calls him the God of peace too. So I just want you to understand, brother, a lot of what they say is not what the Bible is saying. I would encourage you to do your own research, but while you're young, 25, you should focus on getting your resources up. You should probably get into a field of science, engineering, and technology, and you should focus on making sure you got your resources together, your health is together. You know, you should be working out. If you don't know how to technically fight as a martial artist, I would encourage starting off with boxing and wrestling, and you should be focusing on really building those things, meditating, obviously, and doing whatever is peaceful and conducive for your life, brother.
I do meditate. What was I gonna say? You know, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of living in the flesh and being a part of this sinful world. That's what I will say. And yeah, I would have premarital sex, really, to be honest, because even though I know I probably shouldn't, according to the religions I study, but that this is a thing that a lot of us do, you know, that we actually shouldn't be doing. You know, it's sex before marriage, you know. Yeah, GQ, you listening to this shit?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, nigga.
You got very atheist mindset when it comes to sex.
I was in the chat, they clowning in that motherfucker. They called Marley Trinidad James. I'm that.
It's an atheist mindset. No, you're not even really according to the Bible. Even though people want to act like you can do whatever you want, because I guess the New Testament. But anyway, yeah, so all we got to do is ask for forgiveness. But according to the Bible, you're not even really supposed to be getting head or whatever, because that's considered or having if it's not vaginal sex and it's not during marriage.
Bible in the garbage can.
Brother,
Because that's considered what's that, sodomy?
I wouldn't speak on it from a Christian standpoint, brother, because they don't study anything, brother. I'm trying to tell you, whatever they say in the Bible is saying. If you really want to dig into it, get into it, do research yourself.
Well, even the Old Testament.
Hold on a second, brother. Learn the Hebrew, learn the Greek, and actually learn the Bible, because Christians oftentimes start off from the middle of the Bible towards the end. And there's nobody that's ever started their education off at the intermediate level. You always have to start at the beginning. My daughter.
You're talking about the New Testament?
How you don't understand the New Testament because you don't take the time to read the Old Testament, because they tell you that the law is done away with. So it's a lot of stuff you really don't know about the Bible. Well, for you, young man, at your age, you should get into science, engineering, and technology and get your resources up. And if you're going to read the Bible recreationally, study it on your own. But work on getting your resources up, sir, and be prepared to go into this future where, a lot of times the people that are making the robots that have the technical jobs, these are going to be the people that have jobs in the future. So you should be preparing to have substance in the future right now.
Yeah, and don't be like Savior getting a 2-year degree talking about you a historian.
We're not going we're going to give Indiana Jones a pass right now. We're not going to get on Indiana Jones.
Maybe will come here and curse all y'all out. Like, the old boy.
Savior's my nigga, so I be fucking with Savior.
I shouldn't say that right now because the panel cool. He be heard to say that shit and be on the panel in 30 seconds.
Everything about religion, that motherfucker, there's something else.
I read a source on Sabio, and then that nigga quoted a couple of books, and he didn't read no sources. He didn't want to admit it, but I cut his ass that day. I read that source. He was tap dancing like a motherfucker too. But he said a couple of books, but he didn't go to no quotations saying that Wilson Armstead was debunked in the book that I read out of. Remember that book I read out of, Psycho, A Tribute to the Negro by Wilson Armstead? Sepio was talking crazy to me. And him, Wilson and Orthenthal and Pennington, and neither one of them is saying what Chris Harris, Garfield, or Sabio is saying. And he ain't saying with how they're saying it happened. He's not saying it happened that way.
Who's that, Sabio?
No, Sabio, Chris Harris, and Garfield tried to say that the black Jews come from Jewish men having sex with black African women. I read out of a book called A Tribute to the Negro by Wilson Armstead that it was Jews that dwelled on the coast of Africa and that was in Luango, in the Congos, right? It said those separate from the other African populations, they are black and look like the other Negroes in every respect as to characteristics, right? So it said the black Jews that it saw looked like the other black Africans that was around them. And then Pennington in his book went on to say that the black Jews that settled on the coast of Africa were originally from Judea. He didn't say that it was Jewish dudes that slept with African women. Them niggas be lying, man. They're not genuine. And I'm cool with people who don't believe in the Bible and who are against the Bible. Some of my good friends on YouTube and people that I build with are atheists and not Bible believers. I'm cool as fuck with Sabio and everybody.
Can I also say this? Buddhism also believes in karma, and I think the Bible has similar, like just parallels between the two. But anyway, it believes in good karma, like as far as like you doing good deeds,
I did hear Buddhists do say some cold-blooded shit with that karma, but Mo, how long you been studying this Buddhism now? I'm just not hearing this shit.
Man, Psycho. I think I spoke to Psycho about the law of attraction before in Buddhism.
Now? What you in 4 months?
Dude. I've been studying the law of attraction in Buddhism, and I've been meditating for at least 3.5 years now.
That shit don't work.
Okay.
What? My meditation? No, my meditations. I was meditating so much. Like I would. Like I don't know. I probably wasn't meditating as much as a real monk, but I was.
You don't think the law?
Nigga, that shit don't work.
I was meditating at least 1 to 2 hours a day, man. And I was meditating so much, like every single day, to the point where I had dreams like where I would have sleep paralysis, and it normally would happen during the day. Like if I fall asleep, if I wake up and I fall asleep again, you know, the second time I fall asleep, I have a dream, but I'll be in like this fucking vortex, man, and it felt like I was in the middle of a fucking hurricane. All of this wind was fucking blowing. Like this shit was some crazy shit, like some scary type of shit, man.
You had took
like,
your allergy medicine before you went to sleep?
Dude, it fuck, like I was literally in a fucking vortex, man. Getting
That's the
wind whipped and
mushrooms.
shit.
Leave the mushrooms alone.
I wasn't taking
allergy medicine.
I wasn't taking drugs.
That's them psychedelics.
Man, let me tell you something.
No, I'm just messing with you, brother.
I heard
You
a
good.
Buddhist dude though. He did say some cold shit. He said the only
I know a couple of people who believe in Buddhism. That they got some stuff I agree with.
He said the only sin was what he say. How he put it? He said you could do anything you want to do, good, bad, ugly, horrible, whatever. He said the sin is crying about the repercussions of what you do, or something to that effect. Like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want to do on this earth. But he say the sin come. He say crying about what happened after you do what you do. That's the sin. I kind of liked that when he said that.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. You're supposed to do.
That was dope to me.
Nah. Well, they believe in reincarnation. I don't know if I actually believe in reincarnation, but Buddhism.
I think that was
teaches you.
I think that was on the karma tip. On the karma tip.
Yeah. Nah. You're supposed to do kind acts so you can actually end the cycle of being reincarnated. If you're actually a good enough person, you can actually end the cycle of
But
being.
Is there a balance of karma in Buddha?
So being
though, in
reincarnated
Buddhism?
is actually bad. A bad thing.
It's kind of like a curse.
Okay,
so if you do good things, then you won't have to come back to this raggedy motherfucker.
No, if you want, what I'm saying is that if when you do bad things, right, karma could be bad if you're doing bad things and you're reincarnated and you come back as something lesser. Now, if you're doing well, you're improving according to the belief, you'll come back as something much more prominent.
I think reincarnation. Nah. If you get your shit down to a T, I heard that it'll stop altogether.
Can you be reincarnated into a different time?
Well, that's called incarnation.
You said, can I be reincarnated to what?
Can you be reincarnated into like a past time or something? Like
no. I think reincarnation works moving forward.
Come back
as far. According to the according to Buddhism, which I don't know if I follow this part, but according to Buddhism, we have all been reincarnated over and over again. We've been every race, gender, every different thing. Like
so we can do timelines. Then we can go from different times too. Then, right?
I think he's saying your reincarnation will be something in the future. Like you won't be able to go back, but you can't
go back. You're going forward. Time is moving forward. You're not going back. But you were like, you could have been a white man before, or you could have been. You could have been
all time exists at one time. Like the past, present, and future all exist at one time. It's just on.
Man, I don't got time.
They talk about that in physics.
I don't got time.
Yeah, they do talk about
that
in physics. I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that shit.
Yeah, that's Einstein shit though too. Einstein with the relativity and we live it. It's like they talk about that in physics.
I'm not perfect, so I don't know. According to Buddhism, I probably will be reincarnated, but
I'm just letting you know that you could be reincarnated and come back as a slave.
In the past,
yeah.
Will I have access to white women?
Yeah, you can have access to white women.
I'll give you access. You end up raping you on the plantation.
With the white man?
The white, not
The
the
white man or the white woman.
Yeah, the white. We talking about white women, so I'm saying the white woman. The white woman was raping men on the plantation.
Exactly.
Yeah, with my luck, it's gonna be some fat, ugly white chick who raping slaves.
That shit.
So you gotta take what you can get, man.
Do you believe in bad karma? Like, is there bad karma in Buddhism?
Yeah, there's bad karma if you do bad deeds and you do like I've been like I'm not perfect or anything. I'm not perfect or anything, but I've been doing good. I've been doing good deeds, you know. And really, to be honest with you guys, I had a brush with death not too long ago, man. I just cheated death just a little while ago. I don't know if it's because I'm doing kind deeds or whatever, because I almost literally died.
I'm glad you're all right, brother.
Hey, brother, is there bad karma in Buddhism?
Yeah, it's bad karma.
There's bad karma. I was literally right before that instance. I was literally helping an old woman out of the post office. I was helping her leave the post office or whatever, and I almost got hit by a car that was going like 70 miles an hour on a side street.
Wow, you dodged a bullet there, brother.
Yeah, I just barely and then I wonder, I was like, am I in a Twilight Zone and shit? You know how the person be dead in the Twilight Zone and they don't realize it?
You thought you was dead?
I'm just saying, like, you guys probably don't watch Twilight Zone, but the people actually be dead, and then they come to find out by the end of the episode that they
Nigga, I
dead.
used to watch Twilight Zone. That's before your time, nigga. That's really before my damn time.
The one dude, he was in hell too. The one dude, he was in hell. He just didn't realize it to the end of the episode. Yeah, because he kept playing at the casino or whatever and winning every game he played. He never lost, and that was his hell.
Damn.
Niggas need that Twilight Zone soundbite and that slap.
Oh, yeah, I know Psycho got it.
Psycho got it. Yeah, we need to bring Twilight Zone back. Twilight Zone is
The pseudo
man,
the pseudo long.
The first time I seen Kevin Samuel's show and he hit the slap button on this lady, I was like, this nigga's stupid. I think he hit the slap button on this lady. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
I really shouldn't be telling y'all my business.
The first time I ever seen Kevin Samuel's show, this lady was talking. She said some crazy shit, and he hit the slap button on her. I was crying laughing.
Smacked her ass up. Yeah, but
Right.
Internet smack.
That nigga, he'll let you talk up until the point where you done talked yourself too deep of a hole, and then he'll hit you with the slap, the salute, and the Navy Admiral song. This nigga's stupid.
Hey yo, GQ. I was doing some thinking about the discussion that we had the other day on the panel where you was like out fucking and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I have brought it forth to a few people, the conversation.
Okay.
And some of the people was, they was, kind of, some people was offended. So
Yeah.
Agree with this.
It's some cold-blooded shit to think about, man.
I know it's like hold on, it's like when you explain it to them about us, like when Psycho mentioned that if all the white people was to leave America and shit like that, would black people get up and go? And that was another question that I had asked a few months ago too before. And he said that how he think that at least like 75 to like 90% of black people would actually leave. Agree with it, showing references throughout history, right, with black people from the Caribbean who had their own, black predominant or black West Africans, right, or even Africans in general, right,
right, Ethiopia, Somalia, etc.
Was right. So it's just like when you look at some of these black countries, it's just like, white folks left y'all, but y'all still leaving y'all country to go to a predominantly white country where there's much more infrastructure resources that you could flee to.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of us just building it on our own and doing it on our own and building, just like in the hood, right? In the hood, the narrative is like we said, we got to get about the hood, right? Mm-hmm. Instead of staying, like I was saying too, Dubai became, or United Arab Emirates became a country in 1971. You know what I'm saying? And look how developed that it is now.
Right.
You know,
ain't no white people over there.
Right. I mean, it's white folks over there, but not in large numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of these Caribbean countries got you know what I'm saying? A lot of us, we got our fucking independence like in the 19.
But you kind of made the alter point when you said the Dubai thing. Like, ain't no crackers over there, and they was able to build up their country since, you know, in that small amount of time. So this country already built up. So all we would really have to do if all the white people left is maintain it. You don't think that niggas would be able to maintain this country without white people?
Nah, and this is why if it's black people, right, that's already like, if they're not Pan-Africans,
yeah,
nah, so I don't trust those black folks.
And,
right?
and then too, right?
I'm not
Pan-African.
You can never get me to subscribe.
I don't trust them enough, right?
And then you have to think about it too, right?
Wait, hold on. And I think what will happen is that due to a period of time, they will become influenced, especially when they have to do international affairs and policies and shit like that. And they will be, and like they might be Christians. Like, who knows? Like, they might be, you know, Baptist, or I don't know who they would be. But if it's not a Pan-African, I don't see it being like, no. And then you're gonna have some of the black people now who is already in certain positions who are black that are not Pan-Africans, that might be the ones that might step up and then negotiate in certain things, and you know what I'm saying? And then we might end up being like one of these West African countries as far as like economies. Then niggas might start getting.
But we got so much wealth here, and then we ain't got, and we unbothered by the white man stealing every motherfucking thing and taking it out of here, and we got all of this agriculture and everything else that we need right here. Why shouldn't we should be able to maintain it? Because I think gave it a lot of thought since we had that conversation.
But what about when we doing international? Because remember, there's certain things that we still get from other places, even in Africa, get from other countries' resources. So we still get things.
There's a lot of shit that we don't need, though, that we get from there. We don't even need that shit. We can do everything here. If it's us, if it's just us, and we ain't got the cracker on stealing everything and selling it out to other countries and shit, and we just use the resources that we got here in America and maintain everything, the infrastructure that we got here already, I think we'll be cool, man. I don't think we'll fuck it up, bro. But I mean, you got valid points, so I understand.
When you say we, are you talking about like us here on the panel?
I'm talking about black people.
Wait, hold on, Psycho. Because a lot of the times when we saying we, right, I think we be talking about us here. You gotta remember, there's niggas.
I'm talking about black people all over the country.
It's gonna be more just us left this motherfucker.
I ain't just talking about us on the panel, man. No, Molly being funny, man. He talking about Molly trying to say that we could do it, but the rest of these niggas ain't gonna be able to.
I'm telling you,
they ain't gonna have no choice though. The ones who decide to stay, the ones that not Mook gone. I'm talking the ones who decide to stay though. Like they gonna have no choice but to get down with the program.
Word.
Nah, I might leave because I think y'all gonna run amok.
Oh,
you know,
we know you leaving.
I think motherfuckers gonna start wilding. They gonna start wilding.
Yeah, Becky ain't leaving without you. That's it's the rap.
Yeah,
you ain't having that. Becky,
but I think we can handle it, Molly. I think our people can handle this motherfucker.
What do Byreese?
That motherfucker would sneak on to be a stowaway wherever the fuck they going. Like,
oh yeah.
Number one. Here's the thing. Here's the whole. Like some holes in your theory. Black people aren't the only other people in this fucking country. It's not just blacks and whites. It's Hispanics here. It's fucking Asians.
I'm talking hypothetical. Everybody besides black people. I was representing everybody but black people. Yeah.
Everybody but niggas.
Yeah, just niggas. That's it.
Cause y'all just kind of act like it's just black and white people exist. Like there's other races outside of that.
We got you. Well, no, we in this hypothetical, we saying all black people left here. Ain't no other Beckys for you. Ain't no Becky, Venezuelan, the Mexican Becky. Yeah.
Anyway, like I was saying,
I think we can handle it, man.
About that shit. The thought of it.
Can I?
It's giving them the shakes.
Y'all know I'm the spice to y'all show anyway. But listen, I had a dream. I had a dream about, what was that, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I got shot. I got shot multiple times. I got shot right in my forehead.
By Becky's brother.
But it was, I had like the coup de grace right between my eyes. I don't know if this was my chakras, and then I had 3 shots in my chest. You know,
oh my god!
Like it was like bam, it was right there in the middle of my forehead, and then the 3 shots lining down my chest, like kind of like just similar to the chakras. I didn't know what the fuck that was about, and then a few days ago,
the less I'm missing you, Mook.
I'm studying.
You there, bro?
A whole lot less black women being talked about when he going, wasn't it?
Man, Molly,
you the motherfuckers who bring it up.
I thought you was talking about the Black Republic.
You just said it a little while ago. You said that the Becky's gone, I'm gone.
Hold on, Mook. That ain't what we was talking about.
Well, it wasn't just the Becky's I was talking about. But
yeah. All right, Marley. So, in your travels, in your discussions with various people about this topic, what was the outcome? What did you, you still feel the same way? Niggas ain't gonna be able to handle it.
Niggas that's gonna be in power, if it ain't niggas like us, yeah, this shit
Okay, can I tell you about the other dream? I had another dream that I was flying, right? I started flying in one of my dreams. I was lucid dreaming actually.
They wouldn't be aware of certain things neither, right? They wouldn't be aware still of certain things, right? Like how we might be aware of certain things. Especially, right. They might not even be aware of certain things.
Well, that's a fact. That's a fact. We gonna, motherfuckers gonna have to learn on the fly a lot of shit, and a lot of shit.
We got no time to keep on learning, son.
But we got a lot of good tradesmen. We got a lot of good tradesmen. We got a lot of. We got what it takes. The black American race. We got what it takes to maintain. We built the motherfucker, Marley. You can't forget that part.
Right. We just provided with resources, and
we would have to take over a lot of those jobs, like a lot of the oil rigging jobs, the jobs that keep the infrastructure going, and that keep the power on. We would have to get into a lot of those nuclear power plants, and we would have to figure it out.
We got black nuclear physics. We got black nuclear physics that's working. That's not even working in that field because they black. The motherfuckers been holding them back. They won't even let them in. Them motherfuckers working at Home Depot, some motherfucker where they got whole, they nuclear physics degrees.
Yeah. I think you're talking at your ass, man. I don't even know no fucking nuclear physicist, motherfucker. Like who the fuck you know?
Of course you don't, motherfucker. You don't know no goddamn body.
Who you know that's a fucking
25
nuclear?
years old in North New York. Who do you know, Mo? You don't know shit.
Who do you know that's a nuclear physicist? Like, come on, dude.
Mike, that be coming on the panel, on Cuba the panel.
Yeah, actually, people come on the panel that does that.
Yeah, motherfucker. See.
I really, dude, come on, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Was he laid off when Trump laid off them nuclear physicist employees?
No, he wasn't laid off, man.
Not to my knowledge.
But there's way more niggas than him that could do the job that's qualified for the shit. But you already know you ain't got the complexion. You ain't got the complexion for the connection. A lot of that shit, they keep away from it. I think motherfuckers have a chance to exploit their true talents and gifts and shit. Yeah. If all the crackers was gone, I think we'd have this motherfucker like Wakanda, goddamn.
Yeah, right. You can believe that dumb shit if you want.
You're not gonna be here, son.
You will believe that.
That's what you ever said, Mook. That's the realest shit you ever said, man.
You can believe that shit if you want, motherfucker.
Yeah, word.
The hell with you and Marley, man. Y'all motherfuckers ain't shit, bro.
Nah, man. It'll be a fucking nuclear meltdown and shit out this bitch.
And Marley know he my little brother, man. That nigga crazy.
I ain't even saying that. Mook is looking at it from a different perspective from how I'm looking at it too, though, right? Mook is looking at it like it's gonna have a whole bunch of ignorant, dumb niggas on some. I'm talking about the coons. Mook is talking about the wild niggas, the wild out niggas. That's what he talking about. I ain't even talking about them.
You know that's what Mook's talking about.
I'm talking about the coons and
you
shit.
think the coons will stay?
Hell, some of them might stay. They can't afford to go.
They right. The ones that got options, they out. The ones that don't got no options, they gonna be mad as fuck. Mad as hell.
Right.
Around here complaining about every goddamn thing. Well, yeah.
I don't even believe that shit, motherfucker. But anyway, the shit sound good. Anyway, but nah, I don't think so. Listen, what was I gonna say? Yeah, but I kind of wanted to finish telling y'all about the other dream that I had before y'all cut me off. I had the dream where I was actually flying. Now, this was a lucid dream. I've been studying lucid dreaming since I was like a little kid. Since I was like 13 years old, I've been studying lucid dreaming, man. Like being able to control your dreams and do that. Christians will tell you that that's satanic or whatever. It's say everything in this world is satanic. That doesn't have to do with Jesus Christ. Everything is sinful and all of that shit. Like, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here. You can't do shit with these motherfuckers. But anyway, so I started flying locally, right? I could see myself. I was over the buildings or whatever in my town. So then all of a sudden, I think I shot all the way up, and I was damn near in outer space, right? I was looking at the globe, and I could see like probably North America, really, to be honest. You can play your fucking sound effects if you want, but listen, anyway, I was up in North America. Right, I was looking at North America, right? I could see the water and everything, and I could see the continent, but I was damn near in space, like looking at the globe, and it was round though. It was round. It wasn't flat or whatever. Like, and when I woke up, I realized that I was like, it wasn't flat. It was actually, circular, like they, like science tells us. And that's I could see the water being parted. I can see that shit. But
brother, you are taking us to a Dragon Ball Z episode right now.
This nigga tripping.
Man, I was like probably a trillion.
Our good ass conversation about what niggas gonna do when all the crackers leave to talk about you flying and looking at some goddamn. Come on, man. Damn.
Come on. Nah, y'all talking some bullshit. Y'all talking some race baiting shit. Y'all talking some shit.
It's like still better than you dreaming about flying out of space and shit, bro. God damn.
Nah, man. What was I gonna say?
You having a dream that you was on the ship with Gail King and them is not.
Who the fuck is Gail King? What the fuck are you talking about? Star Trek?
Apparently.
Damn. This men in black ass shit you talking about.
Nah, man, I was up there, man. But it was nice. It was nice. It was nice.
You found the legendary Super Saiyan.
And then, wait! You know what? I ended up falling back. I started falling towards the water, right? Because I know that thought occurred. Whatever I thought in my brain, because I was like, oh my god, if I end up like I was falling at 1,000,000 miles an hour towards the
you lost the water to fly.
Yeah, I did start fall. I was about to fall in that fucking water, bro.
Right. If white people left the country to black people, right? Then are they leaving NASA, the military, and everything here?
Yeah, everything leaving. They just gone. That's why I said we got everything.
We would end up taking NASA. We would be the greatest nation. We would be the greatest nation on the planet.
The infrastructure's still here.
Yeah, the infrastructure's still here.
Yeah,
that's why I say we gonna
They leave it. They left all the furniture. They don't even care. They just.
Yeah. I
figured. Esau, thank you. You're leaving it in good hands.
Yeah,
let's see what this big sausage head ass nigga think about it.
I figured Arthur was gonna come up here. I saw him in the comments a little while ago, so I figured he was gonna
Nigga, I'm
come
not
in.
fucking here to talk to you, nigga. I don't need dream catcher, nigga, or dream weaver, nigga. I don't care what you talking about, nigga. You sound nuts, nigga. I did not come up here to
I know you
talk
should
to
be the
you about
last
none of
person.
that.
Hold on, Arthur. You should be the last person saying
What you
somebody
think?
sound nuts
What you
with
think,
that shit
Arthur?
that come
Hold
out your
on,
mouth,
Mook.
dude.
Go on with that bullshit,
Listen,
Mook.
Mook,
Arthur, what you think
my
about the
right
niggas?
pinky toe is smarter than your entire being, nigga.
Arthur, what you think about the niggas?
Oh man, you ain't
The
that
first
smart.
question.
You ain't
think
that
niggas?
smart enough to not push a cop off a bridge.
All right, the first part of the question.
Know how smart I am? I ain't go to prison for it. That's
If
genius.
all the crackers leave, if all the crackers leave, how many niggas leaving with them? What percentage of niggas is leaving with them?
Y'all about to reveal some shit about me that I might don't want the world to know.
Damn, you leaving with the crackers too?
No. I think it's about 65 to 70%.
Okay, fair enough. And if the niggas that stay, would they be able to? Now the whole infrastructure, everything left. It ain't nothing but niggas here. Every other race that left this motherfucker. The niggas that's left here, damn, 65-70% is deep. But okay, the niggas that's left here, will we be able to maintain America?
Man, they gonna get whoever they can to salvage
Come
this.
on, Mook, you gotta
relax.
learn how to be respectful, man. You just can't always savage everything, bro. The man asked me a question. If you had your turn and then you took it to Dreamweaver, that's on you.
Right.
All right. Well, I think we would do very well in maintaining it. The things that we would have to worry about is the saboteurs and the people that they leave back to fuck it up, because they're not necessarily gonna leave it back to us to flourish. Y'all know that, right? They're gonna have some.
It's all hypothetical, so they indifferent because they like fuck it. We don't want they got. Go ahead.
So we still gotta bake in some of their shit.
First of all, I don't want to my original scenario. This is my original scenario.
It is.
Scenario. So that's not how the original scenario goes.
You getting ready for work?
I'm getting ready for my bad. I'm getting ready for work.
Your mic messed up, Paul.
Yeah, my bad.
Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you better now.
All right, Arthur, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think we can maintain. I think what we'll have to worry about is the saboteurs, and we'll have to worry about individuals who will be seeking to like control us or be in control of us and lead us. And will that person have the ability to lead us? Will they have the idea of commerce, or are we still doing business with the rest of the world? Like, what's our overall trajectory? Like, not trajectory, but what is left, right? Are we doing business with other countries? What's left? Or is it
I don't think we have to do much business, because from what I was saying, and I'm gonna let Marley lay out, like he said, his original, because it was his original.
Okay.
Basically, they just leaving us here, right? They just leaving us with every day. They just
up and just leave. They done with this country. They leaving. They done all this DEI shit. They out. They just leaving. They packing up their shit. They gone by the afternoon.
And also, don't forget about
all white people.
And don't forget too that they also, at the end of the day, as black people in this country and around the world, we still gonna be. Maybe we're gonna be still doing international trading. So just interactions, even.
That's what I was saying. I was wondering what would the commerce sector be like? What would the transportation sector be like? What would our industry be like?
Perspective, military, put all that into perspective.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
my thing is, if all the crackers is gone and we ain't got to worry about them.
We just calling people crackers and stuff.
Yeah, we ain't worrying about them stealing anymore. we ain't worried about them motherfuckers stealing everything and trying to hold us back. You know what I'm saying? We left to our own devices now. We can do what we want to do with the country, and we got all the resources. The infrastructure's still here. I don't see no reason why we shouldn't be able to flourish.
I think we should. I think we'll flourish. I think we'll do well, and we'll establish new ideas, optimism of freedom. Like he's just mad because he's black and miserable. Like, who gives a fuck what he's talking about?
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the intellect to understand what we're saying. And all
y'all gonna try to salvage what you can, get who you can.
Relax with the bullshit, bro. I'm about to kick your ass off.
So this is what I'm saying, right? Like, this is what I'm. So my thing is, I still kind of yield to. We have to pay attention to the people that's a part of our clan and the people that kind of stayed back or the people that didn't leave. Like, because only thing we would have to worry about is really like saboteurs and establishing new relationships throughout the world, new diplomatic relationships, new military relationships, new industrious relationships. So it would just be kind of establishing ourselves as a new country. So we would kind of have to read history and figure out, how do we establish ourselves as we're not going to be an empire anymore, right? We'll be a new thing. So how do we establish ourselves?
Now, you know what's so crazy though, yeah? This nigga Mook saying no. Me and Mook saying no for two different reasons, right?
Right.
He's saying it on some cool shit, but I'm saying on the mentality of these niggas.
You guys would be fucking dead.
Our greatest issue would be worrying about the Mooks. Right? Or the double agents or the people who come on and talk pro-black shit and all that, but like in their heart, they really are like spies and really, just soldiers for the white supremacists. Like that's what we would really have to worry about. I really believe that. Like in anything
most of them would have left. I think.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Most of the coons would have left with the crackers. They ain't gonna follow their white daddy.
I don't think so. I think the Stevens will be here to monitor for the crackers. Don't think that they're just gonna.
Crackers have no more interest.
They'll always have interest. GQ.
But come on, we hypothetical with it. We just saying these bitches gone. They gone.
I mean, around to give them an ideology and talking points and a way to think and live. Like they'll be lost without white people, dog.
Like I said, man, salvage what you can, man, because most of the black community is in nuclear physicists. About 85% of the black community don't even have that type of intellect to, perform these type of tasks.
What intellect do you have, and you belong to the black community?
Fucking stupid.
Name one time when you've been on here and you've been intellectually sound in your talk.
I just broke down Buddhism to you motherfuckers.
We muted up and said, "God damn, Luke, that was cool."
I just broke down Buddhism and fucking Christianity to you motherfuckers.
Name that one time when you've been on this panel, we've all muted up or we've been lost for words and said, "Oh shit, Mook just."
You guys, no.
Like if you're not one of those profound leading intellectuals in our community, you have no space to talk about what's in our community. Nigga, you are that half a loaf of Wonder Bread talking about the bag, talking about the whole loaf of wheat bread. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yo, what the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about?
Everybody starts taking these shots at the black community, and nigga, you come up short, nigga.
I'm proud. I'm proud. FBA. That being said, but at the same time,
this has nothing to do with FBA. This has to do with what intellect do you show to take shots at other people and say that the black community writ large is somehow dysfunctional and doesn't necessarily have the intellectual power to progress or do something if master's not here. What have you ever done to display to us that we would ever put confidence in you to do anything besides make a mess of it?
Look, I just drop the fries, nigga. That's all you gonna be the fry guy, motherfucker. That's it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you, the midnight manager at Wendy's or something? Window guy? What are we doing? What are we doing? You live on.
I'm about to get off this. I'm about to get this shit.
Milk at this point. Like you got Similac on your breath and the back of your ear. Like we can smell it through the panel.
I'm about to get off this shit, but anyway,
we all had kids, so we all know what Similac smell like, and we can smell it. Every time you come up here, we start smelling baby formula.
Yeah, you're not funny though. You're not funny, motherfucker.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to put in perspective where you range in comparison to the rest of us.
You ever did, son?
See, I'm supposed to
for you to have this huge critique of the black community, right? And you're just a throw off of the black community. Like your mom took you away to keep you safe, tuck you away up in the Adirondacks, and you're gonna talk crazy. Like you would not survive in the 973 zip code. You would not survive where you just left. Your mom would have to like move to Mendelin or some shit like that, or you know what I'm saying, fucking Sussex County for you to survive. So what you should do, you should become a intellectual sound young man that will offer examples of greatness to your community. But to just be a troll and a lost little nigga because your mom is dope and she just shielding you from the reality of the real world, like nigga, mute up.
I'm not no troll though. Here's the thing. I tell you the truth.
That nigga gone. When them crackers leave, he on the first thing smoking with them motherfucker. We ain't worried about Mook.
Well, Marley, what's your name? Marley.
Talking about, I seen you guys as I hovered above the earth. I seen you guys. I seen Psycho. I seen the channel. I just want to warn you guys. Fuck out of here.
Mook ass gonna be gone.
Well, look, man. All I know is nah. There's certain things that I know, and there's certain things that I don't know. I don't know everything.
Marley, your ass is stupid.
I know there's certain things. I know how to rhyme 5 or 6 syllables at a time. That's something that I do actually know. I know certain things.
In our new black world, we don't need no motherfucking rappers.
We don't need no Eminems, nigga. We gonna have good rappers. We ain't gonna need no Eminems. We're not.
Eminem isn't a good rapper. He's a great rapper. How about that?
He's not my cup of tea. Sorry, bro. I didn't live in a trailer park, so I have no idea what he's talking about.
Y'all motherfuckers, man. I can't. But I know how to get poetic. I know how to rhyme like several syllables in a row.
Well, nigga,
several times, mix the words up, never use the same word twice, challenge my brain. These are things that I know how to do that a lot of people can't do.
So you're saying that you're a dysfunctional rapper or a lowbrow rapper is somehow showing intellectual prowess?
Ain't gonna be no rapper money in the new black world.
So you gonna
have to have
bullshit,
a job.
GQ. There's always gonna be rapper money, nigga. Somebody
you gonna have to have a job. You gonna have to have a job and be rapping on the side.
y'all gonna have a nuclear meltdown within the first week. Y'all gonna be out here like Chernobyl.
If niggas worried about rapping and shit,
it's Chernobyl. It's Chernobyl, not Chernobyl. It's Chernobyl, right?
Chernobyl.
Right? It's Chernobyl, and I don't necessarily see how we would have a nuclear meltdown. Like, we would have the reticent people that would be in control of the nuclear armament, and 9 times out of 10, the white people probably shut that shit down anyway.
This is the only way I think that it will work, right? If we have a group of niggas that's like us, that think like us, and that's the only.
Say it again, Mark. I didn't hear you.
Huh?
Say it again. I didn't hear
you. Say it again, Mark.
The only way I think that it will work is if you have niggas like us that think like us, that's in power.
I think it takes a little more than that. I think we need people with diplomatic ties and people who've had a history of working in the government.
I know people.
You don't just want to go into it with thinkers. You don't want to just go into it with thinkers. You kind of want some doers. You kind of want some expertise, right? And that'll allow for the thinkers to kind of put their thoughts out and see what the experts can do, right? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what you want to do. That's what most nations are about. Thinkers coming to people who are experts in certain areas and they figuring out how to make things happen, right? So you want the thinkers, but you also want the expertise to implement the things.
Right? America would thrive like it never has if we took over America.
Wait, hold on. When I'm saying people like us, though, right? I'm like, you can have people like us too who are Pan-Africans who are all pro-black or whatever in certain positions, but they just, they just got a job, right? So, and they can have that relationship or be in those positions or close to it. I'm talking about there's gonna be other black folks.
Yeah, and Swarty, I see you change your position because the other day you was rolling with Marley with this bitch is doomed if it's left to niggas.
You said if it's doomed, if it was left to us as a people.
A couple days ago,
I actually said I would stay.
You was agreeing with Marley the other day. You said that niggas gonna fuck it all up.
Was that my position? Because I remember
Yes,
saying that
sir.
I would
Yes, sir.
stay.
You said I hate to say it, Marley. I promise you, I hate to agree with you, but you're right.
Okay, I remember what you were saying as far as okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I did
Yeah,
say that. I
yeah,
did
you
say that.
did say that. Not, but it's okay if you change your position on it.
Well, I guess the reason why my position changed is because black people have done a lot already with less than nothing. So if they was afraid of us having something as small as Black Wall Street compared to the rest of America, I would imagine for them to leave us with NASA, with everything,
There you
and
go.
sincerely just pack up and leave,
Yeah.
America would be better than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my people are amazing. Because now it's not me starting the race with my legs broke.
It's just not the same. I don't think that
It
the
would be
black
better
community would.
because black people are more. Let me finish talking. Black people are actually in nature more civilized than white people.
Hold on, some of those people may be the ones who may want to leave, right? Because
Nah.
hold on. Especially if they're not Pan-African or pro-black, some of them niggas might say this. We the ones. They might be the niggas who make believe in large.
But when you just look at what
a lot of land and real estate for niggas, boy, because it ain't gonna be just white people leaving. Like I said, a lot of niggas like move. It's out.
I just want to add this. I just want to add this caveat.
Good riddance. I want to say, but I'm 1,000 parts author, but good riddance. Go ahead, bro.
I think
real quick. You can have it after this. I just want to add this caveat to it, right? We also have to think about that there will be nations that will try to invade us because of the land, because of the resources, right? Because of the infrastructure in the cities that's already built and the places that's already there. So there will be conflict.
So to prevent that from happening, right, Art?
That's why we gotta get the black military. That's why we gotta get the black military together. We gotta get all the black military together. Marley gonna be in command of all that. Get all that shit together, Marley.
Once y'all get those gangbangers to be a part of it.
We don't need no more Pete Hegseths in charge of the military. No,
since the gangbangers already shoot at each other, once you get them to do that.
The GDs and the GDs and the Haitians on the line.
We need like a
not like no. I'm being serious. If we're really seriously speaking about this hypothetical, if we're really serious, hold on, we're really
orientation. At least a 6 month to a 3 year.
Nah, you need 8 year mandatory. No, you need
let Afro flow right quick.
Hold on, let me just get it all out and then y'all can have it. Let me finish it.
We need like a 6 month to a 3 year orientation to just
let me finish making my statement and y'all can have it.
We don't want you to go nowhere, Arthur. Just let Afro
y'all showing right now what's going to happen if niggas in charge. Y'all showing it right now.
We need like a 6 month to a 3 year orientation just to get white supremacy out of black people's minds. We would have to get some of our best psychologists.
Yeah, see, that's a waste of time. That's a waste of time.
Let him finish, Art. Let him finish.
We need to sanitize our people. We need to assess and sanitize our people of white supremacy. Depending on the condition of our people, we would say from a mandatory 6 months to 3 years of orientation.
Now we talking Afro.
We fucked, man.
Take them too. What are you?
Y'all, let me say this real quick.
All this pseudo shit. That's what fucked me up about y'all. Because y'all getting some pseudo bullshit.
Let me add this to the conversation.
Yeah, fuck all that pseudo dumb shit.
Let me add this to the conversation.
Let them talk. Arthur, come on, man. I'm starting back to agree with you now, Marty. This shit might be fucked. But go ahead, Solar.
Yeah, we all fucked. We all fucked. Because I'm listening to this. Let me add this to the conversation. Like, what's going to happen is what y'all niggas doing now. It's going to be niggas arguing with each other. It's going to be niggas that's going to be it's going to be
that's
niggas.
Why I don't want to go
nowhere
with y'all.
Damn, can I get my thought out, bro? God damn.
Critique other niggas. No,
hold on a second.
Y'all niggas going to ruin it.
It's going to be niggas arguing with each other, right? It's gonna be niggas afraid to check the gangster niggas, because the gangster niggas gonna be going wilder than the motherfuckers.
Exactly.
They gonna have to be checked.
Exactly.
The gangster niggas gonna have to be checked. It's gonna be niggas afraid to check them.
Yep.
It's gonna be a bunch of niggas pontificating.
Yep.
And niggas gonna be arguing with each other.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be other nations coming in this motherfucker trying to capitalize. That's what's going to
and know why our nation won't survive is because all of us has a negative fucking outlook on our community. That's why. The first thing we do is say why it won't happen. No one won't speak about all the greatness that we provide, or
That's what I was doing the whole time.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. You've been the echo chamber to be like, let them speak. So let me speak.
Go ahead, Arthur. Go ahead.
I think that this is the problem, because the first thing black people do when you say, hey, if we get reparations, niggas gonna go.
Dude, your shit just crashed, dude.
I'm saying hold on. We always have a negative perception of each other, right? We always, man, this nigga gonna do this, these niggas gonna do that. That's why we're not gonna survive. It's not that we don't have the ability to make it. We're not gonna survive because we're not gonna believe in each other. We're gonna have these hidden agendas and this malice in our heart about certain things. We don't need, hold on, please let me finish. We don't need no purging of white supremacy. We need purging of self-hate. We need to get the indoctrination of self-hate.
So no organization and separation. That's gonna be the issue. The same shit that
I think that
self-hate, the inability to think positively of our group writ large.
Our community. Can I say something?
Even before you came up here,
can I say something, dude? Can I say something?
Before you came, Arthur, that's all I was saying is how good we are and how we gonna have this bitch like Wakanda. But now. The more people that come up, the more people that come up, the more it seems like we gonna have some major issues around.
Dude, I love Black American people. I love Black American people, right?
Hold on, Mook, I'm about to leave. I just wanted to say, just to be clear, right? The reason to why I brought this topic up, right? It wasn't to be negative or positive, right?
Right.
It was more to be neutral and to look at our flaws and what will be some of our flaws, and not just only look at, you know what I'm saying, is to see where the things that we could correct and improve on in order for us to, you know what I'm saying, be much more successful. Because the way how we gonna have to come at white supremacy is like how, you know what I'm saying, if you playing against that 2016 Golden State team, like you can't make no mistakes really. So that's the way how I look at white supremacy. Like that 2016 Golden State team. And in order for you to beat them, you cannot make no mistakes.
For the record, this white man built this country arguing and fussing and fighting with each other.
Yes. Right. And look what he built. They used to
the whole time.
They used to cane each other. They used
to
cane each other on the Senate floor.
Argue, fuss, and fight right now today.
Exactly.
Do filibusters and all type of shit.
And have duels on the Senate floor, on the congressional floor.
But just because he ruled and didn't get along, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't get along just because they didn't. Right. Because that would allow us to rule at a higher level.
It's not a stopper.
It's not a.
No, I understand you guys are not saying that right, but I want our people to know that would make us better if we did.
It's a great case study, Marley Mar, though. It's a good ass hypothetical, though, bro.
Let's look at it like this, right? Other teams in sports, they make turnovers, right? It doesn't mean that the other team is not making no turnovers neither, but we can't afford to be making no turnovers. So we can't be like, Golden State makes turnovers too. These niggas is winning.
But that's not what he's saying, Marley. That's not what he's saying.
I want to say something.
Hold on, real quick.
I want to say something before I go.
Hold on, real quick. You can have. Let me just clarify this for everybody.
What do you think about orientation from a clinical standpoint? What is your opinion on?
Hold on. Let me clear up real quick, Afro. You can have it. Let me clear what Psycho was saying. Psycho is not saying, real quick. Psycho is not saying. Hold on. I just want to explain this to Marley. Psycho is not saying that we should do it the way they're doing it. What he's saying is there's gonna be conflict, right? That doesn't stop us from growing and creating an empire because we watched the predecessors do it. So we can't think that if those things happen, that's gonna be the demise of us. We have to work around those things. We have to accept it as part of the shit. And we have to work around it. We can't look at it as the thing that's gonna undo us. We gotta look at it as that's just gonna be baked into the cake. That's what he's trying to say. He's not saying that because they did it, we should do it. We're saying it's going to be unavoidable because that's human nature. Conflict.
My question to you too, Marley, is
can I say something?
When you go into the military, do they have orientation and do you have systems of orientations before you begin certain processes coming into the military?
I want to say something, dude. Like I love the black American community. I wish we could do better. But it's not likely. seeing how things
Did
are,
you hear
seeing how things
Afro question,
is
Marley?
it's just not likely.
Did you hear
It's
Afro
just not
question,
likely,
Marley,
man.
man? Just relax.
I love us. I would love to
Relax,
see us
smoke, man.
Hold
prosper.
Nobody
on,
want to
Marley.
hear
Hold
what
on.
nobody want to
And Marley,
hear
I'm about
about
to
you.
say some even crazier shit. I'm about to say some even crazier shit, Marley. That's probably gonna piss you off. That's probably gonna piss you off really bad. I don't think we need to do it with y'all. I think it just needs to be African Americans. I don't think we need to let any non-African American be a part of that shit.
FBA all day, baby.
American, so I'm good.
You're not African American.
How I'm not?
You're not African American.
He is. He was born. He's born in America.
He's not just because he was born in America does not make him African American. What are we talking
You
about?
saying he don't have FBA roots?
I didn't know
What are we
that.
talking about?
You don't. You're not FBA.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Listen,
There's a lot of variables that go into this shit.
I would love to see.
Y'all. We can't
I would love to see our community do.
We cannot trust
Y'all
them.
niggas
They're showing us in real time that we can't trust them. So you think we're gonna bring them into our nation and be able to trust them?
When we look at the basis of Marcus Garvey's movement, it was a mixture. It was a mixture of black people from the islands, and it was a mixture of Southern blacks that came from South Carolina, where my family came from, North Carolina, and Virginia, that came to New York, and that was a part of the population that established the base of Marcus Garvey's movement in New York. It was Caribbean African descent and
Caribbean queen.
What's the key to what you're saying? What's the key to what you're saying, Afro? What's the key to what you're saying?
The key to that is that our people have
No, the key to it is that's Marcus Garvey's plan. We're not talking about Marcus Garvey's plan. But we're not talking about Marcus Garvey's plan. We're talking about a new plan. We're talking about something that Marcus
was Jamaican, Caribbean.
I got you, but the key to what you're saying is Marcus Garvey's plan.
Working together. No,
but what you're saying is Marcus Garvey's plan, and it didn't work. It didn't work.
They sent
him to prison.
You know what COINTELPRO is? COINTELPRO is why Marcus Garvey didn't work.
But it's not only COINTELPRO. There was black people that undermined Marcus Garvey. There were black intellectuals that undergirded Marcus Garvey.
There was one snitch that.
That's all. That's all with initially. I think eventually we'll be able to do it, but initially it's gonna be chaos. It's gonna be niggas, like you said. It's gonna be an intellectual. It's gonna be a colorism battle. It's gonna be the niggas being checking the gangster battle. It's gonna be a whole bunch. But I think eventually we'll be able to figure something out. We just gotta get all that out first.
Yeah, get all the ego.
Can I say something? I think with this.
Wait one second. It'll definitely be a power struggle as far as like which direction we should go and all this other stuff, this, that, and the third. But again, we'll figure it out though. We'll figure it out.
Not likely, but listen. Anyway, I think with this whole conversation, with this whole hypothetical, I think with this whole not because I think the black community is fucked, man. I think humanity is fucked. Outside of blacks, but I don't think racism is ever going to exist. I don't think white supremacy is ever going to stop. But what was I going to say? I think you guys are trying to start a race war with this shit, this conversation, this hypothetical that you guys are saying. This is some race baiting type of shit, dude. This is shit that'll get people out.
You might want to go ahead. You might want to go ahead and get off. You might want to go ahead and get off now. Then get out the way.
GQ, and we have to make sure GQ. Hold on, real quick.
It's already a race war.
Real quick, Solar.
Thank you, Solar. Go ahead.
Real quick, Solar and GQ. We gotta make sure motherfuckers like that ain't even in the 30% or the 35%. We gotta purge. As soon as he open his mouth,
that's why I'm saying it's gonna be a lot of
off with your head. As soon as he say that shit about and giving credence to white supremacy or saying it's us and all that, off with your fucking head.
Go on, get your ass up. You heard me. As soon as he said, I said, go ahead and get your ass up off the panel.
White people. You had a chance to leave with them.
Talking all that crazy ass shit. Y'all baiting the race war. Get your ass off the
with
panel.
Your head. And those are the people we have to worry about. They're gonna stay back.
That motherfucker gone. He not. He leaving. He's definitely leaving.
Nah,
he telling you in every way you can hear
he's gonna
that
stay back.
When them white folks leave, he is gone. you know he in love with, you know he gotta go. You know he not staying.
That nigga gonna be a pain in our ass in real life like he is on this panel. I'm telling you.
No, that nigga gone. That
nigga gonna be like, I don't have to travel in the spaceship.
If don't
My
no
dreams
other
take
nigga
me.
on.
Hey, listen, GQ, that nigga be like, I don't have to travel in the spaceship. My dreams take me to the sky. I can see you guys without leaving the planet.
But when you do look at the big picture
people
of
tell you about
things,
their religion. They tell you about their religion, and you start making jokes out of it.
If no other nigga on the planet leave, and that nigga leave, he gone.
You need mandatory military service, just like
Something someone takes seriously.
mandatory military service, just
Yeah,
like
that's another thing. It's gonna be like a religious war too, man.
That's gonna be the issue.
Black religious
That's what
people.
I can see that problem, Solar. I can see that problem.
It's going to be it ain't going to start off as a religious war, but it'll go there because it's going to be centered around morality.
If you bring your dogma, get the fuck out of here.
Their spiritualities. So
if you bring your religious dogma, get the fuck out of here.
I can see that. I can see that Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam.
I don't want to be black cracker.
Oh man, these Christians, man, it's gonna be.
Come here talking about you Hebrew Israelite.
Motherfucker talking about who they not gonna work with, who they can't work beside.
Get the fuck out of here.
We got that going on now, though. That happens now.
That's who's gonna be running this shit initially. It's gonna be chaotic. But it's going to be organizations like the Nation that's going to be running this shit initially, because they the most organized motherfuckers out of all the rest of the niggas.
Facts.
They gonna be. Yeah, I think it's gonna be an issue.
Who the most organized? You said
the Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam.
How?
Because they are.
Well, I don't know, man. When you look at Nathaniel and IUIC, right, it's a lot of people that's a part of IUIC. So the Israelites you see in the purple and gold, we got camps all over the world. I mean, even with the things I disagree with Bishop Nathaniel,
argue it's more Hebrews than Nation of Islam.
it's a lot of us actually.
Yeah, but
who organized though? Who got
Bishop Nathaniel is the most organized of all the Israelite organizations. Even Netanyahu said the ones in purple and gold are the ones that worry him.
You talking about the camps? I would agree.
Yeah, Nathaniel's the most organized. When you see them march, it look like it's like 10,000 of them niggas.
Why would we want them a part of this though? Why would we want them to bring that? I don't want to be black bullshit to a black nation.
Hey, yo, check this out. All right, we the Hebrew Israelites, Negro only, just like that. And we gonna be the presidents of America. No, I'm just messing with you. All right, I'm just messing with you. All right, I'm just messing with you.
Why would we want that to be part of our shit?
All right, me being an Israelite is gonna be me, my family, and our household, right? But we gonna be for the, but we are gonna be for the front. We are gonna be for the black first agenda, though. All right.
This is the
We
thing.
can't do the division and the separation.
I don't have a hold on. Let me say this. I don't have a problem with working with somebody that's rocking with Kemetic beliefs or that's not patriarchal. I don't have a problem with that. We're still gonna be with the black first agenda. Like ideology is not stopping us from being successful. Ideology is not stopping us from being successful.
What religion, a gang, whatever you in, you gotta have the black first agenda, bro.
But that's a contradiction because that in itself is an anti-black entity. It's saying
it's only us here. It's only us gonna be here.
GQ, you gotta listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying if you come into this talking that Hebrew Israelite and all that shit, that means that once upon a time you didn't want to be black. You wanted to be something else.
Arthur.
It's not gonna matter because everybody's black.
Everybody on the planet doesn't believe that the Jews of antiquity were white people, sir. And I understand from a scholarly standpoint. So to say that believing you an Israelite means you don't believe you black, you can't say that because the Jews are called nigga literally in the Bible. So you can't say that, right? But Art, here's what you don't understand. Most black people are actually Christian in America, so you're gonna have to work with black people that don't subscribe to atheism or Christianity or Israelites, right? We still gotta work with each other.
You're missing what I'm saying, y'all.
And that's gonna be the most organized motherfuckers. It's gonna be Christians. It's gonna be the Nation of Islam, and it's gonna be those Israelites.
The problem with y'all is
it's gonna be a problem because the Israelites gonna be on some shit like. When all the white people are gone, there's gonna be some type of prophetic bullshit they're gonna be running with, like, yeah, the Most High did it. There's gonna be a motherfucker claiming to be a Messiah.
What I'm saying, Solar, this is what I'm saying, Solar. That shit ain't gonna work because all that shit is premised on the idea of I don't want to be African American. Hold on, y'all gotta listen to what I'm saying to y'all. These groups don't want to be black. These groups sought to find something exotic, some other shit that really don't have no physical, historical touch to them to make themselves less black in America because they don't like being black in America, so they want to be everything but. So hold on, please let me finish for once. Please let me finish for once, please. And what I'm saying is you can't start a black nation with people who once didn't want to be black.
The people who are leading revolution.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
1 second, so look, the people who are leading revolution right now in West Africa are Muslims. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are Muslim states. They are at the tip of the spear, pause, in revolution, de-dollarization, decolonization in West Africa right now.
They were forced to be Muslim.
They're not. Listen, they
were forced to be Muslims.
What that demonstrates is
they were forced to be Muslims.
Them being
I'm about to bounce.
Them being Muslim.
Hey, see, this is what you gonna have to deal with.
They were forced to be Muslims.
It doesn't affect their blackness.
They were forced to be Muslims. It affects their blackness, greatness, and we're talking about Africans as compared to
Muslims are the leaders of Pan-African.
Afro, you have to stop this shit where you go to Africa for everything. We're talking about us in America. Their life, their
Black American
is different than us. Please stop cross-referencing us with Africans. We are here. We are an independent entity. Our lives are progressive.
You're saying it like the religion is so unhealthy. But
I'm not saying that I'm saying that see, this is the problem with y'all. Y'all don't fucking listen. Y'all don't fucking listen. Y'all just talk over here, and that's the fucking problem. What I'm saying to you is, hold on, Mook, this is serious. Mook, this is serious. This is serious. We don't.
I want to say a closing statement. I want to say a closing statement.
You can say it after I say it because I'm gonna mute up too. What I'm saying to y'all is, this has nothing to do with outside entities. I'm talking about African Americans who lived in this country, who was born here, who chose to take on dogmas that was not black to get away from blackness. We can't act like that's not real. And we can't bring those people back in and bring that shit with them because that shit is not of us.
Revolutionaries.
And then you cross-reference it with Africans and being Muslim. They were forced to be Muslim. That's why they're pushing back. Because they were forced to be Muslims.
They are Muslims.
But they were forced to be Muslim.
Ibrahim Traore is a Muslim. Assimi Goita is a Muslim. Abdul Rahman Chana is a Muslim. They are all leaders of revolutionary movements in Africa now. They are uniting the Sahel states for one currency, one economy. They have decolonized. They have pushed France out. This is being led by Muslims. I'm just talking about the facts, bro. That's all.
Bro,
and I don't think those people chose. I don't think Black Americans chose Hebrew Israelites and chose to be Muslims to get away from being black. They did it to get away from being Christians, to get away from the white.
They did it to get away from white.
They did it to get away from Christianity.
Right, to get away from the white establishment.
The white establishment, right? So why you say they did it to get away from being black?
Because they don't like the blackness that white America has put on them, so they put an exoticness to it. Like that. I'm not knocking whatever you want to do. If it floats your boat, it floats your boat. But in the reality of things, on the ground, that shit is not of us. That shit is some shit that we do to get away from them, and in doing it, getting away from them, we get away from our.
They're trying to get away from white supremacy. They're trying to get away from the status quo
and get away from the idea of blackness in the midst of white supremacy. It's just not to get away from white supremacy. It's to get away from how they treat black people and white supremacy. So if I go be something exotic, they can't identify me as a black person now. So I'm gonna go.
No, they gonna still identify. If you're a Hebrew or a Muslim, they still gonna identify you.
They all come off the same Abrahamic tree, bro. Christianity,
Israelites, we consistently. I can say this about the brothers. We consistently teach the truth about slavery.
Christianity is the religion that the white man gave you. They're
really not getting away.
So you want to get away from that, right?
All the religions that we get, somebody else gave us.
Israelites call white. Israelites call white people on slavery more than anybody I ever seen in my life, bro.
Specifically, what the white supremacists gave.
We
talking about specifically what the slave master gave.
All religions that African Americans practice, somebody else gave.
But the slave master didn't give them all of them. He only gave them one. Christianity.
Right, but the choosing the other ones don't make it no better. They're all Abraham.
I'm not saying
But
that it
but
do,
but
but I'm
Arthur,
saying you can't say that black folks trying to get away from being black when they get away from that though.
Arthur, even when the camps is out teaching on the streets, we have the signs and the pictures of the atrocities of slavery right there. The brothers call white people on slavery more than anybody I ever seen. Every single Saturday they do. So how could you say I'm running from blackness just because I believe I'm an Israelite? The Israelites, we call white people on slavery more than anybody that I've seen as of recently. We'll be out there next Sunday telling them. So we stand on business for black people.
You don't
I'm just saying,
that's always been considered running away from the slave master's religion, man. You know, we've been saying that for years. Like, okay, they choose these other religions to get away from the slave master's
history.
religion.
All we're doing is running into another branch of the same religion that we're running away from.
I'm definitely not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that.
But a black person that
premise of
believes
niggas leaving.
So we pick the one that don't have the white face.
No, that's
they all got a white face.
Yeah,
but
Art,
all got a white face.
But Art, the one that don't have the slave master face on it.
But Art, to say that we can't go forward with a country and some brothers believe in Kemet, some brothers believe they Israelites, there's some blacks, there's some Christians, there's some blacks, there's some Muslims. To say that would stop us from going forward, I disagree with that.
I didn't say it would stop us. I said just don't bring it. I didn't say it would stop us. I said don't bring it. Yeah, I didn't say it would stop us.
Are you saying separation from church and state?
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yes, exactly.
Can I say something before I go? I love black.
Mic check. I just want
I love Black American community. I love
Let him get his
FBA.
closing statement out.
But listen. I love the Black American community. We're one of the greatest community.
Can I say this before?
No. Hold up. We have one of the greatest communities, and I would love to see us prosper, but I don't think it's likely. I think we're one of the most creative people on the entire planet, and the whole world follows suit to whatever we do. We're able to create trends. We're able to create fads. We do a lot of things that are influential to the entire planet. They say our phrases. They want to eat our food. They want to dress like us, look like us. They want our music. They want everything that we got, right? So I think that it's not likely, but I would like to see it. I would like things to be like how it was 50, 60 years back. I would like to see a Black Wall Street. I would like to see that, but I don't think it's likely. And I'm just speaking realistically. And I'm speaking, I don't think humanity at all. I outside of color, I don't think that people are too focused on the color, especially America. People are too focused on the color of someone's skin, even in the Black community, why you think colorism exists, but I don't think that we're going anywhere. But I still love my brothers and sisters.
We got it, Mo. But the whole
I still love my brothers and
it's
sisters.
unrealistic for you to say that Black Wall Street is not realistic when it literally was a fucking Black Wall Street. So that's
but 60, 70 years ago, motherfucker.
So it'll be even better when now, motherfucker, and especially if we got no white folks around to have to deal with. How would it not be a better Black Wall Street? We ain't worried about the white folks stopping the Wall Street. We ain't worried about the motherfucker bombing the Wall Street.
Because it's been such a decline in our community, I don't think it's no restoring it.
But to have the advantage,
there's too many gangbangers. There's too many people sitting around with their pants around their ass and shit.
That's that cool nigga shit.
It's the people that don't know history that don't think that we are capable of running.
Exactly. What's that cool ass shit?
No, but see, that's not fair, bro.
That don't know
and people that's too attached to white people.
My brother Skinny. Big shout out to my brother Skinny.
What up, Skinny? But it's people that's too attached to white people.
If this happened 50, 60 years ago, I could have seen it happening, but not now.
When the white people leave, his ass is gone anyway, so we ain't gonna have to deal with none of that shit.
I think the downfall. Hold up. I think the downfall of our community does lead back to white supremacy. Me and the one guy
was people, so we don't have to worry about what the fuck you're talking about.
Since the late 70s, ever since the coke and crack epidemic that was going on during those times, I think that was the downfall. fall.
perpetrated by the white man that's not going to be here anymore. That's what you don't understand.
Exactly.
Yeah, I said the white man was responsible for that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I happen to agree with goddamn Solar Mind. Like, I think it's possible. I think it's gonna, but we are gonna have conflict. Now, y'all ran past that real quick, so y'all know that's my fucking phrase right now in 2025. Conflict resolution. No, nigga, I don't have that trust in us right now. Conflict resolution. So to Solar Mind's point and to Psycho's point, yeah, that's just human nature. We're not gonna all see eye to eye all the time or on everything, but how do we work through that? And I just don't think we've shown that example yet.
Because I love you and you my brother, but
yet,
you one of those black people that see the negative in us. You one of the black people that highlight the negative in us.
See, but what I'm saying is,
but see, Arthur, though, that's the thing,
you my
though.
brother, I love you. You my man.
Yeah,
you know I love
but that
you.
is the truth. That is the truth.
What I'm saying is, Arthur, and I respect that. My thing is, and I can see how that comes off, but I can say the same thing on the other side. All y'all niggas do is look at the sunshine. Y'all don't deal with the reality of things.
We don't even see
both say the
sunshine.
same argument, bro.
We're not even speaking on sunshine. We're speaking on organizing.
We're
speaking on organizing.
When y'all sit up here with this Wakanda ass fucking
but what we running past is
your Chicago brethren did not.
You get a nigga like me that's gonna come up. A nigga like
I did say Wakanda because we don't have the devil. We don't have the devil around here
We all can
stealing.
speak at the same time.
We don't have the devil around here stealing and taking every motherfucker.
Like me. And like Solar Mind, it is gonna come in and say, okay, look, we can do this, but let's be realistic. Hold on, let's be realistic about where we are mental and all that as a people. Like, let's stop walking around that. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying let's deal with the fact that we know, nigga, like outside of like what fucking Arthur, excuse me, Arthur. He just left. What's the college just left? Marley. Outside of Marley, like where he was outside the people like us that think this way. But you know, a lot of our people don't, my nigga. They don't. And that's what y'all are not dealing. Y'all are coming from this shit from our standpoint.
Yeah, well, Marley don't think that way. Marley don't feel like
people,
we can make it.
The mentality is not there where y'all think it is. It's not.
Marley don't feel like we can make it though. He already said that. He said
I think you missed. I think you missed the perfect.
Yeah, you missed a lot, Skinny. Yeah,
because I literally asked the question to expose what you just said. Like it was a hypothetical, right? Like we know this ain't real what we're talking about. It was a hypothetical. I asked the Pope about whether or not he would leave the country if all white people just up inside they gonna leave by the afternoon. By this afternoon,
are you leaving with the white people or are you
Skinny, and it's a percentile, right?
That's where the conversation started.
So let us ask you, Skinny. Are you leaving? Are you leaving with the white folks or are you staying here, Skinny?
We talk about the mindset.
I'm rolling with y'all niggas, but that don't mean I ain't gonna be complaining and talking shit while I'm rolling. I'm gonna be the nigga in the back of the band still complaining. Y'all gonna be fucking around, fucking me up for complaining. Like, nigga, shut.
Nah, we just gonna put you in a little booster rocket and send you with them.
Okay, ain't no thing. So
we just gonna put
my
you
thing
in a
is
little
this:
booster rocket.
we also got to think about. See, when y'all talk about how horrible shit gonna be and how niggas ain't gonna be able to get along and this, that, and the other. What we discount is that now we at a place of necessity. See, the butter, all the buttermilk biscuits and all the bullshit is gone, right? So now we away from we out of our comfort zone. We in the motherfucking necessity stage of shit. So I think that motherfuckers going to conform to the fact that it's going to be necessary to conform, and it's not going to be a lot of arguing and bickering. I mean, of course, that's human nature is going to exist, but I don't think it's going to be to the same extent. And I think the conflict resolution is going to be real quick and because it's going to be necessary for it to be quick. You know what I'm saying?
Right. A lot of us as men, we're going to have to take a lot of those infrastructure jobs, a lot of the jobs that we don't normally work. We would have to start working on the power grids and power plants immediately. So I think it would be beautiful for our people. I do want to look at it from the positive aspect of it for us to be able to start off with NASA and everything already. I'm going to say we would do just fine.
I don't give a fuck about NASA. Actually, I mean, fuck NASA, but we still got the infrastructure.
You understand what I'm saying? Starting off with the infrastructure, the military.
We got the highways, we got the military,
everything.
we got everything that we need right here, and
Right.
all we basically have to do is maintain it.
Now we're going off the stem that white people just up and left, right?
Yeah,
They up and left. They left everything. They said we tired of the DEI and we not paying reparations. So we'll leave all this here for you.
I had the hypothetical on their part correct.
They found them a way more beautiful place to go, and they ain't nothing here left in America but niggas. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. So I think I like I say, man, my vote is that we can make it happen, man. It may take some time, a little. It's seeming now a little more time than I was thinking, but I'm still pushing towards Rwanda. Goddamn it, y'all.
Right. I'm the complaining uncle though.
Yes,
I'm here though. I'm the
I
complaining.
wasn't on board with Wakanda at first, but I said I would still stay here, even though I didn't think it would work. But I said, all right, I'm gonna think of all the pluses of starting off like that, as opposed to us as a people having to come from less than.
If it happened this way, you already got the infrastructure, right?
Right.
Yeah. We just have to maintain and build on that shit.
Infrastructure.
Good. I think it should be a cakewalk. We got every fucking thing. We straight. We know what I'm saying.
Let me ask this question, everybody. Who takes over the businesses? Let me ask this question. Are the corporations are still here? General Motors?
Yeah, they leave everything. Yep, they leave everything.
All right, so who
y'all think the white folks gonna leave? They gonna leave their gold and silver?
Man, it's hypothetical, bro. It's
Hypothetically, let's say they just leave everything.
Yeah,
right. So who becomes the captain of the industry?
Okay, my bad, Porky. My bad, bro.
Who becomes the captain of the industry?
We got engineers.
We don't. I mean, industry's not going to look the same as it looks now.
No, I said who becomes the captains of industry?
Who becomes those that are capable of doing it, and it's going to be a different system because we're not going to keep the same
ministers of trade, ministers of
we're not going to keep the same capitalist system that these crackers have had all this time. It ain't going to be no. We ain't going to have no poor. We ain't going to have no poor people.
What system?
We're not having poor people in our new America. Goddamn.
But what system are we working on if we're not dealing with capitalism? What would be our economic system? What would be our government system? What would those things look like?
Oh, trust me, it'll happen. Self-preservation will kick in, and the situation will vibrate.
You're right, Arthur. No, you're right. Those are valid questions, and that is
like we have to understand. We still need pillars.
That's the type of shit that we're gonna have to figure out.
Guide us.
We got agriculture. We got everything we need really here.
I got an interesting question. How are we gonna deal with criminal justice amongst each other? Where we keep the same.
That kind of goes back to what Soleimani originally said about checking the gang.
That goes back to governing, right? We have
that goes to governance.
How are we gonna? What are gonna be?
Yeah, we're gonna govern accordingly. God damn it, you know.
Why would we change our government infrastructure? Why would we change any of that?
I didn't say change the government infrastructure.
Capitalism works. Capitalism works.
It ain't gonna work the way these crackers been making it work.
Y'all bugging. Capitalism works.
So Arthur, you think we should keep the? You think we should keep?
We wouldn't be on this live right now.
You think we should practice having a judicial system, an executive branch, and a legislative branch? You think we should keep all of that?
We should have the continuous government.
I think we should keep the government.
Yes.
I'm gonna agree with that too, from the standpoint of if you deal with integrity and actually follow the laws and you're fair, it is a good system. So I'm gonna agree with that too. I would agree with that.
And when I asked that question, my point is we can't be sitting in our new America. You niggas can't be making excuses for dumb shit, nigga shit, bro. Y'all can't do it.
No, whatever's not broke, we shouldn't try to fix.
Y'all make excuses for the dumb shit.
Yeah,
y'all lose that. Y'all gonna lose that, and y'all gonna lose that in Wakanda.
I don't think it'll be a big need. Maybe early on, but like in the middle
I get it, we do it now because we be trying to combat white supremacy. But
maybe maybe early on, but I don't think it's gonna be a big need for that. We ain't gonna have no fucking mass incarceration for us.
When it comes to weapons, technology,
we have an issue with like who was that? I think that was Soleimani that said the quote unquote gangster niggas,
Who's gonna check the games?
Like who's
right.
right. Like no,
We
nigga,
gonna check the motherfuckers. What the fuck? The
every motherfucking
gangs
gang,
are
every
always
gang
self-checked.
nigga got to go in jail to prison to keep our kids and our. I'm with mass incarceration, nigga.
Every
I'm with
gang
that.
dude is not resistant to.
I'm with
it's
that.
not resistant to positive.
It's not gonna
things.
be
That
no
can be marketed.
that's not even how gangs work. If you ever been in a fucking gang.
We just talking on the surface level, GQ. On the surface level.
Yeah, but that's the cracker visual of
see, that's the thing. That
a
right
gang.
there is the problem.
That's the white man visual of a gang. That's all I'm trying to tell you. If you ever been in a gang, then you know.
This is why y'all Wakanda ain't gonna work.
They
gangs ain't the problem.
The gangs were created to protect the neighborhoods, not to destroy the neighborhoods.
I think things like with them shooting at each other.
Why would we lock the gangs up when that's going to be our army?
That's how, right. Yeah. That's our warrior class.
And have to be our army.
Exactly. And it's a part of your workforce.
That's our warrior class.
Yes, our warrior class and our workforce.
I just think certain things.
All that gang shit gonna be over with, man, because it's all of us here, nigga. And like I said, it's a necessity.
Ain't no more blocks to fight over now, man. They got cribs
Ain't
now.
no blocks to fight. Ain't no blocks to fight over. Ain't none of that shit, bro.
All these white motherfuckers done left. Look at all the houses that's left out here. All these niggas gonna have their own houses.
Right. Ain't no motherfucking drug trade, because ain't no motherfucking cocaine, heroin, none of that shit popping around.
And you going to work for your own economy?
Word.
What you going to fight for?
Word.
Great point.
This is where we getting loud.
That's not even
a black thing. That's a human nature thing. Drugs, addiction, that's human nature.
That's kind of like, you know,
it's like that we wouldn't have any.
Black thing. It's a white thing.
To assume we wouldn't have any drugs or drugs.
It's not a black thing. It's a white thing, but the cracker gonna be gone. It's not a black thing. It's a white thing, but the cracker gonna be gone.
It's a human thing. Addiction is a human thing, nigga.
Man, let me tell you,
it's a human thing.
Who introduced you to all these bullshit ass drugs?
My thing to you is you still gonna have some niggas that still gonna try to permeate that shit in your new Wakanda.
Well,
you're being unrealistic if you think because you
we gonna deal with it, and we will deal with them, and we will deal with them accordingly. But it won't require mass incarceration.
Yeah, just like any other soldier that acts out of pocket.
What I'm telling you is, I ain't fucking with none of that. You fuck up in our new Wakanda, nigga. You gonna deal with our Wakanda justice system, nigga. What I'm saying is, I'm not with making
exactly, and I don't think that it's gonna take. And I don't think it's going to take. It's not going to take mass incarceration. It's not going to take.
Put it on.
Yeah, it's not going to take. It's not going to take.
Let's not act like we ain't gonna have niggas.
You got to realize. See, that's the problem. I don't think some of us don't realize the cause of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from white supremacy. It's coming from poverty. That's what the gang shit, all the bullshit. Yes. When the gangs were created, they were created to protect the fucking neighborhood before they dropped
from white supremacy.
Before the CIA dropped the fucking crack bomb on us.
Yes. Let me back up a little bit, baby.
Gangbangers got jobs too, man.
The cracker dropped that shit on us, nigga. We didn't go seek that shit out.
What's going to end up being extremely imperative in a situation like this, where we have
something beyond gangs. I'm talking about anything that we know, that we sit on here and we know that's detrimental to our community. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a
skinny.
I don't give a fuck what it is, nigga.
Pedophilia,
whatever it is.
Hey,
we can't become barbaric like them, though.
We ain't gonna have mass incarceration because we not feeding pedophiles. We not housing. We not housing pedophiles.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about everything.
You two motherfuckers can't be on the judicial board. That's first and foremost.
Oh, that can't be a part of the judicial board.
You two motherfuckers can't come nowhere near
pedophiles.
How you
know GQ ain't gonna let me be on that board anyway, nigga.
Hey, he can't be on there either.
GQ ain't let me on that board, nigga.
We ain't been a nation.
He talking about evaporating motherfuckers. He can't be on there either.
No,
we ain't been a nation for 20 seconds.
Nigga. Ain't no motherfucker. Ain't no probation for that shit, nigga.
Niggas ain't been a nation
like them, y'all. We can't be extreme like them. We can't do that. We have to find justice. We have to find balance.
The problem is they're not extreme enough with that.
If the universe blessed us.
Niggas ain't been a nation for 20 seconds. We already talking about certain niggas is banned from the judicial branch of the nation. Certain niggas have already been banned from the judicial branch of our new government. And niggas ain't getting their shit
Hey,
for 20
look,
seconds.
GQ. Hey, GQ, the filibuster session for our first meeting is going to be a motherfucker, bro. That motherfucker going to be a mother.
I'm gonna be in that bitch with a gun in my
That
cane,
motherfucker
nigga.
going to be a riot, nigga.
You ain't bullshit.
Our first congressional meeting, nigga. Yeah, that's going to be a riot.
I don't think
bro.
we need to be barbaric like them. I don't think we need to be barbaric.
Psycho gonna be in there slamming the gavel. He gonna break the gavel trying to keep us under. Like that's gonna be
like for people that think that the gangsters ain't warrior classes. White people don't feel that way.
Gangster is the warrior.
White people, white people, gangsters get in motherfucking trouble. White man like you gotta go to the army or go to jail.
They call gangsters.
Why the white man value that same individual as a warrior and a soldier, but we don't see that.
Exactly.
Like with us, it's just go to jail. Fuck the
because
option.
we don't see him as a valuable option as a warrior to protect us. We don't see him as a warrior.
You know why? You know why? And I'll answer your question, Psycho. I mean, and I think this is what it is. When you guys talk to me about when a nigga tell me about the old originalities of the gang, like and all that, we all know that. My thing is stop playing like that shit holds today. You know these niggas that's doing it don't know nothing about the niggas y'all talking about. Oh, that movement. They don't know nothing about that shit.
But it was conditioning though.
They really don't. So let's stop acting like that class. Hold on. So let's stop acting like this generation is gangbangers.
We not gonna act like
let's stop acting like this generation is gangbangers. It's on that like that.
And we're not gonna act like it wasn't conditioning. Now we under different conditions. We ain't got
we got to keep you away from everything, Skinny, because your perception is based on modernity and criminality and all that. We're trying to
educate. Is based on I'm living it. I'm around it every day.
I know, but you're talking about a scenario where we're here alone, where it's
different conditions,
Skinny, you gotta let people finish explaining to you what they're saying.
That wasn't me. I was quiet. That wasn't me.
But what I'm saying to you is the conditions won't be the same. The conditions that create gangs and create criminality and create anarchy will not be the same. Those bloodsuckers will not be here. We will not be in communities where people come and steal all our value as beings, property, commodity, all those things. So all those conditions won't exist. So you won't get the same
magically
outcome.
all of these other ills will just go away magically.
It's not that they're going away.
They're not going to go away magically.
You're ignoring that the conditions won't be the same.
Yeah,
that's all you're ignoring.
Won't be the same, man.
The conditions won't be the same.
Poverty won't be the same. You know, all the different conditions that create all this fuckery.
So you don't think
all the propaganda.
It's a great conversation. I gotta take my ass to work. Fuck you, Marty, for starting this good ass conversation 8 o'clock in the morning.
DQ, I
gotta take my ass to work. I'm gonna be listening though.
I don't. God dang, I keep doing that shit. I'm sorry, y'all. I lost my train real quick. It's the weed, bro. Give me a second.
Let me say this real quick. It's tripping. I'm tripping how y'all equate gang banging to bravery. That shit just blows my motherfucking mind.
That's not me. That's not me, Black. You asking the wrong nigga.
We never.
That's these niggas making these little tight pants. That's these niggas making these little tight pants on black niggas the soldiers. That's these niggas.
Are you saying? Yeah, I'm totally making that claim. Are you saying that you can't you're not supposed to be brave being a gangbanger? Like gangbangers aren't brave?
A lot of them ain't really. To be honest with you,
a lot of people ain't brave.
A lot of them ain't really. Hey, a lot of them like. I'm gonna be real. A lot of and that's
okay. We know that. That's understood.
Now that's not all.
Yeah, it's whole ass niggas everywhere. Yeah,
right.
Every gangbang is not a brave motherfucker. We know that.
We not focus on fucking criminality and gangbangers.
I want to say this real quick, y'all. Real quick.
That's what I'm saying. The conditions won't be the same, bro. That's
why we already told them. The conditions. Who gonna maintain?
One of the most. Speaking of engineers, right?
Who gonna maintain these highways and the highways? We need to worry about how the water gonna keep flowing around this motherfucker.
One of the most important things.
When the pipe is right, who gonna?
Arthur's right on this part, though. Arthur's right on this part, though. We do need to make the conversation more about the production aspect.
One of the most. Nigga, we got a whole.
He is right.
Real quick, Arthur. Real quick, Arthur.
We got buildings.
One of the most important things. One of the most important things that has to happen. One of the most important things that has to happen is weapons technology has to be shot all the way up to the top of the list. Whoever like defending yourself has to move all the way up to the top of the list, man. Weapons technology has to be a super priority once this happens.
From other countries and shit.
We got to stay advanced and keep the biggest and baddest gun at all times.
How quick they drop those bandanas and start waving them flags. You'll be amazed once all the white people left. You'll be their whole life would change.
But a lot are anarchists at heart, man. You don't have to tell them. You don't have to tell people to get down and lay down. They're not just gonna say, "Oh, I'm glad I'll join." No. A lot of
these young motherfuckers get dealt with, bro.
Psycho, real quick, y'all.
We're not above dealing with our own people, man. We know how to police our motherfuckers.
Real quick, Psycho. So what about that? What about that gangbanger that tells you, nigga? No, I love this life, nigga. Like, has nothing to hold on. No, it has nothing to do with poverty. Has nothing. Matter of fact, this nigga, mama, daddy work. Nigga grew up in grew up in Beverly, GQ, but he still want that life. Like,
what life? He gonna gang by himself?
What about that nigga?
He gotta have somebody to gang bang with.
If it's like two or three families on each block, who are they banging with?
Nigga, nah, I love this shit. I love this gang banging shit. Like,
who he gonna gang bang with?
If it's only like 2 or 3 families on each block, again, we gonna have this whole goddamn country to ourselves. You know how much space we gonna have? We ain't gonna be living on top of each other no more. If all these white people left, what block are they fighting over?
I'm just saying, I think that's where the point Big Back was kind of coming from. Like, we're not taking into account.
But we know how to police ourselves, man.
I'm talking about these new gangbangers.
We know certain individuals don't have to be dealt with. That's for sure.
There can never ever be another situation where another group of people show up with a weapon that's more technologically advanced than ours. That can never happen to us again.
But I do agree with Arthur. We do spend too much time talking about this shit instead of if we were actually what we would actually have to do to maintain the government. Like,
exactly.
I do agree. We got off into the more of the negative.
You know the excitement that these young men and women will feel to be able to get a job and live in a country that they can flourish and benefit. Do you know how many of my drug dealer friends and gangbang
gonna boss up like a motherfucker? They gonna be out here running their own businesses and shit, having their own. Come on, man.
But come on, GQ. Let's be real. You gonna have something like, man, I'm not rolling with that shit. Fuck them.
They have to be dealt with.
I ain't rolling with it.
They'll be dealt with, man. That's easy work. That's easy work, bro. That's easy work.
Can we get back to the actual building blocks?
No, that's easy work, bro.
Y'all gonna have to have people get down and lay down stuff with them. They not just going, let me go.
That's easy work.
Lay down.
With the military, that's easy work.
Get down with what? Get down with what?
Get down with what? Right, easy work. That's easy work, bro.
And there's
what are they getting down with?
The shit that they already had before
There's a point
what blocks are they fighting over? What projects are they fighting over? I keep asking y'all.
Even with the gang conversation, right?
White people are gone. We are no longer stuck in the hood. We are no longer stuck on the block.
Right.
I keep telling
Psycho's saying.
The conditions have changed. Acting like all the white people gonna leave, and we're still going to just be stuck in the hood.
But this is the thing. You think
Black, be careful, because now it's starting to come off like you're saying it's DNA. Be careful.
And they got to worry about their water. Motherfuckers be worried about having water in their motherfucking house, man.
What GQ is saying, bro, I had to say just back a minute, Black. I had to say back a minute. Listen to what they're saying. They're saying the things that cause these things are no longer. Hold on, bro. I'm halfway with you, bro. What I'm saying is, they keep clarifying. Man, you keep coming from a real. We keep coming from a realistic situation.
Wall Street, mute up. You got the echo. Yeah.
What they're telling you is all that shit is gone. It's no blocks to fight over. If we got everything, we got the suburbs. We got I got it now. Like,
you bossing up. You got businesses. You got shit.
We're still speaking from right now. Like, I got what they're saying now.
Yeah, you got actual shit to do out here.
Real quick, Black. Skinny, we're gonna be like fucking Moors. We're gonna be squatting in houses, everything else. Like, you know how many houses gonna be out there? Just abandoned.
Real quick,
Black suburbs. Like, that's
real quick, Black and Skinny. real quick. My degree is in urban planning and urban design, right? And so when it comes into building, designing, planning, there's a lot of other shit that go into it. So when you're talking about securing a whole entire nation, right? Like gangs is the least of our problems.
Thank you.
Like, and they don't even.
I check myself.
Let me just finish.
I check myself.
And the percentile of them in our overall populace is very small. It's just highlighted by media. It's highlighted by us having intimate relationships because we hold on real quick, and we live in these communities, so we kind of see it in an up and close thing. But when you venture out and you go South Jersey or you go North Jersey, you go Middlesex County, like where me and between where Psycho live at and I live at, it's a lot of black people that live there that come from where I come from or come from where Psycho come from that leave their doors unlocked. Shit they never did their entire life.
Right.
Arthur,
so real
that
quick.
shit is not writ large with us.
Arthur and Big Black, real quick, I wanted to say it's a different motivation we would have as black people when we are doing things that's conducive for us as a country. So imagine being a scientist in a country that's really ran by your people. Right. There's a certain level of pride you're gonna have.
And you gotta look at all of the fuckery, all the gang banging and bullshit is not gonna be popularized no more.
Right, it's gonna die.
Yeah, right. All the rap music, is conscious music.
Look at all these rappers. Look at all these rappers that was doing all types of grimy shit in the street. And the second these motherfuckers get money, they change.
Hey, I'll be right back, y'all.
Their whole mentality changed. Their whole life, like everything about them changed. They not on that same shit they was on anymore.
Thank you, man. Okay, and it ain't popularized no more. In the new Black America, who the fuck gonna be rapping about running around shooting and killing motherfuckers? No, all that shit is over with.
Ain't no
radio station gonna be playing none of that shit, nigga. It's over with for all that goofy.
That's a feeling of freedom I don't think we've ever felt as black people, to really have our own nation in our particular generation. Just imagine being a part of the police, the army, whatever your job is or whatever your occupation is within the nation, knowing that it's really your country. That I don't even think we even understand what that even feels like.
Come on, man.
You know, it's a different motivation you would have.
Can I rebut?
I'm saying that I think we would be the most motivated we ever been.
God damn! Hold on. Now what I'm saying is, we're talking about a scenario, right? A hypothetical. If the white people say, you know what, we don't want to be here no more, then we go back to
they just pick up and leave. Go wherever.
Right. So, here's what I'm saying. If you look at there's situations like overseas, like, you know what I'm saying, in Africa, where you have situations where there's similar situations, right? And if you study those situations, coups develop in those coups. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be a segment of people that's not going to always rock with you. That's what I'm talking about.
Listen. Oh, you missed the whole scenario. The initial question was, if all the white people left, would you leave with them, or would you stay here with the niggas? What would you do, Big Black? What would you do? Would you stay here, or would you go with white people?
I'm gonna stay here, but at the same time.
You sure, Big Black, you want to stay?
Yo, that's crazy.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. You may not want to stay.
Sure, but let's be, it ain't gonna be no, you know what I'm saying, fairy tales and rosy. You know what I'm saying?
We're not because saying at first
it's gonna be a little anarchy to you. You're gonna have to keep rolling with the government till you create a new government, right? So there's gonna be a sense of anarchy, right? Yeah, you have people in the police, but you're going to have ignorant motherfuckers trying to steal and kill and destroy. You're going to have some anarchy. So you're going to have to come in this motherfucker, form some shit real quick and come in and bust heads.
So here's the question now, right?
Already in the government.
Here's the question, Big Black.
We already got a starting point. We have to fill out other spots. Other seats have to get taken over. If we keep the same government system, you know.
Is that little bit of anarchy still worth staying? Would you still stay, even with knowing that little bit of anarchy could take place?
But I'm saying I think you are kind of overlooking a lot of the anarchy. That's what I'm saying.
No, we've been talking about a lot of the negatives of the situation and what could go wrong. We talk about a lot of aspects of what could go wrong.
That's what the discussion is about. We know it's going to be a whole bunch of shit. We even know, even with the ones that's not on the anarchy shit, it's going to be arguments and filibusters and even getting the government started. It's gonna be big debates and all type of shit. It's gonna be shit going on. But we saying overall, can we maintain this motherfucker, or is it everything just gonna go to shit? That was Marley's original premise, and Marley was really on the side of that we can't maintain this motherfucker. We gonna be like a third world country around this motherfucker.
I don't believe that.
I don't either.
Especially with the infrastructure already built here. I
don't either. I think we can help. I think we can handle
countries that have no infrastructure. That's why they became third world country.
I think black people can run a country. That's no problem. But all I'm saying is, you know, as far as like the anarchy, as far as like establishing the government and bringing order fast, that gotta happen real fast. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Not extremely fast, but it gotta happen. It gotta happen fast to bring some. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have to have some laws. You have to. Some heads gonna have to roll. Unfortunately, look at how all happened when black folks went to Liberia, right? It even came up to where it was a civil war. Heads gonna roll. You know, it's gonna be some bloodshed. You know,
if you think about the reverse engineering that would take place, we would basically reverse engineer automobiles, planes, boats, and then over time begin to develop our own techniques and technology and science. That'd be dope, man. We would kill it though.
I think most black people would take that trip with them white people though.
Yeah,
most black. I'm telling you, most black people will take that trip with them white people.
Arthur said about 60-70% of the motherfuckers gonna bail.
My ass ain't going nowhere, but I'm telling you, I'm in the minority.
What percentage you think would leave? What percentage you think would leave, Psycho?
If I'm being honest,
yeah,
70% or better.
Damn, that's a lot.
I hate to say that. I don't want to say that, but I know the mentality of my people in this country in 2025.
That's a lot, man.
Most of them feel the same way the rhetoric we've been hearing. It won't work. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Fuck this and blah, blah, blah. I'm getting out of here. Like that's how most black people feel, bro.
Yep.
And I believe, to be honest with you, I believe most of your warrior class is not even gonna be with the gangsters. Y'all gotta realize it's a lot of black people, right, that could have been gang members, but they had good foresight, right? Or you know what I'm saying, could have but they had good foresight, you know. But they was, you know, as far as like bravery, they weren't lacking in that. They just had good foresight and seen the end of that motherfucking road. It didn't make no motherfucking sense.
Black people that are former military are going to be very valuable.
Motherfucking gang signs and stars and shit.
Correct.
You know,
it's already.
It's a segment of that population still. You know.
Mm-hmm. A lot of black people that are former military are pretty much going to organize our army by default, just based on their expertise and their experiences in going through the process of being a part of a military.
Correct.
You know, so they're gonna get it together over there. You know, but the reverse engineering of airplanes and cars and stuff like that, you know, to be able to start off like that, I had to take back, you know, my position. I think we would do great, and I think we would have a sense of feeling really free.
You know, the Jews over there in their headquarters of Jerusalem, they gave a good a platform or a template on how to maintain a country with not many people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so if you figure we got way more resources than they got on that little tiny ass spot they own, we should be super straight.
But I do want to reiterate, based on what has taken place in history, weapons technology is a lot more important than what people give it credit for.
Oh,
you
hell
gotta
yeah.
You got to make sure you got the gun or the weapon that can't nobody else stop.
GQ, I just wanna push back a little bit on your Jerusalem thing. I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that's for Israel. So they're being undergirded by an empire. Right, like so their rise and their ascension is not just solely based on that.
Right.
Right, you know what I'm saying? They got a lot of help economically.
We got a template of you know how to maintain.
I think we're the template. I think our existence and our survival in America is the template. I think that we've always been starved for the resources and the industries that will propel us propel us to the top of the food chain when it comes to civilization. So now we will have those things at our disposal. So now it just would be to us to get the expertise class to work diligently to figure out how to integrate us all into that system. I think just our survival in a sense would be good enough, and like
I
using
agree with
blueprints
that,
of
Arthur.
nations
That
that's
was
been
my original. Yep. Yeah, I totally agree, bro. That was
being
original. That's
undergirded,
my
you know.
original shit. That's my original shit I was saying at the beginning of the conversation. An
Okay,
hour and a
okay,
half, 2 hours ago. I
okay,
totally agree with
okay,
that.
okay,
I
okay,
totally agree with that,
okay.
bro. You're
Because
right.
I understand where you're coming from and
Yeah,
watching their
no, but
ascension
I agree
and
with you
watching there being
100%,
a
bro. I
city on a
promise.
hill. But I think that our survival here is a testament to us having the ability to do these things.
You
They give us
motherfucking
the
right.
worst conditions in the world, y'all, and we make do with it.
Yeah, you motherfucking right. And if we
You know
can
what I'm
do it,
saying?
and we can
Like
do it up under these, and we can do it up
we
under
are
these
all
conditions,
examples of that. We
and
are
if we can do it under
even
these
Mook.
fucking conditions,
So let me
shit,
ask y'all a question. Do you
the
think?
sky's the limit of what the fuck we can do, and we ain't got these thieves
Let,
and
let,
murderous motherfuckers around us.
let me ask you guys a question. Do you think us keeping certain things that white people have had in place when they leave? Do you think that that's us being black people that just want to take over a white country or run a white country? Because I saw
No,
somebody saying
no.
something in the
If
chat,
it
right?
ain't broke, don't fix it type shit. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit that's that's working, we want to keep what's working, and certain shit that we see that has been failing this motherfucker. We can we can pivot now. We can fix. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit we can make better. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
okay. Or do you
Yes,
think we should
yes.
be ultra proud and say, I'm not going to do that because that's what white people did, even though it
No,
might be
no, we ain't gonna
conducive
be
for us
on
to
that
keep
shit,
it?
man. We
Right.
gonna take the ego and the feelings, emotions and shit out of it because we had a point of necessity when the shit go down. It's gonna be it's gonna be a necessity thing. Motherfucker gonna be out their comfort zones. It's gonna be different. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be different
And it would be
conditions.
stupid to get rid of what works.
Yeah, we ain't gonna.
Some things are gonna,
Yeah, that's a
Right.
fact.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Now, let's say if in the communities right now, right, if black people could be deputized, right? Let's say like you have like a community where drugs is running rapid, and they say, well, we need a few good men to help clean the community, and if they give you the right to do your citizen's arrest, and if you shoot somebody, we'll overlook it. Do you think black people could take over their communities as far as like get the drugs out of their communities with that type of rights, as far as like the black men in the community, as far as like, because something like that did happen with the Panthers, right? But they weren't given rights, but they protected the community from drugs. What I'm saying is, if a black man was given the right to clean up his community without fearing to go to jail because
Persecution. Yeah.
for persecution, right?
Yeah, I think it would have been done already. That's the only thing that's keeping it from not being done. The conditions. See, that's another design. That's a white. They want it to be like that, so that's why it's easy. In a lot of places where the worst shit happening there, it's illegal to have guns and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's damn near illegal to protect yourself and shit where all the bullshit happening at. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? But yeah, if they took those motherfucking them regulations off where motherfucking get down how they want to, yeah, it'd have been cleaned up already. So yeah, I do
Right.
think it'll be cleaned up. Hell
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. That's part of your warrior class right there.
Oh yeah, you got that right, and it's not going to take an annihilation of the other motherfuckers. That we gonna be able to flip them motherfuckers. They know like now, motherfucker, you got to do the right shit now, and it's gonna be 70-80% of them motherfuckers that's gonna jump on board to doing the right shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't
Yeah,
gonna just
you get caught doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
You got the opportunity to go in jail or join the army.
Yeah,
putting some of that energy to good use.
I agree with you with that shit right there, Psycho.
Yeah, we have motherfuckers doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas ain't just fucked up by nature, man. Like I say, even all those gangs started as
circumstance a lot of
community groups and circumstances, poverty, it's propaganda, it's fucking it's so many different, you know what I'm saying, different things that cause motherfuckers to, you know, like I said, the crack epidemic, and you know, and we got all that shit away from us, bro. I mean, you know, motherfuckers is hopping in line. I don't even think it'll take a lot of head busting. Not saying that it won't. I agree with you. So a motherfucker gonna have to get their motherfucking head bust, but it's not gonna take as much as you might think.
Yeah, I think more people fall in line than people giving credit for.
Yeah.
Okay.
In that scenario.
Hey, Psycho, why you feel like 75% of black people would leave with white people? That's
I said
what I'm
70
trying to
plus. I said 70 plus, but yeah, it could be 75. But yeah,
what makes you put that number out there?
I don't think black people got faith in ourselves, bro. I don't think a lot of black people got faith in ourselves.
I retire in 3 years. I mean, I got to go with the job security. They gonna have excuses, but they gonna leave.
Bro,
I don't want to be. These niggas are gonna fuck everything up and blah 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 and everything. Like they'll be scared to be. A lot of black people are scared to live around a bunch of black people.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, Willie. Let me finish asking my question, right?
Yeah.
So why do most black people live around black people, and why do we vote at a 90% clip the same way?
Well, I think a lot of black people again are living around black people by not by choice, by need, like they have to, like, because again, I can't stress this enough. The narrative in our hood is make it, get an education, make some money, so you can get the hell up out of here, away from these black people. Like
But
that's the message.
But Psycho, the majority of the black people population don't live in the hood.
What do you mean don't live in the hood? What, you mean
The
like
majority of the the hood.
Well,
the city?
when I say hood, I'm not just talking about like the city, right? Like you got country hoods. Where,
The hood is just the neighborhood.
Yeah. I'm not just talking about like the city, like like
So
Chicago.
you'd have been to a country neighborhood before where niggas ain't want to live amongst niggas. I've never in my life.
They go to get the hell up out of there. Yeah, they go to get the hell up out of there.
They leave them towns. They leave them whole towns.
Yeah, I'm about to say they hate that town they grew up in. They leave
them whole towns quick.
Yeah, they've been there their whole life. Their family been there their whole life. They want to get the hell up out of there. They want to move. They want to.
Do they want to do that? So do they want to do most majority?
That's how the big
people,
city keep flourishing, because all the motherfuckers move straight to the city. Some motherfucker with.
Is that because they don't want to live around black people, or is that because that's where jobs at? And then when they move to the suburbs,
because they don't want.
It depends. Some people are doing it just for the job. Some people want to get the hell away from black people.
Yeah, well, some of them want to get the hell away from where they at, and that's even when you grew up in the city neighborhood. You want to get away from that neighborhood. When you live in the country, now you want to get away. Motherfuckers just trying to get come, like you say, upper mobility, get the money and go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand that. And where the fuck they come from, but that's just what it is. We see it.
I don't know no
see it all the
niggas
time.
personally, and I know a lot of people. I don't know no person personally who wants to move away from niggas and move amongst white people. I've never met a person in my life personally.
They might not have told you that, but can you think back at your life and think of their actions and can tell that they wanted to get the hell away from black people? But based off their actions, not necessarily their words.
For sure, and I have never ran into that.
You never seen them come up and want to get up out their neighborhood and go somewhere else?
Of course, I've never seen them want to get away from niggas. I've seen people want to get out of the neighborhood they in so they could have a house, build some wealth. They don't have shit to do with moving away from niggas.
Even if they grow up in a house in their neighborhood, it's houses in their neighborhood where they grew up at, but they want to go somewhere else.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, GQ. If my neighborhood is a bad neighborhood, and I buy a house in a bad neighborhood, what does that do with? How am I going to build equity in my house?
So
that don't have nothing. That don't have nothing
comes
to do.
Comes from your proximity to white people.
No, the equity comes from our proximity to zip codes and how much the property value is worth. It ain't me consciously wanting to move around white people because I don't like being around my brothers. No,
but
this is
subconsciously.
No, not even. I don't even think it's subconsciously. Not at a 75% clip. That's my problem with it. I can't even fathom the 75% of niggas want to move away from niggas. I just can't fathom that.
Yeah, that's a
I can
large
see about
number, man.
15%, 10%.
I'm at about 40.
That's even a skyrocket high to me.
I'm at about 40. That's my approximation. Like 40% of these niggas gonna be like, oh hell no, they ain't leaving me. I'm
See
going
why
with
I
y'all.
think it is Q GQ is because I just look at the voter how we vote. If
Yeah.
we all vote the same way, right, that means our mindset is similar.
Yeah,
Right?
our mindset for the most part, and I think you agree with this, is a progressive liberal. That's most black people mindset in this country, right? Progressive liberal.
I would agree with that.
Right. It's so they vote in the way the progressive liberals vote, like the white progressive liberals, like they run that movement, right, for the most part.
Forget the people who running it. I'm saying 90% of people of of African Americans, the way they vote based off their values are similar. So I'm saying I don't see how 75% of those people would move away from each other if they all sort of value the same
What I'm
thing.
saying is those progressive liberals don't necessarily care about living around black people. I'm not saying that they don't want to live around black people. What I'm saying is they don't like value the black community, right? Like they not with trying to like maintain the black community or maintain the hood per se, right? They more about go ahead.
The majority of black people are not progressive liberals. They're mostly conservative, moderate liberals, socially and politically, right? But we just don't have an apparatus to where we do that and benefit. It comes back to us because
I think that's generational.
Because of what?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I think Arthur right on that.
I think the 40s and unders are progressive. The 40s and overs are more conservative, moderate liberals.
I think
because it's still shit that niggas don't do. It's shit that
they do say that the majority of black people are conservative.
We do have a layer, real quick. We do have a layer of progressiveness, right? But I believe those are like academia types, right? I don't necessarily think it's the blue collar worker or it's the state worker, right? Or even the corporate worker. I think it's more the academic.
Most black people believe in progressive outside the gay stuff, right? Like outside the gay stuff, most black people are cool with feminism. Most black people.
No.
I
don't agree with that.
No, Psycho.
Most black people
I believe. Psycho. This. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most black people don't even know what the fuck feminism is.
Facts.
But that's the scary part because a lot of black people subscribe to feminism and don't even realize it. So
all of them movements hijacked our movements. That's how we got intertwined with
black
the
people believe in
motherfuckers.
universal health care. That's a progressive position. Most black people believe in reparations, progressive position.
That's not a progressive.
That's not progressive.
That's not progressive.
It's labeled progressive.
Restorative. That's not progressive. That's restorative.
That's not progressive.
Hold on, that's not progressive. That's restorative. That's restorative.
Are the only ones that actually push for reparations. That's a progressive.
That's not true. That's not true. It's restorative.
But Psycho, you just looking at it from a political standpoint, bro.
Yes,
that ain't. But we talking about our. No, we not talking about.
We're talking
about our values.
Political.
I'm talking about our values.
Yeah.
That ain't political.
Value wise and socially, I think we mostly conservative.
For sure, most black people are not
conservative on like we're against the gay stuff, right? Like we believe in I can't really say that after the conversation we had last night. I'm about to say we believe in marriage, but I don't know about that. Conversation we had last night. But it's some things we conservative on, right? It's some things we progressive on. Yeah. I would agree.
The progressives hijacked our shit. That's how we ended up just getting bunched in with the motherfuckers. But that wasn't really the whole.
Reparations is not progressive. They just push that. That's some. That's just what's old. It ain't no take out politics.
I'm not arguing that, but it's still listed as a progressive movement. If you go pushing for reparations in politics, they're gonna label you as a progressive.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't give a fuck about the label. That's politics. That don't have nothing to do. If a nigga do something wrong,
I'm not just because you got a progressive position don't mean you're progressive, right? I'm not but it is a progressive position, right? I got conservative positions, but I'm not conservative, right? But I got some positions that I am conservative on, but and I got positions that I'm progressive on, and I'm not progressive either, So it's like you can have positions and not necessarily be that thing, but you share these positions.
I would agree on everything except the reparation. I just believe progressive, quote unquote, liberals or whatever you want to call it, pick that up and now it's labeled that. But
they
that ain't
hijack all our shit.
that ain't.
I agree that, but that's what makes it progressive because
Just like the feminists and the gays hijacked the fucking civil rights movement and shit. You know?
Even the word woke, they hijacked that shit.
Yeah.
That don't mean you progressive just because you woke. In 2010, when niggas was saying wake up and
well, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not
that
saying
ain't had nothing to do with progressive
I'm not saying
or
that you're
liberal.
progressive if you support reparations. I'm just saying that it is a progressive.
I see what you're saying, but I just don't. I don't want to look at it in political aspect.
But yeah, we have a lot of progressive views. We have some conservative views. We have some, like I said, the gay stuff mainly. We really conservative on that. We definitely don't disagree with the by and large. We don't disagree with the Republicans on that by and large. Even though that's starting to shift too. That's starting to shift. Like I said, that is generational. Because the younger you get, the less conservative they become.
They didn't push that on them so hard.
Yeah.
That they really just don't give a fuck no more at this point. Cause I know, I had them conversations with my nephews, them, and they on that super progressive. I don't care about what them people is. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, but you know, they really don't. They stopped giving them. They started not to give a fuck no more.
I think what's happened is so many words that we use to describe us has been hijacked by white people. Once white people seen the function of the words, the dynamic of the words, like they took woke away from us because they understood how important woke was.
The power of the movement.
Because it was a silent word, right? Like woke encompassed so many things, but when you said woke, it really woke you up. But it was you kept it to yourself. You just became more aware of
civil rights, justice, equality. You know, they hijacked. You know, all of them was for us.
Yeah, you didn't make a big fuss about it or didn't make a scene about it, but you understood what it meant and the ideas behind it, and they took that. They took that, and like it was like when you say this progressive thing, that's what they did. They labeled us progressive. If we socially agree with particular things, then woke means progressive. They bastardized words, so everything that means progress is black. So if we and it's to stop our progress. Like we have to look at their trick. We have to look at their trick.
Because being free and equal is a progressive thing.
Right, and so us ascending to things, that's why the whole push behind DI. They're so stupid they don't even understand. We're not the ones even fucking progressing from DEI. Your wife is. That's why she came home talking slick to you yesterday, nigga. Not because of me. She got a raise at her job. Now she the boss. So both y'all in the crib, you the supervisor, she the boss. So now she talking shit to you. But you gonna take it out on me and be like, oh, the niggas need. No, nigga, tell your wife that. But you scared of the alimony. You scared of all the shit you gotta deal with if you break up with her or you divorce her. So their social issues have become a situation to retard our group. As they both ascend. I always tell you, the Republican Party is the white man, the Democratic Party is the white woman, and they argue over who's going to raise the non-whites in the country. That's my perspective.
Hey, Arthur, that white woman, bro, she is adversary, bro. Hey, listen, she is very adversarial. I don't know if y'all take her lightly or what.
She not on my team. She the bitch that we gotta worry about.
That's that's what I'm saying.
And I hope everybody paying attention to that Shannon Sharpe shit and realize these bitches ain't right. These white bitches ain't right. And they teaching our sisters to do that same fuck shit.
And play victim. Look, be the worst motherfuckers to play victim, man. I'm just at Jersey fucking Mike's. That's crazy. I'm at Jersey Mike's in Alsip a few days ago. I pull in the parking lot. The black girl, goddamn it, I see her out the car like, man, what's wrong with you? She's saying something. I'm parking. Boom. I get out the car. And that whole time I'm looking at the scene. I see the black truck right there. I don't know who in it. I really was thinking it was a dude in the motherfucker. So I get out the motherfucking car. I go up in Jersey Mike's. By the time I get to the counter, the person that was in the black truck was a white woman. She coming in she's stomping into the Jersey Mike's. are you in line? I'm like, yeah, but she excuse me one second. She started talking to the people back there. Your employee. Now the whole time the motherfucker she arguing with in the parking lot was a Jersey Mike employee. She come from back. I guess she went around and came through the back door. Now she come up to the front. She like, so it's a young black girl. She's like, why is you talking to me? You flipped me off. You almost hit my car. I stopped. You backed up. You almost hit my car. I stopped and told you pay attention. You almost hit my car. You flipped me off. Now why you up in here in my motherfucking job? The lady, no, she cussed me out. She played victim like a motherfucker, and then go to I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. The white woman. I'm a school teacher. I'm a school teacher. So I'm like, bitch, if you a school teacher, why you just flip this little young girl off and after you almost hit her? And the bitch she fire fucking red. The white bitch. I'm talking about her whole face is red like a fucking like like the sun got the just red. I'm like, look at this crazy bitch. I'm a teacher playing victim, acting like the black girl did something to her. I need to what's the number of the corporate? The manager trying to talk to the motherfucker. She still going off the white bitch, steady going off and shit, being a Karen. Like this is the first time I really just actually seen that Karen shit in action, like real like Karen shit. The manager called the police on the white bitch. Like this bitch is out of order. Yeah. So yeah, the motherfuckers is like
I'm sorry to
I know I took that a long way, but it was just to say that them white
I'm
bitches
sorry
is
to say, I'm
diabolical.
sorry to say, I'm sorry to say this is all the effects of Trump, right? Where he's giving white people the power to just go back and think that we gotta be in our place. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And white women wanted to like white women, our white teachers wasn't our friends. Like we gotta think about our history. We gotta think about our growing up. Those of us who are 30, 40, 50 years old. Right? Like white people dominated our most of our social life. Whether it was the police officer, whether it was the teachers, the principal. Like well, occasionally we might got a black principal at the high school, but for the most
Lose them.
so we're used to them being Karen, right? We're used to it.
Yeah.
We're used to it now. Everybody's seeing it though. Where we were the ones like, man, fuck that white bitch, man. That white bitch ain't shit, right? Man, this white, you know what I'm saying? But now the world is saying, oh, these white bitches is crazy. These bitches think they security guards. They can block.
Yeah, just trying to do any motherfucking thing.
Arthur, you there? Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, she in a big black ass truck.
GQ.
Yeah, you hear me?
Aaron can back me up in it.
Yeah,
what did I tell y'all about Elon Musk?
Piece of shit. What I tell you, I said he gonna fall off fucking with Trump.
I said Elon Musk is no way in hell he's gonna be affiliated with Trump's cabinet by the end of his 4-year term. I said he'd be lucky if he makes it out this year. Yeah. And now it's rumblings that this motherfucker gonna be gone before the summer.
My call was he wasn't gonna join the shit. I went against what's her name?
Psycho. It was only a limited amount.
I can't think of her name, but
I full-time position.
I was telling her, me and her was having a debate. I was saying, man, ain't no way Musk gonna join Trump, and you were saying that if he, that it ain't gonna last a year. But yeah, he done lost 70% of his wealth since Trump.
71%, dog. He took a hit.
I said that shit though. I said, man, if he joined Trump, it's gonna be a disaster for Tesla.
I don't give a fuck how much money you got. You lose 71% of your money, nigga. You felt that shit. I don't give a fuck how much money you got.
I was calling that shit, man. I was calling that shit. I said it's gonna be
that don't tell you something.
I said it's gonna be a fucking disaster for us. I said, man, ain't no way. I was betting money that the motherfucker would not do it. I'm like, that's gonna kill his brand. That's gonna kill Tesla, bro. He already was on thin ice. He had so much fuckery going on with it. But
can y'all hear me?
He went on and joined. He went. Yeah. I hear you, Aaron. He went on and joined that shit anyway.
GQ, that don't tell you something
about as far as.
The nigga, you say he just lost 71% of his wealth?
Yeah. What about it?
If this nigga so money hungry, how everybody keep on talking about he is, and he went in this position knowing he.
Yeah.
We lost him.
I don't think he knew this was going to happen. I think he thought he was thinking something different. Like, he had different plans.
Elon Musk got plenty. He got multiple interviews with sitting down talking about he'll risk his money for what he thinks is right.
Well, he ain't risking that much when he talking about leaving. He ain't risking that much.
No. That's not a permanent position, Psycho.
Yeah, the dog shit was.
His position was never permanent. He was never going to be there for the whole 4 years. Not even the whole year.
But he didn't even make it to the summer though.
Yeah, but it's really only supposed to be like 90 days.
Yeah, it's only 90 days, like per government.
Now he can get extended. It can get extended, but
it can't get extended.
It can get extended, Arthur. Look it up. It can get extended.
Yeah, but yeah, he could.
Government
it's only 90 days. Not interested though.
Yeah, he should be interested.
But he didn't stealing the money anyway.
He's falling off like that.
He's stealing the money.
He lost 71% and he gonna steal 41% from us to get it back. What do y'all think he's there for? He's there to steal. He's there to use all his technology to manipulate our infrastructure and steal. Like, why can't we be honest about that?
We can be honest about gangbangers, Arthur.
One thing I will say,
1 + 1 equals 2.
I feel where you was coming from, Aaron, with what you said about him willing to be losing 71%, like he going to. But I did call that he was gonna fall off doing the shit. But I will say that. You remember that. I will say that. All of that money, all of that wealth came from the government in the first fucking place. So it ain't like it's.
But GQ, hold on 1 second. GQ, it came from a service. It wasn't just free money. Come on now. Dr. Mo, hold on real quick. Dr. Mo come up here. Dr. Mo come up here all the time.
If everybody on this panel had $1 to their name, and I took 71%.
You got 29 cents left.
You motherfuckers pissed. You motherfuckers angry as fuck. Like,
and you're gonna go bop somebody over the head to get at least a quarterback. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And we have to be honest. Like, that man's stealing. They're stealing. We're being taken over by oligarchs who's stealing money from our government. Like, it's okay to admit it. It's okay. Like, we need to be aware of it. Like, it's okay.
I don't know how you can steal when you lose and.
Well, stealing and losing is two different things, bro.
Your wealth.
He's losing money from the stock market and all that, but he's stealing from the government.
From us, yes. To replenish
show me the proof of the theft of the government of the money from the government.
Aaron, you can't be this naive, man.
You gotta show me this though. Come on now.
I don't think he stole shit. I think and I think it may even get worse for Elon because I still think that
y'all can't be this naive.
Psycho, you know where most of his money.
Is.
I think he the patsy. I think he gonna be the patsy for all the fuck shit that happened. You see, they already set him up to be the fucking patsy. He the fall guy.
You don't think he was in on that insider trading? You know that?
You can't make the richest man in the world a fall guy. What the fuck are you talking about?
He was the wealthiest man in the world.
He's not the richest man in the world. He's not the richest man in the world no more, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So you would have seen some type of wealth being made come from that.
Listen, when that stock market crashed, he profited.
We just ain't got no sources on that yet.
Yes.
Now if them sources come up,
somebody made a good point in the chat. That actually it's Tesla that lost 71%. He lost 12%. He actually lost 12% of his wealth.
Right. So he's still the richest man in the world.
He's not. No.
He's not the richest man in the world no more.
Who the richest man in the world now?
But hold on, Psycho. You know what made him the richest man in the world, Psycho?
Tesla.
No, his stock options in Tesla. It wasn't. It was the way that he.
So when Tesla lost, he lost.
Right. Exactly. So when Tesla lost, he lost.
They said he lost. They said out the 71, about 12% of it was his money.
I think it's a little bit more than 12.
Gotta be more.
That's the numbers I saw. It could be the numbers could be wrong. I don't know, but that's the numbers I saw.
I think that they say like
20%. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Still.
No, he's not, bro.
I'm reading it right now. Elon Musk is still the richest man in the world. As of April 24th, he's still the richest man in the world.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. Thought he fell off like bad though.
Hey y'all.
Peace, Mo.
This
What's going
motherfucker
on?
got
Hey, Psycho.
$342 billion, yo.
Since Dr.
Three
Mo up,
hundred
I
and
was
forty-two
real quick. Let me
billion.
finish making my point on the because you
God
are saying he's stealing
damn.
money from the money he get from the government. He doing a service just like Dr. Mo get the government contracts from the government. She could provide a service. You got to get paid for your service.
But here's what you're missing, Aaron.
What I'm missing, brother?
When me and Dr. Mo, when the RFP come down for us to solicit and put in a bid for the jobs, we're competing with other people. His bids are non-competitive.
Yeah, the difference between us is that we can't work for the government and also
And
win
do
that contract.
contracting.
He
Yes.
they made an exception for him, which is unfair. But that's how they get down. We ain't tripping.
And all his
I wanted to
contracts are mostly non-bid.
right the same stuff that they wanted about. Um, the I wanted to share was I like y'all's conversation. It's pretty good, pretty interesting. What I wanted to share was what people are saying what we're not gonna be able to do or if something falls off is one of the ways that you can keep your visions going is to train. We can't give up on training, passing the torch, sharing knowledge, continue advancing your learning styles in order to keep up and compete. What we dropped the ball with that a lot, and I'm not sure if you all have saw the latest executive order on the way they doing accreditations for schools, but they getting ready to go through college, universities, tech schools, and if their numbers aren't producing what they deem to be merit based are producers, they're getting ready to lose their accreditations, and you're not going to be able to get accredited unless you have some type of programmatic educational program that produces successes. And how is that going to be measured? Well, I think that they're going to look at the graduation rates, and then they're also going to look at their alumni successes to determine whether or not that institution produced merit-based uh, graduates, so to speak. So when you talk
So
about
the
putting
mediocre white people. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
when
I'm
you
sorry. Damn, I'm
when you talk about putting a community together or a state together for black people, we have to think about how we're going to stay competitive. What's going to be our driving edge? How are we going to get the advantage? All of the um ways things are done now, like I think you all have already said, it's not a bad thing. It's about being fair and impartial. It's about rewards and punishment, and it's about continuous learning. If we're not going to continue to do that, if we're just going to do it, say, okay, well, give me what we have, and then let's just operate it, and you're not looking to advance, then yeah, we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
We're not going to get anywhere. It's going to be a failed system. And as much as I want to
Dang.
You lost him.
She was kicking Jules. And see, but my thing with the thing she was talking about with academia, they're gonna lose that in the courts. And the reason why they're gonna lose that in the courts is because they're trying to force people to accept white mediocrity. And then if you don't have a certain amount of white people within your numbers showing their proficiency and showing their thing, then they're gonna withhold your funding. That's what this is about. It's about taking white people and putting them back at the forefront of American society, and all other groups will be put in the back. Like he thought, like MIT, Princeton, they all was like, "Fuck you, we got endowments." Harvard is only sucking their dick because they're coming up with new cancer research and things that they don't want interrupted. They don't want to have to tap into their
Yeah,
endowment
Harvard's suing
to fund.
Harvard's suing Trump.
They
Right,
take
right,
that for
because
holding back their funding and shit.
right, because the funding that he's holding back is for new cancer research, and they don't want to tap into their old money to deal with new problems. They want to keep their old money to keep their foundation going, to keep their institution going. But the new money that
But
they're
they don't
getting
want to play
is
ball with Trump though
Well,
with the DEI stuff.
right. They don't. Right. They don't want to. They don't want mediocrity to ruin their university. They don't want. They don't want him
Well,
to control their
they'll feel like the
well,
university.
president.
with
They'll feel like it's the president's place to tell them how they
Yeah,
supposed
how to
to.
run their institution, like
Right.
to make it a white bastion. It's already a white
well,
bastion of society, but you want to lower our standards and bring a bunch of white dumbass motherfuckers in here to control it and take it over and turn it into some Nazi propaganda machine. We can't do
well,
that.
well. Here's the other side of that too, though. That I think that the researchers are pushing back from. The researchers want to just continue to research and not be bothered. But one of the things we found out is that they're pushing academia to partner with industry, meaning that these up and rising workers or laborers or whatever you want to call them, researchers, they want them to bring those kids along the way. So you're going to provide scholarships, you're going to provide internships, you're going to provide work studies, work experience at the same time while you're doing research. So you can't just have funding just to research. Your funding has to extend down to the colleges and universities so that when these kids do graduate, they can graduate with a work experience. And some of the funders are grasping it and they're adapting to it and they're changing their grants, but others are not really interested because that means they have to open the doors to some of us. So that's where your hard problem is, that where they're not gonna want to expand or broaden their college base to our students. And so that means that our HBCUs, I'll give you an example. The small HBCU I graduated from, Voorhees University, the president we have now has jumped all into STEM, right? And I was trying to figure out why the senator was reaching out to HBCUs based on accreditations. I just figured it out because we've been kind of digging, and it's because they want universities to partner with businesses. And if you really pay attention, they're actually giving grants to small businesses right now. But you have to be creating something, building something, um, uh, basically doing anything that's going to generate some money. You can't just be in soft skills, and a lot of us have landed in soft skills industries. Now they're looking for you to go back to tech. Now, I'm not a Trump fan because I don't like how he deal with veterans, but I don't disagree with some of this move, because I've been trying to tell our university that for years. Hey, because when I went to school, we were at the time, the university was partnered with small businesses, and I did my interns in Columbia. My school was in a small rural area, and we drove up to Columbia every day to get training in business. So I don't disagree with that move. My question is do we have enough businesses that's going to back our HBCUs, um, and partner with them to bring in our college students, or will our HBCUs get shut down and we're
I
gonna have
think
to rely
I,
on them?
I I agree with some of what you said, but I don't necessarily think that their mission is holistic as you put it. I think it's a push by the oligarchs within his circle to bring back workers to their industries, right? To bring back workers to their industry, to lower wages, right? And just use and start using internships and free labor and free resources to fuel their companies. I don't think that this is a a holistic idea or holistic approach that they're going about. That's why you have so many government people getting fired, because they want to push those people into the private industry where there's less stability, less wage discrepancies and shit like that. When you work for the federal government, you kind of land in a soft space. Like you kind of land in a space where if you don't fuck up, there's a lot of benefits to it. There's a lot of stability to it that you can kind of change or alter your life with for the better. But
Wait,
if that is taken,
so let's talk
that
about
that
it. Wait, you said a
yeah.
lot. Let's talk
Well, I
about it.
mean, in reference, it's cool.
No, 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 because you said a lot, and so I want to just kind of unpack it a little bit so it can unfold. One of the things you said. Well, so one of my questions for you would be: so are you saying that we don't have businesses that one? Are you saying that we can't take advantage of that same opportunity with our businesses that we have? We're not gonna win
No, what I'm
overall,
saying is
but are you
what
saying?
I'm saying. No, no. What I'm saying is that their intentions are not to include us in it. Like we could take advantage of it and be a part of it if it's there for us, but it's not marketed towards us. It's not designed for us to take advantage of it. That's why they're coming at the elite universities. They want to discredit us. They want to defund us. They don't want to fund black universities and institutions in America. They're doing their best to figure out ways to discredit them, take their accreditation away, take their monetary, their federal funding away. They're like so yeah, like they're
He
Right,
literally
but are
funded.
you
He
saying?
literally funded the HBCUs though.
No, what they
Right,
doing
but
is more diabolical than that. AC, I'm with you, but it's a little bit more
so
diabolical than that.
way more diabolical problems.
but
Yeah, I'm,
wait,
I'm
wait,
probably
wait,
not
wait,
even
wait,
reaching the metric that they're doing.
wait. So are you saying that our HBCUs don't have enough intelligent professors to create programs that is going to be productive for our
No, if
community?
I would have said that, I would have articulated that. What I'm saying to you, the federal government responds. The federal government's changing of the ideas and the dynamics when it comes around accreditation and trying to partner up and create other ways for outside institutions to utilize the human resources that college campuses can provide um is not holistic. It's not something that they see as something that's been plentiful and
So I agree with AC.
So,
So I went to North Carolina A&T, and what I noticed, it's one of the larger HBCUs, and I seen it going on there first. So our healthcare program was struggling with its accreditation, but we got our scores back up, and our accreditation is back up, right? But it was a soft takeover. They were going to try to use the fact that we had a struggling healthcare industry or program to co-opt our engineering program with Ronald McNair, the first black astronaut. So what it is a soft takeover. They're going to use they can use publicly white universities and companies to do a soft takeover of black universities, and they're going to try to merge them. That's what they were trying to do with North Carolina A&T and UNCG, University of North Carolina Greensboro. They were going to try to merge the two universities, and you already know once they merge those universities, you lose your you lose your HBCU status. That's just why we didn't merge with them. So all this merging with companies and merging with larger universities it's dangerous because you can end up
yeah,
losing your whole
this
HBCU
is our
status.
blind spot. We think
wait,
that this hold on real quick. This is our blind spot. We think that this administration is out for the holistic restore of everybody. No, they're trying to restore whiteness as the dominant thing. They want whiteness to be taught in Harvard. They want all their institutions to go back to being white and not allow all these Palestinians and black people and all that to ascend. They want it to be white shit. And that's what we're missing. None of the shit they're doing is to benefit us. None of it. And if we
wait.
would get some residuals or benefit haphazardly, then cool. But none of this being done is to benefit us. I'm not saying that there's not opportunities for us to shine and take advantage of it, but I don't want us to go into it thinking that these directives and these initiatives by this government, this particular administration, is to benefit us. It's solely to benefit whiteness. It's solely to put whiteness at the forefront of all American society, whether it's business, whether it's institution, whether it's socially, politically, the whole kit and caboodle. They don't want us anywhere. Nowhere. That's why they're trying to erase us from history books. They're literally trying to erase military heroes, military people, to make it seem like any general that's a four-star general that earned his strength is somehow DEI. Like so, this administration is not here for us. They're here to erase black people by any means necessary.
So they
I
don't
get.
have to compete. They don't
Wait,
want to compete. Y'all got it.
I got that part. I mean I got that part, but I need to go back to our schools. Are we saying? Are you? Am I understanding you correctly to say that we're not capable of organizing our schools to um remain to sustain accreditation?
So every school has a
No, we're not. We're not saying that. What
hold
we're
on.
saying is, hold on. No, she's asking me a question. So what we're saying is that there are attempts by our federal government in this particular administration to undermine those talented, intelligent black people at these black institutions to keep our accreditation. We're not saying that they don't have the skill to maintain it. What we're saying is they're putting a whole lot of fucking mumbo jumbo and a whole lot of language to alter that and to make sure that whatever they do, they counter it with some bullshit about, well, this is what we need you to do. This is what this initiative is. So I'm not saying that we don't have the talented people that can put together and formulate a plan that will keep our accreditation. We're saying that they're changing the rules to accreditation so it makes it harder for us to achieve it, is what we're saying, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. And they find, and let me tell you, every university has a struggling um course. You know, if you go to a public white university, there is a school that is struggling. It might be the school of dentistry, it may be the school of mathematics, it may be the school of health and science. They have a school that is struggling. But what they're doing is they're finding that one school of study at HBCUs and using it as a way to co-opt. Cause look, A&T is good at music, engineering. We're good at health. We're good at almost everything. But they found that one thing that we were struggling with at the time to try to co-opt us and take over our university. And it'll be easy. I think it's easier to do it with corporations. I think it's harder to do it with merging universities. I think it's easier to do it if you bring a corporation into that school. We saw that with BET where they came in and got Terrence Howard, and they started getting all the all our entertaining black college students. They were coming and snatching them up. BT and A&T have always been close.
So let me ask you. So anytime you have to do any type of certification, licensing, accreditations, there's a checklist involved, right? So we know you have to have a certain amount of professors in a certain field uh, with tenure to meet certain certification requirements. Those checklists aren't handed to you today and want you to be accredited tomorrow. Those standards are put out prior to. I think that what would help us is that we create compliance departments in our HBCUs that stays on top of and not wait until it's time to apply for accreditation, but do quarterly checks, semi-annually checks, annually checks to ensure that we remain in compliance with accreditation. That would be my response to that. I
So
think that's
my question to you is, why does compliance have to come through them and compliance does not have to come through? Why do they get the standards of compliance or the standards of education?
well. Let me ask you this: if it's not a matter of why, it's a matter of what is it? What is the accreditation? Let's pull one and talk about it. What are they looking for in the accreditation? Are we expecting um someone to qualify a student based on no expertise? Are we just looking for our colleges to have some subject matters and then you just go through the motion and then they come out with
Well,
degrees and we're looking for
this
them to
this is the
perform
thing.
these duties?
This is
I,
the thing.
Help
This
me
is the thing.
understand.
This is the thing. Accreditation services are not government, or they're not government issues. They're regional. They're regional organizations that were put together to deal because
Right.
because academics deals on certain levels. Like there's accreditation committee for trade schools, right? There's a committee for
Oh, Did he go out or is it me?
No,
Nah, he
so
went
so
out.
No, I went out. I
I
went out.
agree
I
with
went
him.
out. I went out. But the the
Credit.
credit
Okay.
the crediting services aren't government entities. They're not. They're like non-governmental institutions that have criteria that we say meet accrediting service accrediting skills or levels, right? So what's happening now is that now that the federal this government administration is getting ready, Department of Education and all this and that, they're trying to arbitrarily tell people what they have to do to be an accredited university. Right, like that's the conversation we're not having. The Trump administration can't say who's accredited or who's not. That's not their purview. That's not their institutions who do that already. Right? You have Middle State, then you have Southern, you have Middle State Association, then you have Northeastern Association, then you have the Midwest one, then you have one for the South, you have one for the Northwest. Like
Right.
so,
Yep.
there's several bodies who decide that. What we're going through presently is a president and his administration saying this is what you have to do in order for us to deem you accredited. And so that's the gist right there.
And hold on, and my phone about to die, so I gotta go charge it. And that's the problem, right? We that is a. I mean, y'all know I really was rocking with Trump, but I do not like this
Nigga, your
dictatorship.
mic sound terrible.
Oh,
But
y'all know I was rocking with Trump, right? But this dictatorship shit that he's doing, the look, the president has more things to worry about than trying to fix each and every university in America. There are AC just said, there are already governing bodies for that. Let Americans do their job, dog. Let Americans do what they're supposed to do. America, we don't have a problem with accreditation. Now that's not a problem. Why is everyone around the world trying to come to our universities if we got an accreditation problem?
I think it's more of we're graduating thousands of people every day, and those same people aren't employed. So I think that's where the academic partnership with industry um is a career pathway, so that those young adults can go right into some type of job placement.
Can I ask you a
Um,
question? Do
I
you
don't.
think America graduates mediocrity?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'd have to look up what they're calling it mediocrity. We call it mediocrity sometimes. I don't think that that is the problem. I think I can only go on with a local level, right? Our universities, we have quite a few HBCUs in Carolina. We got Voorhees University, Catholic University, South Carolina State University, Benedict College, Allen University, Morris College, and so we got six. Maybe we got
No,
seven.
you said
So
South Carolina.
we
I'm
have
from North
six.
Carolina.
Right. So
Bro,
we got
your
six.
mic sound crazy, bro. Like it sound just crazy, bro.
Man, I don't give a damn, dog. So you talking about North Carolina or South Carolina?
I said South.
Okay, because well, North
We
Carolina
got
has.
six.
Well, North Carolina we got more.
Right. So now, out of those HBCUs and our graduates, and I'm not making their point for them. What I'm saying is that I can see some advantages is to our universities partnering with businesses to have job placement and work experience for those students coming out of HBCUs. I was always in favor of our HBCUs partnering with our National Black Association of Black engineers, Black chemists, Black accountants, because those organizations put forth career pathways for the students, but a lot of the students at those institutions don't participate.
Man, my phone messing up. It's about to die. My mic crashed. Man, I had to come back.
It's for the network, right? But the other associations, career path associations that are out there that can also help the students, we need to partner with them so that our students are able to have a professional career path where they can gain a livable wage coming out of college versus saying, oops, I graduated now, I have my degree, now what's next? And this is how a lot of our college students end up in the military. Because once they graduate, if they're not placed into a career field, if they're not placed into a job, and they're looking like, okay, I have these credentials and I don't know what's next, well, maybe the military might be a better option for me. And then they go into the military as an officer, or they go in as enlisted, or they go off to do something different. And they don't, because in order to land jobs these days, if you're not coming in with experience, you're gonna have to get it from somewhere. And if you're not partnering with a company for your students to get work experience or interns or fellowships or things on the job training, then they're gonna come out with no skills, academics only, and they're not gonna come out and land no $50,000-$60,000 job unless they're coming out licensed, a nursing license,
But
welding
don't you
license,
think?
trade
But
license.
but
Go
don't you
ahead.
think that? Don't you think that the outside institutions should like there should be a partnership with there should be a department in every black university that deals with internships, deals with having corporate relations, right? There should be a corporate relations um um department and all black institutions, seeing how we don't necessarily have a lot of black independent businesses or independent corporations that will propel young men and women out into the world of industry and global industry, right? So there needs to be community partnerships and state partnerships throughout the state, yes. But I don't think that this is what the Trump administration is shuttering in, right? They're shuttering in a more corporate oligarch. Hey, we need those bodies over there. Instead of these people going into private industry and all this private, we need those smart minds to help propel America. He's looking at China, right? Like for geopolitical and civilization purposes, these people are looking at China. They're looking at their global competitors and saying they understand that their education prowess is a lot stronger than ours, right? But they don't want black people to become the young bright stars of the education system. They want white people to do it. They're competing. This is a white man versus everybody else mantra, right? So yes, we need to have our own shit going, right? But what we have to do it now in the face of them restructuring education to solely benefit white people. We can't
Dr.
think that
Mo.
when they're doing this, we can't think that when they're doing this somehow is a bone for us, because it's not. They're gonna make it harder for us to even survive, let alone take part in these things that you're talking about.
Can I ask a question, Dr. Mo, if you don't mind,
Yes.
real quick, and
Yes.
I'm dropping right back down, y'all. As far as the accredit, I heard y'all talking about the accreditations and
Yeah.
how we got degrees, and I'm an '80s baby, so I think I understand what you were saying because I used to argue that too. Like we got degrees. First of all, the things that we were told to get degrees in, a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, they weren't measurable to like industry, if you will. And then a lot of us, we got, you said we got degrees, and then it's like, then what? Because a lot of times you're not, even if you got a degree, right, you may get a good job, right? But it's really not, most of us with degrees, we're not using the degree to, you know what I'm saying? Even though we may be using it to get a job as far as elevating, as far as our pay scale, right? But we're really not using that degree in the actual industry that it's in, right? So like I got a CJ degree, but I may get hired doing something totally, but I may get hired and get a pay scale increase because okay, I have a degree. So would you say a lot of times back in the 90s, I would say in the 90s that degrees were more degrees started being used as a scale of you just made it through 4 years of college, like you know what I'm saying. So it's like a measuring scale of if you're coming here and work hard in my business or in this company or whatever. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm articulating
Right.
this right.
No, right. And so watch. Let me show you another example, right? So I watch, being a vet, I go in the VA and I'm like, damn, we got all these little college students up in here. Where's my doctor at? And so I get to question them, hey, you look a little young, huh? And they're like, oh, I'm still in school. I'm going to USC. I'm in the medical program, da 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 da. So I'm like, wait a minute, why I don't see no black students up in here? So start asking a question yo, why are we not partnering with HBCUs? Why aren't, okay, so you allow the PWI students to come in here. They stay for 5 to 10 years. They get their work experience. They get their student loans paid for. They getting a nice healthy salary. Why we have 6 HBCUs here? Where's the opportunities there? How can we get our students in here? Well, let's look at the curriculums of the HBCUs. Well, a lot of our HBCUs don't have a medical program or biology program that leads in. So some of what's happening, I don't know about the other 6 5, but I know at Voorhees, our new president that we have, he's actually started to change and started to hire professors in those areas to partner with. I know that because now we're into these different corporations looking for bridging the gap ways to get in. I'm not co-signing for the administration, but what I'm saying is that there's some opportunities for us to leverage, for us to do right by our students, because we know what they do. We're not gonna break into what they're doing because there's not enough of us in those spaces to do so at this moment. However, in order for us to begin to help our own, we're gonna have to start to help our institutions. So if you're a career expert in some particular medical field or in some engineering field, and let's say maybe you already retired, 48, 50, 60, go back and lend your talents and skills to those HBCUs to help them to start to organize those departments. We don't have it in our HBCUs because we don't have the subject matter experts. We have the educator who goes to school to be educators, but we don't have the practitioner that comes back
Right,
to
right,
educate.
right,
And so
right.
I refuse to believe that we cannot do it when I know we can, because we have the people doing it. Now, what I would encourage y'all to do, and I'll make this point, I'll let you guys go, is that if you're a subject matter expert in a career field or in a business, or you still operating a business, it would be cool for you to create those training hubs and then offer them, or partner with your HBCUs, as even if it's just to use space at their location, and invite those students in to train them, whatever it is. So one of the things that we're getting ready to do, especially after I see that they're partnering academic with industry, is I'm going to go back and revisit the call center concept, but I'm gonna take it from a whole nother level now, a whole different perspective on it, and revisit that, and bring that back in, because it's an opportunity. And so that's all I'm saying, is that, you know, find those individuals in your communities and ask them to offer back time to create these training hubs so that our students can be a little bit more experienced coming out of college. That's it.
I got you. Yeah, I just felt like a lot of times we were just taught, just get a degree in something. You know what I'm saying? Because like just having a degree, a lot of times it came to a point where that was just you know what I'm saying, that was a selling point, a resume point. You get what I mean? Like we really wasn't getting degrees. You know what I mean? Like I can remember my sister, and then even with the HBCU movement, right? Like I can remember back in the day, like everybody wanted to hit the HBCU, but then a lot of my cousins and some of my siblings and shit, it was like when they went to school, it's like, okay, their major was, and I'm not trying to be funny, man. I don't want nobody to take this the wrong way, but it's like, okay, African studies, like that's their major. So when you said they're going to school to be teachers, I got that hit home because it's like, right, like, but it's really no practitioners actually that are, it's not a lot of them. I ain't gonna say none, but it's not a lot of them that come back and you get what I mean? So you
Yes.
hit on the point with that. Yeah.
Yes, because think about it. You can still run. Let's say you got a primary care. In a lot of areas, you got your primary care, and you got thousands with that same primary care. They sit in the doctor's office all day. Okay, sounds like might need some help up in there. Okay, you're surrounded by probably trade schools and junior colleges and smaller HBCUs. Give those kids opportunity. Let them come in and do some work study and help you move that crowd, in there. And in turn, they will be learning. They may shift their majors to become what you call them, PAs, uh, and and give your time, and then create training curriculums centered around what to be successful in that particular medical field, whether it's podiatry or it's pediatrician or it's dentistry, and create those
Just
opportunities. But I
industry
think,
period, right? That
yes,
there's
industry
yeah, but
period,
right.
instead
Because
of
a lot of
working
times, like I
forever.
say, we're just getting degrees to say we got a
Yes,
degree, or even with the doctorate thing. Like you talk to, like, I got a doctorate. Then you be like, okay, well, what's your doctorate? And then it'd be again not to downgrade any education, but it's like, how is that really practical in the like in industries that are really
right. Now,
prospering and doing shit right now? Like, bro, like that's I'm not being funny, but the African studies doctorate is not like how is that outside the class? Like you said, outside you being a professor, coming back to the school to reteach. How is that really? And having the knowledge, of course, just knowing African history or quote unquote, like how was you get what I mean? Like how was that really
No,
in the world that
now,
we
no,
living in?
now I'm gonna tell you that
no,
popped me
just
in the
no,
head.
no. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
go ahead,
bro.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Oh, I was gonna
No,
say,
just
now you popped me in the head with that one, because I'm gonna tell you, I was going through my PhD program, right? I was going for organization and management leadership. And I in the first, so it was 3-year program. The first year I struggled because I was like, why the hell, what am I doing this for again? And then by the second year, I was like, oh, I know what I can do. I can go be a professor. Okay, let's continue on. By the third year,
Hmm.
when I finished, I was like, I got so sucked into the research side of it, I had to revisit. I'm like, okay, now why am I here again? and then, and then, and then it wasn't until I kid you not, y'all ain't gonna laugh at this. When I visited New York and Harlem, and I ran across Unc, and Unc is like questioning me. I was like, man, I don't know what I'm about to do with this. I just know I was just checking the block. I was going to school, and he was like, well, yeah, but what do you know? What can you do? What can you offer the community? And I was like, the community? What do you mean offer them? Because I was stuck on. I had worked. I had retired. All this great stuff, and he kept questioning me. He called me every week, every week, every week. And then I was like, you know what? I think I do know something. So I started dabbling. That's how I got proficient in government contracting. I said, oh, I come back and teach people how to get these contracts. I do know that. I was an auditor. I know how it all works. I know how all the departments intertwine. I know what they're looking for from compliance
Right,
perspective.
right.
I can make a company that you probably wouldn't even think could get a contract and put them in compliance, train them up, and get them all ready to go. So I started practicing with it. And that's why I don't be worried about views. When people be like, oh, girl, you don't get no views on your channel. I don't be concerned about that, because I really be practicing of what I'm doing in person with trainings. And then I got so good at it. And I said, oh, then I realized, like, oh, you do have the ability to organize and manage things. And so I sat in on a cybersecurity class last night, and I told the guy, I said, hey, I'm going to sit in on your class because I need to understand what's the problem, because he was having an issue with the younger group and the older group. The younger group was having issues with how it's all organized, designed, and distance learning. And so I sat in on a class. Now I have a whole list of things that he could do differently to help that younger group out. But I wouldn't have been able
right,
to do that without the experience that I
right.
got in the military.
Or the experience you got in researching. See, like I
Right.
understand when people say, "Yo, don't African American studies."
You
That
just
shit is
described transferable skills. Yeah,
but that shit is important. Like, see, what happens with us
transferable
is
skills.
a lot of times these conversations that we have, we don't really take into account a lot of the training of these kids to figure out what they want to be should start with their guidance counselor. Should start in their high school years. Even if when they get to college, they switch up or they change up. Because like when I went to NYU, like I knew a lot of motherfuckers that was pre med until they had to take organic chemistry.
Hell yeah, this
Right,
was quick.
right. Once organic chemistry came, they was like, "Oh no, Art, I'm looking into the dentistry program." Yeah, a matter of fact, I think I might switch over to Stern. You know what I mean? I got enough credits. You know what I'm saying? I
Right,
might switch over to
right,
Stern
right.
and take statistics and all that. So yeah, they went to become doctor such and such, such and such. You know, medical MD, right?
But
But
they
when
ended up
organic,
right.
but when organic
Got you.
chemistry came, it was like, yeah, I don't
Man.
know. I
But
ain't
Black
really ready.
Crown, You
Yes, sir.
said
Yes, ma'am.
the
I'm sorry. Yes,
guidance
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
counselor,
ma'am.
the guidance counselor, but that's one or two guidance counselors to thousands of
That's
kids.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So
Right.
what I'm saying to you is, so before we poo-poo these kids and the choices that we make, we have to look at their background and see if the adults that's in charge of helping them figure out their academic prowess or their academic achievements or pursuits. Like we have to make sure that they're in a particular way to push them in the right direction. We poo-poo our kids about making these bad decisions
You still there?
So watch
that the
this.
areas that they study, right? But we don't think about that if their parents working 12, 16 hours a day, they're not really saying, hey, are you going to be a chemist? Hey, are you going to be a botanist? Are you going to be a They're not thinking about. They're thinking about putting food on the table. Now, if you come from an academic, proud family where you got teachers and educators and things like that, or people who take academia serious, then you might get a different outcome. But for the most part, academics are not the number one priority in our country. Hold on, bro. What are you
It's,
doing? Hold on, yo. This nigga cutting this tree about to kill us. Hold on, hold on.
it's what you gotta make, right? Is what can this?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
If you take
And that's
if
why.
you
Yeah.
if you
Go ahead. You
facilitated a
got it.
conversation, so we just had a training last night called communication and advocacy. Basically what y'all were talking about, the conversation about now. How do we communicate our community, create a communication group that advocates on the side of their needs. What do you need? What is your topic of discussion? How are you planning on bringing all of this about? uh and one of the areas, like for instance, we say, okay, if it's one or two guidance counselors in the school and we know that the kids aren't getting that career direct path, maybe you create these different after school program hubs centered around the programs or the career paths that we can introduce students to pique their interest, right? And that's gonna take retirees or um those who have freedom in their career fields to come back and kind of guide that program. Because what I think is happening, you have a lot of passionate community workers who have the drive and the motivation, but they don't really have the know-hows. And that's why it's important for the experts and those who have already treaded through those waters to come back and help them. You don't have to lead it. Let those community leaders bring you in and you help them and share with them how to do this effectively. And I think that the community leaders, although I love them and they're very motivated, they have to allow those career experts to come in and share with them and enhance their programs to help these students. And I think that that may be one of our only opportunities of helping the students is to add that extra opportunity, and that's going to take the individuals who already know, right? So like I'm 48, I'm already retired from the military. I have liberty to move around, so I'll move around and I'll get in some of the spaces because I have an accounting background. So anything I do always has to do with finance, money, accountancy, because that's what my strong suits are,
That
right?
makes so much sense now.
Right.
You're a veteran because so when you were talking about the transferables, how you had to, oh, I know how I can because all of us had to do that come out the military. We had to take some of them skills like because they don't tell you the military don't tell you how to do that. They let you know they're transferable, but they don't tell you how to do that when you're getting out. So you have to be able, like you say, to say, okay, well, I've been doing contracts in here for Uncle Sam for Blase skip years. So I know now I got you. That makes so much sense now why you were talking like that. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, because I always tell people, they say, "Oh, I'm alone. I'm gonna go to you." When you come out, they were like, "Man, I can't use none of this in the world." I say, "Actually, you can. Actually, the
Yeah.
skills that you learned there was how to work as a team, how to work as a group, how to lead, how to follow, right? How to follow compliance, how to stay on top of compliance, how to train. All of that is super important because nothing never stays the same, and because you
Yeah.
get different leadership every 2 years, every 6 months, every 18 months in different levels. And so you've always got to stay on top of your game. Always got to stay on top of your game. But if you don't have to. Now, you can sit there and be an E4 all your life. if you if you want, and they'll kick you out at
Hmm.
12 years. You could do it, but if you want to advance and promote, you got to constantly train, get in cross train, get into these different spaces. And I think someone, I think Dev asked me last night. He said, "How did the class go? What do you think is the problem now?" I said, "Well, I think that they're complacent, where they think that they play on these games all day long. They watch these little short reels on social media, and they think
The
things are
attention
supposed to
spans
go
is
that
yeah,
quick. Yeah,
yeah,
and that's
yeah.
not how it works. You got to slow that brain down, baby. You gonna have to read. You're gonna have to practice it. It's redundant, right? It's repetitive, right? You can't get bored. There's attention to details, and so they want to jump ship. And I was like, I wouldn't do that. Think about it. It's only 6 months out of your life. Are you telling me you can't slow down for 6 months, 2 days out of the week, to get a skill that's gonna take you maybe 3 times as much as your parents making right now? Like, come on, you have to ask yourself, which one weigh more in your life? And to be honest with you, a lot of them be like, nah, I'm good. I'll just go do this. Okay, I see you in 6 months. Cause you're gonna say, damn, I should have stayed, you know. But I love the conversation y'all were having. So thank you, Psycho. I just wanted to add my little 2 cents.
I tell people all the time when I got out the military, my greatest problem was I had no skills, no bankable skills. Being an Army veteran is not a bankable skill. I was into logistics, and at that time, logistics wasn't what it is today. Like
Ooh,
logistics
when
became
did
what
you
it
come
is
out?
today.
When did you
I
come
came
out?
out in '98. Man, I got out regular Army in '95, and I finished up in the reserves in '98.
I wish you knew me. I could have picked up a whole bunch of skills you
I was about
had.
to say,
I could
yeah,
have picked up
I
a
yeah.
mean,
whole
no,
bunch of
listen, listen,
skills.
listen, listen,
Go
listen,
ahead.
listen,
I'm
listen, y'all.
listening. I'm listening.
I
I'm
had
listening.
skills, but I went to an industrial community, right? Like your skills have to be transferable. They have to be bankable in the environment that you're in. I live in an industrial city that was losing its industrial might. It was reinventing itself. So it really had no identity. So now here you have a veteran with skills, leadership skills, things of that nature. So the only thing was police. Most veterans I knew, police department, they went work for the city, the state. I didn't want to do that.
Right, right,
I didn't
right.
want to do the end of that. And you only got those jobs because they was veteran preferences and shit like that, post office and shit. Like I didn't want that shit. Like
But
I
the
was just
thing
going.
is
It was
too,
just
when you
another
talking about the
government job.
transferable part though, like I don't know about you, Arthur, but also I would forget what the word they use,
Come
but
on, bro.
the
You gotta move
military.
fast.
Oh, my bad. The
Not
military
you,
is
bro. I'm talking to my workers. I'm sorry.
the military was good at I'm gonna use the word annexing for the lack of words right now, but like let's just take the you mentioned the police department. Like a lot of those, I got a lot of them skills because they will pull you from your regular job, and you will have to annex with because they were short of recruiting, cops in the military, in the Air Force anyway. So a lot of times you will have to go do 3 or 6 months with that squadron doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? So again, these are skills which are transferable. Like you're able to come on like, well, shit, yeah, I got them skill. Like you know what I'm saying? I got because I did. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing this 3 to 6 months a year at the base that I'm at. At this particular command or whatever. So it's just, or if you deploy. Now you're in a different zone. Like even though you may be doing your regular job, military job, now you're in the you're in the quote unquote war zone. So now you're doing other shit like covering perimeters. You're doing, you know what I mean? So these are
But
skills just
those are all
No,
police actions. Those are all
wait.
right.
security
No, that's
actions.
what I was saying. That's why I
Let's
said you brought up the
add.
police thing. I said you brought the
Right.
police. I'm saying those are skills that I know a lot of us veterans was able to say, even though we weren't quote unquote cops in the military, we have a lot of them skills because like I said, the transferable shit. Even though you have a job in the you're still in the military. So it's a lot of things that you're doing that's transferable. Or like she's saying, she was doing contracts in the military. So
Let's
that's
well
very,
let
I mean, it's really being able to really
well
look at the
let's
training you got and yeah, go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Let's the military is not a skill for skill, right? Unless you're in something like medical or
Hmm.
IT
Dental,
or
right.
dental,
IT,
that kind of
yes.
thing, right? Career
Yes.
fields. But we have to start sharing with the young adult or the individuals who are still in what how to transfer knowledge, how to take what you're doing as a 360, not just your direct career field, right? So when you learn that, so the ability to multitask, we multitask like hell
Yeah.
in the military. If I know how to multitask, you could put me on any job situation and I'll learn it.
And Dr. Mo,
Yep.
to add to that, right? Like even in corporate, the philosophy, the ideology is kind of like, all right, the military dudes are.
Oh,
You still there?
I'm here.
I'm
My
still
bad.
here.
Like
Okay, that was
the
him.
ideology is pretty much like military dudes are perfect for management. You get what I'm saying? Like they can run this team. You give them their orders. They'll have their team in line. They'll be efficient. And a lot of these companies like to say, we hire America's vets. And so you do kind of have that advantage that you can leverage in terms of other fields.
Heck yeah,
Companies
because
love to say that.
we know how to
But that's not
forecast.
about skill, though. That's about getting a preference, like Arthur was saying. That's about, okay, you're a veteran, so that's a
Wait,
preference per se, right?
Yeah, I'm saying they'll
We're talking
give
wait,
about
you the
no,
skill.
transferable
wait.
skills,
That's
though.
a
They'll
wait,
give you the
but
skill.
that can actually be a skill. Wait. That hold on. That that can actually be a skill. So think about it. If you put 5 individuals from different career fields that only deal with certain things, and you put that military because we go around, and I'm not saying it's just military. I'm saying having the ability, I think he said, to manage, having the ability to manage humans is different. You have to know the psychology. You
In
have to
Yeah.
know the
military, yeah.
gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of things that come with it. And it has nothing to do with your job. But if you grasp it correctly, if you understand it, and you know how to balance it, and you could still keep your sanity, and you could still be fair and impartial, man, you would kill that skill set. And sometimes, think about it. When the last time you guys looked at, or when you go in out and you look at job descriptions, right? This is another thing kids need to learn, or young adults need to learn. When you look at duty descriptions and you look at, let's say you look at top management, middle management, entry level job descriptions, you would notice that